In the era of the Interstellar Alliance, countless races unite to combat the invasion of the Zerg. Among the myriad of races, the human race is the weakest. As the sole human to gain admission to the Lord Academy, he finds himself assigned to a remote and desolate planet. Here, dangers lurk at every turn, with the ever-looming threat of being discovered and devoured by the Zerg. Without the ability to develop his own race and planet, Wei Yuan not only risks failing to graduate but also faces the grim prospect of death. Fortunately, equipped with a necessary system for traversing worlds, Wei Yuan summons fellow compatriots. Let the interstellar myriad of races tremble before the fourth calamity. Chapter 1. Summoning Earthly Compatriots. In the interstellar age, races abound, and those that should be adversaries have formed an alliance against a stronger foe, the Zerg. The Zerg, by nature, are voracious, consuming all matter within their sight. They are cold-blooded, brutal, and diverse. After millennia of resistance, the Interstellar Alliance has grown significantly, with technology allowing the myriad races a brief respite from Zerg oppression. At this moment, on the most remote planet within the Alliance's star system, a starship lands, and as the hatch opens, two figures emerge, one tall and one short. Wei Yuan, this planet will be your initial territory. Although it is remote and dangerously close to a planet previously consumed by the Zerg, it has not yet been discovered, and its abundant energy makes it a rare level 5 planet. This will greatly benefit your territorial development and population expansion. I hope you can successfully graduate, the Titan teacher reassured him. Thank you, teacher. I will do my best, Wei Yuan replied with a smile. It seems you have a good mindset. That is essential, as many matters are devoid of fairness. This planet is actually quite decent. I will now bind this planet's information to you. Here is the device for registration. The Titan teacher produced a spatial device from his pocket. The classification of planets ranges from level 1 to 10 based on energy, with level 1 being the highest. Only 5 major planets at the Alliance's center are classified as level 1. Typically, students from the Lord Academy are assigned planets of level 6 or 7, making a level 5 planet a notable assignment. Unfortunately, the planet's location is exceedingly perilous. It is too close to the Zerg and too distant from the Alliance, meaning the Alliance's protective measures are nearly negligible here. Thus, a moment's inattention could lead to its discovery by the Zerg. Once found, it will be a desperate battle with no hope for reinforcements. Given the vast distance, by the time the Alliance sends aid, the planet could already be consumed by the Zerg. Wei Yuan accepted the spatial device handed to him by the teacher. At the registration desk, his name turned green, accompanied by the inscription of Level 5 Planet. Immediately, Wei Yuan's communicator emitted a series of beeps. Without needing to look, he knew it was the students from his year mocking him. The human race is but a small faction among the myriad of races. As a human excelling in the academy, Wei Yuan had long drawn the ire of many. The Titan teacher paused, letting out a gentle sigh. Well then, congratulations on acquiring your first planet. In 3 Alliance months, the Academy will conduct its first assessment of your progress. There are no established interstellar routes here, so if you wish to bring your kin over, you may rent an aircraft from the Academy. Wei Yuan shook his head with a smile. Thank you, teacher. I have my own means for my kin. Renting an aircraft from the Academy is not cheap. The human race is a relatively small faction within the Alliance, and their power is weak. It is astonishing enough that Wei Yuan was sent to the Lord Academy, let alone his impressive academic performance. Regrettably, due to their weak standing, his race has been assigned to such a dangerous planet, which even the Titan teacher found somewhat unjust. Generally, developing a planet requires support from one's race, with larger factions sending many members to assist their students. After all, graduates from the Lord Academy can secure a place within the Alliance's headquarters. Should one become the top performer in the graduation assessment, they would earn the title of Lord. The leaders of the Alliance are chosen from among these lords. In contrast, those who fail the assessment face grim fates, with the worst outcome being death. The interstellar age is fraught with danger. Besides the Zerg, the Alliance has many foes. Planetary warfare is frequent, and survival hinges on genuine skill. As he watched the starship depart, Wei Yuan's smile widened uncontrollably. System. Initiate game beta testing. Once the starship was completely out of sight, Wei Yuan immediately called upon the system. Indeed, he is a time traveler. Upon his arrival, he awakened the Lord system and received a complimentary starter package, for which he unlocked the ability to summon compatriots from his original world. Indeed, in this interstellar age, he can summon the souls of his fellow countrymen from his previous world. While the human race is undeniably weak, the technological advancements of this era are remarkable. Genetic trading has been legalized, allowing one to purchase even the genes of divine races, provided one can afford the price. However, the souls of the weaker races have a lower gene acceptance rate. The humans in the Interstellar Alliance possess low-level souls. Yet, Wei Yuan's soul level is astonishingly high, which is why he gained admission to the Lord Academy. The system has assured him that the players summoned from his hometown will also possess strong souls. Thus, he had long begun to strategize, awaiting the day of planetary assignment. Once the planet is allocated, he will immediately summon players. He had already set up a game page back home, intending to lure players to come and work for him under the table. However, he did not anticipate being assigned to such a remote and perilous planet. Nonetheless, remote locations do have their advantages. Wei Yuan reassured himself as he accessed the system page and entered the game website he had built back home. At the same moment, on Earth, a game streamer, who was originally engrossed in playing, suddenly received a notification that popped up on his computer screen. Upon seeing this alert, all the viewers were left in astonishment. "Oh my, streamer, stop playing quickly. The game you mentioned earlier for the pre-launch. You've received the internal test notification. I can't believe my eyes. Is Xingjirenzu about to enter internal testing? Stop playing, streamer." The game streamer, deeply immersed in the game, soon realized that his teammates were frantically urging him through the microphone to check the notification. Notification? What notification? The streamer, bewildered, looked up to see his chat flooded with messages urging him to check the alert. What alert? The game streamer still seemed somewhat dazed. Upon clicking on his notifications, his heart raced as he saw the bold characters Xingjirenzu pop up on the screen. When he read the words, "Internal testing open," a sharp, explosive sound erupted from his room. "Oh my, oh my, oh my, it's about to enter internal testing." He bounced around the room while quickly retrieving a futuristic helmet from a shelf behind him, holding it with reverence. In that instant, the stream's popularity skyrocketed to 500,000 viewers. There was no other reason. It was simply because this game was extraordinary. The chat exploded with excitement, not to mention the streamer himself. His hands trembled slightly as he held the helmet and spoke to the camera. Brothers, we are about to witness a miracle again. Do you remember the last time we had the privilege to enter the game, Xingjirenzu? Honestly, even now, I often dream about everything in that world. Indeed, I would dare to call the game Xingjirenzu that world, for it is so realistic that I can hardly believe it is merely a game. Chapter 2. This game is absolutely amazing. The barrage of comments in a live stream was incessantly flooding in. Indeed, even from the video, I could discern that the realism of this game was astonishingly high. Every frame seemed to be a testament to lavish expenditures. Were we about to witness history? I heard that this time, the interstellar human tribe had opened only 30 internal testing accounts, and several highly popular streamers had been selected. Naturally, they sought out skilled players for the internal testing, simultaneously generating enthusiasm. It would not be long before more accounts would be made available. The viewers in a live stream were fervently sharing their thoughts. The host barely had time to catch up. He took a deep breath and slowly donned the helmet. As the spatial device activated, a technologically advanced chamber materialized on what was previously a primitive planet. Inside the chamber were hundreds of dormant pods. Wei Yuan poured the low-cost cloning fluid and genetic serum he had purchased into the dormant pods. 30 pods illuminated with green lights and simultaneously opened their doors. Was this truly the entrance to the game? The game streamer opened his eyes, momentarily dazed by the overhead lights. The sensation was entirely different from his first experience. Back then, the game company had yet to send him a helmet. He had merely clicked into a web page and felt dizzy for a moment before finding himself next to a remarkably handsome young man. This time, the environment appeared to be different. In the next moment, as he sat up from the dormant pod, his eyes widened in astonishment. Looking down, he could see his own body. The texture of his skin and the contours of his muscles were astonishingly lifelike. Typically, streamers tend to remain indoors for extended periods. Even the slim ones often have slight belly. But what did he see when he looked down? Goodness, was this his initial appearance? He felt the 8-pack abs on his abdomen. Moreover, upon rising, he realized he was indeed in a highly advanced technological room. The several adjacent pods were also open, revealing individuals who sat up, each one a striking beauty, their faces etched with surprise. Welcome to the game. This game features random appearances, with sensory experiences fully restored, and attributes adjustable at will. Upon logging in, please choose a name for yourself and join our Lord in building a prosperous human civilization. An electronic voice resonated within each player's mind. Wow, is it truly this impressive? The game streamer trembled with excitement. This was a gaming experience unlike any he had ever encountered. As a game streamer, He keenly sensed that this would mark a pivotal moment in gaming history. The visuals alone were sufficient to overshadow every game currently on the market. Having gained an advantage, he considered himself incredibly fortunate. The streamer promptly chose the name Oil Stealer. As he finalized his name, a deep blue garment rose from the base of the dormant pod. Others followed suit, donning their attire. Oil Stealer? Are you a rat? Oh my goodness. You are Lao Chow. Oh my, I scarcely recognize it, having undergone such a transformation. This game is truly exceptional, surpassing all others on the market. The visuals are utterly breathtaking. It feels as though I'm genuinely present, with all 5 senses engaged in a remarkably authentic experience. Were it not for the option to adjust the settings, I would hardly discern whether this is the real world or not. I am utterly astounded by the processors employed by the company behind this game. The intensity of the experience is almost suffocating. It's simply magnificent. Among the 30 players, all are seasoned veterans. The initial batch handpicked by the company, they are all familiar with one another to varying degrees. Prior to the testing phase, the company had even conducted a preliminary login event. Yet, the fleeting moments of that event were sufficient to ignite a frenzy among the players. Now, they possess physical forms that feel even more adept than their original bodies. What sorcery is this? After exchanging a few casual remarks, the players began to explore the game world. Some players lifted their garments, only to find a mosaic pattern beneath. Others leapt in astonishment, soaring 4 or 5 meters high, directly touching the ceiling of the lounge. Oh, haha, this initial body is remarkably powerful. I must give it a try as well. As the players frolicked about, the door to the lounge slid open. The 30 players turned their gaze in unison toward the company representative, who appeared as strikingly handsome as he did upon their first entry into the game, calmly observing them with an air of serene confidence, as if he held dominion over all that transpired. Truly, what a striking figure. Witnessing the vibrant energy of the players, the representative felt a surge of elation within. Just as the system had indicated, the players summoned from Earth possessed an extraordinarily high quality of spirit. Each player's genetic fusion rate exceeded 90%. What an astonishing statistic. According to the Alliance records, a warrior from the celestial race once suffered severe injuries in battle and attempted to employ cloning technology to acquire a new body. Yet even then, the fusion rate reached only 60%. And now, the 30 players before him exhibit fusion rates all surpassing 90%. What does this signify? It suggests that once he acquires sufficient wealth, he can provide the players with even stronger bodies and procure superior genetics. As long as the initial form is human, even with genetic modifications, they remain part of the human race. Moreover, interstellar technology has advanced to ensure that even with genetic alterations, the physical appearance of the race remains unchanged. He envisions them mining for wealth, ultimately utilizing their earnings to purchase enhanced genetics and equipment. When it comes time to use such devices and genetics, he will request the players to finance it. The mere thought of this brings a smile to his lips. Indeed, players are the finest of chives. My kin, you have finally awakened. I am your lord, Wei Yuan. I have long since crafted an opening speech. Now, it is merely a matter of delivering it with heartfelt eloquence. Centuries ago, the human race departed from its homeland to explore the cosmos, encountering countless races amidst the vast expanse of the universe. At that time, humanity was exceedingly powerful. However, our ancestors encountered the insectoid race during their travels, a fiercely formidable but utterly irrational species. They were governed by a queen, voraciously consuming all matter in their path. Whether organic or inorganic, without exception, the queen, possessing intellect, sought to exploit humanity to invade other races and acquire more sustenance. Yet this scheme was unraveled by humanity. In that battle, humanity nearly faced annihilation. Nevertheless, our ancestors, undaunted by the threat of extinction, valiantly transmitted the crucial message, preserving the ember of hope for our people. The myriad races promptly formed an alliance, leading to the establishment of the current interstellar coalition. Yet, since then, humanity has dwindled, its strength diminished by several tiers. Today, the alliance has forgotten humanity's contributions. We must revive our former glory. Kin, let us strive for the resurgence of our race. Wei Yuan recounted an extensive background of the game. This narrative was not an impromptu creation, but rather a concise assembly of the history of this universe. Now, my kin, please follow me. He turned and led the players out of the lounge. Chapter 3. Brother Yuan, save me. 3 suns hung in the sky. Light filtered through the leaves. Dazzlingly bright. Lush greenery swayed gently with the breeze. All players stood entranced, having spent years confined to their homes, immersed in gaming. The sight of towering buildings and concrete roads was all too familiar. Suddenly confronted with such an expansive scene reminiscent of a primordial forest, they were utterly mesmerized. Goodness, I feel as if every pore in my body has been opened. This game developer must be mad. So many trees, and each one is distinct. Did the artists not perish at their desks during the rendering process? One player cautiously approached a grand tree, reaching out to peel away the bark, eager to uncover any potential bugs. However, in the next moment, a root sprang forth from the ground and pierced him. The piercing scream instantly drew the attention of all players. Blood flowed from the player's wound, seeping into the root. The unfortunate soul, writhing in agony, exclaimed, "What the hell is this? I'm going to die. It hurts so much. Goodness, there's a monster. Dude, you're amazing. You lured a monster right out of the gate? Quickly, lower the pain sensitivity, brother. The default setting is 100%. A normal person would have perished if a root penetrated them there." It was only then that the unfortunate player recalled he had forgotten to adjust his pain sensitivity. This game's realism is astounding. It nearly sent me to my end. The player, known as secretly begging, grimaced and shouted. As the pain sensation was dulled, the excruciating discomfort vanished instantly. I have navigated the gaming universe for over a decade, emerging from a realm of carnage and despair, and yet today, I am bested by a mere tree spirit. With the absence of pain, secretly begging was overtaken by a surge of reckless fervor. In a swift maneuver, he extricated himself from the roots of the tree. The players watched as his health bar plummeted dramatically. Even with half his health remaining, I shall claim this first kill. Secretly begging leaped out of the giant tree's attack range. Ha ha, very well. If you desire the first kill, we shall refrain from intervening. It is an opportune moment to record and observe the strength of the creatures in the novice village. If you cannot endure, do not force yourself, lest you perish and have your beta account banned. Wei Yuan was taken aback. Are players truly this brazen now, charging headlong without even knowing the strength of the monsters? Fortunately, the creatures on this planet are not overly formidable. Take, for instance, this tree before us, known as the bloodthirsty Polonia. According to the current capabilities of the players, at least 5 must collaborate to defeat it. Secretly begging, with only half his health, would only be courting death by engaging it alone. Wei Yuan stepped forward. This is the bloodthirsty Polonia, not a foe you can slay solo at this stage. Allow me to handle it. Just as he finished speaking, he prepared to strike down the bloodthirsty Polonia. But in the next moment, ha ha ha, for the humiliation I suffered, I shall exact my revenge now. Die, tree spirit. Secretly begging roared in excitement, completely oblivious to Wei Yuan's warnings, charging in barehanded. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying by a swift strike from the tree's roots. Wei Yuan watched as he soared through the air. Am I truly incapable of defeating a mere tree? I refuse to believe it. The man, now sprawled on the ground, lowered his head, slowly rising. Strange phrases escaped his lips. The onlooking players nearby seemed to grasp something peculiar. Do not give up. Secretly begging, no matter how formidable the foe, you must persevere as the hope of humanity. Secretly begging, you are destined to encounter numerous setbacks on your journey to becoming a powerful warrior. Behold, this bloodthirsty Polonia is your first trial. The man, who had been on the ground, suddenly lifted his head, determination blazing in his eyes. Indeed, I cannot falter. This is the necessary path for the ascendance of our race. How awkward! This is so painfully awkward. Wei Yuan silently screamed within. His toes curled, an urge to dig into the ground arising. Something felt amiss. These players were definitely not right. Wei Yuan recalled certain memories. Among the vast array of gamers, most were absorbed in their quests, diligently enhancing their skills. Yet, there existed a niche category. These are the pleasure-seeking players. Their delight does not stem from accomplishing game tasks, but rather from exploring various gameplay mechanics. With this thought, Wei Yuan glanced at the players before him, still engaged in their performance, and inwardly lamented his misjudgment. Alas, among the players he selected, there is a genuine possibility that some unsavory elements had infiltrated. Typically, when normal players encounter such elements, they become tainted. Indeed, even as regular players might transform into pleasure seekers. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wei Yuan's forehead. Ha ha ha, my friends. This creature is clearly beyond my current level to confront directly. However, if you grant me some time, I shall devise a clever strategy. Secretly, he clutched his chest and spat a mouthful of blood. His health bar was nearly depleted, hanging by a thread. with only 30 beta accounts available. No one could ascertain whether their spot would be relinquished upon logging out. Thus, the prospect of risking it all for a beggar's fate was too perilous to contemplate. If you, the beggar, cannot handle this, we shall need to commence our assault on the creature. Since it was a tree, it must surely fear fire. Allow me to create a spark to warm Chuan. Elemental advantages aside, achieving victory would not bring glory, my friends. Observe how I will use my agility to tackle this beast. First, we must ascertain the attack range of Chuan. The players gathered around the bloodthirsty Chuan, laughing and joking. Wei Yuan initially intended to caution them that once bloodthirsty Chuan tasted blood, it would indiscriminately hunt down nearby creatures. Yet, recalling the pleasure-seeking nature of these players, he silently closed his mouth. Perhaps enduring a brutal defeat was their source of amusement. As the players engaged in chatter, the ground trembled slightly. Suddenly, 29 tree roots burst forth from the earth. Oh no, ambush! Chuan, can you not handle this? Oh, I haven't had time to lower my sensory perception. Oh no. My backside. Why do these roots have spikes? My health is plummeting. Help. Who designed this? The creature can evolve. It's a bug. Who placed such a monstrosity at the entrance of a novice village? Lord, save me. Wei Yuan, help. Help. Wei Yuan slowly turned his body, carefully covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. After a few moments, he approached, maintaining an expression devoid of any disturbance. Beneath his handsome exterior, his eyes exuded calmness and warmth. Observing the players skewered like shish kebabs and continuously drained of blood, he sighed. Chapter 4. Alas, there are pleasure seekers among the players. Have my kin been estranged from this world for too long? The strength and intelligence of bloodthirsty Chuan increase with the amount of blood it consumes. Once it has fed sufficiently, it can evolve into a treant. With the strength of a single individual, it is impossible to vanquish it. Wei Yuan casually raised his hand and gestured toward the bloodthirsty Chuan. A cold light illuminated the trunk, and in an instant, all players collapsed to the ground. Boom! The massive tree, which required 5 people to embrace, was unexpectedly cleaved at an angle. The towering crown crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Without the support of the trunk, the roots lost their vitality. Goodness, a one-hit kill? The player known as Silkblood, the only one still able to move, widened his eyes in disbelief. He slid over to Wei Yuan's side, knelt on one knee, and grasped Wei Yuan's leg, raising one hand in a dramatic fashion, exclaiming, "Brother Yuan, you are my deity." Confirmed. Truly a bunch of jesters. Wei Yuan felt somewhat numb, yet the performance must continue. This planet is the primitive world allocated to me by the Academy. It is teeming with various life forms, and may even harbor intelligent beings. Our task now is to explore this planet and uncover its value. Just like the bloodthirsty Chuan before us, its branches, roots, and sap are of great worth. However, the area surrounding our territory is rife with bloodthirsty Chuans, posing a threat to our safety. Thus, we must clear out a secure zone. As soon as Wei Yuan's words fell, an electronic prompt resonated in every player's mind. Lord's quest has been issued. The players' panels immediately displayed the word quest. Quest 1. Eliminate 1,000 bloodthirsty Chuans. Quest details. 15-day time limit. Simply slay 1,000 bloodthirsty Chuans. Quest reward. 300 gold. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes. Quest 2. Categorization of bloodthirsty Chuan materials. Quest details. Classify the materials obtained from slain bloodthirsty Chuans into roots, bark, heartwood, sap, and branches for storage. Quest reward. Each material categorized with integrity will yield rewards ranging from 100 to 1,000 gold. Note, if the classification reaches the system's highest recognized level, a hidden reward will be granted. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes. What the hell is this a bug? 1,000 trees. Are they insane? Did the designers put their hearts into the visuals but use their feet for the mechanics? Who is the designer? Bring them out for punishment. 1,000 trees. And a mere 15-day limit? Am I the one losing my mind? Or is it this gaming company? It's outrageous that the monsters in the novice village are this formidable. As the players processed the quest details, they were left in shock. Just when everyone began to question the integrity of the game, an oil-thieving woman scurried over to Wei Yuan, asking with a smirk, "Brother Yuan, did you not say that it would be quite difficult for us to tackle a single bloodthirsty Chuan alone? As I gaze upon this place, it resembles a den of bloodthirsty trees, densely packed and utterly unmanageable, does it not? Even if we were to collaborate, we number merely 30. Wei Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He rubbed his forehead and remarked lightly, I did not suggest that you confront them with mere flesh and blood. The genes you have fused are merely the most rudimentary first-level genes, and they are no match for the bloodthirsty trees. However, the base is equipped with various weapons to counter them, just as I utilized moments ago. As he spoke, Wei Yuan spread his palm, revealing a metallic-hued weapon materializing on his fingertips. Though our human race may be small, we possess considerable resources. These underdeveloped treants possess formidable strength, yet they are utterly defenseless against laser weaponry. The oil thief was taken aback. The players who had been frantically shouting moments earlier were now equally astonished. Oh no, I forgot. This game we are playing is actually a space-themed one. How embarrassing. The Lord must think we are fools. There was no doubt. The Lord's gaze conveyed everything. After all, the game commenced in such an untamed wilderness. I had thought it relied solely on our mindless development. How naive of me. The players cleverly devised a way to save face. Wei Yuan chuckled softly. Perhaps you have slumbered too long in the stasis chamber, and the weapons require energy. Our territory's energy reserves are somewhat lacking. Just as the players began to wear expressions of anxiety once again, Wei Yuan continued. However, eliminating some bloodthirsty trees should still be feasible. Upon hearing the word should, I felt a throbbing in my temples. The energy reserves were likely insufficient. Let us examine the weapons first. Surely the interstellar weapons will be impressive. The players were filled with excitement. With weapons at our disposal, what is there to fear? With their hearts finally at ease, all the players accepted the mission. Who knows if the weapons would still be available if they declined? As they marched into the armory, witnessing an entire stockpile of weapons, their eyes sparkled with delight. Goodness, is this a Gundam? In the armory, the most striking sight was a row of mechs towering in the center, each 100 meters tall and varying in design, yet sharing one commonality. Each was incredibly stylish. Absolutely stunning. Mechs are the core of any interstellar game, accompanied by an array of energy weapons that dazzled the eye. However, Wei Yuan approached a corner and retrieved a nearly dust-covered item from shelf. This is the only weapon you can currently wield, he said, revealing a chainsaw-like device. This low-frequency energy saw, once activated, emits sound waves that can immobilize a bloodthirsty tree for 1 minute. Simply sever it within that time frame. As he explained, Wei Yuan activated the energy saw. Inaudible to the human ear are low-frequency sounds. Yet, I'm left with merely a saw. Wei Yuan furrowed his brow. Were it not for his inherent penchant for collecting an assortment of odd weaponry, he might not have been able to produce such a rudimentary tool. You all should try this weapon first. I will procure some additional items, he declared, handing over the low-frequency energy saw to the oil thief before departing. The weapons from the energy repository could not be wielded without authorization. Thus Wei Yuan felt assured allowing the players to remain there. The Lord has departed. While the saw is decent, I sense there are superior items within this arsenal. Is that heap merely refuse? I shall investigate, one player mused. The oil thief shook the saw in her hands, observing that it bore little distinction from the electric saws she was accustomed to seeing. You all continue your search. I shall first test the prowess of this saw, she announced, intending to greet her companions before turning to find several players rummaging through the trash. Chapter 5. I didn't expect you to be this kind of senior. The players had only just entered the game, with all their levels set at 0. In a vast expanse of the stars, this is akin to a primordial state, much like the bloodthirsty Twans to the Treant race. Consequently, the weapons at their disposal were quite basic, so much so that they had already been rendered obsolete in shopping centers. Indeed, the energy saw was a relic of the past. Wei Yuan pondered whether any students from the Lord's Academy had any in their collections. He accessed the Academy's forum and posted a request to purchase a basic energy saw. Shortly thereafter, his communicator began to chime incessantly. Wei Yuan, what do you need a basic energy saw for? Shouldn't you be developing on your level 5 planet? A basic energy saw? Haha. Even my 3-year-old nephew has no use for that. Surely, the human race isn't so desperate that they sent some of their most inexperienced members to assist you? Has humanity truly fallen so low? A level 1 genetic serum only costs 10 star coins. Can't you afford that? Even our aquatic branches can manage it. The human race is truly pathetic. The comments beneath his post on the Academy network quickly escalated into a towering structure of disdain. However, there was little that could be done, as Wei Yuan's reputation was exceedingly formidable. The humans, gifted beyond measure, had once overshadowed their peers in every academic pursuit after entering the Academy. Yet, unlike others, Wei Yuan's people lacked financial resources. For the prodigious students of the Lord's Academy, The pressure Wei Yuan exerted was immense. Moreover, with the current leader of the Galactic Alliance set to retire, the emergence of such a formidable contender was bound to incite envy and hostility. Nonetheless, Wei Yuan had little inclination to retaliate against those who could not even mask their jealousy. Amidst the cacophony of trivial banter, he finally spotted a noteworthy message. Senior, our family used to manufacture primary energy saws, and we still have a bit of stock left. Would you be interested? Wei Yuan immediately added the other party as a friend and opened a chat window. Senior? At that moment on the cache satellite, a green-haired girl sprang up from her bed in surprise. It really is Senior Wei Yuan. Upon seeing the profile picture and information, the girl felt a surge of excitement, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Wei Yuan, hello, I am Wei Yuan. The girl pressed her hand against her wildly beating heart and cautiously replied, hello, Senior. I am a new student who enrolled this year. My name is Emilo, and I reside on the cache satellite. Our family previously produced these energy saws, and we still have some stock left. How many would you need? Wei Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Was there really a student so enthusiastic about him? Can I take a look first? Emilo quickly jumped off her bed, found her family's warehouse, and sent a photo. Ever since the price of gene potions dropped, we haven't been able to sell these goods, and now they're piling up at home, waiting to be dismantled for recycling. How many do you want, Senior? Wei Yuan glanced at the photo Emilo sent. The vast warehouse was filled to the brim with goods. What substantial stock? Wei Yuan replied. How much do you currently have? I want it all. The demand will only grow as more players enter the game. Such basic level items will undoubtedly become essential for all players. It's not a giveaway. There is potential for profit here. All right, Senior, you want all of it? All the goods? Emilo's fervent expression instantly faded. She furrowed her brow slightly. Wei Yuan was famously known for his financial struggles at the academy. Surely, Senior Wei Yuan wasn't planning to take advantage of her generosity? The numerous primary energy saws could fetch a decent price if her family decided to dismantle and sell them. When it came to money, even for an idol, Emilo would not compromise. However, it was better to be a bit more tactful in her response. Emilo silently contemplated and then messaged Wei Yuan. Senior, I truly admire you, but these goods are part of my family's assets, and I'm not yet in a position to give them all away. If you only need a few hundred, I can certainly gift those to you. Wei Yuan remained silent for a moment. Goodness, this junior must think he is looking for handouts. Perhaps his reputation for being financially challenged was too widespread. Wei Yuan silently scoffed. I'm not asking for free. I intend to purchase them. Please calculate the cost. Purchase. Emilo's eyes lit up. At the same time, she silently chastised herself. How could she think of Senior Wei Yuan in such a way? He was a true genius. The warehouse holds 370,000 items. And since the intention was to dispose of them, let us offer them to the senior at the processing price of 3,700,000 star coins. How do you plan to make the payment, Senior? The processing price is indeed 3,700,000. Wei Yuan coughed softly, casting a silent glance at his savings. 1,500,000. The human race is not affluent. During his time at the Lord Academy, he refrained from asking his clan for money. Over the years, he has earned and spent his own. While studying, he earned a considerable amount of star coins through his own capabilities. However, he also harbors a collecting obsession, and the entire warehouse of weapons was amassed bit by bit through his efforts. Emilo, upon sending her message and receiving no immediate reply, felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Surely, the senior must be short on funds. This price was already the lowest she could offer. As she pondered how to maintain the senior's dignity, a transfer notification arrived. Wei Yuan, an advance payment of 1 million, with the remaining 2,700,000 to be paid upon the arrival of the goods. Wei Yuan, by the way, do you offer free shipping? If so, could you please send me your location? Emilo, delighted to receive the payment, felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, Senior Wei Yuan was not as stingy as the rumor suggested. She eagerly opened the location sent by Wei Yuan. It was already common knowledge within the academy that Senior Wei Yuan had drawn a 5th-level planet, abundant in resources. Just from selling resources from that planet, he could cultivate powerful clansmen. However, upon opening the location, darkness enveloped her vision. Senior, why are there no shipping routes within 70,000 light years of your planet? Wei Yuan, screenshot JPG. Wei Yuan, you mentioned free shipping. Emilo watched as Wei Yuan's profile picture faded to black, and the light in her eyes dimmed as well. So far away, a place unreachable by transportation routes. How could I have been so foolish to accept the payment without thinking? Tears welled in Emilo's eyes. Yet, having received the payment and made a promise, she had no choice but to deliver. For places unreachable by transportation routes, she could take her own private transport ship, but there were only 30 days of vacation. Would she have to spend all those days on the transport ship? Ultimately, Emilo decided she would go to deliver the goods herself. After all, if her father learned that she had sold the goods at such a low price and was then taken advantage of by the buyer, she would face his wrath. A merchant cannot engage in unprofitable business. Biting her finger, Emilo sent a message to her father. Dad, I want to be staying at home this vacation. I made plans to go out with classmates. Chapter 6. Everyone, prepare to go mining. The business negotiations concluded, and Wei Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. The journey from Kashgar to this location took approximately 10 days. Even if some players had accepted the quest early, 5 days should suffice for them to complete it. At that moment, Wei Yuan heard a chorus of exclamations from outside. No way. Incredible, bro. You're the best, my friend. Truly a master of sandbox games. You excel in material collection. A big thumbs up for you. As Wei Yuan stepped outside, he observed 30 players gathered around a bloodthirsty parasol tree. The oil thief stood at the center, activating the chainsaw, effectively controlling the tree. Meanwhile, the other players positioned themselves at the edges of the tree's attack range, standing quietly. Countless roots emerged from the ground, poised to thrust towards them. However, entranced by the low-frequency sound emitted by the chainsaw, the roots remained suspended in mid-air. Taking advantage of this moment, the players began to scrape the outer layer of the roots with an array of tools, knives, axes, shovels, and more. Indeed, they were scraping. Ordinary weapons struggled to inflict damage on the bloodthirsty parasol's exterior. But the real question was, where had they procured such weapons? The more Wei Yuan observed their tools, the more familiar they appeared. It's breaking. Brothers, I've made a breakthrough here. After about 3 minutes of scraping, we should be able to create an opening. Let us go, everyone. The first speaker was a player wielding a small blade. As Wei Yuan gazed at the blade in his hand, he recalled that these weapons were likely crafted during his previous mech project. Some seemed to be tools for repairing mechs. He noticed one player using a small screwdriver, diligently drilling into the roots of the bloodthirsty parasol. Once the roots' defenses were breached, the players produced glass bottles from seemingly nowhere, beginning to squeeze the sap from the roots. A pale green liquid gushed forth from the ruptured areas. 30 players toiled diligently, and Wei Yuan watched in astonishment. Time's up. Oil thief, start it up again. Upon hearing the call, the oil thief reactivated the chainsaw. The roots, which had begun to show signs of life, were rendered immobile once more. The health bar of the bloodthirsty parasol had been reduced to a mere sliver. No longer needing to check the health bar, the players could see with their own eyes that the tree was so weakened it could no longer control its roots. Haha, now's the time, brothers. Let us begin material disassembly. Live disassembly. Will this material yield a perfect quality for me? They cackled as they charged forward. Wei Yuan inhaled sharply. The players were truly ferocious. The deliberate transformation of the bloodthirsty sapling into this grotesque state is indeed for the purpose of harvesting living materials. When the bloodthirsty sapling is alive, its materials can be meticulously stripped away. Be it the bark or the roots, they retain their vitality, and with proper preservation, achieving perfection and quality is certainly attainable. However, such methods are undeniably cruel. Wei Yuan, while lamenting this fact, began to calculate the potential value of these high-quality bloodthirsty sapling materials if sold in the black market. Although these materials are not particularly expensive, their pristine quality and substantial quantity could amount to a considerable fortune. Players are truly remarkable. They engage in such monotonous tasks with genuine delight. Wei Yuan's fingers tighten with anticipation. Keep it up, my players. Bring back more wealth for your lord. Yet, unexpected events often arrive without warning. Just when the players had nearly extracted 10 bloodthirsty sapling materials, the basic energy saw ran out of power. Beep, beep, beep. Energy depleted. System shut down. Please replenish energy promptly. What? At this moment, the energy runs out? The oil stealer was taken aback. In the next instant, a root burst forth from the ground. Damn it, what a wretched game design. I curse you. The oil stealer abruptly opened his eyes wide from within the helmet. His final roar remained trapped within the game. Player oil stealer has died in the game. Would you like to apply for resurrection? Apply. The oil stealer was left in shock. Even in a sci-fi setting, how could an energy saw simply cut off without any warning when the energy was depleted? Curse the game designers. What kind of absurd setting is this? At that moment, Wei Yuan sneezed. The oil stealer's final shout was filled with resentment. Wei Yuan pursed his lips, It was an unavoidable circumstance. In the interstellar realm, any race that had activated genetic locks could naturally sense the energy status within their weapons upon equipping them. No merchant would bother to design such a trivial notification. The oil stealer had perished. The other players were left in astonishment. What the heck? The oil stealer logged out. Will the account be banned? One player noted. Speaking of which, my health is also in a precarious state. Observing the corpse of the oil stealer being reclaimed, the player quietly glanced at his own dwindling health. Brother Yuan, where can I replenish the energy for this saw? And why hasn't my health recovered at all? The player approached Wei Yuan. With a gentle smile, Wei Yuan took on the role of his intelligent NPC and initiated the introduction mode. In the interstellar realm, all weapons operate on a type of energy source known as energy stones. Fortunately, this planet is rich in energy minerals. If needed, one can venture forth to extract some. Your body is in a state of extreme weakness, necessitating entry into the medical chamber for treatment, which requires gold coins for usage. The amount of gold coins needed for treatment is generally determined by the difficulty of recovery. Your kin are secretly begging, and you should only need 5 gold coins to completely restore your health. Players have gathered around. Is this still a mining game? No. The energy mines must surely be convertible to currency. The gold coins might just be used to purchase a revival opportunity, such as the nature of closed beta testing, where many settings remain unclear, and one must explore everything gradually. Brother Yuan, where shall we mine? In quest to triggered mining. Quest details. Proceed to the mine and extract energy ore. Price, 10 gold coins per kilogram of energy ore. As the electronic voice echoed, a guiding route appeared before all players. The mineral distribution of this planet had already been marked by the system upon Yuan's arrival. Wow, is mining this profitable? 10 gold coins for a kilogram. Why bother chopping down trees when we can mine? My health is dangerously low. After a bit of work, I feel significantly drained. Chapter 7. The Strategy of the Oil Thief. The first revival request incurs no cost. Revival countdown, 24 hours. Must I wait for 24 hours? The oil thief gasped in frustration as he removed his helmet. Transitioning from the game world back to his small gaming room, he experienced a sensation akin to time travel. He even felt a bit dazed. Looking up at the computer, he realized he had forgotten to turn off the live stream before starting the game. Amazingly, there were still 30 to 40,000 viewers in the stream. The streamer has awakened. Wow, finally awake. Streamer, hurry and upload the game footage. Closed beta testing is troublesome. One cannot watch the live stream and can only view recorded gameplay. Streamer, why did you log off? Is the game entertaining? As the barrage of comments in the live stream began to increase, the oil thief, knowing he had to wait 24 hours to return to the game, decided to sit before the live stream. The recording is uploading, and brothers, I must declare that this game is the best I have ever played in my life, bar none, although I have yet to unlock the plot. Just the visuals and the hyper-realistic holographic simulation of the 5 senses are enough to assert that it surpasses all other games on the market. The viewers in the live stream were captivated by his words. The oil thief is a true technical streamer, relying on authenticity to attract an audience. Wow. A game that earns such high praise from the oil thief is truly rare. I've also played holographic simulation games. They make me dizzy after a while. Surely the streamer isn't deceiving us? If he is deceiving me, I'd be run over by a car the moment I step outside. The oil thief raised 3 fingers in a vow, asserting that this game brings no discomfort whatsoever. A sense of discomfort enveloped me after I exited the game, akin to the feeling of having just traversed back from another realm, leaving me in a state of melancholic disillusionment. Why did you log off, one might wonder? That is obvious. I met my demise. Is death truly irreversible? Or is it that, as an internal tester, my slot has been relinquished? I have applied for revival. However, to resurrect for free, I must endure a 24-hour wait, which I am currently biding my time for. Allow me to share the intelligence I have gathered during my time in the game. Game strategies are the quintessential essence that all gaming streamers must navigate. Even sandbox games witness players devising strategies. Since I find myself idly waiting, I, the oil stealer, have begun to compile the information I have amassed in the game. The world backdrop of this game is interstellar, yet humanity stands as one of the weaker factions amidst the myriad of races in the cosmos. Upon entering the game, players are automatically aligned with the human faction, encountering their first NPC named Wei Yuan, the Lord of Humanity. His strength is formidable, though its exact measure remains a mystery. Players spawn within Wei Yuan's domain, a locale reminiscent of a primeval forest, where we first encounter a creature known as the bloodthirsty camellia. In a video I will soon upload, I shall elucidate the details of this novice monster, affectionately dubbed Brother Camellia by players. Do not be deceived by Brother Camelia's status as a beginner's bane. Its strength is nothing short of terrifying. I too fell victim to a surprise attack from Brother Camellia due to a moment's inattention. With the conclusion of my introduction, I have completed the upload of my recorded gameplay video. The visuals are nothing short of breathtaking. The bloodthirsty camellia is a fearsome creature, and the agonized cries of countless players echo as they succumb to its assaults. The stoic, handsome, and powerful Lord commands respect, while the dazzling technological weaponry astounds. The striking display of mechs evokes a sense of awe. In an instant, this content surged to the top of Weibo's trending searches, with interstellar humanity dominating the charts. My uploaded video has ignited a fervor among players, leaving them exhilarated. Bystanders initially mistook the footage for a trailer of a new film, lauding its exceptional visual effects. Upon realizing it was a game, they swiftly joined the discussion. The trending searches became saturated with terms related to interstellar humanity, eclipsing the fleeting fame of numerous celebrities who briefly graced the top before being overshadowed by my game's prominence. Everyone is inquiring which gaming company possesses the audacity to create such an impressive title. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan, observing players mining in his territory, remains blissfully unaware of the frenzy unfolding among the earthbound players. The players, they labor tirelessly, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Wei Yuan reclines in shade, watching them toil and sweat in their mining endeavors. How exhilarating it is to inhabit a body within the game. The energy feels inexhaustible. It has been far too long since I have experienced such a robust and powerful physique, my comrades. Let us dig. Although the energy ores are primarily utilized for mechanical purposes, during the extraction process, one cannot rely on metal to make contact. Thus, even the most advanced races must resort to digging with their bare hands when harvesting ore. Upon realizing this trait, the players promptly commenced their manual mining endeavors. The violet crystal-like ores were embedded within the soil. Their genetically enhanced bodies were no longer typical humans, though they had yet to unlock their genetic potential. Their foundational strength was formidable. Coupled with their boundless energy, their efficiency was astonishing. When the players grew weary, they exchanged the mined ores for gold coins to recuperate in medical pods. It was a sight that would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Wei Yuan eagerly awaited the arrival of more energy ores from the players. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed that a player had perished and had disconnected. Can one truly die while mining? Surely, it cannot be a cave-in? Wei Yuan hastily made his way to the site of the incident. During his journey, several more players logged off in succession. Meanwhile, in the mining area, what the hell? Are you the harbinger of doom? Where there are monsters, there are monsters. I cannot fathom how a mere mining endeavor could unleash such creatures. It is utterly absurd. The mine was shrouded in darkness, with only the energy ores casting a faint purple glow. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Dark Beggar, along with a few players, huddled in a corner. In the shadows, diminutive figures scurried through the mine, scavenging for energy ores from the fallen players. Eventually, they congregated. I distinctly saw them extract a plethora of ores. Why do they possess so little now? The creatures chattered amongst themselves. Humph, the human race is both weak and cunning. They must have already transported the ores to other humans before their demise. How infuriating! Nevertheless, we have gathered a fair amount. Let us disregard the others who are hiding. If we slay a few, those humans will think twice before daring to encroach again. The human race is so frail, yet they have the audacity to mark our planet. It is nothing short of delusional. Now, let us return and report our findings to the chieftain. Chapter 8, The Goblins. Have they left? The concealed players peered cautiously. Once assured that no one remained, they emerged from their hiding spot. Out of 29 players, only 9 remained. Why are the monsters in this game so formidable? The disparity in combat power is staggering, Dark Beggar mused with a furrowed brow. After all, he was a renowned player within the gaming community, having once achieved the top rank in a wildly popular game. He had experienced all manner of enjoyable games on the market, yet he had never encountered such overwhelming monsters right from the outset. They had not even ventured beyond the novice village before being utterly crushed. I have the distinct impression that we are on the verge of touching upon the main narrative of the game. Indeed, although at the outset, Source Guy encouraged us to explore at our leisure, suggesting that this game is primarily about map exploration. One must reflect on the title of the game and the background he provided. A game of conquest. My heart leaps with anticipation at the thought. Those ambushers we encountered earlier refer to themselves as humans, yet I suspect they belong to other races. Could it be that we are about to enter a mode of war? However, all of us are still at level 0. If our levels are low, we must simply level up. If this is truly a game of conquest, the conditions for leveling up are likely to involve vanquishing our enemies. At the mere mention of a conquest game, my eyes gleam with excitement. It is a genre I excel in. Initially, I felt a twinge of disappointment, believing this game might lean more towards exploration. Yet, astonishingly, before the first day has even concluded, our adversaries have already come knocking. However, we are left with only 9 players. What can we do? There are merely 7 of those creatures. A one-on-one confrontation is unfeasible. Yet a 9-on-1 assault could very well take down a few of them. If worst comes to worst, we can simply wait for revival. Players are also able to receive messages within the game, so everyone is now aware that each individual is granted 1 free revival opportunity. If necessary, we can afford to wait a day. However, should we fail to seize this plot point, we may not have another chance. After exchanging glances, the 9 players immediately sprang into action as the daylight began to fade. In the depths of the forest, 7 dwarves gathered around a campfire, roasting meat. A rich aroma of alcohol wafted towards us. Ha ha ha, we have unexpectedly gathered nearly 2 kilograms of energy ore. What a tremendous profit. These humans do possess some utility after all. I never anticipated that they had not even unlocked their genetic locks. With a single hammer blow, I dispatched one with ease. What a thrill. Ha ha, indeed. I had previously heard that the sole preparatory lord of the human race had arrived on this planet, and I expected him to be formidable. To my surprise, the humans have delivered merely these weaklings. Weakness is preferable, having not unlocked their genetic locks. We can capture them and force them into servitude, compelling them to mine copiously for us. Yet, the strength of that preparatory lord remains uncertain. The kin sent by the human race are all those who have yet to unlock their genetic locks. He surely wields little influence among his people. How powerful could he truly be? Yes, he is merely an inexperienced youth yet to graduate. Once our clan leader arrives, he will undoubtedly eliminate him. Given the considerable distance from the Alliance Center, even if he were to perish, no one would suspect foul play. We can simply lure those mindless insectoids over, claiming they were the ones who devoured him. Although these figures may appear diminutive, their voices resonate with surprising volume. The players, hidden in the shadows, had initially thought that gathering intelligence would prove to be a daunting task. To my surprise, as soon as I followed, these rascals revealed everything. Goodness, it felt somewhat contrived, slightly diminishing the sense of immersion. I had anticipated that gathering intelligence would be a formidable task, yet here we are. In the realm of gaming, such is the nature of the beast. The developers are undoubtedly wary of players failing to uncover clues. Let us set aside these trivial matters and focus on the evidence at hand. From my observations, these individuals appear to belong to the goblin tribe. Short, irascible creatures with a penchant for drink, sporting blacksmithing tools, and fingers thick and short, covered in iron shavings. Goblins. How absurd that this band of goblins dares to enslave us. Alas, from this perspective, it is indeed evident that humanity is rather disadvantaged amidst the myriad of races. Clearly, they came prepared, having devised a plan to confront us long ago. Fortunately, we discovered them in advance. Once we eliminate them, we shall report back to the Lord. We covertly observe the goblins. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, they are bound to feel drowsy. As they kindle a bonfire here, their camp must be far enough that they cannot return in one night. We shall wait. At this moment, one of the goblins by the fire, with a flushed face from drink, unsteadily rises to his feet. Where are you off to? To relieve myself. I can't hold it in. The embers crackle, producing a series of popping sounds, quite hypnotic in the stillness of the forest. The goblin who had posed the earlier question muttered a soft "oh" before succumbing to slumber. The players remained tense, watching the approaching goblin. What a pitiful creature, rushing over to relieve itself at such a time. A group assault? Indeed, but we must first silence him to prevent the others from noticing. After Dark Beggar's suggestion, the other players signaled an okay gesture. At this juncture, the goblin had found a suitable tree. With eyes closed, he began to relieve himself. Now, Dark Beggar grasped a vine as thick as an arm and leapt from the tree, swiftly ensnaring the goblin's neck, while another player deftly produced a filthy sock to stifle the goblin's cries. Following a few muffled sounds in the woods, silence enveloped the area. Meanwhile, The goblins by the bonfire remained blissfully unaware. Dark Beggar wiped the blood splattered on his face, grimacing slightly at the nauseating sight. This game is remarkably lifelike, which would be quite troublesome. The scent of blood is overpowering. A quick bath will remedy that. Look, this fellow's pack contains an abundance of weapons. Congratulations to player Dark Beggar for slaying a level 1 goblin and completing a hidden quest. Gold reward, 300. The goblin dropped 15 weapons. What do we have here? Let me see. The players huddled together, their eyes gleaming with greed. Slaying a goblin yields 300 gold. This is far more lucrative than mining. A tattered cloth armor, a bow, an iron pickaxe, and a saw. Look, a saw. Everyone, choose a suitable weapon. Once we have eliminated the remaining 6, we shall divide the spoils. All right, let us proceed. By the campfire, the largest of the goblins squinted his eyes and furrowed his brow. His prominent nose suddenly sniffed the air with intensity, while his pointed ears twitched slightly. The players stealthily approached. Chapter 9. Am I, a mere level 2 goblin, truly worthy of your deploying a battle mech? Huffed. Ugh. By the campfire, the inebriated goblins were systematically dispatched and dragged away. Even after their bodies had been removed, the scent of blood in the air grew increasingly pungent. By the time the goblin chief opened his eyes, 3 or 4 of his companions had vanished. Hey, where have those few gone? The goblin chief's voice was gruff. Upon awakening, he first nudged the goblin sleeping beside him. There were originally 7 goblins, and now only 3 remained. Aside from the warm glow of the campfire, the surrounding forest was enveloped in darkness. The eerie woods rustled with the wind. The goblin who had just been awakened was still somewhat dazed. I just heard them mention going to relieve themselves. Do they require 4 to go together? The goblin chief bellowed in anger, striking the still drowsy goblin awake. Hidden in the shadows, the players who had just eliminated the 4th goblin held their breath. Roar! The goblin chief shouted into the woods. No response came. Only the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it an even more intense scent of blood. The goblin, who had previously pondered whether their chief had lost his wits, was now struck by a realization. Yet, his immediate response was one of trepidation. Chief, could there be some monstrous creature lurking in the woods? This planet is a level 5 world. Perhaps the indigenous species has also reached level 5. Could they have been devoured by the natives? Another goblin shivered at the thought. The goblin chief furrowed his brow deeply, feeling a hint of fear himself. If it were truly the indigenous species, would we still be alive? Could it possibly be those humans from before? Indeed, Chief, do not jest. We ought to leave swiftly. The fear expressed by his 2 subordinates somewhat infected the goblin chief. However, something felt amiss. If their adversaries were genuinely powerful, why would they hide in the shadows to ambush them? Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, the goblin chief's crimson eyes scanned the forest. Burp! Just then, a player unexpectedly let out a burp. What the hell, what are you doing? Feeling a bit anxious? I tend to burp when I'm nervous. I didn't expect this habit to follow me into the game. For heaven's sake, stop talking. That big goblin is coming our way. 9v3, the odds favor us. Do not hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Let us charge forth. In the shadows, a player readied his bow, an arrow, aiming towards the goblin chief. Unfortunately, the arrow, once shot, softly landed before the goblin chief, devoid of any intimidation. Its old 6 arrow. One of the goblins recognized the projectile that had been hurled. The goblin chief's eyes instantly turned crimson as he bellowed in anger towards the direction of the hidden assailants. Do you dare to provoke me? His coarse, pointed nose twitched. He detected it. The scent of humans. Damnomans. How dare you slay goblins? The echo of his furious roar reverberated throughout the forest. To his astonishment, the audacity to strike against them came from those wretched humans, those who had not even unlocked their genetic locks. Mere beings fit only to serve as the lowest of slaves. How could they dare to confront them? After his outburst, the goblin chief recalled his earlier fright, contemplating escape, and his face flushed with rage. These damned humans were not cowed into submission. They had the audacity to approach and intimidate their esteemed goblin kin. It was nothing short of suicidal. Seizing a massive iron hammer nearby, he charged into the woods. His diminutive stature made the ground tremble with each step. Oh no! This creature had been provoked. He was going berserk. The noise was indeed terrifying. Enough chatter, onward. 9 players surged forward. All seasoned veterans who had made their mark in other games. They all struck out. But 9 individuals fell victim to the wrath of the rampaging goblin chief in a single blow. Ouch! I only set my pain threshold to 5%, and it hurts, exclaimed one. How can he be this strong? What dreadful luck! The players lay scattered on the ground, except for one who, in an effort to maintain lucidity, had adjusted his pain receptors slightly. The others had entirely shut off their sensation of pain. Blood pooled around them, limbs broken and twisted. The goblin chief listened to their lamentations and scoffed. Now you know fear, do you? It's too late. Initially, he had contemplated sparing these lowly humans, but their audacity in stalking and ambushing him revealed their despicable nature. He roared in fury, perplexed as to why they still had the presence of mind to converse despite their injuries. Yet, their palpable terror brought him delight. Such chatter from a creature not yet slain signifies what? It heralds the arrival of the protagonist. He sneered internally. How classic the trope. The underlings are beaten, and the hero arrives just in time to save the day. The goblin chief let out a haughty snort. Foolish humans. Do you truly believe your lord will come to your rescue? Let me enlighten you. Even if your esteemed leader were to arrive in person, he would be powerless to save you. The cold-hearted goblin chief ruthlessly swung the massive iron hammer in his hand toward the head of the beggar lurking in the shadows. Damn it, you all call me a harbinger of doom, saying whatever I predict comes true. Today, let us see if I can indeed say something that will come pass. The beggar in the shadows shouted in desperation, Brother Yuan, save me, as the hammer descended. It carried with it an icy, bone-chilling gust, distorting the very air around it. The beggar could already envision his skull being crushed into a pulp. Thankfully, his pain receptors had been dulled to zero, he thought. At that moment, a resounding hum echoed, accompanied by a searing beam of laser light. Before the hammer could reach its target, the upper half of the goblin chief's body had already been severed from the lower half. A column of light illuminated the forest, making it as bright as day. Goblins are notoriously resilient, especially a level 2 goblin. Blood poured from the chief's mouth, yet he still clung to life. With wide eyes filled with terror, he beheld the mech descending from above. His crimson eyes reflected the silhouette of a sleek black mech, adorned with twin turbine wings and wielding a massive sword on its back, exuding an aura of sheer magnificence. It was a battle domain mech. The goblin chief's heart raced, ultimately bursting in his chest. In his final moments, he pondered, is this really necessary? Am I, a mere level 2 goblin, worthy of summoning a battle domain mech? This human lord is rather peculiar. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the goblin chief met his end. Wow, the protagonist has truly arrived. The beggar lifted his head to gaze at the slowly descending mech, his blood surging with exhilaration. Chapter 10. The Lord is generous. He truly delivers goodies. Goodness, this mech is absolutely stunning. I must upload this video. It's bound to go viral. If only he could move, he would definitely whistle in admiration for Brother Yuan. So cool, so cool. Meanwhile, players lay on the ground, missing limbs, yet still found time to extol Wei Yuan. The sleek black mech landed beside the players, and Wei Yuan emerged from within. Brother Yuan, those goblins don't seem to be native to this planet. I overheard them saying they were looking for their chieftain to deal with you. The beggar understood the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the unfolding narrative took precedence. Perhaps it would unlock a new quest. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Wei Yuan's expression shift dramatically. The goblin clan? His gaze fell upon the 2 goblins trembling in the corner, too fearful even to raise their heads. They had just witnessed the brutal demise of their leader. This human's prowess was far from what their chieftain had described as weak. This planet was granted to me by the Academy. How did the goblin clan arrive here? Wei Yuan furrowed his brow. Before hastening here, he had presumed that it was the indigenous species of this planet that had taken action. To his astonishment, it turned out to be individuals from other races. Moreover, they must have arrived on this planet ahead of time. Who sent you? Although the human race is feeble, the goblins are not significantly stronger. As a long-lived species, the goblins predominantly live in impoverished conditions, typically engaging in the crafting of crude weapons for survival. To this day, no lord has emerged from the goblin clan. Therefore, Wei Yuan could be certain that they had been dispatched by his former classmates. But who could it be? Perhaps another long-lived race, the elves, or the gods? Wei Yuan recalled the 2 perennial 2nd and 3rd place students in the academy. One was the son of the elven clan leader, and the other was from the divine race, a descendant of the former alliance leader. We know nothing, my lord. Please spare us. The 2 goblins, under Wei Yuan's piercing gaze, were terrified to the point of nearly losing control of their bladders. With a thud, both goblins simultaneously knelt before Wei Yuan, bowing their heads. Please spare us. We beseech you. We shall never dare again. Oh, weren't you quite boastful earlier? Why the sudden fear? A player, lying on the ground with only a sliver of health remaining, began to taunt the goblins. Brother Yuan, these two dare to strike at us, claiming that our human race is a despicable breed. Just kill them. Wait, I just heard them say they want to capture us as slaves. I think having a few goblin slaves wouldn't be so bad. The players expected the goblins to be furious, especially when they had just discovered that humans were responsible for slaying their companion. An expression of utter humiliation etched on their faces. However, to their surprise, upon hearing the players discuss enslavement, the two goblins suddenly appeared as though they had found a glimmer of hope. They fervently bowed before Wei Yuan, exclaiming, my lord, we are willing to be your slaves. We implore you, accept us as your slaves. Being a slave at least offered a chance for survival. Without utility, their fate would surely be death. Goblins are a long-lived species, easily living for 5 to 6 centuries. Even if humans were to unlock their third-level genetic lock, their lifespan would only extend to 500 years. At worst, they could outlive them by sheer longevity. The two goblins had indeed devised a clever plan. Wei Yuan understood their thoughts, but noticing the players' keen interest in slavery, he nodded in agreement. Mo Yun, take them back. Understood, came the low response from the black mech. Then, amidst the astonished and delighted gazes of the players, it extended its hand and grasped them all within its palm. Mo Yin thoughtfully lowered his head to inquire of the players. How you feel? Is there any turbulence? No, it's quite good. My health hasn't diminished at all, replied the player, subconsciously begging for a response. Then, a soft chuckle escaped from the mech, affirming the master's words. Indeed, you are quite humorous. What? You possess your own consciousness? Indeed, Mo Yin replied. Artificial intelligence has been applied in numerous domains. The master mentioned that you have just awakened and have much to learn. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to visit the armory and ask us. It has been quite some time since we have encountered so many humans. The players, upon hearing Mo Yun's words, were left in a state of astonishment. Wow, I am aware that the game setting is a futuristic interstellar world, but I never anticipated that the mechs here would also possess artificial intelligence. A player caught the essence of the matter, so does that mean all the mechs we saw in the armory have their own consciousness? Indeed, Mo Yun confirmed, as the turbine behind him glowed with a blue light, lifting the players and 2 slaves into the air. We were created by the master and will henceforth be your comrades in battle. Incredible, exclaimed a player, overwhelmed with excitement, only to succumb to excessive blood loss and die. After being logged out, he had no time for anger and immediately rushed to his computer to share the recorded video from a game. Amazing. A new storyline in Interstellar Human Race. The mechs possess artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan remained oblivious to the explosive developments in the gaming community back on Earth, as he was busy claiming his quest rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of summoning 30 compatriots. Quest reward, level 1 gene lock potion, perfect, Titan Giant gene. Wei Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The Titan Giant gene, just like that? Wow, the system knows exactly what I lack. Although trading in genes was no longer legal, the genes of dominant races were not meant for dissemination. The Titan race was undeniably a clan of warriors, renowned for their physical prowess, with legends claiming that at their peak, Titan champions could confront mechs using only their bodies. While adjusting the genetic modifications for the players, Wei Yuan often fantasized about possessing such precious genes. To his surprise, the system truly delivered. He was filled with joy. As for the level 1 gene lock potion, it was precisely what he urgently needed. The potions developed in the interstellar realm were indeed useful. However, Wei Yuan hesitated to administer them to the players, as those potions were controlled and developed by the Alliance Trading Company. In typical large clans, when important offspring unlocked their gene locks, they would customarily concoct their own potions. What hidden agendas lay within, Wei Yuan could not discern. However, upon acquiring the system, when he summoned players for the first time, the system inexplicably reset all of his genetic locks. This compelled Wei Yuan to suspect that the genetic lock potions provided by the Alliance were flawed. In comparison to the Alliance, Wei Yuan undoubtedly placed greater faith in the system. You have a new task list. Please claim it promptly. 1. Summon 100 loyal tribesmen within 24 hours. 2. Defend your territory by eliminating 300 invading goblins. Chapter 11. Astonishing. Interstellar Human Race has opened more slots. The Goblin Clan, indeed, landed on my planet earlier than anticipated. A flicker of disdain crossed Wei Yuan's eyes. Truly detestable vermin. Even on such a remote planet, they dared to make a move against him. Given this, he would not hold back, claiming the task. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the gaming group, I am truly going insane. What have I missed? The oil thief gazed at the videos sent by the players who had perished shortly after, feeling utterly bewildered. It had only been a few hours since his death, yet the game world had already evolved so significantly. Secret beggar. Haha, I'm not saying this, but my friend, you logged out a tad too early. Otherwise, you could have conversed with the intelligent mechs. The oil thief. I'm already in despair. Do not disturb me. Daydreamer. Why is this happening? Rat. Your skills are not superior to mine, and the beggar's tactics are not as formidable as my own. Why did both of you receive invitations for the game's beta test, while I did not? This group comprises several highly skilled players. Most members are formidable gamers from around the globe, occasionally teaming up. However, currently, only the oil thief and secret beggar have received invitations for the interstellar human race beta test. Other players are merely spectators, unable to secure beta accounts, relegated to watching the enticing videos shared by the oil thief and secret beggar. Many were initially lurking in the shadows, but as they viewed the continuous stream of gameplay videos from secret beggar, their composure began to wane. All of them were avid gamers. With such an impressive new game debuting, who could possibly resist? Indeed, it is baffling how this gaming company selects its players. The rat had barely entered the game before succumbing to defeat. Were it me, I would surely survive until the end. Indeed, rat, you are squandering your account. If you cannot manage it, hand the beta account over to me, and I shall play on your behalf. The oil thief. You all are calculating schemes that even I can hear from within the country. The oil thief. The game company chose us as beta players, which surely affirms my skills. The oil thief. Dying at the start was merely due to carelessness. It was an accident. Do you understand an accident? The oil thief fervently flooded the group with messages, prepared to defend his honor. To his astonishment, after a prolonged period of messaging, he noticed an abrupt silence in the group. The friends who had been actively chatting moments ago had seemingly vanished. Where is everyone? He inquired. Hello, is anyone there? At that moment, the character known as Dark Beggar was being placed into a medical pod within the game world. Nutrient fluid gradually filled the chamber, and the comforting ambience almost lulled him to sleep. Yet, the incessant notifications from the communicator in his mind kept interrupting his tranquility. Are you a fool, rat? I'm gravely injured and recuperating. What do you want? Dark Beggar typed. What is it? Oh my goodness. Listen up. The game has been updated. What has been updated? A link was swiftly shared in the group chat. Dark Beggar clicked on it, revealing the official website of Interstellar Human Race. The page had transformed dramatically from a rudimentary layout into a striking visual. It depicted a decapitated goblin, its large head lying on the ground, blood oozing from the neck. The flickering orange campfire cast an eerie glow over the scene. The goblin's blood appeared faintly green, soaking into the earth below. There are no signs of computer-generated imagery. It looked as if someone had simply captured a photograph of the event. In the center of the image, bold letters proclaimed, "The territorial war is about to commence. Players are summoned to the interstellar human race to defend human territories. 100 beta accounts will soon be released. Click to apply." Goodness, Dark Beggar exclaimed, his eyes widening in the nutrient fluid. In an instant, his connection to the network back on Earth severed. The gentle voice of the medical pod's electronic screen inquired, "Dark Beggar, do you feel any discomfort during the treatment?" Bubbles surfaced as he anxiously spoke. "I want to participate in the battle mission." His mind was racing with excitement. Application for Dark Beggar successful. Once the electronic voice echoed in his consciousness, he finally calmed down. It truly is a mission, he thought gleefully while soaking in the nutrient fluid. In just one day, Interstellar Human Race had ignited a frenzy within the gaming community. Dark Beggar was convinced that once accounts were opened, the game would undoubtedly captivate the globe. There was no need to discuss technological advancements. The game's visuals and holographic simulation alone were enough to drive people wild. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan stared in disbelief at the data transmitted by the system. What? How many have applied for accounts? 200,000. 200,000? Are you certain there's no mistake? I just released this beta account a day ago. Wei Yuan, astonished, began to investigate the situation at hand. It is noteworthy that he had summoned these 30 players merely a day ago. The time differential between Earth and this realm is 11. This implies that on Earth, the game had just released 30 internal testing accounts, swiftly followed by another 100. Such practices are not typical in the gaming industry. Hence, when Wei Yuan first disseminated the information, he harbored concerns about whether he would manage to gather 100 participants. To his surprise, Within just a few minutes, an astounding 200,000 individuals had signed up. As he perused the news circulating on Earth's internet, a smile increasingly adorned his face. The enthusiasm displayed by these players was truly remarkable. He had not anticipated such fervor. The videos shared online by players post-session had garnered an unexpected level of response. It was not only those within the gaming community who took notice. Even individuals who typically do not engage in gaming were leaving inquiries beneath the account of the oil thief. Observing the video created by the oil thief after logging off, Wei Yuan nodded in approval. Among this initial batch of players, there were indeed individuals skilled in promotion. It was no wonder that advertising companies sought collaborations with such streamers. Their ability to influence and rally support was truly impressive. Selecting 100 from a pool of 200,000 was undeniably a delightful burden. System, let be your prerogative to choose these 100 individuals. The current gaming landscape is utterly odious. Has marketing now infiltrated the very essence of gaming? The sheer volume of advertisements proclaiming to be the most authentic holographic simulation game is nothing short of absurd. I am eager to see if this game truly lives up to the hype. At that moment, a wealthy heir, who aspired to enter the entertainment industry, but had spent exorbitantly on trending searches without even breaking into the top 20, furiously clicked to apply for an account at his computer. Chapter 12. This game is exceedingly enjoyable. Ding dong. Just as the affluent heir, Zhang Tao, clicked the mouse, the doorbell of his villa rang, causing him to flinch slightly. He then heard the butler knock at the door. What is it, sir? Your package has arrived. Huh? Zhang Tao, somewhat puzzled, rose to open the door and was greeted by the butler holding a parcel. What is this? He reached out to take it, and as he shut the door, he noticed the logo emblazoned on the package. Interstellar Human Race? This name momentarily left him bewildered. As he pondered when he had ordered a package, the logo seemed quite familiar. As this thought flitted through his mind, he suddenly noticed a new interface popping up on his computer screen. Congratulations! You have obtained an internal testing account for Interstellar Human Race. Please don the helmet and enter the game within 3 minutes. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeiture of the account, and helmet privileges will be revoked. The lengthy text made Zhang Tao pause momentarily. Wow. Is this the game I just registered for? He mused. Is this game company exceptionally remarkable? When he registered his account, he hadn't provided an address or phone number. Upon unboxing the delivery, he discovered an impressively futuristic helmet inside. Could this be a setup specifically targeting me? Zhang Tao instinctively questioned, only to be amused by his own thoughts. Although his family was affluent, it seemed improbable that anyone would go to such lengths to orchestrate something against him. However, he rarely played games. Should he indulge in this one? With skepticism, he gazed at the helmet in his hands. Initially, he had intended to venture into the entertainment industry, but after his trending topic was suppressed, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet, now that he had secured this account, he thought, why not play? If it turned out to be unenjoyable, he could always expose it online, leveraging his family's connections. As he donned the helmet, darkness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within a sleep pod in the lounge, following the same procedure as the previous players. He decided on the name, Wind Blows Bottom. He then observed the surrounding players, chattering excitedly about their good fortune and how many had failed to secure an account. I can't believe it. With odds of 2001, I actually managed to get in. I must be the chosen one. They exclaimed. Wow, it's just like the videos. Everything feels utterly real. If it weren't for the IDs floating above everyone's heads, I'd suspect I had time traveled. Truthfully, he had previously thought those streamers and videos were merely promotional content released by the game to attract players, but the quality was undeniably authentic. This game was destined for success. Ha ha! Come on, brother, this game is already incredibly popular. Listening to the chatter around him, Wind Blows Bottom took a deep breath. The cool air carried a hint of moisture. The air quality on this planet was incomparable to that of urban Earth. It was indeed real. Wind Blows Bottom raised his hand, examining the intricate patterns on his skin and the robust muscles on his arms, his heart racing. This was a sensation of power. He clenched his fist, feeling every muscle in his body respond instantaneously. This physique was astonishingly formidable. Wind Blows Bottom realized that his current strength surpassed that of the expensive bodyguards his father had hired. Had the development of games advanced to such an extent? It was exhilarating. Congratulations to all of you who have awakened. I am your lord, Wei Yuan. Following the same process as the first batch of players, Wei Yuan promptly released a promotional video produced by the system. New players had, to some extent, already viewed the videos shared by previous players. resulting in a high level of acceptance of the game. According to intelligence gathered by our kin, our territory has become the target of the Goblin clan, which has dispatched hundreds of goblins to this planet, lying in wait to launch an assault against us. Thus, I have summoned you to awaken, solely to safeguard our domain. However, before we confront these goblins, my dear kin, it is imperative that you all stretch your limbs. Moreover, most of the goblins have already unlocked the first level of their genetic locks. If you wish, you may procure the potion for the first level genetic lock from me. Wei Yuan unfurled the system's reward of the first level genetic lock potions. The veteran players, still alive, had already placed their orders. New players eagerly approached to inspect the offerings. What? A genetic potion costs 100 gold coins? How on earth am I supposed to acquire 100 gold coins as a novice? Brother, you can mine. Mining is quick money. You could also hunt for branches and twigs from the Chuang brothers to exchange for some coins. Ha! Just like that streamer, right after starting, they went and lost first blood? That's hilarious. Let us go, let us mine first. Honestly, I never understood why those guys rushed to mine, but now I get it. The player speaking flexed his biceps. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through my body. Me too. My physique in this game feels far superior to my own. I become quite the couch potato, and I never imagined I would experience this invigorating sensation reminiscent of my youth. Stop boasting. Were you really that impressive in your youth? The players surged out of the resting area. The sensation of leaping 2 to 3 meters with a single stride was utterly astonishing. Wind blows, but transitioned from disdain to amazement, and now to exhilaration. One leap could easily cover over 3 meters, capable of crushing a rock with ease. This extraordinary feeling of strength was something one could never experience, even with wealth. Had I known gaming could be this exhilarating, I would have started much earlier. Wind blows, but spread his arms and sprinted, reveling in the sensation of the breeze brushing against his face. It was simply delightful, exhilarating beyond measure. The players had already gleaned the locations of the mines from the videos of veteran players. They rushed into the mines, mesmerized by the breathtaking scenery and the physical demands they had never encountered before. Wind blows, but joined the other players, lost in the joy of mining. Even the soreness in his muscles became an obsession. This game was undeniably enchanting. While mining, Wind blows but felt tears welling up. However, the next moment, he felt the urge to relieve himself. This game was perhaps a tad too realistic. Guys, I'll step out for a moment to use the restroom. Save a spot for me. The wind rustled as Wind blows but greeted the nearby players engrossed in mining, before making his way towards the hills outside the cave. Chapter 13. 100% pain sensation? What a warrior. Wind blows but shivered. The game was splendid in every aspect, yet it felt almost too realistic. Clearly, the game developers had not considered the potential implications. What if more players joined and malevolent individuals infiltrated? The consequences of being banned for inappropriate conduct would be dire. Once offline, he resolved to seek out the game developers to share his concerns. As he donned his attire and whistled, preparing to return to mining, he sensed something lurking behind the hill after only walking a few dozen meters. A cacophony of sounds emerged from the shadows. What could it be? Wind blows but cautiously peeked over the mound, only to lock eyes with a pair of dark crimson orbs. Goodness! The sight of those eyes startled Wind blows but immensely. A goblin? A human! The goblin hunched its back, exposing its jagged teeth, clearly surprised at being discovered. It had thought it was hidden well while scouting, yet had been spotted by a human. Just as the chieftain had warned, these creatures were indeed cunning and sly. Could it be that I am the chosen one? Wind blows, but recalled the words of fellow miners from earlier that day. He rarely played games, yet somehow he had drawn this account. How long had he even been playing? And already, he encountered a wild goblin. Ha! With a grin plastered across his face. He mused that he truly must be destined for greatness. Yield now, goblin. I never expected a quest to materialize right before my eyes. Wind blows, but had hardly glanced at the videos shared by other players. Gazing at the diminutive creature before him, he felt that a mere flick of his hand would suffice to conquer it. With a wicked grin, he charged forward, exuding an air of confidence. The goblin, taken aback by the audacity of this fearless human, faltered for a moment. As it observed the human charging towards it, a frown creased its brow. Surely, this human must have some tricks up his sleeve? Could it be advanced weaponry? Yet, it was clear that he had not activated any genetic locks. Before the goblin could gather its thoughts, Wind blows, but had already reached it. With a resounding slap, he struck the goblin's dark green face. My word, such tough skin. Wind blows, but had exerted all his strength for that blow. Given his earlier feat of crushing rocks, he expected this strike to at least stun the goblin. Yet, why did it remain standing there, seemingly unscathed? Moreover, his eyes grew increasingly crimson, even without having played the game. The character Wind-blowing buttocks could sense the escalating fury of the enraged goblin. Damn those humans. A slap in the face is an ultimate affront, regardless of race. I shall slay you. The goblin roared, brandishing a massive hammer. Bang! Wind-blowing buttocks awakened with a scream, jolting from his helmet. The sensation of his brain splintering was vivid, his entire being trembling. My lord, what troubles you? Upon hearing Wind-blowing buttocks' anguished cries, the butler hastily approached with concern. Wind-blowing buttocks shuddered, his visage pale as he dazedly removed his helmet. As he gasped for breath and his heartbeat gradually calmed, realization dawned upon him. He had merely been playing a game. A game. Thankfully, it was just a game. Yet the pain was excruciating. Who was it that claimed one would not feel pain if death were sudden? Wind-blowing buttocks wiped away tears, whether born of fear or pain. He could not tell, shivering all the while. The butler stood at the door, furrowing his brow. My lord, is there an issue with this game? Are you unwell? I'm fine. Please leave. I need a moment. Wind-blowing buttocks waved him away. He gazed at the removed helmet, exhaling deeply. What a thrill. What ecstasy. What exhilaration. This feeling surpassed even that of racing cars. This game is astounding, truly remarkable. Wind-blowing buttocks donned a helmet once more. Hurry. I wish to return to the game. Applying for your free revival. Please wait 24 hours. What nonsense. I must wait 24 hours. I do not want a free revival. Tell me how much it costs. This game currently does not offer recharge services. To revive immediately, please pay 100 gold coins. Your gold coin balance, 37. Insufficient balance. Damn it, I only mined for a few minutes today before that goblin killed me. Wind-blowing buttocks gritted his teeth. No wonder those players hurried to mine upon logging in. They're all a bunch of fools. If the mines are exhausted, how will they acquire gold in the future? He had long forgotten his original intentions upon entering the game. At this moment, Wind-blowing buttocks was tormented by the inability to return to the game world. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was somewhat astonished upon receiving the player death notification. Are there still reckless newcomers entering the game without adjusting their sensory values? Dying under full pain perception. Good heavens, this is a true warrior. Wei Yuan silently applauded this unknown hero. Attention, all players. A goblin has been spotted near the mine. The last known location of the goblin has been marked on the map. The electronic notification echoed in the minds of every player. Capture the goblin to receive a reward of 100 gold coins. A map of the territory subsequently materialized, highlighting a conspicuous red dot near the mine. The players engaged in mining were taken aback, having just disposed of a corpse. The goblin exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he not acted swiftly, this human might have escaped to raise the alarm. However, it seemed this particular human lacked intelligence, daring to charge in alone to meet his demise. The goblin chuckled derisively, believing the human to be formidable, yet he was swiftly dispatched. The goblin had chosen an advantageous position, allowing him to easily observe the activities within the mine. Just as he basked in his triumph, players began to emerge from the mine, one after another. Were they not mining any longer? The sun had yet to set. Could it be that they were taking a break? The goblin's mind could not fathom complex scenarios, and he assumed these humans were merely resting. As the chieftain had instructed that they should return to relay messages during their downtime, so that an attack could be launched once they fell asleep. Just as this goblin turned to leave, he found himself surrounded by the very humans who had been exiting moments before. This creature remains right here. They jeered. Seize him. That is a bounty of 100 gold coins. Dozens of players converged, rushing towards him. Chapter 14. Begging in the shadows. Indeed, fortune often favors the bold. Heart of the black tiger. Witness my monkey stealing the peach. They laughed, little green skin. Meet your end. Though the players surged forward, they were unarmed. Faced with a level 1 goblin, they could hardly discern his movements, mistakenly believing him to be among the incompetent. A flicker of malice flashed in the goblin's eyes. He was not one of the earlier failures dispatched. Being chosen for reconnaissance signified that he was an elite among goblins. Do not rush blindly. This is a level 2 goblin, cautioned a player who had recently emerged from the medical bay, now a seasoned beggar in the shadows. Upon gazing into the goblin's eyes, he recognized its true level. While level 1 goblins could be defeated by sheer numbers, A level 2 could only be vanquished post-upgrade. Step aside. The player, who now bore a commanding presence, advanced to the forefront of the crowd. Indeed, he was no longer the same beggar as before. He had evolved into a level 1 shadow beggar. The gold he acquired from that assassination mission provided him with enough resources to purchase a level 1 gene lock potion. At that moment, he merely gazed at the goblin, his previously obscured movements now discernible with remarkable precision. With a fierce resolve, he charged forth. In an instant, his figure vanished from its original position, followed by the cacophony of battle. The players could only perceive countless afterimages flashing before their eyes. A sudden blow from the shadows struck the goblin squarely in the face, causing its robust green skin to flush with a hint of red. How could he possess such strength? This elite goblin was knocked to the ground by a single punch, the force of which failed to fully dissipate immediately. After rolling several times, he finally came to a halt. "You are not human," the goblin bellowed. "How could a level 1 human overpower a level 2 creature like himself?" In the next heartbeat, a heavier punch descended upon him. The shadowy figure pressed down upon the goblin, unleashing a flurry of blows akin to raindrops falling rapidly. "Not human. Open your eyes and see. I am indeed human. Smack. That'll teach you to be blind." Thud, thud. The shadowy figure grasped the goblin's ears and forcefully slammed its head against the ground, dark green blood splattering everywhere. "You think you're so tough? A mere minion daring to challenge our human stronghold? Coveting our territory? Huh? You dare to kill me?" The shadowy figure seethed with rage. The game's realism was overwhelming. It was difficult for him not to immerse himself in the experience. The scenes of players being slain were undeniably gruesome. They had all played together, forming a bond of camaraderie. Memories of being mercilessly slaughtered by goblins flooded his mind, igniting his fury. Had it not been for Brother Yuan's timely intervention, he would have had to wait 24 hours for a chance to return. And even then, he had spent a fortune on healing. How long would it take to mine that much gold? "You truly deserve to die." I was wrong, please stop. "I'm human. I'm human." Isn't that enough? The goblin, now level 2, held a position of some authority within its tribe. Yet, it found itself treated in such a manner by a mere level 1 human. Anger and hatred surged within it, convinced that this human must be deranged. Why resort to violence when there was no deep-seated grudge? The goblin's teeth had been shattered by the relentless assault, leaving it a pitiful sight, bloodied and unable to articulate its pleas for mercy. Meanwhile, the other players observed in awe. "Wow, is this the power that comes with leveling up? It feels incredible. The speed, the strength, it's exhilarating." Suddenly, an overwhelming desire to upgrade surged within me. I had previously believed that my physique, adorned with muscles, was already quite impressive. However, it has now become evident that my understanding was rather superficial. The players around me gazed enviously, their eyes shimmering with admiration as they whispered of mining. "We must extract more ore." I demanded. After venting my frustrations through covert pleas, I let out a final roar of defiance. With a firm stomp, I leapt into the air, fists clenched, and struck down upon the goblin before me. With a splatter, this elite goblin expelled a torrent of blood, succumbing to the strike of a mere level 1 human. He departed this world with unfulfilled aspirations. What a thrill! I exhaled a sigh of relief. And then I heard the electronic voice announce, "Congratulations to the player covert beggar for becoming the first to slay a level 2 goblin. Special reward triggered. 1 participation voucher for the special festival event." A small golden firework erupted above my head, capturing the attention of all players present. "What is this participation voucher for the special festival event? Is there no explanation?" I too found myself without clarity. However, being categorized as a special reward certainly indicated its value. The players were filled with curiosity. Why not ask Brother Yuan? He might have the answers. Indeed, the thought of consulting Brother Yuan seemed wise. The players were abuzz with anticipation, convinced that this reward must be extraordinary, perhaps even leading to a dungeon quest. At that moment, the number of players within the game was still modest, fostering a sense of camaraderie as we mined together. I too was eager to uncover the purpose of this special reward. Thus, I approached Wei Yuan, inquiring, "Brother Yuan, what exactly is a festival event participation voucher?" Feigning surprise. Wei Yuan gazed at me. "You obtained a festival event participation voucher? That is a splendid treasure. When the special festival arrives, I will need to bring my clan to participate in the activities at the Lord's Academy. Only those who possess the festival event participation voucher may accompany me." Upon hearing this, the players erupted in excitement. The Lord's Academy. Is that part of the main storyline of the Interstellar game? Does that mean those who accompany you will get to board a spaceship and visit the so-called Central Star? How exhilarating. Only those who possess this voucher can go. Brother Yuan, how can we acquire this voucher? They clamored, curiosity ablaze in their eyes. I am not the one distributing them, Wei Yuan replied, shaking his head. Only those clansmen who have made exceptional contributions to our community may possess one. Beggar, you truly have a knack for stumbling upon fortuitous events, exclaimed the tardy oil thief, rushing in. Chapter 15, Ecstasy. The Mecha Maiden arrives. The thief of oil is truly filled with disdain. He had no intention of avoiding mining. However, as a veteran player, he had been vanquished by the bloodthirsty cedar on his very first day, a bitter pill he struggled to swallow. Thus, upon his resurrection, he hastily purchased energy mines from other players and immediately set to work with a basic energy saw to fell trees. In just one day, he cleared a substantial area of bloodthirsty cedars surrounding his base. When he finally remembered to inquire about the player's news, intending to strategize for his next offline session, he learned that the beggar had received new rewards, a special one at that. Upon his swift arrival, he overheard Brother Source explaining this reward. Thud! The thief of oil knelt on the ground, his head hung low in despair, murmuring to himself, "Why must there be a beggar when there exists a thief of oil? The pain, it is unbearable." Tears streamed down his cheeks. The beggar approached him, patting his shoulder. "Don't be disheartened. I will share the video with you when I get to the Lord's Academy. Do not mourn, nor harbor jealousy. Everyone has a bright future ahead. I have never even seen a goblin-ass face. Why don't they venture into cedar-ass forest?" The thief of oil shrugged off the beggar's hand, muttering to himself, and then walked away, appearing utterly dejected. His silhouette was indeed a sorrowful sight. Wei Yuan observed this player, who had made significant contributions, and cleared his throat, feeling an urge to offer a reminder. Goblins may not be the sharpest, but they are not entirely foolish. The bloodthirsty cedar forest is perilous. They must have been dazed to wander into such a treacherous area. That vast expanse of bloodthirsty cedars, while dangerous, does provide some degree of protection for the base. The minerals extracted by players have already sufficed to cover the final payment for Sister Emilo. Once the goblins are cleared, the players must swiftly cut down that extensive grove of bloodthirsty cedars. The timber, once harvested, could be auctioned on the Star Network, likely attracting many sellers from the Treant race. As Wei Yuan contemplated, he realized he had quite a few matters to attend to. He activated his communicator. "Sister, where are you now?" At that moment, within the silent expanse of the cosmic passage, Emilo, having traversed countless spatial tunnels, bore a pallid expression. The communicator flickered twice. "Senior, it seems there is an issue with the original flight path. I utilized spatial translocation technology. I will arrive at your planet in 3 minutes. By the way, Senior, this planet was previously unclaimed, but it is now marked under your name. Have you not considered bestowing it with a name?" I had forgotten." Upon reading Emilo's message, Wei Yuan recalled his unutilized right to name the planet. He accessed the Star Network through his intelligent brain and directly entered the planetary registration website. Upon the completion of genetic identification, the page for naming the planet instantly materialized. Let's call it Blue Star. This celestial body, known as Wei Yuan Dao, serves as humanity's original domain within this universe. The impetus for cosmic voyages stemmed from the depletion of resources on Blue Star. Ultimately, following a fierce conflict with the Zerg, Blue Star was lost to humanity. Henceforth, the human race relocated to a new planet. Now, as the Lord's Reserve, Wei Yuan has christened this first haven for human survival as Blue Star. The moment the name was entered, the registration was successfully completed. On the Star Network, all members of the Alliance could access this information. In the Lord's Academy, the young Wei Yuan had audaciously named his planet Blue Star. Humanity shall once again bask in its former glory. Within the headmaster's office, a young boy furrowed his brow. "Grandfather, if you hold him in such high regard, why assign him to such a remote planet?" The old headmaster merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, a resounding hum echoed above the players. "What on earth? Has the sun vanished? Is that a cosmic battleship?" The players looked up to behold a colossal silver vessel hovering overhead. Incredible. Absolutely stunning. This magnificent behemoth perfectly embodied the players' imagination of interstellar travel. They momentarily abandoned their tasks, gazing skyward in awe. Now, this is what interstellar grandeur looks like. Wow. It even bears the scars of battle, and the scent of gunfire is so potent. Is it merely hovering? What is the purpose of this battleship? Surely it cannot be here to attack us? Goodness, I'm just mining with my bare hands while they bring a battleship against us? That's rather excessive. Ami Luo sat at the helm, observing the murmuring crowd below. Are these the kin of my senior? Have they never unlocked their genetic locks? They seem rather different from the humans I previously encountered. Ami Luo blinked in confusion. Upon closer inspection, they appeared somewhat similar. Why is no one informing me? They all gaze at my battleship with such curiosity. Senior, I've arrived, Ami Luo announced, but after waiting for some time without a signal to weigh you on. He had no choice but to activate the communicator himself. The transport ship is hovering. You may descend directly. I shall be there shortly. Wei Yuan engaged the base's cloaking system. The safety of the base was paramount, and he could not afford to expose it to Ami Luo. Suddenly, the massive vessel above opened a passage, and a pink figure soared forth. Ami Luo's mech was truly exquisite, with a metallic sheen reminiscent of mechas. Adorned with a layer of pink patterns, the visage of a girl captivated the players instantly. Behold, a mech maiden. The advent of AI artistry has materialized in reality. My friends, I distinctly recall encountering a similar concept online, yet it was merely a concept art. This game is remarkable. It has successfully brought to life such a complete mech maiden in a 3D model. My goodness, I am utterly enchanted. I find myself quite famished. And even the sight of this mech brings forth charm. Love knows no gender, nor does it recognize species. I have fallen in love. Foolish ones. While the mech is indeed stunning, are you not curious about the individual piloting it? A new character. The players erupted in excitement. Could it be that a new character is finally about to make an appearance? All eyes were fixated on the descending mech. Amilo, initially pondering that ordinary members of all races typically fear high-ranking warriors, reminded herself to be cautious upon her descent, hoping not to instill fear in her senior's kin. However, upon landing, she was unexpectedly surrounded by these very individuals. Why were they staring at her so intently? Chapter 16. I have traversed the entire war zone. Amilo was utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend the purpose of this gathering. The mech had already scanned the area, revealing that very few among them had even unlocked a level 1 gene lock. They were incapable of wielding gene energy weapons. What could be their intention? After a moment of hesitation, Amilo recalled her purpose of delivery and decided to adopt a more amiable demeanor. A sweet voice resonated from within the mech. Greetings. I am Amilo, here to find Senior Wei Yuan. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the mech, the players erupted in jubilant screams. Incredible. A new NPC indeed. Amazing. Beautiful lady, can you step out of the mech? What business do you have with our Wei Ge? Have you traveled from another planet? Do you have tasks for us? A barrage of questions overwhelmed Amilo, leaving her further perplexed. Is it customary for ordinary humans to treat gene warriors with such casualness? This is quite rude to a guest. Fortunately, Wei Yuan arrived just in time, interrupting the players' attempts to extract information from the new NPC. Junior Amilo, have you brought the goods? Wei Yuan inquired. Amilo gracefully leaped out of the mech, and in full view of the players, the astonishingly beautiful mech was seamlessly stored within the bracelet on her wrist. The girl, radiant and charming, with her pink twin tails and black combat attire, exuded boundless vitality. Wow! Hearing the gasps of admiration, Amilo smiled brightly. As a member of the Treant clan, Amilo's lineage is floral, naturally endowing her with an enhanced beauty compared to other races. Even within the confines of the school, her beauty eclipsed even that of the renowned succubi. Throughout her life, she had been the subject of countless exclamations of admiration. It was said that humans were a particularly appearance-oriented race, and indeed, as Amilo's smile was about to fully blossom, she heard the astonished remarks of ordinary humans who had yet to unlock their genetic potential. Goodness, is this some form of spatial technology? Incredible. When a mech was retracted, the very air seemed to shift. They marveled. I can scarcely imagine the sophistication of the processor required to create such advanced machinery. It's utterly magnificent. I can hardly contain my excitement. I yearn to possess my own mech. My hands are itching with anticipation. I must mine. Mine, mine, mine. Brothers, we must grow stronger. We must mine. Amilo gazed in disbelief at the players who had suddenly become fervently enthusiastic and rushed off to mine. She looked up at Wei Yuan, Sr. Are these your kin sent by your family? Surely the human race has not given up hope in you, has it? Otherwise, why would they send so many seemingly less than bright kin your way? Wei Yuan chuckled, shaking his head in mild exasperation. They simply have a strong work ethic. Joking aside, when players immerse themselves in the game, who truly cares about the appearance of the characters? If this rowdy bunch doesn't leap up to shout skip, skip, skip at the narrative, it's already a courtesy to me as their lord. However, there remained a few players who preferred to engage with the storyline. For instance, the hurried figure of the oil thief, brandishing a basic energy saw, rushed over. Yuan Ge, I heard we have guests? Though late, the oil thief arrived with a jar brimming with the sap of the bloodthirsty Polonia tree, its light green essence pulsating with vibrant life. Wow, sister, you're spot on. The oil thief raised her hand, giving Emilo a thumbs up. What are you discussing? Can I listen in? If you wish to hear, come along. But you must treat our guest with some of her tree sap. Wei Yuan gestured towards the large glass jar in her hand. Upon seeing the sizable jar of tree sap, Emilo couldn't help but swallow several times. For the fully evolved Treant race, this life-infused sap was a delicacy. Yes, if you give me a cup of sap, I'll let you join. Emilo nodded emphatically, her twin ponytails quivering in the air. A cup? The oil thief glanced at the jar in her hand. Isn't that a bit stingy? Wouldn't half a cup suffice? Emilo raised her fingers to gesture. What a trivial matter. A mere half a cup. We wouldn't want others of different races to perceive our human kin as miserly. This entire jar is a gift to you. The oil thief chuckled as she pressed the large glass jar into Emilo's hands. It became apparent to him that this somewhat naive alien girl with twin tails was genuinely eager to savor the tree sap. This jar of tree sap, intended for evaluation by Source Brother, would yield at most 10 gold coins. Exchanging 10 gold coins for an NPC's favor was a bargain that bore no loss. Wasn't this extravagance excessive? Emilo cradled the jar, feeling both shy and reluctant to return it. Although the sap from the bloodthirsty Chusan tree was rare, it was not particularly valuable. The truly precious sap was imbued with life essence. This essence could only be harvested from a living tree during moments of intense anger. The bloodthirsty Chusan typically resided in forests, and even when faced with slaughter, it would not exhibit anger. The weak would simply be slain upon encounter. Anger infused the tree's vitality into its sap, nourishing its roots. Thus, sap with life essence was a rare treasure, often difficult to find. Upon opening the jar, a rich aura of life surged forth, almost overwhelming Emilo. Her gaze towards the oil thief softened. What a kind-hearted individual. Although my seniors may seem somewhat simple-minded, they possess genuine goodness. This is a token of greeting from my people. Speaking of which, the goods you sent are precisely what they currently require. After Wei Yuan spoke, he glanced up at the hovering vessel in the sky. Were the goods all contained within? The massive ship bore marks of cannon fire, suggesting that she had encountered peril along the way. Yet, as a merchant, transporting goods was one of her responsibilities. Emilo, unwilling to initiate the subject, left Wei Yuan unprompted to ask, what if this junior intended to raise the price? Indeed, Emilo blushed as she sealed the jar. Her bright eyes sparkled as she looked at Wei Yuan. Senior, shall we inspect the goods? 37,000 items have safely arrived. She stood tall, resembling a child yearning for praise. To safeguard the cargo, I bravely traversed a small war zone. Chapter 17. The probability of your planet being attacked. So it has truly come to pass? It was time to recount the dangers she encountered during transport, and then to raise the price. Wei Yuan remained unfazed as he regarded Emilo. What a cunning merchant she was. On the surface, she seemed to admire me, but in truth, her motives were still mercantile. A businessman is a businessman after all. What transpired along the way? The oil thief inquired with curiosity. This was all part of the narrative. It would be beneficial for future game strategies. The oil thief's intentions were noble, yet Wei Yuan silently pressed his hand against his chest. Alas, he had forgotten to instruct the players not to pry into matters. Upon being questioned, Emilo would certainly divulge everything. He hoped that the losses of the transport ship would not be attributed to him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wei Yuan's forehead. His finances were limited, and the ore extracted by the players was barely sufficient to settle a debt. He feigned indifference and cast a glance at the oil thief, saying, how can one casually inquire into another's affairs? In the cosmos, such prying is considered exceedingly impolite. Emilo, you need not concern yourself with him. Let us proceed directly to inspect the goods. Emilo waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, senior. The lower-level tribesmen have seldom engaged in interstellar combat, so their curiosity is understandable. I had initially planned to take the most conventional transport route and then utilize spatial jump technology once I reached the border. After all, Emilo sighed, senior, that spatial jumps consume a significant amount of energy stones. However, I did not anticipate that a war would erupt on the final stretch of the route, seemingly between the interstellar pirates and the garrison of M779 Star. I wonder if the Alliance has received any news. Fighting in such close proximity to the border could easily attract the Zerg. At the mere mention of the Zerg, Amilo shuddered. Those creatures clung to every member of the Alliance like a nightmare. Feeling a wave of trepidation, Amilo hastily took several large gulps of tree sap to calm his nerves. Wow, interstellar pirates and M779 Star. Truly, the outside world is fascinating. The oil thief's eyes gleamed with excitement. Tonight's materials had just become more promising. Given the game's impressive quality, it was impossible that all the funding had been allocated solely to visuals. The narrative and storyline must be equally robust. For those players who relish the unfolding of a plot, piecing together the game's entire world background is a profoundly engaging experience. The oil thief was precisely such a player. His fans, who enjoyed watching his live streams and analyses, also favored exploring the world's lore. Information collection successful. The system is processing. Host. Based on the news brought by your friend, this system predicts that your territory may be subjected to attacks from two opposing forces. 1. Interstellar pirates, while fleeing, have a 70% probability of using Blue Star as a temporary refuge. 2. The Zerg, en route to M779 Star, have a 90% likelihood of passing by Blue Star. What? Wei Yuan exclaimed. Whether it be the interstellar pirates or the Zerg, both posed an existential threat to Blue Star at present. His expression darkened instantly. Senior, this planet is still a considerable distance from the border. There's no need to worry so. Amilo was startled by Wei Yuan's outburst. I have traversed several black holes to arrive here. Moreover, the M779 Star is a celestial body, and the military forces stationed there are formidable. This battle is likely to stretch on for several months. Without the system's notification, Wei Yuan might have arrived at a judgment similar to that of Amilo. However, the system has already indicated a 70% probability of interstellar pirates approaching and a 90% likelihood of a swarm of Zerg passing by. Thus, the outcome is assured. He must act with urgency. The players have yet to mature in strength. Let us settle the remaining payments first. Amilo, do you have any other weapons for sale besides these rudimentary ones? Wei Yuan inquired. Indeed, we possess a metallic planet dedicated to weapon manufacturing, albeit primarily low to mid-tier weaponry. Amilo responded, his enthusiasm ignited by the prospect of business. I will send you the link to our shop. If you require anything, Senior, you may place an order with a 10% discount. Is shipping included? Amilo fell silent. The shipping cost is not insignificant. If it were to be included, the profit margin would diminish. If you order in bulk, shipping can be included. Very well. Let us proceed to inspect the goods. The oil thief was escorted aboard the transport ship by Mo Yun, immersing in a realm of advanced technology. Yet, when he beheld the curious cargo of the players, he was somewhat taken aback. Was that an entire warehouse, or rather, an entire transport ship filled with basic energy saws? Yuan Gu, do we not possess spatial devices? Is it really necessary to utilize such a large vessel for transporting basic energy saws? This seems rather unscientific, does it not? Wei Yuan and Amilo exchanged bewildered glances at the oil thief. This comprises 370,000 basic energy saws. Just how large of a spatial device would be required to store such a quantity? Amilo exaggeratedly gestured, stating, just the wristband I use for my mech takes up 8 cubic meters and cost me 8 million. How much do you think this transport ship is worth? That reasoning is impeccable. I find myself unable to counter it. The oil thief had not anticipated that the game would be so meticulously designed. No wonder Yuan Gu has so many weapons stored directly in the armory. It turns out he could not afford the spatial devices. Wei Yuan received a gaze tinged with sympathy. I will use energy or to settle the remaining payment. Wei Yuan disregarded the glance from the oil thief. Poverty, such was the tale of yore. Once the players begin to mine in large quantities, he shall have no association with that word. Energy or, Amilo exclaimed softly, then urgently whispered, Senior, does your planet contain energy or? Indeed, since I intend to pay with energy or, I have no reason to conceal it. This planet is rich in minerals. Otherwise, how could it be classified as a level 5 planet? I am utterly envious. When I graduate, I too wish to be assigned a planet as prosperous as this one. Amilo's gaze towards Wei Yuan grew threefold in ardor. The affluent and dashing senior, contrasted with the impoverished yet equally handsome peer, undoubtedly experienced disparate treatments. Although the senior has always exuded charm, The advantages of befriending one who possesses a planet rich in energy resources are manifold. Dear Senior, if there is anything you wish to acquire, do not hesitate to reach out to me. If payment is rendered in energy minerals, shipping will be complimentary. Initially hesitant about the shipping terms, she now assents without reservation. Chapter 18. The player is captured. After settling the transaction, Emilo did not depart immediately. Having arrived using spatial leap technology, her time felt remarkably ample. Wei Yuan was unperturbed by her interactions with the players. Any potentially revealing conversations would be forcibly converted by the system. Thus, Emilo perceived that the senior subordinates, while perhaps a bit dim-witted, were industrious and diligent. The bloodthirsty camphor tree sap they collected brimmed with vitality. It was no wonder that the human race entrusted these industrious beings to the senior. Their work ethic was indeed formidable. Sipping through straw, Emilo observed a throng of players emerging from the stasis pods, promptly heading to mine. After exhausting themselves in mining, they would venture into the grove of bloodthirsty camphor trees to harvest timber. One group would fell trees while another gathered materials, displaying remarkable dexterity. Emilo mused, suddenly apprehensive about what kind of subordinates her clan might send her as graduation approached. The lower-level subordinates tended to be rather simple-minded, lacking in intellect. With the straw in her mouth, Emilo greeted passing players. It was amusing. They seemed utterly unafraid of her. In high spirits, she strolled away. Meanwhile, the players lamented. This new NPC is rather useless. It neither drops gold nor offers quests, merely loiters about. Didn't T the oil hag declare that she is here to deliver goods to us? The tree-felling tasks rely entirely on this shipment. Interestingly, the materials from the bloodthirsty camphor trees sold to this NPC fetched a lower price than those offered by Brother Yuan. Truly a shrewd merchant. Emilo, a beautiful yet cunning merchant, captivated attention with her looks. With her twin tails, she is adored by many. Players are ever willing to spend to elicit a smile from a beauty. Let's get to work. The first 30 veteran players have already reached level 1, while we remain at square one. If this continues, the gap will only widen. Mining daily has made my arms feel bulkier in reality. Strangely enough, when I log off, I sometimes feel invigorated as though my body has improved. Scientifically speaking, when our brain cells are vigorously engaged, imagining our bodies in training can indeed lead to genuine physical enhancement. My belly is flattening. Who would have thought that playing a game could help me shed some weight? The playful banter among the players as they approached the mine was interrupted by an unsettling presence lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, Emilo, who had distanced herself, turned back, sensing an unusual aura that made her frown. The treants, known for their acute sensitivity to the fluctuations of nature, detected a disturbance in the air moments ago. Could it be caused by the Elder's kin? She pondered, recalling that some of them had already unlocked their genetic seals. Perhaps it was indeed their doing. What on earth is happening? She exclaimed. Hey, has anyone suddenly disconnected? A few players who were gearing up to mine found themselves inexplicably logged out. The players had previously established a large group on Earth for information exchange, although some game enthusiasts had not secured an account. The chat, once filled with idle chatter among those lacking beta access, erupted after the disconnected players sent messages. Wow, I just disconnected too, and I can't log back in. The system says no resurrection needed. Me too. What's going on? Is the processor malfunctioning? Same here. Haha, is this game about to crash? I told you it was rubbish. Look, problems are arising. The group, filled with those who had missed out on accounts, began to revel in the chaos. Yet, the disconnected players were not oblivious. They began to recollect their last moments in the game. Lulu May, I remember your ID. We were about to work together. Yes, I recognize your IDs too. I was following you to the mine when I got kicked out. Me too. A total of 6 players have been disconnected. And upon comparing notes, they discovered they had all logged out simultaneously. I asked around. No one else has disconnected. Just us? I checked with my buddies. They didn't see any corpses along the path we took. Could it be that we were knocked out in the game, causing our disconnection? Perhaps we should just wait. Wait for what? Seriously, do you all have nothing better to do? This game might just be experiencing a bug. A group member, known as Tian Wang Liang Pa, mocked them once more. Lulu May furrowed her brows and retorted, Are you out of your mind? Just go away. You sound ridiculous. In the next moment, Tian Wang Liang Pa was unceremoniously expelled from the group chat, already infuriated by his inability to access the game. The sight of his removal from the chat sent him into a rage. He logged into his game review account and unleashed a torrent of criticism. What is the so-called greatest game in history? StarCraft. Human race is nothing but garbage. After releasing 30 beta accounts, they followed up with another 100. This is a wretched game. The players currently claiming to be in the game are merely shills. The hype surrounding StarCraft, human race, is absurd. Following Tian Wang Liangpo's outburst, his statements quickly ignited a firestorm of attention. A surge of traffic flooded in. This ridiculous game refuses to let me in. And a bunch of fools dare to kick me from group? Do they really believe everyone is like them, fawning over a game? Meanwhile, shortly after donning their helmets, players began to awaken in the game. What the heck, a goblin? Lulu may open his eyes to find a goblin dousing players with water. All 6 players blinked awake. Omans. A particularly gruff voice echoed from the darkness, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. The players looked up to behold a goblin towering nearly 3 meters tall before them. This shattered their previous notions of goblins. Goodness, is this a goblin? This must be the Goblin King. The players exclaimed in astonishment. The enormous goblin chuckled, causing the entire space to vibrate. Goblin King? I quite fancy that title. Chapter 19. Ultimate Provocation. Are you alright? Chieftain, it seems those humans have noticed their companions are missing. Some have begun to search for them, a little goblin reported. The goblin chieftain cast a sinister glance at the ordinary goblin. From now on, refer to me as the Goblin King. Let them search, even if they rack their brains. They will never conceive that we are hidden deep within the bloodthirsty camphor trees. The Goblin King burst into laughter. His voice boomed so loudly that it caused discomfort to the eardrums. Lulu May painfully covered his ears, attempting to shield himself from the auditory assault. Lowering his voice, but unable to suppress his excitement, he exclaimed, "Haha, we've struck gold, brothers. We have been directly led to their lair. Perhaps we can even reap some rewards. A colossal task like exterminating a goblin horde will surely yield gold for all players upon completion. Discovering the goblin's lair is a pivotal point, and they will undoubtedly earn even more gold." Lulu may have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The players were all abuzz with excitement. The Goblin King glanced at them, fully aware of their thoughts. With a cold huff, he declared, "Foolish humans. Do you still believe that now that you are in my grasp, you can relay information to your kin? I have long since activated my mental barrier. In this place, all communication devices are utterly futile. What bravado is this? You claim that all communication devices are ineffective, yet you possess only a level 4? You cannot even utilize slightly advanced level 4 technological devices, yet you boast about your prowess. Are you quite alright? Have you lost your senses?" He had already assessed the level of this Goblin King. It was merely a level 4 boss. What is there to boast about? In the parlance of their interstellar society, it merely signifies the unlocking of the 4th level genetic lock. Omans, how audacious you are. With a single phrase, Lulu May had shattered the Goblin King's defenses, striking him with a swift blow. Slap! A pool of blood stained the ground. The other players stood in stunned silence, and after the initial shock, hastened to photograph Lulu May's lifeless form. "Ha ha ha, are you quite alright?" That one phrase completely dismantled the Goblin King, my friend. It has me in stitches. I captured the Goblin King's expression, as though he had just consumed excrement, and it is utterly hilarious. The players in the chat were nearly in fits of laughter. The Goblin King's expression swiftly became a meme, spreading far and wide. However, in Blue Star, the Goblin King reveled in his triumph, gazing disdainfully at the group of humans. Indeed, a demonstration of force was necessary to instill fear in these foolish beings. It is good that they have learned to fear. As long as you refrain from further provocations, I shall not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Now, reveal to me the location of your base. The Goblin King lowered his head, confronting the players face to face. His enormous head exuded an overwhelming presence, with one eye nearly the size of a player's head. As the players regained their senses, the sudden sight of such a colossal eye startled one into a backward lean. "Holy hell, are you trying to scare me to death?" The player instinctively uttered a curse. And then, slap, another pool of blood appeared. The human race is truly uncultured, daring to show such disrespect to me, the Goblin King. A slave devoid of reverence is unworthy even of the lowest slave market. The Goblin King growled softly in fury. "Quickly, tell me where your base is located. Otherwise, you shall all perish." The location of the mine is quite distant from Wei Yuan's base. Moreover, with Wei Yuan having activated stealth mode, the goblins were unable to locate it even with reconnaissance. Thus, they had resorted to abducting several humans to interrogate them. To their astonishment, these humans possessed such fortitude. Each one appeared unafraid of death, even witnessing their companions fall before their eyes. exhibiting little fear. After threatening the players, not a single one dared to speak. The Goblin King could not help but furrow his brow. Humans are so fragile, yet why? Why do they show no fear of him? The Goblin King, consumed by rage, wished to annihilate the remaining humans. Yet, the voice of reason prevailed, and he opted to imprison them instead. He doubted these humans could withstand the torturous whims of the goblins. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan had received a message from the players. Attention, all players. The goblin lair has been located. Commence the extermination of goblins now. A map materialized before the players, marking the goblin stronghold with a red dot. What? The goblins reside within the bloodthirsty sapling forest? Upon seeing the map, the oil thief was struck dumb. After complaining for several days, it turned out the creatures had been lurking right under his nose all along. Had he become the fool in this tale? The oil thief had frequently lamented how goblins always appeared near the mines, never venturing into the bloodthirsty sapling forest. Yet now, the goblin lair lay precisely within that very forest. How ironic. The oil thief could already envision the scornful laughter of those wretched beings. It was utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, embarrassment could wait. He had a task to complete. Shaking off the fatigue, he felt a surge of strength from days of chopping trees and having unlocked the first level of his genetic lock. He was formidable indeed. At that moment, within the bloodthirsty sapling forest, the players' refusal to cooperate had incensed the Goblin King. These wretched humans dare to defy us? They shall be executed, the Goblin King declared cruelly. Subsequently, the remaining 4 players met a brutal demise, as the Goblin King took pleasure in torturing them slowly. Fortunately, the players had preemptively disabled their pain receptors. Yet, even the sight of their mangled corpses was enough to send shivers down one's spine. This was the fate of those who dared to offend goblins. The Goblin King spat upon the players' lifeless bodies. Wei Yuan observed every player through the system, his expression darkening as he witnessed their tormented faces. Despite the players having dulled their pain, even if they logged off chuckling carelessly, they still represented the human race. The very fact that players could numb their pain made it seem trivial. But what if ordinary humans were captured instead? Just the thought ignited a fury within him. Did a mere goblin tribe dare to wreak havoc in his territory? All clansmen, assemble, Wei Yuan commanded, summoning every player. A total of 130 players gathered. Even the players who had previously perished and disconnected were summoned back. The goblin race has been exceedingly arrogant. If we do not teach them a lesson, other interstellar races will undoubtedly come to trample upon us in the future. Eliminate them, sever the heads of the goblins, and exchange their skulls for your gene elixirs. Pre-delivered level 1 gene elixir. Usage conditions. Participate in the goblin slaughter task. Chapter 20. In the cosmos, only strength speaks the truth. Is war finally upon us? It seems I shall once again procure elixirs. I clandestinely beg with a dagger in hand. When I previously vanquished those goblins, I did not fully relish the experience. Now, I shall have the chance to kill with abandon. As the player who has slain the most goblins, I have received numerous friend requests from other players, all inquiring about the weaknesses of these goblins. With so many requests, I cannot possibly respond to each one individually. Thus, I decided to send a voice message in the group. Attention! The curtain of war is about to rise. Although Brother Yuan merely instructed us to collect the goblins' heads, we cannot recklessly rush in a battle and sacrifice ourselves. We must prepare our battle strategies beforehand. Otherwise, our sudden level up will not suffice against those goblins who have already unlocked their gene locks. Charging in blindly will only lead to our demise. Once my voice message was sent, the group erupted in excitement. After all, I am the most vocal player among them, and I am also the first to redeem a level 1 gene lock elixir. The strength of the goblins is evident to all. Had it not been for my intervention in defeating that elite goblin, the dozens of players would not have been able to retain even a single goblin. Although Brother Yuan did not clarify, there is a precise count recorded in the main task, indicating that we will only face 300 enemies. However, from the videos of the capture players, I can confirm that they possess high-level goblins. Just one Goblin King is at level 4. How do we contend with such a formidable boss? Level 1 against level 4? Even a strategy of sheer numbers may prove futile. We are not engaged in a traditional game. The power of technology must not be underestimated. I took a deep breath. Based on my own estimations, my current strength should be at the peak of level 1. Compared to other players, I have acclimated to my own power and can fully unleash my potential. Although I nearly perished during my first encounter with a level 2 goblin, saved by Brother Yuan, after unlocking the level 1 gene lock. I was able to slay a level 2 goblin without sustaining any injuries. I trust you all remember my performance at that time. According to my analysis, the inherent strength of each race varies significantly, with goblins being inferior to humans. Upon reaching level 1 and unlocking the first gene lock, we can easily engage in single combat with level 2 goblins without sustaining any injuries. But what if dozens of players join forces? Surely, a level 3 goblin cannot withstand our combined might. Moreover, my lack of experience in battling level 3 goblins does not imply that they are invincible. Having encountered goblins on several occasions, I can attest that they are generally not very intelligent and rely primarily on brute force. However, they possess a distinct advantage in the formidable weapons they forge. I retrieved an axe from the goblin I previously defeated. At first glance, this axe appears quite primitive, even crude. Yet, when I swung it against a nearby tree, its blade emanated a dark green glow, and with minimal effort, I cleaved through a tree trunk as thick as 2 people embracing. I recorded this moment and shared the video with our group. Players who had never faced goblins firsthand gasped in astonishment. How can we possibly compete? Their weapons are superior to ours. However, I urged them to recognize that in my hands, this axe demonstrated far greater potency than it did in the goblins. I am a fervent combat enthusiast, having meticulously preserved all my videos of encounters with goblins, analyzing them frame by frame. Thus, when discussing strategies with fellow players, I present my insights with clarity. What I wish to convey is that while we may be outmatched in raw power, our proficiency in weaponry surpasses theirs. I have previously tested the effectiveness of their crafted weapons against their coarse skin, finding them to be most efficient. Given the goblins' tough hide, relying solely on our strength makes it difficult to penetrate the defenses of higher-level goblins. However, wielding their own weapons allows us to attempt battles beyond our level. Therefore, our initial objective should be to eliminate all lower-level goblins, seize their weapons, and subsequently target the higher-level ones. From the videos sent back by the 6 capture players, it appears that the higher-level goblins are not particularly numerous. Primarily, there is 1 level 4 goblin king, 8 level 3 elite goblins, followed by 60 level 2 goblins, with the remaining being level 1. If we estimate there are around 200 level 1 goblins, let us divide our task to first eliminate these 200 level 1 goblins. Now, I will guide you on how to adapt your body speed after consuming the level 1 gene lock potion, as long as our speed is sufficiently swift. The goblins' assaults shall not harm us. Stealthily begging for assistance, we shall commence our lessons without reservation. Furthermore, once we have seized the goblin weaponry, I shall also impart knowledge on its effective utilization. The players in the group were abuzz with excitement. They began to fervently discuss strategies to confront the goblins, while those with past experience in battling these creatures commenced to analyze their methods of attack. Within a minute, the stealthy beggar had transformed his teachings into a video, which he promptly shared in the group. The gravity of the task was palpable. It was evident that Brother Yuan's wrath stemmed from the brutal slaughter of those 6 players, which had affronted the dignity of humanity. Therefore, it is imperative that we avoid any internal discord and refrain from competing for kills. This time, we are fighting for the honor of our race, as the goblins have invaded our territory and slain our kin. This is an affront. We must conduct ourselves with grace and decisiveness in this battle, ensuring Brother Yuan's honor is upheld. Remember, there is an NPC present, Brother Yuan's Jr., who could potentially influence the unfolding narrative. Based on my extensive gaming experience, if we execute our strategy flawlessly and retaliate with finesse, it is highly likely that Emilo will spread the word upon her return. In the realm of the stars, only strength commands respect. Chapter 21. What race does not indulge in idleness at work? Brothers, have you all had your fill? Prepare to log in. The clock strikes 8. The stealthy beggar begins to rally the group. At this moment, all players don their helmets and log in. The 3 suns of Blue Star have set. The sky darkens. Wei Yuan observed the players' organized and methodical actions and decided not to intervene. This battle serves as both a defense of our territory and the first collaborative endeavor of the players. There will be many battles ahead, and the more the players train, the more experience they shall gain. In interstellar warfare, Wei Yuan cannot always be their protector. Go forth, my players, let the goblins be your first whetstone. Wei Yuan watched as the players set forth. Emilo, with her pink twin tails, looked on in confusion. Senior, will you not take part in this war? This is a battle for our race. Moreover, we do not even have a secondary level warrior on our side. Was Senior Wei Yuan truly allowing them to charge in? Although Amilo was unaware of the exact number of goblins transported to this planet, she was certain that among them were warriors of considerable rank, at least level 4. While individuals of each race vary, there indeed exist talents capable of challenging higher-level warriors even at lower ranks. However, such prodigies are rare across all races. On this side, Senior Wei Yuan has brought only a few individuals from a human race, and he has sent them all forth? This is my territory, and equally, is the domain of my kin. When other races attempt to encroach upon our lands, it is only fitting that our masters personally drive them away and slay them. Amilo's lips parted slightly, momentarily taken aback. Observing Senior Wei Yuan, he did not appear to possess the strength of the goblins. Rather, it seemed that his kin were more than capable of vanquishing the goblins themselves. Nevertheless, as Senior Wei Yuan chose not to intervene, she resolved to remain as a spectator. The players had spent countless days felling trees, swiftly completing the task of harvesting bloodthirsty Chusan. They had long since discerned the habits of the bloodthirsty Chusan and the extent of its root system. Thus, as they navigated through the grove of bloodthirsty Chusan, it felt as if they were traversing an uninhabited realm, moving with remarkable speed. After consuming a level 1 potion, I found myself truly swift as the wind, my comrades. My physique had indeed undergone a significant transformation. Had it not been for the video provided by the mysterious benefactor, I would likely still be struggling to adapt to this body. As we engaged in battle, it would be wise to remain cautious. According to players who had perished previously, upon resurrection, one would start anew from square one. What? If I were to die, would I not have to repurchase potions? Therefore, everyone must proceed with care. When health dips to a critical level, retreat to the medical pod without showing off. Let us go. The mysterious benefactor signaled, and the players spontaneously formed a battle team, advancing in an orderly fashion toward the goblin's lair. Amilo entered the mech's interior, utilizing its visual tracking to monitor the players' movements. Although Senior Wei Yuan spoke with such bravado, it was likely that these kin would act to protect themselves if faced with mortal peril. Amilo sat within the mech, her gaze fixed on the players darting through the jungle. They even spared the costly medical pods for their use. Tao Tao, do you think Senior Wei Yuan is all talk? The artificial intelligence within the mech replied, Master, according to Tao Tao's calculations, without Lord Wei Yuan's assistance. This group of humans has only a 10% chance of victory. Are you considering intervening to gain Lord Wei Yuan's favor? Amilo's cheeks flushed at once. She shyly embraced her cup and took a substantial sip of tree sap. You shouldn't say such things about Senior Wei Yuan. What do you mean by that? The mech. Tao Tao fell silent. Meanwhile, the players had approached the vicinity of the goblin nest. The mental shielding effect of the Goblin King was quite effective. Without precise location from Amilo, it was indeed challenging to detect him. However, with the positions provided by the players, Amilo quickly spotted the goblin's levels. Level 4. Amilo gasped in surprise. The goblin tribe had indeed dispatched level 4 warriors. Did Senior Wei Yuan know? Amilo tilted her head, eager to catch a glimpse of Wei Yuan's position. At this moment, it became apparent that Wei Yuan had long departed from his original position and was now trailing behind the players. Indeed, he was stubborn in words, yet soft-hearted. Amilo chuckled lightly. However, at this juncture, Mecha Tao Tao expressed her confusion, saying, Master, the probability of victory for the human race has increased. With Senior Wei Yuan present, the likelihood of failure is almost non-existent, is it not? Not quite, Master. I did not include Lord Wei Yuan in my calculations. I based it on the previous data. These humans seem to possess a strategy. The astonishment in Mecha Tao Tao's tone was palpable. Amilo had never heard her speak in such a manner. Oh. She immediately shifted her perspective to observe the players stealthily maneuvering underground. In the darkness, the players traversed like phantoms, yet upon sighting the goblin's lair, they refrained from recklessly charging in. Instead, the first group began to dig trenches. Yes, trenches. How could one confront the strong head-on when they were weak? All players possessed ample mining experience. Even without weapons, their speed in digging was astonishing. Within mere minutes, the players, utilizing the attack range of the bloodthirsty Chuan, excavated a long trench amidst the gaps of the trees, resembling a tunnel. A daring squad aimed to attract the first wave of goblins, covertly issuing commands. Immediately, 20 players emerged from the crowd, swiftly making their way toward the periphery of the goblin nest. At that moment, the goblins were preparing to sleep, with even the watchful ones stifling yawns. Humans are so weak. Why not simply charge in and slaughter all the kin of that human lord? One goblin remarked. Indeed, I heard there are barely 100 of them, and their levels are quite low. Capturing them all as slaves would be advantageous, another agreed. Precisely. Our chief is a level 4 warrior, while that human lord has just graduated from the academy. How strong could he possibly be? The patrolling goblins chatted casually, completely oblivious to their surroundings. The players were nearly upon them, yet the patrolling goblins remained utterly unaware. Goodness, these goblins are less diligent while patrolling than I am at work. It's like throwing flirtatious glances at the blind. I shall use my expertise to conquer them. What is your expertise, mate? I study performance. Watch and learn, brothers. One of the players, exuding charisma, tossed his hair back. Unfortunately, he embodied the robust image of a muscular man. Go on, brother. Suddenly, a chainsaw roared from the woods, causing the previously engrossed goblin group to finally halt. What noise is that? Is it coming from the forest? Could it be humans? This is the heart of the bloodthirsty parasol forest. Who among the humans would dare venture here? Though they spoke boldly, their movements were exceedingly cautious. A group of goblins advanced towards the source of the sound. In the darkness, the chainsaw roared to life, its harsh noise slicing through the stillness of the trees. It truly is a human. The goblins quickly spotted the player wielding the chainsaw, oblivious to their presence as he faced away from them. In reality, he was intently watching a live stream from other players, clearly observing the dozen or so goblins with malevolent expressions approaching him. Goodness, with so many goblins, could they really not dispatch me with a single strike? Alone and vulnerable, how could I not provoke the sinister inclinations of these goblins? Come on. I am but a solitary, pitiful, weak human. You wish to witness my panic and terror, do you not? Go me forth. The player incessantly murmured to himself. The goblins, indeed, shared his thoughts. After exchanging glances filled with malice, they realized that a foolish human had wandered in alone. It would be a pity to kill him outright. Rather, they wished to see if he could elude their pursuit. Let us not end his life immediately. Let us first frighten him, grant him a glimmer of hope, and then relish in his demise. The goblins whispered amongst themselves, their voices discernible amidst the chainsaw's roar. All the players immediately turned in horror, their expressions exaggerated as one exclaimed, "What the hell? Goblins? Ha! Are you only just realizing it now? Truly a foolish human. Goblins. The player's chainsaw clattered to the ground after his startled shout. Observers from a distance gazed in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. My goodness, did this brother's performance not border on the ridiculous? His acting, how could he dare claim to be a professional? The chainsaw was clearly tossed down intentionally. It was even more contrived than the antics of a clumsy monk. Surely, this would not fool the goblins? The players sensed that their plan could very well be doomed. However, in the next moment, they heard the goblins' sneering laughter. Who would have thought we truly have a solitary human here? How foolish. Since he has come, let him perish. The goblins evidently failed to perceive anything amiss. Instead, they were amused by the terror displayed by the player. This player, with the idea of future film emperor, dramatically fell to the ground, mouth agape in exaggerated screams, seemingly unaware of the need to rise and flee. Oh, goblins. It's goblins. Why are my legs turned to jelly at this moment? Curse it all. The goblins cackled with glee, their confidence unshaken. One approached the player deliberately slowly, allowing the future film emperor ample time to rise from the ground. They reveled in witnessing the terrified expressions of these foolish humans, particularly the panic-stricken demeanor that fear induced. As the future film emperor finally stood up, he even slipped momentarily, crashing back to the ground. A hush fell over both players and goblins alike. It appeared this human was genuinely quite dim-witted, one goblin remarked quietly. Another nodded in agreement, suggesting, could it be that his folly led to his expulsion from the human ranks? I almost feel pity for such a simpleton. Can someone like him survive among humans? If he weren't so foolish, how could he possibly venture into the depths of the bloodthirsty cypresses to chop wood? Perhaps we should spare him. Yet, he could expose our position. It might be better to eliminate him instead. If we are reluctant to kill him, we could always remove his tongue and break his hands. The future film emperor clenched his teeth in silence. How infuriating to be looked down upon by goblins. Even more aggravating was the fact that the players overheard every word. Concealed in the shadows, several players stifled their laughter, trembling with suppressed mirth. What a farce this was. The future film emperor silently fumed. He continued to feign terror, sprinting towards the players. Once he felt relatively safe, he turned to face the goblins. Huh, it seems you're not so formidable after all. I am running at this pace, yet you cannot catch me. A bunch of rubbish. The goblins who had previously considered sparing this pitiful human were incensed by his words. Fool! You seek your own demise. We were prepared to let you go. So dim-witted, perish. Do not kill him. Take him back as a slave. I want him to toil in the mines until he drops dead. The goblins, all equally detestable, cried out in unison. Capture him, torment him to death. Yes. They bared their teeth and roared. The future film emperor, standing behind a trap that the players had already prepared, thumped his chest and shouted, Oh dear. I am so frightened. Come on, kill me, you foolish goblins, you bunch of dimwits. Infuriated, the goblins snarled and brandished their weapons as they charged forward. Then thud, thud. After several muffled thumps, the goblins tumbled into the player's trap. Below, several previously seized goblin weapons stood upright. As the goblins fell, boasting and taunting, Do you really think your pathetic weapons can penetrate? They were abruptly silenced. Several goblins had their chests pierced, dark green blood splattering across the trap. The players, having concealed their presence, swiftly armed themselves and began to strike at the traps. Even though a few goblins had initially survived, their fate was now sealed. Kuning umans. The goblins let out a furious roar. Soon, a video featuring the future cinematic star circulated among the players' group. This audacious maneuver ignited a surge of inspiration among the players. In an instant, several groups of players commenced various performances to lure the patrolling low-level goblins. By the time the higher-ranking goblins in the lair noticed the dwindling numbers of their kin, the first-level goblins had already been decimated. Now we can launch a full-scale assault. Under the cover of darkness, one player stealthily severed the head of a second-level goblin and tossed it to the ground. Weapons were now fully equipped. Chapter 22. The clan of my senior, how they resemble the swarm. The slaughter commenced. In the dead of night, the first-level players descended upon the goblin lair like wolves among sheep. Whenever they spotted a lone goblin, they swiftly moved in for the kill. Even when encountering small squads of goblins, they disdainfully abandoned their luring tactics. For the first-level players, slaying first-level goblins was akin to butchering livestock. When they confronted second-level goblins, the players began to collaborate with fervor. Some seasoned players, exhibiting superior skills, launched sudden assaults. The dark green blood quickly seeped into the ground. The surrounding bloodthirsty trees began to shift toward the goblin lair. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Why have the patrolling goblins vanished one by one? Who is hunting goblins in the shadows? Several third-level goblins were deliberating. They understood that as the number of first-level goblins dwindled, their lair was on the verge of being devoid of first-level goblins. Initially, they suspected that the first-level goblin slaughters were the work of creatures from this planet, perhaps some first-level beasts or evolved treants from the bloodthirsty trees. They decided to send some second-level goblins to patrol, hoping to capture the culprit. However, to their dismay, not only did they fail to uncover the reason behind the disappearance of the first-level goblins, but those dispatched second-level goblins also never returned. What should we do now? Should we inform the clan leader? One goblin suggested, anxiety etched on his face. The clan leader is currently asleep. Today, he was infuriated by those foolish humans who almost cost him his life over a careless remark. Do you wish to meet the same fate? Another goblin, clutching his head in frustration, interjected, Then what do we do? The second-level goblins have been slain too. Should we go on patrol? This is a level 5 planet. Perhaps a level 5 native species is hunting us. Who isn't afraid of death? The goblins exchanged apprehensive glances. The first and second-tier goblins, when they perish, simply meet their end. If they are to patrol, what if it is they who fall? Should we then feign ignorance? If it truly is a predation by the primordial species, who can ascertain when they shall be satiated? Yet, if it is not a primal hunt upon awakening, the chieftain would find half of his kin vanished, and our survival would be in jeopardy as well. The goblins are engulfed in trepidation. Meanwhile, Amilo, ensconced within the mech, is utterly bewildered. What on earth? Is it now commonplace to achieve victory over adversaries of higher tiers? Why have the kin of the senior so swiftly adapted to their liberated forms? When she herself unlocked her first-tier genetic seal, it took her 3 days to acclimate to her new physique. Yet, she was already regarded as a prodigy on her planet. But what is she witnessing now? Those humans who merely injected the first-tier genetic unlocking serum by day are already adeptly maneuvering their bodies by night. Moreover, within such a brief span, they can nonchalantly vanquish goblins. In terms of genetic hierarchy, goblins are indeed superior to humans. After all, There are species of longevity. Longevity implies that even among warriors of the same tier, while their abilities may appear comparable, the longevity of their kind allows them to linger longer at any given tier. Absent considerations of innate talent, the longer one remains at a tier, the more one can unlock their potential. This is a well-known fact within the Galactic Alliance. Yet now, before Amilo, humanity has shattered this paradigm. The first-tier goblins are no match for the first-tier human warriors, who have only just unsealed their genetic locks mere hours ago. Mere hours. Observing the kin of her senior, she notes their complete lack of fear after slaying goblins. Instead, their countenance radiates excitement and joy. Amilo's lips grow pale. Terrifying. Indeed, it is terrifying. As a student of the Lord S Academy, she is far from naive. The ability to traverse a war zone to this remote planet stems not solely from her admiration for her senior, but also from her desire to forge a bond with him. Aspiring for friendship. Cultivating connections opens many doors. Moreover, the future achievements of her senior are bound to be substantial. With such a mindset, she has maintained a cordial demeanor towards his kin, despite discovering that they are merely the most basic of warriors, with many not warriors at all. But now, she began to feel a sense of trepidation towards those humans she had previously looked down upon. These individuals resembled innate machines of slaughter. They evoke a familiar fear within me, akin to that of the Zerg. Suddenly, the mech Tao Tao spoke, causing Amilo to shudder slightly. But fear not, my master. For I have scanned them. They are undoubtedly genuine members of the human race, and genetics cannot deceive. From records of years past, I discovered that the ancestors of humanity, upon departing their territories to explore the cosmos, encountered a myriad of races. Faced with interspecies struggles for resources, humanity exhibited a formidable strength, even daring to confront the divine beings directly. However, after the harrowing battle with the Zerg that nearly led to their annihilation, they transformed into their current state. Perhaps what we observe in these humans now is the true visage of humanity, Tao Tao analyzed. Amilo took a deep breath. Perhaps that is the case. If so, the likelihood of Senior Wei Yuan becoming the next leader will significantly increase. In those days, humanity was a force that silenced the myriad races. Upon learning that a human was present in the Lord Academy, her ancestors had made a special trip to advise her to befriend this human student. Regrettably, during her extensive time at the Academy, she had never crossed paths with Senior Wei Yuan. Had it not been for this delivery opportunity, he might not have even spared her a glance. Amilo took another large sip of tree sap, realizing she needed to put in more effort. At that moment, standing at the periphery of the battlefield, Wei Yuan felt a strange sensation. He furrowed his brow, sensing as though someone was keeping him in mind. Shaking his head, he dismissed the fleeting intuition and focused on the player's combat. Meanwhile, outside the goblin nest, countless torches had been lit, and no goblin dared to venture out. Damn it, these goblins have truly become cunning. Chapter 23. The Goblin King's Fury, players on the brink of annihilation. The players were waiting in the surrounding woods. Witnessing such a situation left them somewhat bewildered. Not earning is tantamount to losing, brothers. I've only slain one level 1 goblin. If this is tallied, I might even have to pay the system some gold coins. Damn it, weren't goblins supposed to be reckless? Why have they all turned into timid turtles now? They had planned to record a grand battle, but it now appeared to be merely a trivial scuffle. The players collectively sighed. Wei Yuan, however, chuckled softly. These players remained unaware of the true terror that goblins possessed. Yet, it seemed that the system indeed produced nothing short of excellence. The players' rapid adaptation to their new bodies had already astonished Wei Yuan. They were also spontaneously employing strategies and collaborating effectively. Moreover, several exceptionally skilled players managed to eliminate a level 2 goblin single-handedly. This was indeed a fortunate find. Wei Yuan quietly noted the IDs of those players who could effortlessly slay foes beyond their level without sustaining any damage. These players were to serve as reserves for the upcoming competition at the Academy. As Wei Yuan contemplated this, a sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. Goodness! The ground is shaking. Wei Yuan and the players simultaneously turned their gaze toward the goblin's lair. They beheld a towering figure, akin to a colossal mound of flesh, emerging from the depths of the earth. Its immense form caused the very ground to tremble as it stood. In the darkness of the night, before the flickering campfire, the Goblin King glared in the direction of the players, unleashing a thunderous roar. Humans, how dare you provoke me? The Goblin King? The sheer volume of its voice created ripples in the air, sending shockwaves that knocked players off balance. Some of those closest to the goblin's den even began to cough up blood. How terrifying! What on earth is this? Is this truly the Goblin King? The oppressive force is 100 times stronger than what I witnessed in the videos. Oh no, this time it seems we won't just miss out on profits, but we might incur losses. Despite their injuries, the players could not quell their chatter. The Goblin King scowled in disdain, even in slumber. I can scent the presence of you foolish humans. How dare you venture into my domain to provoke me, when you should be waiting to meet your demise in your base? Truly a pack of reckless fools. If you seek death, then let it be so. The Goblin King's eyes burned with fury, the mockery he faced from humans during the day still fresh in his mind. Now, a throng of humans dared to challenge him. Awoken from his slumber, his temper was particularly volatile. No, I do not wish to restart. The players ahead turned to flee from the Goblin King's wrath. But in the next instant, they were reduced to mere pulp. The sound of splattering blood echoed, leaving no trace of a corpse behind. Emilio could not help but gasp in shock. Was it truly their first battle, and they were already confronted by a level 4 Goblin Warrior? Would this encounter deter the humans from fighting in the future? If they attempted to escape, they would surely meet an even swifter demise. Emilio felt a pang of concern. Even if a senior were to intervene, it was likely that only half of these comrades would survive. And among that half, after experiencing such a one-sided massacre, their fighting spirit would be utterly crushed. No warrior, no matter how formidable, could prevail without the will to fight. Just as Emilio pondered this, he noticed that the players, who had initially intended to flee, were returning. A few brave souls at the forefront began to taunt the Goblin King. You filthy goblin trash, you are merely level 4. How dare you call yourself the Goblin King? Indeed, with your stature and appearance, how dare you refer to yourself as a king? Ha! It seems the tribe of goblins has run out of worthy warriors. The players, unafraid of death, taunted, causing the Goblin King's expression to darken ominously. Seeking death, his massive palms struck the ground, and in an instant, 4 players met their demise. Yet among the players, one secretly communicated, "Well done, my brothers. I shall cover your resurrection costs. Go forth and incite this Goblin King, ensuring he follows you into the bloodthirsty tush tree forest." Understood. As preparations for revival commenced, the remaining brothers were ready. Charge forth. This was all part of the strategy, a clandestine tactic devised by the player. However, after the death of those 4 players, when the onlookers commenced their raucous taunts once more, the Goblin King merely sneered. Foolish humans. Do you intend to lure me into the grove of the bloodthirsty tush trees? The Goblin King cast a disdainful glance at the raucous players. You wretched fools. To be intimidated by these insignificant humans, do you truly deserve the title of warriors of the Goblin tribe? Upon finishing his statement, the players were astonished to witness countless small mounds of earth rising behind the Goblin King. A multitude of diminutive figures emerged. It was a horde of goblins. The sight, spine-chilling, sent the players' hearts racing. What in the world is this? I'm tingling all over. My fear of densely packed creatures is flaring up. What is this madness? My goodness. How can the graphics be so clear at this hour? I have goosebumps. This is absolutely terrifying. Quick, take screenshots and share them. I cannot be the only one suffering. This is the skill of the 3rd-tier goblins, brothers. One player, observing the swarm of goblins emerging from the earth, spotted a small highlight and clicked on it, revealing a system notification. Reconnaissance. 3rd-tier goblin skill. Proliferation. 3rd-tier goblins can continuously split and breed numerous level 0 goblins in areas with soil, with a chance of spawning level 1 and level 2 goblins. Once the 3rd-tier goblin matriarch is vanquished, the spawn puppet goblins will vanish. What the hell? Why wasn't this information provided earlier? We were promised a warrior build, yet it has suddenly transformed into a mage. And these monsters aren't they goblins? Why does this skill resemble that of necromancer? This game is just a patchwork of ideas. Every borrowed concept only serves to make our experience more delectable. The players recorded videos while voicing their complaints. Subsequently, some who had yet to start recording were overwhelmed by the goblin tide and disconnected. How can we proceed now? The previous plan is rendered entirely useless. At the rear, the expression of the oil-thieving woman turned grim. Chapter 24, Stars 6. Oil-thieving woman. Now is not the time to sow discord among the troops. Stealthy beggar leapt from a distance to her side and forcefully patted her shoulder. Activate the open mic. Coordinate with your comrades. Understood. The oil-thieving woman rubbed her shoulder where she had been struck. The public chat opened a free mic, allowing all players to hear their voices. Those brothers in the front line who could retreat began to do so, while those unable to fall back attempted to eliminate a few goblins. I currently possess 4,300 gold coins, which enables me to provide my brothers with 43 revivals. Just as Stealthy Beggar finished speaking, the oil-thieving woman also activated her mic. I have 7,000 here. Like Stealthy Beggar, I will preemptively contribute my gold to the communal pool. Players who die can use the communal gold for their revival. This battle will be exceedingly challenging, but brothers, please cooperate. We will surely emerge victorious. Stealthy Beggar, now. Ranged players, please start marking the positions of the level 3 goblins. Stealthy Beggar. Remaining players, focus on eliminating the level 3 goblins. They become immobilized when casting skills, making them easy targets. Stealthy Beggar. As for the level 4 boss, I, along with the oil-thieving woman, stars Makabaka, and wind blowing bottom, will engage it to hold it off. Stealthy Beggar. Are you ready? The public chat erupted with players responding. Ready. Charge. Leader, take us to victory. The players named by Stealthy Beggar were all capable of eliminating level 2 goblins without sustaining damage during this encounter. The first batch of players comprised prominent figures within the gaming community. Wind blowing bottom, as part of the second group, was surprisingly singled out to collaborate with the leaders against the formidable boss, leaving the players astonished. After all, everyone had some level of interaction within the gaming circle. Yet Wind blowing bottom seemed relatively unknown. Could he be a particularly low-profile leader? He did join us in the game, right? Could it be that he is indeed a major player? I've never heard of him. Upon seeing his name mentioned by Stealthy Beggar in the public chat, Wind blowing bottom was equally taken aback. Am I really going to fight the boss with him? He gazed at the terrifying Goblin King, reminiscent of a monstrous beast. Swallowing hard. After so many days in the game, he had been much like other players, mining and chopping trees. Perhaps he had occasionally been slain by a bloodthirsty Chuan, only to revive with the hard-earned gold. There was nothing extraordinary about his experience. Could it be that I am a gaming prodigy? Did that group of leaders recognize my potential at first glance? Wind blowing bottom pondered. Nevertheless, it was true that he simply hadn't played games before. This could be described as a silent genius suddenly making a remarkable entrance. Perhaps I'm inherently gifted for gaming. The wind gently caressed the cheek of the playful character, who cheerfully joined the assembly of 4 prominent figures. Standing alongside the beggar and the oil thief was the duo of Makabaka and Xingqian, both of whom were female players. From a distance, the playful character greeted them with a mischievous, "Hey, I'm here." Having acquired some valuable goods from a level 2 goblin, he declared, "We've divided the spoils. This is yours," as the beggar tossed a cleaver to him. The newcomer caught the eye of Makabaka, who scrutinized him with curiosity. "Have you only played single-player games at home? Never participated in any gaming events?" Initially, players relied on their usernames to speculate about each other's identities, as the gaming community was relatively small. However, they soon realized that the character models bore a striking resemblance to their real-life appearances. Many top players in the gaming realm had made public appearances, and even if they hadn't, they often met up offline after connecting in-game. Female players were a rare find in this gaming circle, particularly those with exceptional skills. Makabaka, being extroverted and fond of making friends, was well acquainted with the gaming elite. Upon encountering the playful character, she was first taken aback by his striking looks and then puzzled by her complete lack of recollection of him. The genetic enhancements provided by Wei Yuan not only optimized their physical attributes, but also refined their facial features. Thus, the faces of these players represented the pinnacle of their earthly appearances, allowing them to stand out even among a host of stunning individuals. There was no doubt about the playful character's charm. Having such a handsome visage in the game suggested he was equally impressive in reality. Makabaka mused that had she encountered him in the real world, she surely would have remembered him, prompting her to inquire, "Is this your first game?" The playful character scratched his head, replying, "I didn't play games before. This is my first one." "Is this truly your first?" Makabaka exclaimed, gazing at him in astonishment. "You must possess some innate talent." Even Xingqian, who had remained quietly in the background with an impassive expression, raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you an athlete in the real world?" Makabaka continued her questioning. The playful character shook his head again. "My goodness, how is it that you're gaining experience so rapidly?" After the second batch of players entered the game, Wei Yuan updated the experience bar for players. Only when their experience bars were full could they utilize the gene unlocking potions. This experience pertained to the extent of their physical development, meaning that even after dying and respawning, their experience would not be lost. The playful character's experience bar was indeed leveling up at an astonishing rate. He garnered the attention of several seasoned players, primarily due to the distinct nature of his experience points. While others incrementally advanced their experience, a peculiar phenomenon occurred with him. Upon dying, his experience surged dramatically. Frankly, are you secretly in cahoots with the game developers? The oil merchant slyly draped an arm around him and whispered, "Absolutely not," he replied, scratching his head. "If I were, I would surely have him sell some painkillers. Each time I perish, the agony is unbearable. I return to the waking world only to be haunted by nightmares. The pain is truly excruciating." After sharing his lament, he expected others to join in his grievances. To his astonishment, he found 4 prominent players staring at him, as if turned to stone. "My friend, you know about the sensory adjustment page, right? Scroll down to the very bottom. You can adjust the pain perception. Goodness, you are quite the bold one. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I respect your fortitude. I now believe you have never played a game before." The group unanimously raised their thumbs in approval. The stars silently uttered a single word: impressive. "All right, it's time to confront the Goblin King." The secretive beggar clapped his hands. At this moment, the players commenced their planned assault on the Tier 3 goblins. The smaller goblins surrounding the Goblin King dwindled in number, allowing them to break through and engage the boss. Chapter 25. The Star is the most formidable player. The secretive beggar sprang into action first, leaping from the goblin horde with a hammer in hand, striking fiercely at the Goblin King. "You dare to challenge me, insect?" The Goblin King appeared colossal, yet his movements were anything but clumsy. In fact, he seemed to act with swiftness surpassing that of the players. The beggar's hammer struck, leaving his hand numb from the impact, but the patch of skin he hit remained unchanged in color. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged towards him. It was the Goblin King's enormous hand, swinging with force. The beggar's heart raced as he faced the assault, unable to evade, as the surrounding air seemed to ensnare him. Was it a skill? Panic gripped his heart as he watched the hand approach. With a thunderous sound, the Goblin King dismissed him with a mere flick, not even sparing him a glance. A mere level 1 human. Why waste a moment more? The onlooking players witnessed the beggar being sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and rolling multiple times, blood oozing forth. He was undoubtedly dead, motionless. The players gasped in shock. To my astonishment, the mightiest among them, a formidable overlord, was secretly reduced to begging, only to meet his demise with a mere slap. Yet in the next moment, the body of the Goblin King stiffened abruptly. His face flushed crimson as he cast his gaze downward, only to find another human standing at his rear. "Behold my floral lance," cried the oil thief, forcefully thrusting the long spear lodged in the Goblin King's vulnerable spot. The skin in this region was not comparable to that of other areas on his body. Even for a rough creature like a goblin, this was one of his weaknesses. How vile! That human had lured fire upon himself for the sake of distracting me. Truly cunning. The Goblin King's eyes instantly blazed with rage. Although the thrust was not particularly painful, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He bellowed, delivering another slap that sent the oil thief offline. "Oomph. 2 mere humans dare to challenge me? Bring forth any remaining strong ones. Let them come together." The Goblin King disdainfully extracted the spear that had pierced him, a slight smear of blood adorning its tip. However, this injury paled in comparison to the psychological torment he felt. Simultaneously, the attacks from the other 3 had already commenced. Makabaka unleashed 2 cluster bombs, while wind blowing but wielded a cleaver, striking fiercely. Xingqian, positioned behind them, unsheathed 2 long swords. Encircled from 3 sides, the Goblin King exhibited no fear. Instead, he sneered scornfully, raising his hand to crush the cluster bomb in his palm, causing it to erupt. The shockwave sent Makabaka flying. While wind blowing but fared worse, his cleaver was shattered upon contact, the severed blade resulting in his beheading. In an instant, he was transported back to Earth. Only Xingqian remained, her expression icy and devoid of emotion. Even in the face of her fallen comrades, she maintained her grip on her dual blades, charging at the Goblin King with astonishing speed. With a swift flash, her blades clashed against the Goblin King's dark hide, producing sparks. As the Goblin King retaliated, Xingqian executed a rapid, evasive maneuver, leaving a fleeting afterimage in the air. She had evaded it. Amilo, astonished, leaned closer to the monitor. This was a level 4 warrior. Even she, now a level 5, would hesitate to claim she could dodge a strike from the Goblin King under such extreme circumstances. How could this first-level tribesman possess such remarkable speed? Amilo began to scrutinize these humans more closely. They were all kin of Senior Wei Yuan. each bearing black hair and dark eyes. Her grandfather had previously mentioned that those with black hair and dark eyes differed from other humans. Meanwhile, the battle against the Goblin King raged on, and the two blades in Xingqian's hands emitted a faint hum. A chink had appeared on the blade. The young girl's long black hair unfurled amidst the battle. With breathtaking speed, she suspended herself in midair. Bathed in moonlight, her face exuded an exquisite beauty, possessing a chilling allure that was utterly captivating. Indeed, within this game, I could wield ancient martial arts. Yet, alas, this weapon hardly befits such a physique. In Xingqian's eyes, a cold light flickered. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, astonished to discover a master concealed among this group of playful players. The Goblin King, realizing he had not crushed this human girl, was instantly consumed by rage. Ah, splendid. Your speed is commendable. I acknowledge you. But should you falter even once, it will be your demise. With that, he forcefully stomped the ground and leaped into the air, engaging Xingqian in combat. Xingqian's agility was remarkable. She effortlessly evaded the Goblin King's attacks, even managing to inflict damage during the brief intervals. Each of her strikes landed precisely in the same spot, leaving 2 crimson marks upon his originally dark skin. Goodness, what a true powerhouse. How astonishing, how extraordinary. A level 1 challenging a level 4 boss. Who is this remarkable individual? I had always thought the strongest among us was the enigmatic beggar master. This master, known as Xingqian, seemed to have exclusively played simulation games, remaining a low-profile figure, yet garnering immense respect within the elite player community. This video must be recorded. Why is my level 1 so vastly inferior to theirs? Players continued to fall and respawn, unknowingly clearing out the level 3 goblins. Even Wei Yuan was taken aback by the players' efficiency. Now, only Xingqian and the Goblin King remained in combat. Everyone understood that should Xingqian lose this encounter, they would all face annihilation at the hands of the Goblin King once more. The players were aware, as was the Goblin King. The fallen were merely disposable level 3 weaklings, easily replaceable within their Goblin clan. Their demise was of little consequence. This bothersome human was the true target of his wrath, and she was exceedingly vexing. Her speed far surpassed that of the Goblin King's attacks. Not only could he not catch her, but even his attempts at preemptive strikes were evaded. A glint of ferocity flashed in the Goblin King's eyes. He would have to seize the opportunity to crush this irritating fly while she was attacking. With a swift motion, the final gleam of the blade flashed. Chapter 26. Death to those who trespass upon my territory. The Goblin King made no defensive moves, instead inviting her to strike, as dark green blood spurted forth. His massive hand clutched Xingqian's throat. Brothers, the public account is out of gold. Just now, in our efforts to eliminate those goblins, we had to revive too many times. And now the account is depleted. Does anyone have any surplus? Please, hurry and recharge to give the esteemed star a chance to revive. I have already exhausted all my resources during the battle. Is there anyone left with gold? I'm also out. What should we do? I lost all my gold while battling the goblins, and when I attempted to revive, I found myself without funds. I am in the same predicament. This is disastrous. What can we do? Is it too late to go mining? Perhaps it is too late. Is anyone still at the revival point? Don't come over. Just head to the mines. The mines and the bloodthirsty forest are in opposite directions. Players have become blinded by their desire to defeat the level 3 goblins. Once the public account's gold is exhausted, they begin to use their personal funds. It is only after depleting their own resources that they realize the dire situation. The opportunity for the esteemed ones to revive seems to have vanished. The oil thief, observing the player's messages on the public screen, chuckled and typed, "No worries. Whether we revive or not is inconsequential. It's over. The esteemed ones have all declared it futile. It seems we are destined to lose this time. They might still manage to defeat the level 3 goblins. A swarm strategy could suffice. But facing the level 4 goblins directly, it would be better to take one's own life and revive sooner. Heh, merely a feigned weakness, and you couldn't resist the bait?" The Goblin King, clutching Star, brought her before him. His head nearly matched her height. The wound on his arm was oozing blood. A trivial injury for a human elite. What a bargain. Without hesitation, the Goblin King snapped Star's neck. Such a formidable opponent, who has merely unlocked the first level of the genetic lock and already possesses such strength. If she were to grow stronger, it would pose a significant threat. Star logged off, and darkness enveloped her. She initially thought this would be like before, forced back to Earth upon logging off. To her surprise, When she opened her eyes again, she could still see the battle on Blue Star. However, her perspective had shifted to floating in midair, watching her own corpse being discarded by the Goblin King. Then, she heard the frantic cries of players lamenting their lack of revival coins. This game updates rather swiftly, Star murmured softly. Are players satisfied with the new features? Suddenly, Wei Yuan's voice came from beside her. Huh? Star turned her head and saw the NPC Lord smiling radiantly at her perspective. As the Goblin King grasped the life from the starry figure, Amilo couldn't help but gasp in shock, rising to her feet within the confines of her mech to witness the scene. This human was a prodigy among prodigies. Why had her senior not intervened? Amilo found herself utterly perplexed. Had such a talent arisen among her kin, she would have devoted every ounce of her strength to nurture it. How could one allow such genius to meet its demise? Amilo felt both sorrow and anguish, not only for this individual named Xingqian, but also for the several other exceptional humans who had preceded him. In her eyes, they were worthy of significant investment and cultivation within the Treefolk tribe. Why did her senior remain passive? Amilo's confusion deepened. Was this how it ended? What would become of the remaining humans? Before she could finish her lament, she noticed the Goblin King preparing to strike at the ordinary players. Suddenly, a lithe figure darted forth. Good heavens! It was the beggar extraordinaire. How had he managed to revive on the spot? Foolishness. The beggar had merely been feigning death all along. The beggar's body was already battered and bruised. The Goblin King's slap had indeed left him wounded. However, after resting on the ground for a moment, his health had stabilized to a commendable 7%. That was sufficient. The beggar smirked, clutching a syringe in his hand. It resembled a level 1 gene unlocking serum. Ha! My brothers, we have paved the way for you. Now, it is time for you to act. The voice of the oil-thieving old woman crackled through the free mic. Makabaka was also shouting. Charge forth, beggar. We are counting on you. Xingqian, offline and donning his headset, listened to the voices through the free mic, at a loss for words. Xingqian, hurry. Say something encouraging. 6. He replied. A chuckle escaped his lips. The Goblin King was poised to unleash a massacre. Yet in the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he was met with the beggar's smiling face, gazing up at him. The Goblin King's pupils constricted in shock. This human was still alive. He had withstood the force of his blow and yet had not perished. What filled the Goblin King with dread was the sudden realization that his arm had begun to tingle. Then, a heavy sensation rapidly spread throughout his entire body. What was this? How could these lowly humans possess a toxin capable of incapacitating him? No. With a thunderous crash, the Goblin King fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. The very shockwave of his fall was enough to extinguish the beggar's life. Upon entering the perspective of death, a clandestine plea for freedom was made. Brothers, swiftly sever the head of this goblin. We have triumphed. The exultant cheers resounded throughout the entire screen. Although the players were utterly exhausted, the predominant sentiment was one of exhilaration. Congratulations, host, on completing the territory protection mission. Rewards. Level 2 Gene Lock Potion, Premium Goblin Genes. Star Iron or Map. Such an abundance of rewards. Wei Yuan joyfully examined them, despite the seemingly worthless goblins sent to his planet. The premium genes of the goblin race were indeed remarkable. They were born artisans, and with high-quality genes, one could cultivate advanced blacksmiths. Advanced blacksmiths possess the ability to forge exceptionally powerful weapons. For a space warrior, combat prowess is not solely reliant on technological weaponry. In the absence of mechs, a warrior's own fighting capability must also be formidable. Possessing a reliable weapon is crucial for a space warrior. Congratulations to all players for flawlessly completing this mission. Rewards will now be distributed. Simultaneously, videos of a multitude of goblins having their heads severed by humans were broadcasted across the Star Network. Wei Yuan concluded with the scene of a level 1 human warrior decapitating a level 4 goblin, coldly declaring, "Those who trespass upon my territory shall perish." The Star Network erupted in a frenzy. The goblin race had been publicly humiliated by humans. Chapter 27. Now, they belong to you. What is that? Amilo fixated intently on the battlefield. The substance clandestinely injected into the goblins could not possibly be a gene unlocking potion. They must have substituted it with something else. Peach, conduct a scan. Scanning in progress. Peach responded. Master, the analysis indicates it is the toxin of the bloodthirsty stump. This toxin induces anesthesia and prevents coagulation, its efficacy being dosage-dependent. Each bloodthirsty stump tree yields only 0.1 grams of toxin. Emilio inhaled deeply, thinking the senior certainly spared no expense. When hunting, the bloodthirsty stump mixes its toxin with its sap before injecting it into its prey. They have managed to purify such a significant amount. Emilio naturally assumed that the large syringe of toxin in the hands of the clandestine pleader was derived from Wei Yuan's purification equipment. However, in truth, Wei Yuan was equally astonished upon seeing the large vial of toxin. These players were truly frugal. He vaguely recalled that when the players procured a substantial quantity of sap for exchange, they discovered that while decomposing the bloodthirsty stump, there remained some liquid in the capillaries between the bark and the core, which was precisely the toxin that had not yet infiltrated the roots of the tree. When the players observed that this substance closely resembled sap, they realized that the sap was far more valuable than the trunk and bark. The players of the game, in their fervor, hastily infused the toxic substance into the sap of the trees, only to be informed that such toxins, when mixed with the sap, would diminish its quality. Surprisingly, upon realizing the nature of the toxins, they began to collect it meticulously. The system did not reclaim these toxins, so they continued to extract it independently, circulating it among themselves. After several days, they had managed to gather only a modest amount. Eventually, their efforts bore fruit. Congratulations to all players for completing the Goblin Eradication mission. We will now distribute gold coins based on each player's performance. The first place in this mission, Starry Sky. Reward, 100,000 gold coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, 1 Premium Goblin gene, and a weapon from the Lord's warehouse, available for collection from the Lord. The second place, Oil Thief. Reward, 80,000 gold coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, 1 Premium Goblin gene. The third place, Secret Beggar. Reward, 50,000 gold coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking potion, 1 Titan Giant gene, 1 Premium Goblin gene. As the rewards rolled across the game screen, Makabaka's eyes turned red with envy. Why is the Oil Thief in second place? He lamented, glancing at his own reward of merely 30,000 gold coins, a level 2 gene unlocking potion, and 1 Titan Giant gene. Why? It's undoubtedly due to my substantial contributions. The Oil Thief boasted loudly. Ha ha, I finally attained a rightful position. Beggar, do you concede? He received his reward and immediately revived, striking a pose before the Secret Beggar, brimming with arrogance. This time, I truly concede. Is that satisfactory? The Secret Beggar replied, bemused. Thank goodness for the toxins you collected from the Chuanjia, or we would have undoubtedly lost this round. Even if we could revive, the Goblin King could have easily dispatched us with a mere slap. He was astonished at the strength of a level 4 boss who had yet to even draw a weapon. Perhaps he deemed us unworthy of his full strength. The Secret Beggar instinctively began to analyze the battle. As a seasoned player in this competitive game, his sensitivity to the dynamics of combat surpassed that of his peers. The Oil Thief nodded in agreement. It was a stroke of luck, but this is intergalactic warfare. Let him underestimate us, and he shall meet his demise. The distribution of rewards was a jubilant occasion for the players, with everyone feeling immensely gratified. Wei Yuan distributed Premium Goblin genes to the top 100 players, while the top 10 received Titan Giant genes, and the top 5 were awarded level 2 gene unlocking potions. As the players collected their rewards, they also noticed the newly updated game store. However, many items were temporarily unavailable, appearing in gray. The gene unlocking potions only display the icons for the first and second levels. Fortunately, most players' experience bars are just about full at level 1. Even if the top 3 players redeemed their rewards, they 1T gained substantial experience in a short time. As he watched the players jubilantly collect their rewards, Wei Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy within. Although he had long heard of the formidable reputation of the Fourth Calamity, this time, he truly sensed the terrifying prowess of the players. They didn't require his assistance. They swiftly tackled tasks with their own coins. It resembled a scenario where the chives, armed with sickles, were frantically harvesting themselves, all while expressing words of gratitude toward him. Just like now, even the aloof and composed Xing Chun, when approaching Wei Yuan to collect her reward, couldn't suppress a faint blush on her cheeks. Lord, the tall, dark-haired girl, with skin as fair as porcelain, declared, I have come to collect my reward. Wei Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me. They returned to the same weapons depot. However, upon unlocking the first level gene lock, The once impressive weapons that merely appeared formidable suddenly seemed alive. Xing Chun stood at the entrance of the depot, sensing that every weapon within possessed its own heartbeat. No, it wasn't their heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, she moved toward the direction where she felt the strongest pulse. In the Galactic Alliance, weapons fall into two categories. Wei Yuan began. One type is energy weapons, crafted by mechanics, powered by energy stones to unleash immense power. These require matching gene levels for utilization. In the other type, Xing Chun's heartbeat quickened as she eagerly gazed at Wei Yuan. The other type is forged by blacksmiths using various materials. These weapons possess a spirit of their own and are not bound by level restrictions. Wei Yuan drew a pair of Tang's sword from his rack. The slender blades emanated an icy aura the moment they were unsheathed, glinting ominously. Without the need for further testing, Xing Chun instinctively understood that these Tang swords were exceptionally sharp. Such weapons rely on the wielder to unleash their true potential. Theoretically, as long as the user is strong enough, these weapons become invincible. With that, Wei Yuan swung the Tang swords, effortlessly slicing through the resilient ground as though it were mere tofu. Xing Chun watched in awe as two fine black lines appeared on the ground, resembling strands of hair, while the swords glided through without leaving a single scratch. Now they are yours. Chapter 28. Even the oil-stealing old woman has her trials. If only such weapons existed in the real world. Xing Chun stood dazed, gripping the twin swords. These two blades are simply exquisite. When held in her hands, she feels as though her arms are being extended. These knives seem as though they have sprouted from her very being. This game is truly terrifying in its realism. Hearing the murmurs of the stars, Wei Yuan chuckled lightly and said, "Today, during the battle against the goblins, I noticed you employing ancient martial techniques. Xingchen, do you have a family legacy? Ancient martial arts." Xingchen turned her head toward Wei Yuan, wondering if this game might also possess elements related to ancient martial arts. In truth, her family does have a legacy of such practices, though it has now transformed into a martial arts school. Unfortunately, business has not been thriving, and she has watched it teeter on the brink of closure in recent years. Were it not for her father having only her as a daughter, the legacy would not be allowed to perish. Her mother is reluctant for her to train. After all, the adage wealth in literature, strength in martial arts holds true. Mastering martial skills requires diligent nourishment, both in hardship and in sustenance. Merely having a good diet is insufficient. One must also immerse oneself in various herbal concoctions daily and consume plenty of tonics. However, in modern society, with severe air pollution, the efficacy of medicinal herbs pales in comparison to the past. Moreover, contemporary youth are disinclined to laboriously forage for herbs in the mountains. Quality herbs have become increasingly rare. Xingchen did not expect that while playing a game, an NPC would discern her martial prowess. Suddenly being referred to as possessing ancient martial arts felt somewhat embarrassing to her. She could only admit to having a slight understanding of it. "As long as you understand, that's sufficient," Wei Yuan continued. "I intend to invite several instructors to our Blue Star to teach our kin various skills, with ancient martial arts being among them. I've already sent out recruitment information, and numerous interstellar individuals have submitted their resumes. The interviews are scheduled for 3 days from now. Would you be willing to assist as an interviewer? Lord's Quest. Accompany the Lord to the Central Star System and serve as an interviewer. Note, upon accepting the quest, you must not forcibly log out during the duration of the Lord's task. Quest reward, unknown. Will you accept the quest?" "Yes." One extraordinary task. Xingchen's lovely visage no longer bore the icy demeanor it once had. The image of a cold, aloof beauty is merely superficial. The Lord's time is set for 3 days from now, correct? Wei Yuan nodded. "Wonderful. Oh, wait a moment. Lord, how many days will this task take?" "The system just informed me that I cannot forcibly log out during the task. While I'm uncertain why this restriction exists, I still need to eat, drink, and attend to other necessities in real life. If this task spans several days, I might very well starve. This task should take about a week." Upon the conclusion of Wei Yuan's words, Xing Chun found herself hesitating on whether to decline. At that moment, a system notification appeared. "Task acceptance successful. Please log out momentarily to receive the specially prepared game pod designed for you." The game pod is fully equipped and includes a comprehensive nutrition system, allowing players to remain offline for a complete month. Goodness, Xing Chun had lost count of how many times she had internally exclaimed in astonishment that day. Each occasion was exhilarating. This game was truly remarkable. Initially, Her interest in obtaining an account stemmed from its status as a holographic simulation game, compelling her to enter and hone her skills. In truth, she wasn't particularly fond of space-themed games. The gameplay often felt overly cliched. Space exploration inevitably involved countless spacecraft, mechs, and advanced technology. However, now that Wei Yuan, the NPC lord, mentioned ancient martial arts, her interest was piqued. Furthermore, the prospect of accepting a task to acquire a game pod was an impressive offer. Taking a deep breath, Xing Chun composed herself. She reminded herself not to behave like the other players who begged for attention. As a successor of ancient martial arts, she felt a sense of responsibility to maintain her image. The title of ancient martial arts successor, while it might seem embarrassing in casual conversation, being praised as such by an NPC within the game was quite gratifying. Wei Yuan observed Xing Chun, who merely nodded coolly. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly aloof beauty shared a similar excitement within, akin to other playful players. After all, one cannot emerge from the same blanket as two distinct individuals. Similarly, a game can only attract two types of players, those who seek pure amusement and those who appear serious but harbor the same playful spirit within. Wei Yuan mused to himself, feeling fortunate to have identified a reliable player amidst the crowd of whimsical characters. This Xing Chun could undoubtedly hold her own even in the Central Star system. It seems my choice in players is indeed discerning. A broader smile crept across Wei Yuan's face. Since you have accepted the task, let us proceed. However, bringing just one clan member may not suffice. Do you have anyone in mind to recommend? Are you referring to those who will accompany us to the Central Star system? Xing Chun inquired. Wei Yuan nodded. A dependable player is likely to have their own circle, and perhaps Xing Chun could suggest a few more reputable players. Dark Beggar, Makabaka, and Windblowing, but are all quite capable, particularly Windblowing, but who possesses a certain charisma, Xing Chun responded. Wei Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that these players indeed showcased commendable skills. Moreover, this task relies entirely upon them. However, why did Xing Chun not recommend the oil thief? Before Wei Yuan could inquire about her lack of recommendation, a figure suddenly appeared before him with a swift motion. The oil thief slid gracefully to Wei Yuan's feet, embracing him tightly. Brother Yuan, take me with you. I yearn to visit the Central Star system. I, the oil thief, have diligently provided players with guidance for many years. The reason my experience bar rises slowly is solely due to the fact that the bloodthirsty Chuan does not grant experience. Oh, Brother Yuan, woe is me. Xing Chun, you frigid iceberg. You were the one who recommended me to play this game. And now that such a splendid opportunity arises to explore the outside world, you fail to recommend me? How ungrateful. A symphony of lamentations ensued. Although Xing Chun's face remained icy, she could not suppress a chuckle within her heart. She had anticipated that this gossip hound would undoubtedly eavesdrop on her conversation with the Lord. This rascal truly had an uncanny ability to gravitate towards any commotion. How could this task possibly exclude him? Chapter 29. Mission Invitation, Preparations for the Journey to the Central Star System. Wei Yuan shook off his leg, yet he could not dislodge the figure clinging to him. The oil thief merely wailed, shedding not a single tear. Your acting skills are inferior even to that player known as the future film emperor. Xing Chun, thoroughly exasperated by his cries, stepped forward and forcefully pulled the oil thief down. With such performance, how dare you create a parody video for the future film emperor? The oil thief, forcibly removed, quickly twisted to escape Xing Chun's grasp, making another attempt towards Wei Yuan's pant leg. However, just as he crawled 2 meters away, Xing Chun's long leg pinned him down. What are you doing? You traitor. I always include you in my good fortunes, and yet, when the Lord asks for recommendations, you fail to select me. Upon my return, I shall create a parody video that will haunt you. Silence. You are unbearable. Xing Chun delivered a swift knock on the oil thief's head. The Lord specified the need for reliable players. Just look at yourself. Are you dependable? Am I not dependable? The oil thief sprawled on the ground like a cockroach, struggled to move, yet remained firmly pinned down, creating a rather comical scene. Am I not more reliable than the beggar and Makabaka? That beggar is nothing but a battle maniac. What if he accompanies the Lord to the Central Star System and, in a fit of madness, starts a brawl? What then? And as for Makabaka, you well know that wherever there is excitement, he rushes to it, incessantly scurrying about and eager to make friends. Does that seem reliable to you? Xing Chun, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence. Listening to the conversation between the two individuals, one cannot overlook Wei Yuan, who remained silent. Goodness. It appears that none of them are to be underestimated. Should one contemplate a change in candidates? Wei Yuan's gaze lingered on Xing Chen. My lord, I have already accepted the task. Do not think to retract it, Xing Chen exclaimed, instantly erupting with such a declaration upon meeting Wei Yuan's eyes. Wei Yuan promptly averted his gaze. Was his intention so glaringly apparent? Since the task has already been dispatched, how could it possibly be rescinded? Wei Yuan awkwardly shifted the topic. However, given the oil thief's eagerness to undertake the mission, and considering the remarkable performance displayed in the previous task, he could indeed accompany them this time. No sooner had Wei Yuan's words fallen than the oil thief received a task invitation from the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to confirm. Splendid. I can finally explore the outside world. With Xing Chen's foot still resting on his back, the oil thief jubilantly danced about, resembling a cockroach pinned down. This mission spans nearly a week. I must briefly log off to inform my fans. Xing Chen, kindly release me. I need to disconnect. The oil thief pushed away Xing Chen's foot. 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes in his gaming room. Simultaneously, much like the previous delivery of his headset, the gaming pod had also arrived. The oil thief gazed at the gaming pod, which bore a striking resemblance to a medical pod within the game, and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Incredible. This gaming company is truly remarkable. When I first saw the medical pod in the game, it felt impressive, but to think they have created something so akin in the real world. Players often perceive the in-game items as mere visual renderings, assuming that the technology depicted is fictitious and purely conceptual. Thus, they naively believe that the advanced technology showcased in the game is nearly impossible to realize in reality. Little did the oil thief expect that this gaming company had indeed developed a gaming pod that allows one to go a month without food or water in the real world. Cool, absolutely cool. First, I must inform my fans. Soon, the oil thief launched a live stream. As before, he engaged with his fans, discussing the events that transpired in the gaming world. Numerous videos of the battle against the goblins had already circulated online, showcasing players returning to reality after being defeated and posting their experiences. Those videos were nearly ubiquitous. Where's your video, oil thief? Hurry and update us. Despite the abundance of content online, viewers eagerly anticipated the oil thief's rendition, as he typically documented the entire experience and maintained an excellent perspective. This time, the oil thief chose not to build suspense and directly uploaded the video. As all the netizens prepared to click on the video, he revealed a shocking piece of information. Brothers, in 3 days, I shall embark on the Lord's quest. This particular task is expected to take approximately a week to complete, and during this time, I cannot log off, so I must take a leave of absence. The Lord's quest? Goodness, I've never heard of such a thing. The oil thief. Or is it Jiao? Could this be the legendary special mission? The other streamers I follow have yet to share any news. Truly, the oil thief is always at the forefront. Please, tell us more about this quest. Indeed, why must it take an entire week? And if you cannot log off, how will you eat and drink? Are you going to starve yourself while gaming? Observing the concerned messages from viewers, the oil thief smiled mysteriously. Hey everyone, look behind me. The oil thief turned sideways, revealing the gaming pod. Its sleek design resembled a massive oval egg when closed. As the oil thief reached out to touch it, an electronic voice announced, "The Interstellar Human Race Gaming Pod is at your service. Would you like to log into your game account? No login required." After showcasing the pod's impressive features, the oil thief decisively opted not to log in. Instantly, countless messages flooded the computer screen. Whoa, I'm envious. What is this? A gaming bot. How cool. It looks just like the medical pod from the game. Seriously, does this gaming company only produce games? They've created something this extraordinary? This pod is quite remarkable. Even without considering its other functionalities, just its appearance could sell for tens of thousands, and I bet countless people would rush to order it. Oil thief, are you living in luxury? You're truly something else. The oil thief gleefully observed the jealous remarks from viewers. All right, everyone, await my good news. By the way, this pod's nutritional system can sustain effects for a month. Brothers, a whole month. Don't be envious. Don't be jealous. I will bring back wonderful things for you. Chapter 30. Lord Wei Yuan's can resemble the insectoid race. On Blue Star, Amilo, your school term is fast approaching. Hurry and bring back the transport ship. What kind of nonsense is this? Do you need to fly a transport ship just to go out and play? Hearing the furious roar from the communicator, Amilo shrank back. She knew her father would be angry, but she hadn't anticipated such a level of fury. Glancing at the transport ship covered in bullet holes, she realized that returning in this state would spell her doom. Anxiety washed over her as she took a large gulp of blood tree sap. Master, for your safety, I advise you to seek out Lord Wei Yuan's kin and purchase some blood tree sap to bring back. The voice of Mecha Peach resonated from behind Emilo. Indeed, Emilo exclaimed, clapping her hands. You are quite astute, Peach. The blood-sucking Polonia is indeed hard to find, and the sap harvested by the human race still retains a trace of life energy. Father will undoubtedly be extremely pleased. Perhaps this time I may escape a beating. The frown on her face vanished in an instant as she joyfully bounded towards the gathering of players. Having just emerged victorious from a fierce battle, the players' pockets were now brimming with spoils. They congregated in a vast clearing, hawking their wares. Don't miss out. Weapons soaked in the toxin of the blood-sucking Polonia. Just breach your prey's defenses, and you can hunt without injury. Limited quantities available. First come, first served. A grand sale. High-grade goblin weapons. A legacy battle axe. Its effectiveness rivals that of the famed Tang Dao, a true treasure among melee weapons. Only 2 gold coins for the entire lot. You won't regret your purchase. As Emilo arrived on this street, she was enthusiastically intercepted by the players at the forefront. Ah, it's Miss Emilo. Come. Look at what I have here. Freshly squeezed sap from the blood-sucking Polonia, just extracted and incredibly fresh. We offer a better price if you buy in bulk. There's an 8% discount. A 7.5 discount right here. No need for a large purchase. Miss Emilo, come to my stall. In an instant, the players erupted in a frenzy, each eager to promote their own blood-sucking Polonia sap to Emilo. Most of those setting up stalls were among the first batch of players, carefully selected by Wei Yuan from the gaming elite. When a second wave of players, still groggy from sleep, returned to the game, they were met with this lively scene. I was just about to get to work mining, and this place is already bustling? One exclaimed. What on earth are those elites doing? Why are they all peddling their blood-sucking Polonia sap? That stuff is horrendous, and since the oil thief has flooded the system with it, the prices have plummeted. Ah, but you are unaware, my friend. Rumor has it that Miss Emilo has quite the fondness for the sap, and the price she offers is significantly higher than what the system provides. A player who had gathered this intelligence rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, signaling to his fellow workers. Moreover, she pays not in gold coins, but directly in energy stones. Energy stones? I recall that energy stones and energy were priced similarly. Didn't someone calculate that giving the blood-sucking Polonia sap to Emilo would yield less than trading with the system? Your information is outdated, my brother. The veteran players have already reached level 2. After attaining level 2, they can purchase energy weapons from a system mall. And the consumables for energy weapons are none other than energy stones. The energy we extract must be processed to become energy stones. But our Lord lacks the technology for such processing. Alas, does this mean that in order to obtain the energy stones, we must solely rely on Emilo? Indeed, this news swiftly spread throughout the gaming community. For the first time, Emilo felt an overwhelming sense of popularity among the kin of Senior Wei Yuan. It is worth noting that during her previous visits to procure the bloodthirsty sap from the trees, these kin often treated her with indifference, frequently remarking that they sold to her only out of pity for her twin ponytails. The players, who typically regarded her with an air of aloofness, suddenly exhibited such fervor that Emilo found herself momentarily taken aback. Have you already discerned that I am about to depart? Emilo promptly acquired all the bloodthirsty sap available on this street. Only at the point of payment did she inquire with the trading player. Could it be that Senior Wei Yuan is aware of the impending start of the school term, prompting his kin to show more warmth towards me? Contemplating this notion, a faint blush graced Emilo's cheeks. However, the player opposite her suddenly emitted a sharp exclamation. What? Miss Emilo, you are leaving? His booming voice drew the attention of all players. When do you intend to depart? Can we negotiate for you to delay your departure, sister? Oh, dear Emilo. If you leave, what shall we do? The players were in a state of panic. They had previously thought this NPC was merely a background character, only to realize her significance just as she was about to leave. What sort of planning is this? Are they toying with them? She was to embark on her journey in merely 3 days. Emilo sighed. After all, she had come to procure some bloodthirsty sap to present as gifts to her family. Do you have any left? I want them all. It was only at this time that she had managed to squeeze in her visit due to her spatial leap. Had she followed the conventional path, she would have returned immediately after delivering the goods. To her surprise, the kin of Senior Wei Yuan, who usually seemed indifferent, were now so reluctant to see her go. Only 3 days left? The players gasped in astonishment. 3 days. Brothers, I shall not set up my stall for now. Extracting sap is of utmost priority. Farewell. I, too, shall depart. Without energy stones, the weapons I just purchased are utterly useless. The players arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. In mere seconds, the once bustling marketplace fell into desolation. Is it not said that humans are the most adept at social intricacies? Why then do the kin of Senior Wei Yuan seem so? Amilo found herself at a loss for words to articulate her current emotions. They appeared to harbor a modicum of reverence only for Lord Wei Yuan. Mecha Peach summarized it succinctly, likening it to the loyalty of worker insects to their queen. How could they possibly resemble the Zerg? The Zerg are devoid of emotions, mercilessly executing the commands of their overlord and devouring everything within their sight. The mere thought of the Zerg made Amilo's brow furrow in instinctive disdain. Yet, the members of Senior Wei Yuan's clan seemed quite amiable towards her, did they not? Chapter 31. How could I allow you to return home alone? The mech Tao Tao observed Amilo as she joyfully bounced away, tilting its head in contemplation. However, its internal simulations indicated that the interaction patterns of Lord Wei Yuan's kin bore at least a 90% resemblance to those of the Zerg. If one were to equate Lord Wei Yuan to the Overlord, then his kin would surely be akin to the worker Zerg. Within the Zerg hierarchy, only the Overlord and the workers exist, with no discernible class distinctions among the workers. Conversely, within the Alliance, even among Gene warriors and ordinary clansfolk, not to mention the higher-tier Gene warriors, a dismissive attitude is often directed towards those of lower ranks. Their long-standing creed has always been that might makes right. Yet, on this planet, Tao Tao observed that these humans exhibited a demeanor of equality when interacting with Amilo. They even dared to vocally express that the price she offered was far from reasonable. Such audacity would be utterly inconceivable among the Treants. What are you pondering, Tao Tao? Amilo was unaware of when she had come to a halt. It would be rather discourteous to leave without bidding farewell to the senior. Upon locating Wei Yuan, she found him indulging in food on another street. The stalls here were predominantly operated by newcomers, lacking in resources after exhausting themselves in mining. They sought to hunt for prey to earn a modest living at the night market. The fifth-tier planet was abundant in resources, with both flora and fauna in plentiful supply. The players often indulged in culinary delights during their leisure. Given Wei Yuan's regional ties, he primarily attracted compatriots from Huaxia. Fresh wild boar meat, fragrant roasted mountain chicken, and eggs. Boss, I'll have a skewer of roasted chicken legs. Wei Yuan stood before the barbecue grill, inhaling the mouth-watering aroma of the roasted chicken legs, unable to suppress a gulp. Ah, it's Brother Yuan, a player, fanning himself with a handmade fan. Wiped the sweat from his brow and deftly sprinkled wild onions from the seasoning box onto the chicken legs. In that instant, an even more intoxicating scent assaulted Wei Yuan's senses. Truly, it is the Earth compatriots. Wei Yuan's gaze fixated on the golden sheen glistening on the chicken legs. In the era of interstellar travel, regardless of the race, efficiency was the sole priority. Even their appetites had been suppressed by evolution. As for the human race, following the cataclysmic battle against the Zerg, only a scant few had managed to escape, leaving no one to concern themselves with culinary recipes. Since his arrival, Wei Yuan had subsisted solely on nutritional liquids. Although these liquids could satiate hunger, their taste left much to be desired. According to the law of time travelers, Wei Yuan should also be a culinary master, capable of preparing exquisite dishes that could enchant numerous interstellar warriors. However, regrettably on Earth, Wei Yuan has become a connoisseur of takeout. With takeout readily available, who would bother to cook? The most he has ever prepared at home is instant noodles, which barely qualifies him as a noodle chef. Extra spicy? The player swiftly flips a chicken leg, golden grease dripping onto the charcoal, producing a delightful sizzle. White smoke wafts upward, imbued with the essence of fire. Add more. All right, the grilled chicken leg is ready. Brother Yuan, 1 gold coin. The player wraps the aromatic chicken leg in leaves from the bloodthirsty tree and presents it. As the player collects Wei Yuan's gold coin, there is no hint of hesitation. Brother Wei, you still have to pay for your food? The newly arrived Amilo gazes in astonishment at the scene before her. Wei Yuan and the player, separated by a barbecue grill, exchange confused glances at Amilo. What do you mean? Am I not allowed to collect payment? The player scratches his head in bewilderment. What do you mean, Amilo? You don't pay for goods among my kin? Wei Yuan's eyes suddenly sharpen. I have paid. I have. Amilo feels a chill run down her neck under Wei Yuan's intense gaze. As long as you've paid, that is sufficient. Wei Yuan returns to normal, taking a hearty bite of the grilled chicken leg. The juicy, sizzling chicken leg is utterly delectable. Did you seek me out? Oil glistens at the corners of Wei Yuan's mouth, yet this does not detract from his charm in the slightest. Instead, it adds a touch of liveliness, rendering him less aloof than before. Emilio gazes at Wei Yuan, somewhat entranced. Want some? Wei Yuan takes larger bites, and once he has finished the chicken leg in his hand, he turns to the player. Boss, 2 more chicken legs, please. Do you like it spicy? Emilio looks at Wei Yuan with wide eyes. Senior, I want to eat the same as you. All right, make them all spicy. Wei Yuan hands over 2 gold coins. As Tao Tao observes Wei Yuan giving the player 2 gold coins, the internal display screen reflects a declining similarity between the human and insect races. Even among the insect race, a king worm would never pay a worker worm. To serve a king worm is a privilege for the worker worms. Hiss. After just 1 bite of the grilled chicken leg, Emilio's fair face flushes bright red. What is this sensation? Could it be poisonous? She slightly sticks out her tongue, attempting to alleviate the burning sensation. Yet at that moment, her mouth begins to salivate profusely. Despite the pain, why does she crave more? Just eat more. It won't be spicy if you have enough. Wei Yuan continues to devour the chicken leg. The salty, spicy grilled chicken leg is simply divine. Tears nearly spring from Emilio's eyes as she eats, but her robust physique as a high-level genetic warrior quickly adapts to the heat, and she finds herself increasingly addicted. After just a couple of bites, the entire chicken leg was devoured. To my surprise, the human race not only possesses the delectable blood-sucking parasol juice, but also such a delightful delicacy. It was both exhilarating and exquisite. Before Emilio could utter a word, Wei Yuan swiftly interjected. You've come to seek me out, Haven to you? What is it you wish to discuss? Observing the gluttonous girl, it was evident she still yearned for more chicken leg. As her senior and host, he felt it necessary to refrain from appearing too stingy, at least in front of the other players. Thus, he hastily diverted Emilio's attention from the chicken leg. It was then that Emilio recalled her purpose for visiting Wei Yuan. Senior, with the school term approaching, I must return the transport ship, so I have come to bid you farewell. Upon finishing her sentence, she gazed at Wei Yuan with a hint of anticipation, wondering if he would feel a tinge of reluctance at her departure. However, she noticed a spark of enthusiasm light up in Wei Yuan's eyes. Junior, traveling alone poses considerable danger, especially if you encounter space pirates on your journey home. Senior, I can utilize spatial jump technology to traverse the war zone directly. Emilio replied confidently. Wei Yuan shook his head. Even with spatial jump technology, I cannot allow you, a young girl, to journey home alone. How about this? I will accompany you with several clan members to ensure your safe return. Senior, you're so kind, Emilio said, her cheeks flushing with warmth. She stole a glance at Wei Yuan, her heart racing slightly. Ha, look. I told you Emilio must have feelings for brother Yuan. I win the bet quickly. Hand over the gold. Oh dear. The twin-tailed girl has indeed succumbed, but alas, our brother Yuan is a man of great ambition. How could he possibly be swayed by such childish affection? Sigh, Emilio, you are a disappointment. Nearby, a group of players lamented as they surrendered their gold coins. Clearly the victorious ones were grinning from ear to ear. The once flirtatious atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Hearing their remarks, Emilio blushed deeper, covering her face as she hurried away. Wei Yuan, however, intercepted the players collecting gold, extending his hand. You think you can gamble with me? Hurry. Let us split it 70-30. I take 70, you take 30. Under his imposing presence, the players reluctantly produced their coins. Brother Yuan, now that you're a lord, why are you still so stingy? Indeed, you are a grand lord destined to be the king of the stars. If a man is too miserly, he'll find it difficult to attract a wife. Oomph. I can't help but suspect that your promise to protect Emilio on her way home was merely a ruse to hitch a ride on her spatial jump. A miser indeed. You would stoop to trading your charm just to save a few coins. Poor, naive Emilio. Ah, the harsh realities of life. Wei Yuan glanced at the gold coins in his possession and cast a fleeting glance at the players. You must understand that our human race is rather impoverished. Without meticulous budgeting, how can we sustain you, my kin? He declared before turning to depart, entirely disregarding the somewhat disordered players behind him. It was absurd. Had it not been for his careful calculations during his time at the Lord Academy, how could he have amassed such a substantial enterprise for the players? The weapons in the armory hardly materialized from thin air. Yet, the players were not entirely mistaken. He was no fool and could discern that Emilio harbored some interest in him. Since he already had affections for him, Allowing him to ride along was not an inconvenience. Moreover, the players had yet to register their identities on the Star Network. Strictly speaking, they were all unregistered. Unregistered individuals could not log onto the official passenger starships. Mission triggered. Procure identification for the players. As an interstellar lord, how could one's kin be unregistered in the cosmos? The host must secure identification for each of their kin. Mission reward. A fleet of navigational warships. Upon seeing the mission details and the rewards, Wei Yuan could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Fortunately, there were no players nearby. Otherwise, he would have certainly lost his composure. However, the sudden appearance of this mission and its rewards felt rather absurd. Providing identification for the players? With genetic cloning technology combined with the summoned souls from Earth. How could this ever be above board? If the interstellar beings discovered that he could summon formidable souls from another world, he would undoubtedly be captured by the elite of the top races, forcibly compelled to summon players, and then coerced into sending them to their deaths against the insectoid races. In relation to the cosmos, Wei Yuan still felt a connection to Earth. He and the players were compatriots. System, this mission reward is merely tantalizing me, he muttered in frustration. Yet, a full fleet of navigational warships that amounted to 81 ships. The value of such a fleet, even within the Alliance's central military, could ignite fierce competition among several military leaders. As Wei Yuan gazed at the enticing mission reward, his heart raced. Yet, contemplating the mission's requirements, he sighed. To proceed or not? If he chose to proceed, he would have to attempt to hack into the Alliance's terminal intelligence. The multiracial alliance thrived with rapid technological advancements born from the collision of various species. Artificial intelligence played a crucial role in assisting the races in researching genetic technology. Furthermore, all identity registrations were uploaded to the cloud, with all data meticulously managed by the terminal intelligence. He lacked the expertise to breach A's back-end and alter the data. Moreover, the number of players would inevitably increase over time. He could not possibly hack into the back-end every time he summoned someone. Moreover, although those public figures in the Alliance may seem absurdly foolish, the true powers behind the scenes are far from naive. Upon discovering traces in the back-end data, they would undoubtedly reinforce their defenses. Continuously challenging this matter would be akin to a lapse in judgment. My dear companion, considering our deep familiarity, almost a reliance on one another, could you kindly enlighten me on the feasibility of this endeavor? Wei Yuan is indeed reluctant to abandon this mission, detecting that the task is exceedingly difficult for the current host, searching for solutions. Upon evaluation, the assistance that summoned kin can provide is negligible. System assistance is initiated. Technically, this system can offer support. The host merely requires an interface to connect to the terminal intelligence. While this process is somewhat simpler than before, acquiring an interface for the terminal intelligence remains a daunting task. Wei Yuan fell silent for a moment. It seemed a return to school is necessary. Imagining the principal's reaction upon discovering that his return would entail stealing the terminal intelligence interface and hacking into A's backend, one could only surmise that the principal would be furious. Regardless, the priority now is to select capable individuals. At the very least, the players should be well trained. Relying solely on resurrection would render them mere cannon fodder, enduring until death. 3 days swiftly passed, and on the morning of departure, players gathered tearfully beneath Amilo's transport ship. Alas, Amilo is about to depart. After this, who knows if any NPCs will bring energy stones again. Safe travels, and don't forget to record a video for us. Thief. Initially, we were all engaged in mining, yet you insisted on competing. Now look at the outcome. Just a little competition, and you can accompany the Lord to the central star system. Truly, I am exasperated. Please, Great One, bring back plenty of energy stones. Thief. Clandestinely begging, wind blows, Makaraka, and Starry Night. 5 players stood amidst the crowd, the center of attention. Clandestinely begging. Haha, brothers, just wait for our good news. Thief. Once we reach the new map, I promise to film everything and bring it back for you to see. Makaraka. If there's anything valuable, I'll post it directly in the group. Just message me when the time comes. Starry Night. 6. Wind blows glanced at the 4, unsure if he should say something or if silence would render him out of place. At that moment, Wei Yuan arrived alongside Amilo. Alright, enough showing off. Let us board the transport ship. Chapter 33. No, dude, did you just spit on me? Haha, brothers, look. This is the interior of the transport ship. Although this is my second visit, I am always awed by the spacious interior. Look at that door, how cool. It is utterly astonishing. Previously, This cabin was designated for housing primary energy saws, and the impact it had back then was truly remarkable. Now, we can only observe the vastness of this space. Amilo is undoubtedly a wealthy heiress. I once overheard her conversation with Source. This transport vessel belongs to Amilo's family, a quintessential example of affluence. If Source could align himself with Amilo, we would surely live without want, my brothers. The oil thief walks among the group, mumbling to herself while recording a video. Windblown, but participating in this venture for the first time, is perplexed by the oil thief's actions. There is no live streaming feature in the game. What is she doing? Doesn't she feel embarrassed? Can she not sense the awkwardness radiating from Amilo? Turning, windblown, but notices Source diverting his gaze. Oh no, even the Lord feels embarrassed. Such shame. The affliction of second-hand embarrassment is about to strike. With a flushed face, windblown, but lowers his head. As a privileged child, he is experiencing for the first time that sensation described by netizens online, the feeling of wanting to dig his toes into the ground out of sheer awkwardness. Just as windblown, but is about to bury himself in embarrassment, Makabaka's hand rests on his shoulder. Feeling quite awkward, are we? Ha ha, the oil thief is a streamer. You'll get used to it. In a holographic simulation game, when one becomes deeply immersed, they tend to forget that the characters are merely NPCs. Windblown, but expresses his gratitude, yet remains uncomforted. Sister Makabaka, the immersion is so intense. I cannot overlook it, he whispers to her. Meanwhile, Amilo has already stifled her laughter several times. The Lord's face is a canvas of embarrassment. How are they able to so calmly discuss the fact that they are NPCs in front of the Lord and Amilo? Thanks to the system's processing, the player's earthly language is automatically translated into the universal tongue of the Galactic Alliance. However, when it comes to words that might expose the game's nature, they revert to the earthly language. Thus, Amilo perceives that sources can always appear remarkably composed, regardless of the circumstances. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, one could embark on a cosmic vessel? Are we truly about to begin interstellar travel? He secretly leans against the window to gaze outside, yet sees nothing. Curiously, he turns to Amilo and asks, Amilo, have you applied a privacy film to your window? What a ridiculous notion of privacy film. Source truly wishes to toss these two embarrassing individuals off the transport ship. How utterly mortifying. Perhaps it would be best not to bring these characters along to the academy for the competition. It may still be possible to find a few more reliable players among the others, those with steadier temperaments, right? As Wei Yuan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, Amilo bestowed upon him a knowing expression. It's all right, senior. I understand that they have just transitioned from ordinary individuals to genetic warriors. It's quite normal, really. Amilo, perceptive and considerate, thought to herself how the human race had indeed lived up to the prior rumors. Ever since the war against the insectoid race, their resources had plummeted drastically. No wonder Senior Wei Yuan had been renowned for his thriftiness and hard work during his time at school. Achieving top grades across all subjects at the Lord Academy, it was disheartening to see that upon being assigned to a territory, only a few ordinary human beings were sent to him. Not a single genetic warrior was included in the lot, reflecting on her father's words, which indicated that as she approached her graduation assessments, all the promising genetic warriors from their clan would be dispatched to her, along with all the necessary training resources. Amilo suddenly felt a profound sense of empathy for Senior Wei Yuan's arduous circumstances. With this realization, her previous attitude of mockery towards the players dissipated, and she spoke gently to clarify. During interstellar travel, spatial rifts may appear. For safety reasons, the Alliance upgraded all spacecraft 70 years ago. The upgraded vessels lack viewing areas. To observe the external environment, one must rely on real-time monitoring from the main cockpit. Upon finishing her explanation, Amilo activated the smart wristband on her arm. In an instant, a three-dimensional image of the cosmos materialized around the players, making them feel as though they were truly immersed in the universe. 3 massive suns shone brightly as points of light, while the blue planet of Wei Yuan's territory had shrunk to nearly invisibility. Wow, have we truly escaped the gravitational pull of the Earth? I can't believe I feel nothing, exclaimed the player known as the Oil Thief, while capturing the moment on camera. Amilo chuckled lightly. If it were merely a standard journey, you would hardly experience any vibrations. However, this time we will utilize spatial jump technology to traverse the combat zone. So brace yourselves. What should we prepare for? Amilo deftly piloted the transport ship, and a mechanical voice echoed above them. Spatial jump countdown. 3, 2, 1. Prepare for nausea. As soon as Amilo's words fell, The players felt their heads alternately swell and shrink, their bodies becoming akin to pliable clay, being molded and flattened. They struggled to vomit, discomfort engulfing them, not just physically but on a soulful level. When the jump concluded, the players' faces turned ashen. The oil thief was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed. "Vomit bags!" shouted Mecha Peach, delivering the bags. The 5 players collectively clutched the bags and began to retch violently. Such is the nature of spatial jumps. They induce intense discomfort. But one eventually acclimatizes. Emilo was feeling quite unwell, gulping down the sap of the bloodthirsty parasitic tree to suppress her discomfort. It was unbearable, she groaned. Emilo. "Have we arrived home?" After regurgitating, the oil thief finally managed to lift her head. Emilo shook her head and replied, "Not yet. We have merely traversed the war zone. To reach home, we still need to jump at least 8 more times." 8 times! The 5 of them exclaimed in unison. Even Xingqian, teary-eyed and clutching a vomit bag, exuded an aura of despair. Although they had numbed the physical pain, the sensation of spatial jumping was still excruciating, 100 times worse than motion sickness. "Yuanji, I can't take any longer. Just drop me here, I'll restart." Makabaka raised her hand weakly to plead. After all, it was merely a game. There was no need to gamble her life over it. Previously on Earth, she had been severely prone to motion sickness, unable to travel without vomiting. Back then, she believed nothing in this world could be more uncomfortable than motion sickness. Little did she know it could get worse, and in a game no less. This was just a game. They were merely entering a dungeon. Yet she almost lost her lunch. Makabaka now looked at Wei Yuan with earnestness. "Lord, Yuanji, let me go, I can't jump anymore, truly can't, ugh." As she spoke, she began to retch again. It was only after Wei Yuan pulled up Makabaka's profile that he realized the poor girl suffered from such severe motion sickness. The spatial jumping technology was still not fully refined, leading to a rather unpleasant experience. "Senior, should we turn back and let your people off?" Emilo inquired. If all these humans disembarked from the transport ship, it would leave just her and Senior Wei aboard. The mere thought sent a thrill through Emilo. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Returning is not an option. You're about to start school, and further delays would be unwise." Wei Yuan replied, lowering his gaze to inspect the nearby planets where they could dock. After all, how could they undertake the players' quest without the players? The system had explicitly instructed that they must take the players to the central star system to find suitable mentors for them. Indeed, this task was not a spontaneous decision by Wei Yuan, but rather a branch mission given by the system. Such sudden side quests offered rewards based on completion rates, necessitating the player's presence. Moreover, they lacked identification. Traveling to the central star system required smuggling. Fortunately, the position of Blue Star was exceedingly distant from the central star system, and typically, in more remote systems, one could arrange for smuggling as long as sufficient funds were provided. But Senior, this area still falls within the military and interstellar pirate conflict zone. Is it really safe? Amerlo was somewhat apprehensive. "No, they can take care of themselves, rest assured. Let's find a planet to dock," Wei Yuan said. "Chaos is precisely what is required. The more tumultuous the war zone, the greater the influx of smuggler ships." The planets ensnared in conflict were in utter disarray. The faces of the refugees bore an expression of numbness, their gazes steeped in desolation. Makabaka and the oil smuggler, following the directives of the system, made their way to the clandestine starship. Along their journey, they encountered numerous individuals, their bodies shattered from explosions. A child lay beside the lifeless face of her mother, awaiting death. A wife, curled in the embrace of her deceased husband, wore an expression of lifelessness. There were no wails of sorrow. This war zone, in the absence of artillery fire, could even be described as eerily silent. With a fleeting glance, Makabaka found her eyes welling with tears. Is there something amiss with the artist who created this scene? Why render their suffering so vividly? Makabaka's voice quivered with emotion. Just moments ago, she had been retching uncontrollably, and now she witnessed a purgatory on Earth. It was merely a game. Why portray the visuals with such stark realism? Unable to suppress her tears, Makabaka lamented, "It's just a game. Don't immerse yourself too deeply. Just avoid looking into their eyes." Standing beside her, Feng Chue Pippi gently patted her shoulder, taking it upon himself to console her. Yet, upon witnessing that scene, he too felt a pang of sorrow. The others were hardly in a better state. Even Xingqian had moist eyes. Enough of this. Hurry aboard the starship. Those who wish to survive, go to the kitchen and remain silent. Understood? A purple-skinned man, leading them onto the starship, wore a mask of indifference. Seeing these 5 youngsters shedding tears in such dire circumstances only deepened his frown. Where on earth did these peculiar individuals come from? Reduced to smuggling. Yet they still felt pity for the civilians? Hurry up, he urged impatiently. This starship, bound for the central star system, would take 2 days to reach its destination. Thus the supplies were limited. The storage room was relatively spacious, allowing Makabaka and her companions to huddle together without feeling cramped. The individuals permitted aboard the starship appeared to be gene warriors. The oil smuggler noticed that the purple-skinned leader had departed and quietly lifted his head to survey the surroundings. Within the storage room, there were already 40 to 50 diverse individuals curled up in various corners. Beside a group of players huddled together, a plump, pale balloon-like figure lay on the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared blankly at the ceiling. A large gash marred his abdomen, for which a silvery liquid trickled slowly. The oil thief gazed at him, suddenly reminded of the countless civilians unqualified to board the starship. Even the gene warriors suffered devastating losses, leaving the civilians to gamble on fate and see who might survive. Despite repeatedly telling himself that this was merely a game, just a game, he could not help but feel his eyes welling with tears. As a human accustomed to a peaceful existence, he rarely witnessed such harrowing scenes. Even though he constantly reminded himself that it was all an illusion, the sorrow remained unshakable. I shall seek out some information to ascertain the situation on this planet. The oil thief sighed, rising to approach the balloon man. The streamers of strategy, streamers exemplified such dedication. Brother, are you all right? He inquired, leaning closer to the balloon man. Hearing his voice, the balloon man's eyes moved, yet they remained devoid of life. Huh, you certainly don't appear unscathed, the oil thief awkwardly remarked. I would like to inquire about the circumstances on this planet. Aren't the interstellar pirates waging war on planet M2779? Why has it affected this area? He had eavesdropped on discussions between Amilo and Wei Yuan regarding this matter, but the planet they were now boarding was not M2779. His earnest question was met with the balloon man's vacant gaze. The man's mouth hung open, seemingly about to speak, yet finding no words. Without hesitation, the oil thief leaned in closer. Buddy, whisper to me. A gurgling sound emanated from the balloon man's throat. A faint voice drifted from the other side of the oil thief. It's a war zone. When the interstellar pirates run low on resources, they prey upon the surrounding weaker planets, plundering their resources to sustain their war efforts. Do you understand? Is that so? The oil thief turned to face the speaker, only to discover another individual opposite the balloon man. This person appeared to be in a significantly better state. Just then, he felt a chill against his ear. Reaching up, he found it wet. What the hell? Did you just spit in my ear? Chapter 34. Brainworms in Yuccas. The oil thief exclaimed, prompting the balloon man to tremble violently, his eyes widening before he exhaled his last breath. No way. Am I about to be scammed? The oil thief instinctively stepped back. The individual who had spoken earlier softly coughed several times from the corner. He was nearly out of breath long before, so why bother? Is it fine to leave the corpse here? The oil thief wiped the moisture from his ear with his sleeve, feeling entirely unsettled. Although it is merely a game, the balloon man spat at him in his final moments, which certainly carries an air of misfortune. The individual opposite him seemed to possess more knowledge. The oil thief woman approached the speaker directly. This area serves as the starship kitchen, a storage place for food. The man reclined upon a large pile of woven bags. Clad in a pale green robe, appearing gaunt and frail, with pointed ears, a sharp nose, and a pair of green eyes, he might have been mistaken for an elf, were it not for his lackluster appearance. You do not seem like the inhabitants of our planet. What race do you belong to? He inquired, his breath evident as he spoke. His gaze was fixed intently upon the oil thief woman, indicating that he had noticed the players upon their entrance to the kitchen. Humans. Is it not obvious? The oil thief woman replied, grinning as she leaned closer. Since you already discern my race, what about you? Were you? Green which tribe? My name is Yuccas, he responded with a smile. You seem quite curious about the battle zone. Have you come from elsewhere? The kitchen was indeed filled with numerous injured individuals. However, most appeared to be in a state of stupor, oblivious to the commotion nearby. Thus, encountering an NPC willing to engage in conversation was a rare opportunity for the oil thief woman. Observing that Yuccas appeared to be in better condition than the other wounded, she pondered whether he might be a guiding NPC. Perhaps she had mistakenly approached the wrong person earlier, thus failing to trigger a dialogue. The more she considered it, the more plausible it seemed. She scrutinized Yuccas' face. It was evident that he was an ordinary NPC, lacking the exquisite design of characters like Emilio. Not to mention, his skin appeared rough and withered, and his gaze lacked vitality. It was clear that the game developers had overlooked certain details. How delightful it is to uncover such minor bugs. From Yuka's perspective, he noticed the human gazing at him intently for several moments before breaking into an inexplicable smile, which grew increasingly self-satisfied. Surely, this human could not be unwell. His lifeless eyes turned stiffly. It was impossible for his disguise to have been discovered. He had encountered numerous members of the Alliance without revealing himself. There was no way he would expose himself before such a low-level human. Moreover, Yuka's glanced at the deceased balloon man, who had displayed no caution whatsoever. Even if he detected something amiss now, he would soon be devoured. Humans, who would have guessed that these beings could cause such significant trouble for the kingworm? It appears to lack strength entirely. Oi, thieving woman, what are you doing here? Did you not say you would seek out information? Secretly begging, I observed the thieving woman, grinning foolishly at a green-skinned individual in the corner. Her laughter lingering far too long, which struck me as rather odd. Did not the Lord instruct us to remain quietly aboard this smuggling starship? If our mission fails because of you, your fate will be dire. I placed my hand gently on the thieving woman's shoulder, whispering, the task we are undertaking is irreversible. Should we perish during its execution, the mission will be rendered impossible. As I spoke, I guided the thieving woman towards the players. Yuka stared intently at me, an unsettling sensation creeping over me. It's nothing. I merely seek to gather information. After all, what is the point of engaging in a game without understanding its context? The thieving woman brushed my hand away. This individual, named Yuka's, was likely an NPC aboard the starship, with whom I could initiate dialogue. The words exchanged between us fell upon Yuka's ears, morphing into disjointed fragments interspersed with incomprehensible beeping sounds. Young man, there is no need for anxiety. In my current state, I am incapable of causing harm, and furthermore, physical altercations are prohibited aboard this smuggling vessel. Yuka's discerned the wariness in my eyes and suddenly took an interest in me. From the moment the players boarded the starship and entered this kitchen, he had been observing them. Humans, a most peculiar species to the Zerg. Indeed, Yuka's belonged to the Zerg. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the consciousness known as Yuka's, nestled within this body, was Zerg. This vessel was nearing its limits. He needed to find another body to inhabit, just as his companions had. The individuals in the war zone were far too cautious. The gene warriors they could parasitize were often those who were maimed or mentally unstable. Such bodies could not sustain life for long. Yuka's cast a glance at the area where the players had recently congregated. Over there, wind blowing behind, remained blissfully unaware that he had been targeted. He continued to rummage through a large sack, oblivious. Are you curious about matters concerning the war zone and interstellar pirates? Yuka's inquired of me. I can share what I know, but I wish to remain with you. My current state is too precarious. Without companions, the administrator may confiscate my possessions. Lacking resources, even reaching the central galaxy would lead me to certain doom. It is said that the human race possesses a remarkable capacity for empathy within the Interstellar Alliance. They are typically willing to assist the weak. Yuka's reflected on the information he had gleaned about the human race from the mouth of the Queen Bug when he departed from Zerg. That administrator, engaging in such antics? Truly despicable. The oil stealer rolled up her sleeves and declared, Beggar, let us lend him a hand. She winked at the beggar lurking in the shadows. In a private message, she remarked, This NPC seems a bit off, doesn't it? The beggar retorted, What the hell? You know he's suspicious, yet you still converse with him? The oil stealer replied, I thought he was a trigger-type NPC. I didn't expect to find ourselves under scrutiny. She continued, Now that we are being watched, let us see what he truly desires. The beggar cautioned, If things go awry, you're done for. This is a special mission. He was entirely disinterested in this task, fearing an untimely demise shortly after setting out. Yuka's, however, clearly harbored ill intentions towards their group of 5. After some contemplation, the beggar sent a private reply to the oil stealer. All right then, if things seem amiss, just have Xingqian eliminate him. The two exchanged glances, and the oil stealer slowly nodded. Together, they led Yuka's towards where Feng Chue Pai Pai and the others were. At that moment, Feng Chue Pai Pai was spitting and sputtering, while Makaba Ka wore a look of disgust. Only Xingqian held a test tube-like object, gently swaying it. What are you doing? The beggar inquired curiously. They were determined to see what culinary delights the kitchen had to offer, so they opened a burlap sack. Xingqian, amused, displayed the sack that Feng Shui Pai Pai had opened earlier. Inside were numerous test tubes, each containing a clear, viscous liquid. What is this? The beggar extracted one and noticed it was labeled nutrient solution in bold letters. Disgusting, yet I feel a bit hungry. I should have brought some food from the food street. Feng Shui Pai Pai recalled the nutrient solution he had just consumed and felt nauseated again. This game really didn't need to be designed with such detail. Feeling hunger in a game is unnecessary. He lamented, his face a mask of anguish. The most pressing concern was not merely hunger, but the fact that remaining in a state of hunger would lead to a decline in performance. Xingqian interjected, expressionless, and consumed the nutrient solution she held. Not bad. It's drinkable, she assessed. Makabaka and Feng Shui Pai Pai gazed at Xingqian with admiration. A true expert, capable of downing such unpalatable fare in a single gulp. Xingqian, however, had long since grown accustomed to such experiences. She had consumed far worse concoctions at home. She glanced at Yuka's, brought over by the oil stealer and her companions, and inquired, "Who is he?" An NPC, though seemingly harboring dubious intentions, expressed a desire to accompany us for mutual protection. Having sustained grave injuries, the oil-stealing matron sought to gather information and discreetly resorted to begging, sharing a brief account of her situation. Xingqian nodded in acknowledgement. Within the team, the most formidable force undoubtedly belonged to Xingqian. However, the true leader was the one who beguiledly begged. "Just follow your lead," he stated. Xingqian took 2 vials of nutritional fluid and approached the oil-stealing matron, who was engaged in conversation with Ukaz. Ukaz, drawing from the memories embedded within the corpse he had consumed, began recounting his experiences to the matron. Upon seeing Xingqian, he flashed a conciliatory smile. Xingqian, with an impassive demeanor, nodded at Ukaz, remarking, "The nutritional fluid may not be particularly palatable, but it does provide a semblance of satiety, preventing further decline of hunger." "You reminded me. I haven't eaten yet," the oil-stealing matron chuckled. She uncapped a vial and gulped it down in one go. To her surprise, after consuming a single vial, her stomach audibly protested once more. Instinctively, she glanced at the other vial. "I'm feeling rather famished. Let me have that one too." Xingqian retrieved 2 vials, one for the matron and another for Ukaz. Ukaz promptly waved his hand. "I've had enough. The kitchen's supply of nutritional fluid is ample. This low-grade fluid is hardly sufficient for a brainworm's palate. The cerebral fluid of gene warriors is far more to our taste." The oil-stealing matron, grinning, accepted the vial with no hint of distaste and downed it eagerly. Xingqian observed her silently. "How remarkable! What are you so pleased about?" The matron inquired, smacking her lips. "Feeling a lingering hunger. Why does it feel like I can't get enough today?" She curiously rubbed her stomach. "Perhaps it's just the fatigue of a long day. Should I fetch you some more nutritional fluid?" The matron nodded. The others, Wind, Blowing, and Pippi, had witnessed the matron consuming the nutritional fluid, their eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, is the matron's tongue merely ornamental? Surely, this fellow hasn't completely dulled his sense of taste. Wind, Blowing gasped, hastily opening a page to check if he had inadvertently muted any of his senses. Makabaka furrowed his brow. Taste cannot be turned off, and the matron is quite discerning when it comes to food. Something is amiss. The beggar pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, something is off. The trio mimicked the gesture of chin stroking, gazing absurdly at the approaching oil-stealing matron. "Bring me several more vials of nutritional fluid." She grinned, reaching out eagerly. Yet in the next moment, she seemed to falter, her eyes darting erratically, and her mouth began to open and close uncontrollably. "What the, brothers, I'm malfunctioning," the oil-stealing matron exclaimed internally. Realizing I was unable to articulate a word, I hastily sent a message to their team chat. "My goodness, brothers. The liquid I just consumed was a nutrient solution, not some counterfeit liquor, right? Why is my body suddenly rebelling against me? Good grief, could this be a glitch?" I truly triggered random task, a new branch of the Zerg. Your summoned kin are under attack by brainworms. Immediate extermination is required. Task reward, Zerg details. Brainworm gene, lying in the transport ship. Wei Yuan abruptly opened his eyes from a relaxed position. What sort of misfortune have these fools encountered? Merely taking a smuggler's ship has led them to confront the Zerg? The brainworm's new branch. Wei Yuan meticulously examined the information provided by the system, and his countenance darkened. The Zerg were attacking, and they were confronted by a type of creature he had never seen before, the brainworm. What was this? After years of study at the Lord Academy, excelling in every subject, he found no mention of these brainworms in any of his textbooks. This was dire. He was not by their side, and these fools, encountering the Zerg, were likely facing a grim fate. Wei Yuan furrowed his brow. Players could respawn. And as for the tasks, he could always return to gather more players to the central star system. But the matter of the brainworms was quite serious. Triggered task: exterminate the brainworm. The body of the player, Oil Thief, is currently being invaded by brainworms and requires collective action from players to eliminate them. Task reward: brainworm gene. Chapter 35. Let me open your cranium. Brainworm. Oil Thief was left bewildered. When had he been invaded by brainworms? Was it from the saliva expelled by that balloon man earlier? What on earth? Oil Thief exploded in panic. It's over, brothers. I'm finished. That balloon man spat in my ear just now. Surely that was when a brainworm crawled into my brain. What should I do? I don't want to die. I haven't even fully experienced the power of level 2. Woe is me. Save me, Xingqian. What should I do? What should I do? Oil Thief frantically bombarded the group chat with messages, repeatedly calling out for Xingqian. This relentless stream of messages echoed in his mind. Xingqian's expression grew increasingly grim. Ukaz had long been watching the spectacle from a corner. Would his companion realize they were about to be consumed? I'm so hungry. A slightly stuttering voice emerged from Oil Thief's mouth, his eyes darting back and forth like a toy being contested. Oil Thief, it's over, it's over. The brainworm is about to take control of my body. Oil Thief on my brain. My brain is being gnawed at. I can hear it. Oil Thief, Xingqian. Xingqian. The oil-stealing matron cried out for help. Oh, esteemed one, save me. Quickly, expel that insect from my presence. I feel as though I am perishing. Must I restart? My fortune. Star's brow furrowed tightly, and with a low growl, she commanded silence. Drawing a Tang Dao from her side, a chilling aura of sharpness enveloped the area. Yukaz, utterly bewildered, pondered the situation. What is happening? I am merely hungry. What are you doing? Internal conflict is prohibited here. I never indicated an intention to kill him. Star cast an impatient glance at Yukaz, muttering, help him regain his sanity. In the group chat, the oil-stealing matron lamented, Oh, esteemed one, your actions frighten me. Star retorted, is fear of any use? How shall we eliminate the insect without a cranial intervention? Shall I wait for it to devour your brain, and then you restart? If you wish to survive, hush. Maka Baka, wind blowing bottom, and Dark Beggar responded with enthusiasm. 6. 6. 6. The oil-stealing matron wept internally, convinced that Star was doing this deliberately. What a stingy woman. Yet, it seemed there were no alternative treatments available. A cranial procedure was the only option. The matron's body continued to stutter, her mouth incessantly crying out in hunger. Star had no intention of coddling her. With the Tang Dao raised high, she aimed at the matron's crown. To perform a cranial procedure, shall it be a vertical or a horizontal incision? While Makabaka and Wind Blowing Bottom were still distracted, Dark Beggar quickly regained his senses, exclaiming, horizontal cut, horizontal cut. Star coolly adjusted the position of her Tang Dao, assuring, rest assured, my hand is swift. The oil-stealing matron expressed her gratitude. I truly appreciate your assistance. He is merely hungry. Must it come to this? Yukaz increasingly sensed that something was amiss. What are these humans up to? Wasn't it agreed that humans are peaceful and compassionate towards the weak? Why would they consider killing him merely for hunger? Why do others not intervene? Since joining the Alliance, Yukaz had indeed experienced a plethora of races and had gained a reasonable understanding of their moral frameworks. Although he had never encountered humans before, he recalled that those within the Alliance generally regarded humanity as a kind and benevolent race. Could it be that due to prolonged seclusion, humanity has undergone a transformation unbeknownst to the Alliance? This must be reported to our king. Just as Yukaz pondered these thoughts, the oil-stealing matron's skull was unveiled. After the Tang Dao traced an elegant arc, Star adeptly sheathed the blade. Dark Beggar, quick of hand, pressed the delicate line Star had created, facilitating the opening of the matron's head. The oil-stealing matron exclaimed, goodness, chill upon my head. She then called out, Wind Blowing Bottom, my friend, snap a photo for me. Quickly, quickly. I shall post this on social media before I log off. Ha ha ha. Wind Blowing Bottom replied, you truly are remarkable. As the wind blew, a wave of nausea washed over him, yet the individual maintained an admirable composure, enduring the discomfort to begin recording the oil-thieving woman. In the moment when the skull was unveiled, his cerebral matter quivered like tofu. Blood began to seep from the edges where the skull had been incised. Where's the brainworm? He muttered quietly, seeking answers. The oil-thieving woman exclaimed, that wretch spat toward my right ear, must be on that side. Please search thoroughly. She continued, Hurry, my vitality is depleting. Have you found it yet? The seeker searched meticulously, but the blood flowed incessantly, rendering the task nearly impossible. Seizing the moment, Star pulled aside the seeker and delved in. Viscous blood enveloped Star's fingers. Yukaz watched with bated breath as Star's fingers stirred within the oil-thieving woman's cranium, feeling as though his own mind had been laid bare. Then, he beheld the astonishing sight. The woman effortlessly grasped one of her companions, a creature resembling a brain, plump and drenched in blood. When captured, it lacked even the ability to turn and bite. She scrutinized the creature closely. Is this the insect race? It could be crushed with a mere hand. What is there to fear? Yukaz trembled from a distance. Communication among the insect race did not rely on language, but on brain waves. At this moment, Star's grip elicited quivers of pain from the brainworm, transmitting a blend of terror and agony through the psychic waves to Yukaz. Upon closer inspection, it appeared rather grotesque. The oil-thieving woman had seemingly consumed a portion of her own cerebral matter. Star cast a disdainful glance at the woman's exposed brain. After the brainworm was extracted, a significant void was left in her cerebral structure. Sister, enough talk. Please cover my skull, it's freezing. Moreover, my vitality is waning. The oil-thieving woman's body was slow to recuperate, leaving her to express her sentiments through text amongst the group. Very well, let us cover the oil-thieving woman's skull. With a firm motion, Star pressed down. Crack! The brainworm was crushed, bursting forth. Ugh! Both windblown and Makabaka retched to the sight. Having already found the oil-thieving woman's exposed brain grotesque, witnessing Star's unflinching act of crushing a creature resembling a brain was too much for them. Wait, hasn't the brain worm been eradicated? Why hasn't the task completion notification appeared? The seeker inquired. Chapter 36. A Feast of Saturation. Indeed, why was that? The Stars calmly wiped the liquid from her hands, then turned her indifferent gaze toward the still trembling Yukaz. You must have witnessed that just now, right? She drew a tang dao from her waist, this time wielding 2 blades instead of 1. The length of the twin swords compelled other players to yield their path. Yukaz's complexion turned an ashen pale. He deeply regretted having chosen this parasitic body, a mere level 1 genetic warrior, and one that bore severe injuries. Your king will not spare you. You humans are merely sustenance for the insect race. Speak to me with your true form. In a swift motion, the long blade in her hand flashed, cleaving the upper portion of the green witch's head. Yukaz had completely consumed his brain, which was now entirely occupied by a single brainworm. At first glance, it appeared as if this brain had sprouted eyes and a mouth, an utterly grotesque sight. Without hesitation, she swung her blade, and Yukaz was instantly severed in 2. Simultaneously, within the insect hive, a colossal king worm opened its eyes. Inside the nest, the mature brainworm queen trembled. My king, Yukaz and his companions are dead. The compound eyes of the king worm widened as it gazed at the brainworm queen. Did any final messages return? Yes. The queen conveyed the last message she received from Yukaz to the king worm. A black-haired, black-eyed maiden, holding 2 long blades, coldly swung her weapons. The transmission abruptly ceased. However, the king worm's compound eyes widened in shock. Umans. Its wings quivered gently, recognizing the presence of humans. Years ago, it had decided to create brainworms after consuming a few humans. Now, having finally produced several independently thinking brainworms to be introduced into the food supply, it was unexpected that 2 would be lost at the onset due to the hands of humans. What a twist of fate. My king. To produce a single brainworm with independent thought requires 1/10 of the hive's energy, and our resources are dwindling. The brainworm queen slowly spoke. The other insect factions are continuing their original evolutionary path, consuming and expanding their vast swarms, while we appear to be lagging behind. The competition among insect factions was equally fierce. Each king worm was paired with a hive, which nurtured worker insects. The workers sought energy, consuming resources to sustain the king worm and the hive, thus hatching even more insects. In this type of community, all thoughts were unified under the leadership of a single king worm. This had been the established path of the insect race for centuries. Yet, the king worm before the brainworm was strikingly different. After consuming several humans, he began to opt for an alternative incubation method for the nest of insects. Years of experimentation culminated in the emergence of the brainworm matriarch. This matriarch absorbed a portion of the nest's energy to produce more brainworms. However, the birth of brainworms proved to be a challenging endeavor. Over the years, she managed to give rise to only 7 brain worms endowed with independent thought and intelligence. Among them were Ukaz and a recently emerged brain worm that perished shortly thereafter. The smallest of these brain worms had not even had the chance to name itself. The brain worm matriarch appeared somewhat disheartened. They continued to tread the well-worn path of evolution, a route that led to a dead end. The royal worms are disdainful, he remarked. Each royal worm possesses intelligence, yet not everyone is astute. Those foolish beings are solely preoccupied with consuming, endlessly feeding until they exhaust all available energy, only to venture forth in search of more. In the vast expanse of the universe, they seek sustenance, and should they deplete their resources in the process, they perish. It is utterly foolish. Ukaz pondered. I must ensure that those who have successfully invaded suppress any information. We cannot allow the Alliance to discover our evolution. According to reports from the previous scouts, the human race had concealed themselves since the last Great War, rarely making an appearance. Unexpectedly this time, the brain worms encountered humans once again. The royal worm licked its tongue in anticipation. The humans are the most formidable and intelligent among the Alliance. If such a race could be harnessed for his purposes, how advantageous it would be. Contemplating the wisdom of humanity and observing the brainworm matriarch he had expended considerable resources to create, the royal worm let out a slight sigh. A replica is merely a replica. It still falls short in many aspects. Interestingly, his own intelligence seemed to have begun to elevate after consuming humans. He recalled the other royal worms. In the past, he was not the sole royal worm engaged in battle against the humans. They were all cunning entities. After uttering this thought, the royal worm closed its immense compound eyes. Congratulations, host, on completing the brain worm elimination task. Reward received. Details on the insect race. Brainworm genes. Upon receiving this message from the system, Wei Yuan was taken aback. A player had slain the brainworm? What was happening? He hastily accessed the system to check the perspectives of the oil-stealing women and others. Indeed, it was a newly emerged species. As Wei Yuan examined their visual information, he also absorbed the system's rewards. Observing the myriad types of intelligent variations that the insect race had differentiated into over the years left Wei Yuan stunned. Goodness, are these insects attempting to defy the heavens? The Zerg's power had already surpassed that of the Alliance. The Alliance had merely survived through the years by relying on technology. However, now, as Wei Yuan gazed upon the detailed information regarding the Zerg and the emergence of several unique species, he sighed. It was likely that those within the Alliance remained unaware of these revelations. If he were to hastily inform the principal, it might prompt an investigation into the players he had summoned. Should they discover that these players were all unregistered, it would only complicate matters further. Therefore, Wei Yuan decided to extract segments from the recorded videos of the players, isolating the footage of the brain bug, and promptly released it on the Star Network. On the platform, he deliberately adopted a sensational title commonly used by players. Shocking. Zerg discovered in the war zone. The latest Zerg branch, brain bug. Over the years, while our technology advanced, how had the Zerg evolved? A series of compelling headlines accompanied the video, disseminated by Wei Yuan. Typically, news pertaining to the Zerg garnered significant attention. Thus, he chose not to invest in promoting it. Observing the pop-up urging him to increase traffic, he calmly dismissed it. Meanwhile, the thief oil lady had her head pressed back down, though her body still felt somewhat out of sync. Could it be that misfortune had befallen her? Was the portion of brain tissue devoured by the brain bug precisely the part responsible for coordination? Even if it had been consumed, it seemed inconsequential. The wound on her head was beginning to heal. Secretly, she rummaged through the thief oil lady's hair, noticing that the incision had started to close up. Chapter 37, Academy Affairs, The Elven Provocation. Sorry, the content you posted has been deleted due to a violation. Wei Yuan's gaze turned icy as he read the message on the Star Network. Remarkable. The latest news about the Zerg not only failed to gain attention, but was also promptly removed. It appeared that the Zerg had infiltrated the Alliance. He cast a glance at Emilo, who was smiling sweetly at him from a short distance away. The Star Alliance was no longer safe. Everyone regarded the Zerg as mere, mindless creatures driven solely by hunger. Yet now, these seemingly mindless monsters had developed intelligence and even differentiated into various forms. How many individuals within the Alliance had fallen under their control? Over the years, with the incessant wars and the defection of personnel from military districts, could there be Zerg involvement in those events as well? Wei Yuan found himself uncertain. Whoever possessed the ability to manipulate the Star Network's review process and erase all his disseminated content must hold a significant identity, one that a lowly individual could not attain. Who could it be? Senior, we will soon arrive at the Kashgar satellite. Would you like to come to my home for a visit? Amilo gazed at Wei Yuan with eyes full of affection. Without the presence of those bothersome humans, being with Senior Wei Yuan filled the air with a sweet fragrance. I shall forego the visit. Simply drop me off along the nearest route to the Central Star System, Wei Yuan remarked with a smile. Visit? What purpose does that serve? If we delay any longer, I shall miss the last starship to the Central Star System. Amilo watched as Wei Yuan departed, unhesitant and resolute. The mech Tao Tao presented a handkerchief. Master, do not be disheartened. At least you have garnered some favor with Lord Wei Yuan. I can't help but think. Even his departing silhouette possesses an air of elegance. Tao Tao sighed. Alas, it appears my master is beyond redemption. Wind Chaser and his companions, carefree and untroubled, had just resolved the brain bug incident and promptly fell asleep in the cabin. Hey, wake up. Hurry down. We have arrived at the Central Star System. A purple-skinned individual tapped the side of the oil thief with a stick. The oil thief, drooling, stirred from slumber. Even the beggars, who had been stealthily seeking alms, lay sprawled about. Is this truly it? Wind Chaser rubbed his eyes, barely believing that they had reached their destination in such a short span. The 5 companions disembarked the starship, following the purple-skinned individual. Wei Yuan stood not far from the vessel. Wow, Brother Yuan, you came to greet us, cried one. You have no idea, Brother Yuan. I nearly perished on the journey. Brother Yuan, my lord, the oil thief exclaimed, sliding across the floor to embrace Wei Yuan's leg, lamenting the tribulations faced aboard the starship. The beggars and the others chimed in with their own tales. Starshine seemed to exhale in relief upon seeing Wei Yuan. Her gaze softened considerably. The insect race is indeed cunning. I am glad you all are safe, Wei Yuan reassured, patting the oil thief's shoulder. This lad truly has the worst luck. He is invariably the first to encounter trouble. Yet, he possesses a remarkable resilience. By the way, Brother Yuan, we did take a life aboard the starship. Do you think that purple-skinned individual will cause us trouble? The oil thief glanced nervously at the nearby purple-skinned administrator, who was observing them intently. Fear not, for I am here, Wei Yuan replied confidently. Just as his words left his lips, the administrator approached, bowing deeply before Wei Yuan. My lord, we have safely delivered these brave warriors to you. My master has declared that serving someone of your esteemed rank is an honor, and we cannot accept any fare. The players were taken aback by the administrator's sudden display of deference, recalling his prior demeanor when they boarded the starship. Is this what it feels like to have backing? With Brother Yuan around, I feel so secure. Wow. What level do you think our source brother must be to command such reverence from this 5th-level purple-skinned individual? Wind and his companions trembled with excitement. Yet Xingqian regarded the trio with a look of utter disbelief. It was remarkable enough that a 5th-level warrior had personally come to greet them. On their leisurely journey, they sauntered slowly while incessantly chattering, the purple-skinned being merely urged them on without resorting to force. Upon reaching the kitchen compartment, all passengers displayed palpable fear towards the purple-skinned entity. Even a brain worm incessantly reiterated the prohibition against killing aboard the starship. Yet when Xingqian took a life, the purple-skinned being merely cast a fleeting glance, as if nothing had transpired. Such a formidable presence would surely not show leniency for their trifling group. A modicum of intelligence would reveal that it was undoubtedly due to the Lord's immense power. Xingqian gazed at Wei Yuan, her eyes shimmering with excitement, pondering just how powerful the Lord truly was. Ah, what am I even fawning over? This is merely a mere game. She continuously reminded herself internally, yet outwardly. She maintained her usual aloof demeanor. Who is your master? Wei Yuan inquired as he accepted the pouch of energy or returned by the purple-skinned being, which contained a considerable fortune. The purple-skinned entity watched in disbelief as Wei Yuan calmly reclaimed the bag. How could this esteemed individual actually take the fare? Normally, someone of such high stature would bestow such energy or as a reward. The purple-skinned being sighed internally, realizing that he had been overly optimistic. He had encountered such a miserly individual. Yet, at least his master possessed some discernment. Perhaps they could forge a friendship. Wei Yuan opened his neural interface. Have him add me as a friend. I will approve his request shortly. The purple-skinned being's mood instantly transformed from despair to elation as he eagerly recorded Wei Yuan's contact code. Though he had not gained any immediate benefits from this esteemed individual, possessing the Lord's contact information would surely yield substantial rewards upon his return. All right, let us go. Wei Yuan waved his hand and led the players directly to the recruitment market. The interstellar races were no mere jest. As the oil thief entered the talent market, her eyes widened in astonishment at the bizarre array of species surrounding her. Some bore a resemblance to humans, while others were utterly unrecognizable as living beings. Even a gaseous entity shouted as the oil thief passed, "What do you think you're doing, cutting in line?" The players were left in awe, their eyes dazzled. Is this truly the essence of interstellar races? How incredibly cool. If the video were to be replayed, those individuals would undoubtedly be beside themselves with excitement. The players were left in a daze, their eyes overwhelmed. The oil thief was busily recording everything, fearing that she might miss a moment. Our interview room is in room 306. Let us proceed. Wei Yuan, clutching the room number drawn from the Talent Market Management Bureau, made his way toward the designated area. The interview process unfolded without any notable incidents. The job application experience bore a striking resemblance to interviews on Earth, perhaps even lacking the thrill that players encountered aboard the starship when confronted with brainworms. Candidates will be selected based on merit. The list has been provided for your careful consideration. Retain those whom you deem suitable to become your mentors. Casting aside the players, Wei Yuan headed directly to the Lord Academy. Who do we have here? The academic prodigy of our Lord Academy has returned. Instead of tending to your dilapidated territory, what brings you back to the Academy? Surely, it isn't that your territory, so strategically positioned, has drawn the attention of interstellar pirates, and now you seek assistance to fend them off? The biting remarks echoed, just as Wei Yuan was about to enter the principal's building. He furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the speaker. The individual was of modest height, with skin that appeared somewhat coarse and darkened. Dressed in a tiger-striped skirt, they exuded an air of primal essence. What is this? Wei Yuan shot a cold glance at the person and was prepared to stride past without engaging. He had no inclination to confront someone so unremarkable. What audacity! The human race is but a diminutive species on the brink of extinction. Wei Yuan, you alone have instigated the conflict between humans and the goblin race. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? The noise was grating. All Wei Yuan desired was to enter the principal's building, yet this individual had blocked the entrance. With time slipping away, his patience wore thin. The goblin race? Are you intending to exact revenge on their behalf? Wei Yuan stepped forward calmly, looking down upon this unremarkable goblin. If you wish to meet your demise at the entrance of the principal's office, I can facilitate that for you right now. He whispered in the goblin's ear. You dare? Do you wish to test my resolve? Wei Yuan extended his hand, just as he was poised to rid himself of this nuisance. The doors to the principal's building slowly opened. Enough, Wei Yuan. Is there something you wish to discuss upon your return to the academy? Wei Yuan shoved the goblin aside and entered the principal's office. The elderly yet youthful principal regarded Wei Yuan with warmth. Principal, I have a video that merits your attention. Wei Yuan sent the video to the principal. It pertains to the Zerg. The Zerg. The principal's expression suddenly turned serious. After I uploaded this video to the Star Network, it was swiftly removed. Principal, I believe you understand better than I do what this signifies. Outside, the half-elf glared at the principal's building with a grim countenance. How infuriating. This Wei Yuan is utterly insufferable. How dare a mere human provoke him? It is essential to recognize that both the elf race and the goblin race are exceedingly rare and long-lived. Thus, the birth of this half-elf goblin signifies a new trajectory for the future of both races. He is a treasure of two lineages. Wei Yuan not only audaciously severed a goblin's head and posted it online as a warning, but also openly challenged other races. Such an attitude was deeply unsettling for the only half-elf goblin at present. His cousin, a prince of the elf race of the highest nobility, had been overshadowed by this individual named Wei Yuan. Yet, he is merely a human. No matter how commendable his achievements, he remains nothing more than a fleeting and insignificant being. How dare he provoke our goblin race on the Star Network? They are all a bunch of worthless fools, unable to conquer even a level 5 planet. If it were me, I would have long since enslaved those human scum, muttered the half-elf goblin, crouched down with a fierce glare. However, the next moment, a vast shadow loomed overhead. And you Dong's cousin? Came Wei Yuan's voice from above the half-elf goblin. The half-elf instantly looked up, disdain etched on his face. You are nothing but a human. How dare you come to the Star Network to provoke us goblins? Since I have encountered you today, I must inform you that the position of leader belongs to my cousin. You worthless trash shouldn't even dare to dream of it. The human race will pay for your arrogance. We goblins have already been successfully provoked by you. The goblin you killed was merely one of the weakest among us. Smack! In the midst of the half-elf goblin's relentless threats, Wei Yuan found no inclination to continue listening. After leaving the principal's office, he had already overheard the half-elf's mutterings. He generally preferred to ignore such fools, but today, feeling somewhat irritable, he chose not to spare the other any dignity. Without hesitation, he delivered a slap across the half-elf's face. The half-elf exploded with rage. You dare strike my face? I will kill you. Once my cousin ascends to the position of leader, all of you humans will become slaves. He bellowed. Wei Yuan's brow furrowed sharply. Has a human race truly faded from the public eye for so long? How audacious for a hybrid of goblin and elf to speak in such a manner. Or perhaps the goblin clan has grown so arrogant that they believe they can act this way. Who has granted them such audacity? The elves, perhaps? Wei Yuan was incensed. He seized the goblin by the throat and delivered a resounding slap to its face, knocking out several of its teeth in the process. Not far away, and Yedong watched this scene unfold, unable to suppress the smile that crept across his lips. Young clan leader, this is rather inappropriate, is it not? Expressed the concerned elven butler by his side. The goblin's intellect appeared lacking. With just a few words from Yedong, it rashly provoked Wei Yuan. One could not guarantee that its words would not genuinely offend him. If Wei Yuan were to take its life, it would be difficult to account for such an event. What is there to fear? Wei Yuan has always possessed a temperate disposition. Furthermore, while the human race may afford to offend goblins, they cannot afford to offend the elven kin. This indeed is merely a hybrid. He truly believes himself to be my cousin. He deserves a lesson. Chapter 38. The True Strength of Wei Yuan. And Yedong brimmed with confidence. Wei Yuan was merely a human, even if he currently overshadowed me and Feng Yuxing. What of it? He is not a long-lived being. He lacks the qualifications to stand against us. Upon concluding his declaration, the butler who had been attentively following him revealed an expression of profound concern. The young clan leader was indeed spoiled. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly resonated. Just as Yedong had finished expressing his confidence, he beheld Wei Yuan, with a look of distaste, retrieving a soft cloth from his pocket to meticulously clean his fingers. Curse it! And Yedong's pupils quivered. The goblin's head had been crushed. The shattered cranium resembled a watermelon that had been smashed, blood splattering across the ground. Wei Yuan! And Yedong was momentarily stunned, his composure shattered as he rushed from shadows. Gazing at the pool of blood and the goblin's lifeless eyes, he trembled with fury. How dare you? What is there to fear? Wei Yuan replied, folding the now-soiled cloth and returning it to his pocket. Indeed, after eliminating a fly, one's mood significantly improves. At the Lord's Academy, he had merely chosen to remain low-key. It was not as if he lacked temper. And Yedong, if you wish to provoke me in the future, it would be best if you took matters into your own hands. For I am not yet capable of ending your existence in one fell swoop. You, how dare you? And Yedong trembled with rage. Fool! Wei Yuan shot a glance at Yedong, repeating the same words. Oh? How dare you? Have I not already crushed him? What now? Do you seek to trouble me? Are you truly intending to let that butler behind you create trouble for me? Wei Yuan raised his gaze to the butler, flanking Yuandong. The steward, who had served the elven royal family for generations, was indeed formidable. Yet at this moment, upon meeting Wei Yuan's piercing gaze, even this long-time attendant felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, butler, he has slain my cousin. Will you not hasten to avenge him? And Yuandong's urgency was palpable. The situation had spiraled out of control. Although the Earth Spirit appeared utterly foolish, his status was undeniably unique. The Earth Spirits and elves had originally coexisted on the same planet, fostering a long-standing exchange between the two races. However, in the era of interstellar travel, all species began to attempt unlocking their genetic locks. Once this was achieved, ordinary races that had previously reproduced with ease found themselves facing difficulties, while the long-lived races, already challenged in procreation, encountered even greater struggles. Both the Earth Spirits and elves belonged to the long-lived category, and their own races seldom welcomed new births each year. It had been centuries since any offspring had emerged from the union of the Earth Spirits and elves. This continued until Yuandong's mother clashed with his aunt, ultimately securing the throne of the Elven King. Following tradition, and Yuandong's aunt married the mightiest warrior of the Earth Spirit clan. Years later, astonishingly, they bore a child representing the union of both races. Therefore, despite his disdain for his cousin, and Yuandong recognized that his cousin's demise would bring him significant trouble that Wei Yuan had instigated. A tempest of rage surged within in Yuandong's chest. He was compelled to capture Wei Yuan and subject him to the wrath of the Earth Spirit clan. Butler, seize Wei Yuan and bring him back to the Earth Spirits. Ideally, they would execute him outright. That way, I would be left only with Feng Yu as my rival. A hearty laughter escaped Wei Yuan as he regarded in Yuandong. What a remarkable individual you are. Do you truly believe that my years of securing the top position in school stemmed solely from academic prowess? Suddenly, the air surrounding Wei Yuan warped. As he approached in Yuandong step by step, his aura multiplied exponentially. By the time he stood directly before in Yuandong, the atmosphere around them grew thin. Fear etched itself across the faces of in Yuandong and his accompanying butler. They felt their knees weaken and an immense weight bearing down on their shoulders. How can this be? You are merely a student. How could you possibly have unlocked a level 9 genetic lock? Under immense pressure, and Yuandong spoke in a stuttering manner. Wei Yuan, with a smile on his face, gently patted his cheek. The elven race, nurtured by the Tree of Life, certainly enjoys certain advantages. The skin felt quite tender to the touch. Yet this single pat left a distinct handprint, revealing its fragility. By the time Wei Yuan withdrew his hand, and Yuandong's face had swollen considerably. His once proud handsome visage now resembled that of a pig's head. Are you going to complain? Will you have your steward apprehend me? Wei Yuan grinned as he glanced at the steward behind in Yuandong. At that moment, the steward's heart skipped a beat. This was it. The young clan leader had truly encountered a formidable opponent. He breathed heavily and immediately knelt on one knee, bowing to Wei Yuan. Lord Wei Yuan, we harbor no ill intentions. Moreover, I witnessed the events unfold. It was the young master who provoked you first. I shall report this matter to the king truthfully. The elven race has always upheld the values of peace and friendship, akin to the principles of the human race. Many years ago, there was even a diplomatic relationship between our two races. We mean you no harm, and it is inconceivable that we would hand you over to the Goblin clan. The steward's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Goodness, this young clan leader spoke so recklessly. To suggest that someone who had just unlocked an 8th level gene lock could apprehend a 9th level gene warrior? Did he truly believe he could challenge beyond his means? One must understand that the gap between the 1st and 2nd levels might be 1 or 2 times, but from the 3rd to the 4th levels, the disparities grow exponentially. On the battlefield, a 7th level gene warrior could annihilate tens of thousands of 6th level warriors in an instant. A 9th level warrior represents the pinnacle of the Alliance's power. Wei Yuan had never disclosed his gene level to the outside world. Many speculated that he might be on par with Feng Yu Sheng at the 7th level. Even that would qualify him as one of the rare geniuses in the Alliance's history. Yet, who could have imagined? Who could have foreseen? Wei Yuan was not merely at the 7th level. He was at the 9th, a 9th level gene warrior. Not only the elven race, but even the divine beings would think twice before offending him. It seemed that the status of the human race was on the verge of a monumental transformation. This was inconceivable. Tears streamed down in Yuandong's eyes as he fell to his knees with a thud. He could not accept this reality. Chapter 39. A genius? I currently have 130 geniuses under my command. I've always maintained a low profile. Wei Yuan had no intention of killing in Yuandong here. The academy had an old principal present, and should he casually kill a student, the principal would certainly intervene. Furthermore, the elven race possessed profound foundations. In their lineage, there are at least 3 9th level genetic warriors. Furthermore, each reigning elven king must administer a 10th level gene lock serum. Only those who have survived, or have not experienced genetic collapse, can ascend to the position of elven king. Thus, this in Yedong, despite having a perfectly intact intellect, finds himself powerless. For the human race remains too feeble. The players must gradually evolve. I have always been rather discreet. Wei Yuan, with hands tucked into his pockets, turned around without a hint of change in his tone. Indeed, the elven steward immediately grasped Wei Yuan's meaning and knelt on the ground. Watching as Wei Yuan made his way back to the principal's tower. Only after the surrounding menacing aura had dissipated did the elven steward dare to exhale. He felt his body weaken, and had it not been for Yedong's presence, he would likely have collapsed onto the ground. However, Yedong was unencumbered by such reservations. With a thud, he knelt upon both knees despondently gazing at his own hands. His long hair cascaded to the ground, swaying with the breeze. How could this be? How could he possibly be a 9th-level genetic warrior? When he first arrived at the academy, he was merely at the 5th level. Even that 5th level felt implausible. A human, with a mere few hundred years of lifespan, how could he ever rival our long-lived kind? Just a few years have passed? Young master. The elven steward trembled at the sight. Moments earlier, he had contemplated voicing his discontent, questioning why Yedong dared to provoke someone without knowing their level. But upon witnessing Yedong's expression and hearing his words, he realized the gravity of the situation. And Yedong appeared on the brink of madness. Genius emerges every year. Who, at the pinnacle of their abilities, does not encounter someone more exceptional? And Yedong, having navigated life effortlessly as the sole offspring of the Elven King, always believed he would be the next Elven King, destined to unlock the 10th level of genes millennia hence. Even at the Lord Academy, the only rival he regarded with any seriousness was that divine clan member, Feng Yuxing. But now, Wei Yuan had delivered a resounding slap to his ego, someone he had never held in esteem, a mere human. In just a few years, he had ascended from a 5th to the 9th level while remaining so inconspicuous. This time, it became starkly evident to Yedong that if Wei Yuan chose to disregard his human kin, he could effortlessly crush Yedong within the academy, just as easily as squashing a foolish elf, as if swatting a fly. Young master, cease your pondering. Do not dwell upon it any longer. The steward stepped forward, grasping Yedong's shoulder and shaking him vigorously. Each generation boasts its prodigies, yet some are mere talents while others are extraordinary geniuses. In the annals of our alliance, individuals like Wei Yuan may be singular in their brilliance. Do not be disheartened. Aside from Wei Yuan, none can match your prowess. Have faith in your own gifts. And remember, Wei Yuan is not an immortal being. And Yedong lifted his gaze, tears streaming down his cheeks. But, steward, what if he unlocks the 10th level gene lock? He felt on the verge of despair. Outside the principal's office, Wei Yuan leaned against the railing, observing the two figures below, a smirk playing on his lips. With such a mindset, they dared to engage in mental sparring with him. They were not even a fraction of the players under his command. Moreover, the steward was mistaken. He was not the only individual advancing rapidly in this world. At present, there were at least 130 others. Such discouragement seemed rather excessive. The venerable principal, stroking his beard, watched Wei Yuan with a twinkle in his eye. This was the most exceptional student he had encountered in many years. Outwardly gentle, yet possessing a fierce temperament. Truly, a prodigy must have their edge tempered. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe that humanity was devoid of talent. Leaning against the railing, Wei Yuan remarked, "Principal, you have seen the video. I suspect that the brain parasites have infiltrated the Alliance's ranks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have deleted my post so swiftly. I believe we should consult A about this matter. Our school possesses a terminal interface connected to an intelligent brain, does it not? Should I speak with A?" The principal hesitated momentarily, pondering the efficacy of consulting A. Could the terminal brain truly discern who had been compromised by the brain parasites? Furrowing his brow, he recognized the gravity of the situation from the video Wei Yuan had sent. The latest evolutionary branch of the insectoids was indeed alarming. Though their physical prowess was feeble, easily crushed by a 2nd-level gene warrior, once they devoured a brain, they assumed complete control of the host body, retaining all the original owner's memories. How long had the brain parasites been lurking within the Alliance? How could I possibly know? However, discussing this with, being the most advanced artificial intelligence would undoubtedly yield insights beyond my comprehension and a higher accuracy in determining who has been invaded by the parasites. Wei Yuan replied, raising an eyebrow. Moreover, I have yet to witness the terminal brain in person. I have only heard from the elders of my clan that our school's interface was derived from the human race. With a resigned smile, the principal said, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Wei Yuan's prowess is terrifyingly formidable. In just a few short years, he has unlocked the 9th level of the genetic lock while maintaining an extraordinarily stable mental state. It is evident to the old principal that unlocking the 10th level is merely a matter of time. However, he remains unaware of the means by which Wei Yuan has achieved this feat. Perhaps it is the deep foundation of the human race, he muses. The human race, indeed, is poised to stake everything on this. Fortunately, Wei Yuan, this promising youth, has proven his mettle. The old principal sees him as the most promising candidate for the next leader. The moment Wei Yuan's hand touched the terminal interface, a virtual image of a flickered into existence. "Congratulations. Host, task completed. The system's melodious voice echoed in Wei Yuan's mind. Hey, how dare you look down on us during an interview? The oil-stealing witch, incensed, retorted. You're unqualified. Bring in the next candidate. In the talent market, room 306, a towering giant stood before several players, brimming with anger. How dare these mere secondary gene warriors raise their voices at him? Chapter 40. Rampage? I need to relieve myself. The oil-stealing witch wiped the spittle from her face with a wry smile. Damn it. In the offline world, it's one thing to be scorned by an interviewer while job hunting. Now, in a game, I finally managed to become an interviewer, only to be ridiculed by a candidate. The key point is, good heavens, this spittle was sprayed out like a faucet. Listen, brother, we are hiring teachers to go to Blue Star for our kin, and you simply do not meet our standards. Wei Yuan had specifically instructed that the teachers for ancient martial arts will be selected from the human race. This time, the players in the central star system were to choose from 4 positions: weapon master, psychic manipulator, forging master, and mech engineer. They would eventually return to Blue Star to provide training for the players. However, this cyclopean giant applying for the position of psychic manipulator boasted that his race possessed a unique talent for psychic abilities. He claimed a high level of psychic power and had unlocked his genetic lock to level 5, showcasing considerable strength. During the interview, he was quite smug. Yet, when the oil-stealing witch inquired how he intended to train lower-level warriors, his response was, psychic power is innate. Our cyclopean race is born with formidable psychic strength. If psychic abilities require training, then it is akin to being worthless. Upon hearing such words, the oil-stealing witch realized that this individual could not teach at all. Knowing something and being able to teach are entirely different matters. No matter, I have already come here, and no one here is stronger than I am. If you do not hire me, the one-eyed giant's fist was clenched tightly, casting a menacing gaze upon the oil thief. Several secondary gene warriors were summoned to serve as interviewers. The individual responsible for this recruitment notice was evidently not formidable, merely another human. The human race had long since fallen, reduced to a feeble state with a dwindling population, making the emergence of exceptional warriors a rare occurrence. The giant was acutely aware that had his adversary been a true powerhouse, he might have tempered his demeanor. However, facing a cadre of insignificant second-tier figures, he scoffed. The one-eyed giant was not oblivious to the fact that he was ill-suited for this position. Yet, the remuneration was enticing, 20,000 star coins a month for a mental strength trainer. Such a sum surpassed the earnings from hunting stellar beasts, all while allowing him to retain his head intact. It was a safer option. His presence at the interview was a courtesy, and he hoped they would not be so foolish as to reject him. Under normal circumstances, these secondary gene warriors would not even merit a conversation with him. Did they dare to refuse him now? Regardless of the outcome of this interview, he intended to secure that lucrative position. The oil thief was furious, slamming his palm on the table, only to be met with a resounding slap that sent him crashing against the wall. Blood smeared his face as the world around him turned crimson. My health points. He shrieked in anguish, his vitality plummeting drastically. Having already suffered losses aboard the starship, he now found himself perilously close to the brink of death. Would the instance not expel him? Trembling, he realized this opportunity had cost him his dignity and pride. This is the fate of those who defy me, the one-eyed giant declared, casting a haughty glance at the other 4 individuals who had approached. The remaining candidates, witnessing the commotion, promptly withdrew. Xingqian furrowed her brow and drew her twin blades. This individual was exceptionally powerful, terrifyingly so. Her gaze fell upon the dossier he had handed to the oil thief, a level 5 gene warrior. Was he truly intent on opposing them? In the shadows, Qian begged to restrain Xingqian's hand, maintaining a composed facade despite his inner turmoil. Yuan had instructed them to handle the matter themselves, which implied a lack of genuine danger. It was clear that their adversary was amenable to reason. In the shadows of desperation, frantic calculations raced through their minds regarding their next course of action. They were certain that they could not overpower this formidable foe. Yet, the thought of perishing at this juncture loomed ominously. Should they fail, the dungeon would likely remain uncompleted. Given the proclivities of the game developers, if the dungeon remained unconquered, opportunities to attempt it again would be scarce. He cast a pained glance at the oil-thieving hag, still struggling to extricate herself from the wall. However, with the task already initiated, recruiting such an individual would undoubtedly displease Brother Yuan. I did not strike with lethal intent. He is still clinging to life. The one-eyed giant spoke with an air of arrogance, proclaiming that all that was required was their employment, or else should he strike again. He could not guarantee any survivors. A threat, brazen and unambiguous. This revelation darkened the countenance of not only Xingqian, but also incited disdain among all players directed at the one-eyed giant. How infuriating it was for an NPC to behave so detestably. A villain, without a doubt. He must be dealt with. Makabaka gritted his teeth. Although aware it was merely a game, the immersion was overwhelming. Being threatened so brazenly by an NPC as a player. Was this the purpose of gaming? Even if this dungeon were to be rendered inaccessible, one must still relieve themselves upon this insufferable face. The oil-thieving hag, limping down from the wall, could not swallow her indignation. With a furious roar, she charged forth, bloodied but undeterred. The desperate plea for restraint came too late. Feng Shui and Makabaka had already surged ahead. As for Xingqian, the seasoned player was already brandishing dual blades. Alas, the oil-thieving hag had yet to finish her thought, and upon witnessing the other's advance, could she still remain silent? For heaven's sake, wait for me. As 5 figures rushed towards him, the one-eyed giant scoffed with disdain. Pathetic insects. Even if he stood still, they would prove incapable of breaching his defenses. Considering your roles as applicants, I shall grant you a few moments to strike. He crossed his arms, a cold smirk directed at the oil-thieving hag, leading the charge. Foolish one, should your attempt to strike lead to your own demise, do not lay the blame at my feet. The giant's provocations, while irritating, lacked true finesse. The oil-thieving hag spat defiantly. You invited us to strike while you stand idle. With that, she unfastened her trousers. Chapter 41. My kin can relieve themselves upon whomever they please. A warm, crimson liquid splattered across the one-eyed giant, transforming his previously arrogant demeanor into one of sheer fury. You shall perish. The humiliation was palpable. An unparalleled humiliation. This second-rate scum dares to challenge. A colossal hand grasped the chin of the oil-stealing hag. The Cyclopses I seemed ready to unleash flames. You wretched human. You must perish. You simply must. Meanwhile, the others, having rushed to the Cyclops' side, came to an abrupt halt, silenced by the gravity of the moment. Wind blowing, boss. Truly impressive. Dark beggar. Your method of vengeance is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Makabaka. Good heavens, I can only exclaim in awe. Yet, it is a pity that this game has granted you such a function. Why is there still a health system? All I see is a blur. Star 6. How dare you call me trash, and even deplete my health? I declare, even in death, I shall unleash a torrent of blood upon you. The oil-stealing hag was clutched by the Cyclops' grip, coughing blood incessantly. I shall kill you, the Cyclops hissed through gritted teeth, but before I do, I will slay your companions as well. You shall witness how your actions lead to their demise. With a fierce determination, the Cyclops tightened its hold on the oil-stealing hag and swiftly aimed a blow at Dark Beggar and the others. This was a power far beyond what the former Goblin King possessed. The 4 of them braced themselves, yet in an instant, they were sent sprawling to the ground by the force of the strike. All of them expelled a mouthful of blood. Star's head was the first to be seized. With one hand gripping the oil-stealing hag's head, the Cyclops yanked Star's head closer, ensuring the hag saw everything clearly. Star felt as though her neck might snap. Yet after unlocking the secondary gene lock, her body exhibited a terrifying resilience. Although her head throbbed intensely, her neck remained unbroken. She pondered how powerful she would become after advancing through the subsequent levels. Even at this moment, she contemplated the genes she would inject upon revival, vowing to return and make this fool of a Cyclops understand the meaning of suffering. Do you see? This is the fate that awaits you for inciting my wrath. You will witness your teammates perish. The Cyclops' finger pressed down upon Star's head. The oil-stealing hag murmured, "Apologies, brothers." Star replied, "This ordeal is beyond what most could endure. I find it quite remarkable." Dark Beggar reassured, "It's all right. This dungeon is likely doomed. When you edit the footage later, remember to make it tragically epic and, of course, apply a blur effect." While the players exchanged thoughts in their minds, Star's face began to contort grotesquely. The Cyclops' finger was gradually applying more pressure. It was evident that he sought to torment the players to their very end. Moreover, there was a desire to witness the anguish etched upon their faces. Alas, it was a pity, for everyone had numbed their sense of pain. At this moment, they all approached death with a calm resignation. How regrettable it is that in the brief span of time I was away, my kin encountered such peril. Suddenly, a laser beam materialized. The hand of the Cyclops, which clutched the stars, was severed at the wrist in an instant. As blood gushed forth, the Cyclops remained oblivious to the pain. However, in the next heartbeat, his other hand was also severed. It was at this juncture that the sensation of agony registered in his mind. The door to room 306 swung open, and Wei Yuan entered with a stoic countenance. Behind him stood the head of the talent recruitment market. "Oh!" The Cyclops let out a pained howl, hastily retreating to a corner of the room. Only after he felt a semblance of safety did he turn to regard the figure who had entered from the doorway. At his wound, flesh was rapidly regenerating, and soon his hand reformed. Yet, his pallor was significantly diminished, clearly indicating that the regeneration of his corporeal form demanded considerable energy. "Who are you?" he inquired, scrutinizing Wei Yuan's face, which bore the features of humanity. "Are you their master? Is it you who issued the recruitment notice?" The intellect of this Cyclops was commendable. Wei Yuan cast a glance at the surviving players, a sigh of relief escaping him. It was close. His precious players were nearly crushed and slain by a mere oversight. How infuriating it was. A simple miscommunication had led to such dire consequences. With this thought, he shot a cold glare at the head of the recruitment market, who was now drenched in cold sweat. This was a being of the abyssal race, resembling a demon, exuding an aura of formidable menace. Yet, faced with the evident ire of Wei Yuan, the head's heart raced. Who could have anticipated that Lord Wei Yuan would arrive with several second-tier genetic warriors for an interview, and without prior notice? Even in the Central Galaxy, the most secure of locales, the strong prey upon the weak, a commonplace occurrence visible everywhere. Moreover, this was a talent market. It was not unusual for interviewees to possess considerable strength, thus bullying the recruiters. Typically, the market officials would intervene. Yet this Cyclops was already at level 5, and the market had no desire to offend him. However, it was unforeseen that such a lapse would lead to offending Wei Yuan. What a grave miscalculation. The head felt an unsettling chill at his neck, as the Cyclops regarded him with the same gaze one would reserve for a corpse. "Your strength is undeniable. Yet my actions against your kin were provoked by their initial affront." The Cyclops sensed the gravity of the situation, and in an instant, the arrogance he once displayed evaporated. He pointed at the blood and urine on his body, seething with rage. "Your kin, a mere second-tier genetic warrior, has defiled me. There is no time for shame now." The Cyclops could discern from the leader's gaze that this human was not one to be trifled with. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble, hoping the other would be reasonable. If he could make the human lose face even more than he had, then by all accounts, the human ought to grant some semblance of dignity to those in the talent market. To the elite genetic warriors, the death of one or two lowly kin was of little consequence. Consequently, the Cyclops instinctively believed that Wei Yuan's threat stemmed from a sense of offense regarding his intent to kill his kin. Alas, he had miscalculated. "My kin can urinate on whomever they please," Wei Yuan coldly declared, words that left the Cyclops gasping for breath. "And you truly intended to kill them. Thus, you deserve to perish." Chapter 42, The Navigational Warship. Lord Wei Yuan, he belongs to the Cyclops tribe. I care not what tribe he hails from. If he seeks to slay my kin, I shall be the one to eliminate him. Wei Yuan cast a frigid glance at the head of the talent market. If the Cyclops tribe seeks vengeance, they are welcome to come and kill me in retribution. Is that not fair? The talent market leader trembled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. In response to Wei Yuan's inquiry, he could only nod in agreement. Yes, it is indeed fair. Fair? Who would risk offending a steadfast lord over a mere commoner? Moreover, he was the one most likely to ascend as the next sovereign from the Lord Academy. Not everyone was as protective as him. The representative of the Abyss tribe muttered to himself, realizing that in the future he must tread carefully around humans. Their protectiveness was nothing short of madness. At this moment, the Cyclops, whose hand had fully healed in the corner, glared with crimson eyes. He understood that this human was relentless. He would not spare him. He intended to take his life simply for having harmed his kin. Absurd. Utterly absurd. How could he lose his life over such trash? Though the true strength of the human remained unclear, he knew that he could not remain passive any longer. With a steely resolve, the Cyclops realized that Wei Yuan would not let him off the hook. To survive, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. He leaped into action, his foot crashing against the ground as he vaulted towards Wei Yuan, but his true target was the gap beside him. He aimed to escape. As he prepared to exit this confined space, he envisioned unleashing his mech, certain that he could escape at full throttle. However, before the one-eyed giant could fully articulate his thoughts, his body abruptly halted midair, Wei Yuan had already materialized behind him. The immense figure of the giant was overshadowed by Wei Yuan, who precisely delivered a crushing blow to his spine. A resounding crack echoed, audible to all. The one-eyed giant collapsed with a thunderous thud, convulsing uncontrollably. Fear glimmered in his solitary eye, pleading for mercy. Wei Yuan descended from the giant's back and firmly grasped the creature's head. Yet, did you ever contemplate sparing my kin? He cast his gaze toward the players. The skull of Star was deformed under Wei Yuan's grip. Had he arrived merely seconds later, the mission would surely have ended in failure. His 5 fingers pressed into the giant's head, inflicting excruciating pain, rendering the creature voiceless. With a resounding crack, the giant's skull, harder than that of a goblin, shattered beneath Wei Yuan's might. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, painting the scene in vivid crimson. The players felt a wave of red wash over their vision. Makaraka exclaimed, "Goodness, Brother Yuan is truly ferocious." The oil thief remarked, "How incredibly cool is this?" The wind whisper declared, "Long live our lord." The hidden beggar lamented, "Oh, this is the second time Brother Yuan has saved us from peril. I adore him." Star remained silent, her body gradually recovering, her beautiful eyes fixated on Wei Yuan. Such a method of vengeance. Was the Lord acting out of self-interest? Despite her internal reminders that this was merely a game, the unfolding scene profoundly stirred her heart. If only the Lord were real. Suddenly, she found herself understanding why some became enamored with mere figments of paper. Perhaps she had indeed fallen for him. Clean up and let the interview resume. Wei Yuan retrieved a bloodied handkerchief from his sleeve. Poverty, yet one must maintain elegance. He sighed, delicately wiping his fingers with a cloth. Brother Yuan, at this rate, we might not be able to continue the interview, the oil thief said, her spine having been fractured, leaving her health perilously low. Recovery was not an option at that moment. She could only crawl on the ground with great effort. Wei Yuan considered tossing them a few coins from his pocket. At that moment, the hidden beggar crawled over, joining the oil thief. Brother Yuan, we must ask, in the future, could we receive a warning before undertaking such perilous tasks? We nearly faced annihilation. Wei Yuan observed these 2 lively characters, suppressing a chuckle as he inquired, "Why have you not injected the Titan Giant Gene Serum? I recall that you must have acquired quite a number of high-quality gene serums. These serums, once injected, do not alter one's racial appearance. They contain the exceptional talents corresponding to each race. For instance, the Titan Giants possess invincible physiques. Upon injecting the Titan Giant Gene Serum, your physical attributes would increase at least tenfold. It would prevent a level 5 Cyclops from inflicting such damage." Observing the expressions of the oil-thieving hag and the beggar, whose jaws nearly dropped to the ground, Wei Yuan further inquired, "So why are you not using it? Is it because you lack the ability? Avancible physique? A tenfold enhancement? Does the system provide any explanation?" "No. Goodness. I thought it was merely a vial of worthless serum. I too believed it was, especially with the impending threat of the insect race and the goblin clan. Initially, I thought that injecting it would lead to a class change, so I nearly met my demise before realizing the truth. Goodness, brothers, this foolish planner is truly deceitful. There should have been a proper introduction." The beggar stared at the few vials of serum in his backpack, bewildered by the minuscule label affixed to them. Wei Yuan touched his nose, casting a subtle glance at the beggar. "You foolish planner you just cursed is right before your eyes." The beggar suddenly felt a chill. He shivered. "Goodness, it must be due to my low health. I must inject it quickly." Now that he comprehended what these substances were, what reason remained to abstain from injecting them? The moment the pale green serum entered his body, the players felt a warm current coursing through them, followed by a comprehensive enhancement of all attributes. Their once precarious health surged instantaneously, with health bars expanding. No wonder this coveted item is reserved for the top 10. The gene of the Titan Giants is remarkably potent. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. As the players prepared to re-interview their instructor, Wei Yuan stepped outside to catch some fresh air and check the rewards he obtained from connecting to the terminal interface at the academy. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fleet of escort battleships. 81 escort battleships. What a windfall." Wei Yuan gazed at the escort battleships in his system backpack, barely able to contain his excitement. So exhilarating. I wonder when I will be able to operate these impressive vessels. Just as the smile on his lips was about to bloom, the system presented another notification. Urgent alert. Urgent alert. Your territory is about to be attacked. Please return immediately, Lord. According to system calculations, the interstellar pirates route will pass through Blue Star. They're scheduled to land in 3 days. Probability of occurrence, 97. Chapter 43. Wei Yuan felt a tinge of envy. The players certainly had it better. Interstellar pirates. Was it that group of pirates from M2779? Wei Yuan's heart sank immediately when he had previously received the system notification and observed the situation in the war zone. It had seemed that at least a month remained before a victor could be determined. He never anticipated they would return so swiftly, and moreover, pass through Blue Star. Could it be that his ominous predictions were coming true? He wanted to test the prowess of the flagship, and now it appeared he had no choice but to deploy it. Otherwise, with the meager strength of the players, encountering interstellar pirates would surely result in disaster. The might of interstellar pirates was no trivial matter. This particular band of marauders from M2779 was especially formidable. In the interstellar age, beyond the Alliance, there existed 2 factions, one comprised of scattered pirates plundering resources, and the other a rebellious army that had defected from the Alliance. Unlike the organized military background of the rebels, interstellar pirates were akin to their historical counterparts, and in fact, more despicable than the pirates of the age of exploration. They engaged in rampant destruction and pillaging, with some among them deriving pleasure from torture. Can the system estimate how many pirates will traverse Blue Star? Calculations have been completed. The current route includes a faction of pirates from this wave, after being repelled at M2779 to evade capture by the Alliance's regular forces. The interstellar pirates fled in a dispersive formation. This faction possesses 70 warships, 300 elite genetic warriors, among whom 10 are above level 5, including 1 level 7 genetic warrior. Additionally, there are 800 lower-level genetic warriors. If the host cannot resolve the situation swiftly, it is highly likely that the main body of the interstellar pirates will become aware of Blue Star circumstances. Wei Yuan's heart sank further. For interstellar pirates, a level 5 planet was a coveted resource. Should they discover it, they would undoubtedly turn back immediately. To command a battle in a war zone, this group of pirates must have level 8 or even level 9 genetic warriors among them. Although he himself was also at level 9, the players were doomed. He could not afford the endless revivals of the players. Moreover, should he lose territory, the system would once again be sealed. Truly, he had spoken too soon. Wei Yuan gently tapped his lips. Given the circumstances, it was evident that refraining from deploying the flagship was no longer an option. Thankfully, the enemy's number of warships was not greater than his own. In naval combat, the disparity between lower-tier warriors could be overlooked. The key was to eliminate their higher-level warriors. However, with over 100 players, it is utterly impossible to manage so many battleships. You have a new task list. Please claim it in a timely manner. Task 1. Within 24 hours, summon 10,000 players. Task 2. Defend the territory. Within 3 days, eliminate the interstellar pirates passing through Blue Star. Task rewards. Level 3 Gene Lock Potion. Basic Insight. Basic Insight. Wei Yuan opened the details of this task reward. Basic Insight. Applicable to all players. It can be added to the player's fundamental attributes. Once insight is enhanced, players will experience an increase in their cognitive abilities. The higher a player's insight, the faster they learn skills, even achieving the ability to absorb knowledge instantaneously. Incredible. When Wei Yuan read this description, his first thought was of its astonishing nature. The fundamental distinction of his summoning from the true game lies precisely here. In all matters, genuine learning requires earnest effort. Now, the system declares that insight is attainable. By heavens, how does this differ from a game? Why was this project not developed sooner, system? Do you know how much effort I exerted during my school days? If only such a boon had existed back then, would I have needed to study day and night after my arrival here? Host, this ability was developed only after you diligently completed tasks, the system explained. Wei Yuan wiped away non-existent tears. The players are truly enjoying unprecedented benefits. He now comprehends why the elders often lamented, if we had the conditions you possessed back in our day, how different things would have been. Seeing the rewards bestowed by the system, he felt a pang of envy. Nonetheless, ultimately, it is a boon for oneself. He turned and entered room 306. He needed to recruit 10 weapon instructors. Understood. The process for players to hire instructors is remarkably swift. After facing a Cyclops, those who dare to apply are undoubtedly formidable, possessing considerable courage. The oil-thieving woman felt that these instructors seemed quite capable and was in a dilemma. Wei Yuan approached and requested 10. Consequently, All the instructors he found satisfactory were selected. Once they confirmed their choices, the gaming community on Earth erupted. The Interstellar Human Race webpage showcased a significant announcement. The specters of the starry sea, the marauding interstellar pirates, notorious for their pillaging and slaughter, are about to land on Blue Star. Humanity is on the brink of a formidable battle as the newly risen human race prepares to confront the interstellar pirates. In the cosmic expanse, we shall engage in a decisive battle, fighting for the legacy of humanity. The interstellar human race officially calls upon 10,000 players to join the struggle alongside humanity. The stellar conflict is about to commence. We are now opening 10,000 slots for the first round of testing. Players who wish to participate may click the link below. Selected players will receive a package from our company. Oh my goodness, is the interstellar human race finally releasing game accounts again? This time there are 10,000 accounts available. After waiting for so long, it's finally my turn. Last time, with over 400,000 participants vying for a mere 100 slots. It was only natural I couldn't secure one. But this time, with 10,000 available, I must succeed. I yearn a mind to read, to immerse myself in the interstellar human race. The gaming community has once again erupted with excitement. Moreover, this time, it's even more exhilarating than when we battled the goblins. Clearly, the sudden release of slots indicates an impending war against interstellar pirates, no less. The images released by Wei Yuan showcase the newly acquired flagship, a stunning and formidable vessel. Just a glance ignites a fervor within. The weapons, an ultimate form of advanced armament, are utterly magnificent. Chapter 44, Brother Yuan, Forever Strong. In disbelief, he realized the game was once again releasing slots. Ever since he harshly criticized the interstellar human race, Tian Wangliang had been expelled from the elite gaming group, harboring a simmering frustration. The more he disapproved, the more he found himself drawn to it. Seeing the announcement of 10,000 slots, he couldn't resist clicking the link to apply. Surely, with such a number, he must have a chance. Late at night, with bloodshot eyes, he sat before his computer, waiting for news. Ding! Just as he dozed off, a notification appeared on his screen. Upon opening it, he discovered it wasn't about the account, but rather a new post from streamer, Oil Thief. With a mix of anger and curiosity, Tian Wangliang clicked on the latest content from Oil Thief. He remembered her as one of the moderators in the elite group, the first among them to enter the game. Let us see what new nonsense this game has produced. Before even entering the streamer's page, he sent a disparaging comment. Didn't the streamer say she was off to undertake a special mission? How come she back after just 5 days? Did she perish along the way? Or is the game itself just rubbish? Oil Thief immediately noticed the unfriendly remark. The streamer completed the mission ahead of schedule. Mind you, it was executed with remarkable finesse. And many unexpected events occurred along the way. Truly exhilarating. Without further ado, let us dive into the video. With that, Oil Thief uploaded the edited video to her profile. I must take a moment to extol the extraordinary capabilities of the Interstellar Human Race gaming pod. Initially, I presumed that spending 5 days immersed in the gaming pod would inevitably lead to some discomfort in my body. To my astonishment, dear friends, I was entirely mistaken. Not only did I evade the usual aches and pains associated with prolonged gaming, but I also felt a remarkable enhancement in my vitality. The captivating streamer arched her back towards the camera, and lo and behold, she appeared significantly more robust. Her skin seemed to have improved, and frankly, she looked utterly transformed. The energy exuding from her was palpably different. Could it be attributed to her time in the gaming pod? I recall scientific evidence suggesting that when one engages in mental imagery of exercising a specific part of the body, that very muscle group may indeed experience some form of stimulation. Is this not a testament to a genuine phenomenon? I was too engrossed to focus on the streamer any longer. My goodness, the latest video released by the captivating streamer is truly something remarkable. I am utterly captivated. Hurry, everyone. Go watch it. It's astonishing. The sooner you view it, the better. Remember to download it, for I suspect the authorities may remove it due to its graphic violence. An eager swarm of netizens rushed to view the video, including one individual who approached with a critical mindset. However, he was taken aback the moment he clicked on the video, as if he could hear the echoes of cannon fire. Everywhere, there were interstellar beings seeking refuge from the chaos of war. They bore a resemblance to humans, yet possessed subtle differences. Nonetheless, the desperation reflected in their eyes was profoundly moving. Why are you all dilly-dallying? Get aboard the starship. The administrator's voice resonated from the video, revealing to all viewers the magnificent, technologically advanced starship. Following the perspective of the captivating streamer, we were transported into the kitchen. The balloon creature expelled a saliva-laden morsel accompanied by a brainworm. The celestial warrior sliced open the skull to extract the brainworm, while the creature called Ukaz had a brainworm embedded with facial features. The climactic battle with the Cyclops was breathtaking. All viewers felt as though they were truly experiencing the interstellar journey alongside the streamer. Especially poignant was the moment when the streamer was grasped by the neck. Witnessing the celestial warrior's head on the verge of being crushed, everyone held their breath, hearts racing, until the moment of salvation arrived with the appearance of Wei Yuan. Redemption. As viewers beheld Wei Yuan's radiant form, they were overwhelmed by a sense of awe. It was utterly transformative. I nearly forgot that I was merely watching a video recorded by the streamer within the game. I cannot even begin to fathom how intense the immersion would be upon truly entering this game. Oh, the words of Source Brother, my kin, moved me to tears. My skin prickled with goosebumps. Source Brother, you are exceptional, eternal in our hearts. Indeed, it is truly captivating. While I was watching, I thought the oil thief matron would meet her demise in such a manner. My heart continues to race with fervor upon catching a glimpse of Brother Yuan. I felt an overwhelming urge to shed tears. Chapter 45. What can one do? The human race is, after all, in a state of weakness. Tian Wang Liang gazed at his computer screen, refreshing it incessantly. However, when the page displayed that all accounts had been distributed, he found himself devoid of any account information. How infuriating. None. Not a single one. What gives? The man, in a frenzy before the screen, with bloodshot eyes, swiftly opened a previously created alternative account to berate the game Interstellar Human Race. What a pathetic game, launching account distributions in such a short span. Clearly eager to reap the rewards from unsuspecting players, a bunch of fools anxiously awaiting their inevitable loss. Even if I were to obtain an account, I would refuse to play. Just a worthless game. After venting his frustrations, Tian Wang Liang picked up his phone, only to find that he had inadvertently opened a game group. To his surprise, a newcomer had posted a screenshot. Xiaoshuela. Wow, a complete novice. At first, I thought the graphics of this game resembled a newly released sci-fi film, but I never expected it to be an exceedingly popular game. Even more astonishingly, I want to count. Xiaxula, Image JPEG. This group boasts 3,000 members, many of whom are seasoned players like Tian Wang Liangpa. There are few novices. Xiaoshuela, whom Tian Wang Liangpa vaguely remembers, seems to have just begun her journey in gaming, likely motivated by Interstellar Human Race. How could she have snagged an account so easily? What audacity! Tian Wang Liangpa. Oh, you merely acquired an account. What is there to boast about? There are so many of us in the group. You are not the only one to have secured an account. Tian Wang Liangpa. Who are you showing off to in the group? You foolish imbecile. Securing an account does not make you exceptional. Tian Wang Liangpa. Lacking any skills, you will find yourself met with inevitable demise in the game. Such a challenging game is hardly suitable for a newcomer. Suddenly, the group fell silent, everyone silently observing Tian Wang Liangpa's outburst. His display of sour grapes was utterly nonsensical. Xiaoshuela, are you feeling bitter? Xiaoshuela, I remember your ID. You previously claimed that Interstellar Human Race is a trash game, and even if it were given to you for free, you would not play it. Why, upon seeing me secure an account, do you suddenly seem envious? Xiaoshuela, so limendo. With a roar of frustration, Tian Wang Liangpa bellowed in his rented room. You foolish imbecile, how dare you? Tian Wang Liangpa, what on earth are you saying? In this group, your voice holds no weight. If you dare, provide me with an offline address, and I shall seek you out. Snowfall, oh splendid. Come to City S, Jiang Group. Share your ID, and I will be expecting you. Snowfall. Image. JPG. She sent a photograph taken from a high-rise office. At that moment, atop the Jiang Group building, Jiang Schwerer tossed her long, wavy hair back. She had never been insulted in such a manner. Even online, she would insist on confronting anyone who dared to speak so disrespectfully. Yet, after sending her message, her adversary remained silent. Snowfall, oh, could it be that you lack the courage to show up? Snowfall, even if you do not come to find me, I shall seek you out. Tian Wang Liang held his phone, his hand trembling as he read Snowfall's messages. He promptly exited the group. From the image, he recognized a familiar structure. He currently resided in City S. The perspective of the photograph was undoubtedly from the rooftop of the Jiang Group. Jiang Shui'er did not anticipate that this individual would prove to be so cowardly. With a scoff, she heard the front desk phone ring, announcing the arrival of a peculiar delivery box downstairs. The authoritative demeanor she had just exhibited evaporated as she gleefully dashed downstairs to unwrap her package. Jiang Shui'er had never played games before, but she had seen videos of players from Interstellar Human Race trending on social media. The captivating visuals and the allure of the cosmos had drawn her in. The realism of virtual reality was remarkable, and players sang its praises. How could she, an interstellar enthusiast, resist such an enchanting prospect? Moreover, this battle primarily involved the use of warships, embodying the romanticism of interstellar conflict. Within the Interstellar Alliance, all commanders gathered around a circular table, including the venerable principal of the Lord Academy, who appeared somewhat anxious as he observed the head of the meeting. The latter's expression was grave, accompanied by a virtual youth, an embodiment of A. I have summoned you today because A has predicted the movements of the pirates attacking M2779 star. As the leader's words fell, several attendees began to voice their thoughts. What is there to predict? The 7th Military District's reinforcements have already arrived, have they not? To my knowledge, they are prepared to retreat back into the Star Sea. Do not pursue a desperate foe. These interstellar pirates are exceedingly difficult to capture while navigating the Star Sea. The resources expended to apprehend them would far exceed the value of what they possess, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. A few individuals continued their discourse. The leader's expression remained unchanged, turning instead to gaze at A. Hey, this is the model I have constructed. Given the scale of this conflict, it appears that the pirates attacking the M2779 star are likely from the notorious Octopus Guild, one of the 3 major pirate factions. Based on their scale, it is indeed unusual for the 7th Legion to withdraw suddenly, even with their support. Furthermore, their retreat pattern resembles a fan shape, suggesting they're not fleeing, but rather conducting a thorough search for something. The model diagram materialized before everyone's eyes, illustrating the pirates' exit trajectories, with various planets along their path clearly marked. The moment the blue star came into view, the old president became restless. Commander, we may need to provide assistance. He indicated towards the landmark of the blue star. The territory assigned to that human child is right here. The human child? Everyone began to connect the dots. Are you referring to Wei Yuan? Indeed, I have heard that this child named his territory Blue Star. The name of the human race echoed in their minds, a name long absent from their discussions. This was the only lord cultivated by their race in many years, reportedly stronger than Feng Yuxian, and certainly a match for the commander's grandson. Sure. The room fell into a brief silence after a few seconds of commotion. The old commander cast a glance at the last few members of the alliance who had spoken. Silence enveloped the gathering, except for the slight quiver of the old president's beard. We are all aware of the Octopus Guild strength. Even an assault by the 1st Legion may not guarantee their capture. Wei Yuan's territory is just beginning to develop and is no match for the Octopus Guild. Moreover, as a descendant of the human race, he embodies their last hope. If we do not extend our aid, it may prove troubling for the human side. The old president remarked, glancing at A. It is important to note that A's development was significantly aided by the human race's contributions. President, as the leader of the Interstellar Alliance, I shall not show favoritism. I will endeavor to assist any race within the alliance. However, their location is rather remote. The commander clarified. His intent was unmistakable. He would provide assistance, albeit in a procedural manner. Additionally, the diagram indicated that only a small pirate faction, numbering in the thousands, would pass by Wei Yuan's modest planet. Being an exceptional student of the Lord Academy, he would surely be able to hold out until the reinforcements arrive. The old president's complexion turned pale in an instant. The commander's assertions were accurate, but they hinged on the premise that Wei Yuan's planet held no value. A planet deemed worthless would naturally attract little attention. However, his planet was classified as a level 5 planet. Level 5. Sufficiently enticing to garner the attention of the Octopus Guild's main forces. Wei Yuan could undoubtedly handle those small detachments. But could he withstand the onslaught of the main forces with so few allies? The gaze of the old principal swept over everyone present. They were all acutely aware of the underlying tension, yet silence reigned. The truth was the human race had grown weak. The adage about the coolness of human relations was vividly illustrated at this moment. The old principal sighed. He did not fear for Wei Yuan's life at the hands of the Squid faction. This young man, if he exerted his full strength, could single-handedly annihilate the entire group. However, if his kin were to suffer grievous losses. It would likely deepen the already existing disillusionment that this young man harbored towards the Alliance. Enough, old principle. He is merely a prodigy. Our Alliance has always produced a few extraordinary talents each year. Hasn't he it? After all, weren't we once in the same position? The words of several key figures in the Alliance send a chill through the old principal's heart. Were they truly prepared to simply stand by and watch? Chapter 46. Emilo is grounded. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room was rapped upon. Emilo, nestled in her soft blankets, was in a drowsy stupor. After several spatial jumps, she had returned home and promptly fallen into a deep slumber. Hearing the knocking, she mumbled, "Daddy, I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer. Please take the blood-sucking camellia juice I brought back to Mom. I want to be having dinner." After uttering these words, she buried her head back into her pillows. Outside the door, her parents exchanged a glance. The gentlewoman sighed. Perhaps we should wait for Emilo to awaken on her own and check the star network. Let her discover it for herself. Are you not concerned she might recklessly pilot a mecha to Blue Star? This child appears obedient, yet she is quite rebellious. Emilo's father wore a serious expression. Had he not discovered that a significant amount of their cargo was missing and that she had taken the transport ship, he would have remained oblivious to her reckless venture into the war zone. Fortunately, this daring child knew how to use spatial jumps and had the luck to evade detection by the pirate faction's main forces. Otherwise, they would have been frantic. Even upon seeing their child return safely, Emilo's father was still filled with trepidation. Yet, witnessing her resolute declaration of affection for Wei Yuan made his heart race uncontrollably. "Emilo, rise and shine. We have matters to discuss regarding your senior." Her father called out loudly to the room. With a sudden sound, the door swung open. Emilo, her pink hair cascading behind her, looked up at her father with bright, eager eyes. Her voice carried a hint of excitement. "Daddy, do you agree to the marriage with the human race?" The veins on her father's forehead began to throb. He was tempted to deliver a swift reprimand to Emilo's head. "Emilo, what your parents wish to discuss is not this matter. Rather, it concerns the impending assault on Wei Yuan's territory by a band of pirates. Your father and I earnestly hope you refrain from involving yourself in this situation." Emilo's mother gently expressed. In a swift motion, she embraced Emilo, who was poised to leap and activate her mech. "Mother, let me go. I must assist." Emilo protested, her voice muffled. A calming serum was injected into her veins. Embracing her now unconscious daughter, Emilo's mother sighed deeply, only to witness Emilo suddenly awaken. Springing into the air and summoning her mech, Tai. "Farewell, Mom and Dad. I shall return after aiding my senior in evading this attack." With one hand pressing on the arm where the calming serum had been injected, Emilo skillfully regulated her blood flow, gradually expelling the most concentrated serum from her body. Tai, full speed ahead to Blue Star. "Master, we cannot proceed," the mech Tai revealed, projecting the entire visage of Cash's satellite. "Your father has activated the no-fly defense network." "What?" Emilo looked down, seeing her father's face contorted with concern. "Emilo, come down." He growled, teeth clenched. "This is no jest. Even the Alliance forces may struggle to rescue them. Your presence would only complicate matters. Do you expect your senior to ensure your safety while escaping himself?" Emilo found herself confined to her room. Previously weary, sleep now eluded her. She accessed the Star Network, where students at the Academy fervently debated the situation, most believing that Wei Yuan's territory was surely lost. Opening her communicator, Emilo sent a message. "Senior, are you all right?" Wei Yuan replied, "On the way." Following this, he added, "All is well, do not worry." He was currently piloting the navigation ship at full speed. The oil thief crew had already entered the ship's sleep chamber, logging off to rest. Without the ability to engage in spatial jumps, they could not return a Blue Star. Attention all players, the game version is being updated. Please log off within 10 minutes. During the version update, players will receive a game pod sent by the game company. The update will take 1 hour. The game announcement was issued, and all players logged off. I haven't even finished mining yet, and now I have to log off? There are only a few hours in a day to play. Game pods. Are they for everyone? Wow, this is incredible. Veteran players were both astonished and delighted. I saw the promotion mentioned a grand battle. Last time, I made a nice profit. This time, it seems there will be more great rewards. How exhilarating. This hour-long server downtime for the update surely promised even more impressive additions. Once they logged off, all players received their game pods. During the hour of anticipation, players busied themselves online, showcasing the game pods they had received. Those who had failed to secure an account watched with envious eyes. The trending headline perpetually featured the term starry human race, never fading from view. As the hours swiftly passed, the moment arrived in the lounge when 11,130 pods simultaneously illuminated with green lights. Players emerged from their pods, witnessing the astonishing sight of so many logging into the game at once, which was indeed a mesmerizing experience. The oil stealer and her companions had awakened aboard the flagship, only to find themselves back in their territory. Over 10,000 players had logged in simultaneously, creating an exhilarating atmosphere reminiscent of true gaming. The oil stealer had long anticipated the game as success, yet witnessing the player count surge from just over 100 to 10,000, particularly during such a synchronized login, still left her in awe. "Dear clansfolk, please gather at the center of the territory." The voice of Wei Yuan resonated through the lounge's speakers. "Is Brother Yuan being so formal?" she mused, sensing a serious undertone. It seemed they were about to engage in a significant battle. Excitement coursed through her as she urged everyone to head to the central plaza. Veteran players laughed and chatted as they made their way, while newcomers marveled at their surroundings, immersed in a world that felt strikingly real. By the way, newcomers, don't forget to adjust your pain sensitivity. However, if you wish to level up more swiftly, you may choose to leave it unchanged, the oil stealer announced loudly as she walked. Among the novice players, Jiang Shuer's eyes sparkled with immense surprise. "This is not merely a game. It's a veritable world," she exclaimed, reaching up to touch her face, smooth and delicate, breathing in the fresh air that was a far cry from the stifling atmosphere of the bustling metropolis, a freshness unmatched even by advanced ventilation systems. "Gaunt Duye. What are you doing here?" Wind Blows Bottom, who went by the ID Xia Shuela, suddenly tapped her from the side. "Zhang Tao." Shuela turned to see Wind Blows Bottom. "You're playing this game too?" She gasped, astonished to encounter him here. Wind Blows Bottom had not anticipated this meeting. After all, Jiang Shuer was a formidable figure in their circle, a nightmare for her peers. Having graduated not long ago, she took the helm of her family's enterprise and, within a few short years, deftly transformed the Jiang Group from a traditional business into a burgeoning enterprise, a quintessential example of a model child. Now, encountering her in the game was unexpected. "This game is incredibly popular. I found it intriguing and decided to try my luck at securing an account, and to my surprise, I succeeded." "I heard it's a stellar game," Xia Shuela inquired. The wind gently rustled as he nodded with a hint of nervousness. "Indeed, Sister Shui, your luck is truly remarkable. The number of players who can secure a spot in this game is quite limited. I arrived earlier than you, so feel free to ask me anything you might be unclear about." Although he had not previously engaged in gaming, he still found it more entertaining than Jiang Shuer, who had devoted herself to her family business over the years, even foregoing gatherings with peers of her age. The only occasions when one could catch a glimpse of her were during significant events. The presence of such a legendary figure before him filled him with a sense of pride. He had arrived before her and was performing even better in the game. If old Deng ever attempted to belittle him by comparing him to Jiang Shuer, he would retort that it was he who guided her through the game. "Sister Shui, come. Let me take you to the Central Plaza. We have just returned from other planets, and you have no idea how exhilarating this game is. Beyond its stunning virtual reality, the environments and characters are exquisitely crafted." As he spoke, he led Shuer outside. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted overhead as a fleet of sleek, dark ships, the command ships, hovered in an orderly formation. The sight of these colossal steel behemoths evoked an aura of impending violence. When the command ships powered up, they emitted a low rumble that intensified when all 81 were activated simultaneously. In that instant, Shuer looked up and was captivated by the majestic spectacle before her. How beautiful! What a thrilling sensation! What is this? Why is it so dazzling? She had never before witnessed such a flawless, art-like weapon of war. "Fellow clansmen, interstellar pirates are approaching. To defend our homeland, we must intercept them before they discover Blue Star. The 81 command ships would lead the charge against the pirates. I have invited several instructors to teach you how to operate these vessels in combat. You will have only 3 days to learn." The players were enraptured by the grandeur of the ships. The evolution of interstellar weaponry had undergone countless iterations, and the command ships were far more formidable than mechs. In critical battles, the presence of an additional command ship could determine the outcome. The instructors brought back by Wei Yuan were rendered speechless by the sight before them. 81 command ships. These were not ordinary vessels, but command ships, and the sheer number was equivalent to an entire fleet. Even a medium military district would consider itself well off with just one command ship as the flagship, surrounded by ordinary ships. Yet here, Wei Yuan possessed a full complement of 81. It was utterly astounding. All the teachers accompanying Wei Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. They had also journeyed to Blue Star aboard the flagship. Yet, who could have anticipated that he possessed not merely one vessel, but a staggering total of 80? The thought of perishing on Blue Star had once filled me with dread. How astonishing this revelation is. The depth of human civilization is indeed profound. And it seems the speculations circulating online were misguided. A group of teachers gathered together, unable to contain their thoughts. Initially, upon learning that pirates were to traverse Blue Star, they contemplated resigning. After all, one's life is not worth sacrificing for a job, regardless of the remuneration. Yet, they feared that if they displeased Lord Wei Yuan, their lives might be extinguished before they even reached Blue Star. Thus, with trepidation, they followed him, finding solace upon seeing the flagship awaiting them. At that moment, confronted with such an impressive fleet, the teachers felt assured of their safety. After all, this was a flagship. Should they encounter a formidable foe, escaping would be a straightforward endeavor. The term flagship is not merely a grand title. However, Lord Wei Yuan had just proclaimed that they were to teach his kin the skills necessary in merely 3 days. 3 days. The weapon masters were left utterly astounded. How could they possibly expect to master the operation of a spacecraft in such a short span? Was it truly their first task upon arrival to pilot a vessel against interstellar pirates? The expressions of the weapon masters turned grim, their hands trembling slightly. Operating a spacecraft requires intricate coordination. Even the multitude of buttons and the timing of maneuvers are beyond the capabilities of the average individual. Typically, it takes years of collaboration among crew members to fully harness the ship's potential. Now, Lord Wei Yuan expected them to teach these curious individuals how to operate a spacecraft within a mere 3 days. Had he lost his mind? The faces of the 10 weapon masters shifted from red to white, yet none dared to voice their concerns to Lord Wei Yuan. The reason was simple: fear. If all else failed, they could manage to operate a flagship with 10 of them working together. They exchanged glances, each feeling a bitter resolve. However, the players erupted in exuberant cheers. Wow, are we really going to fight? This is incredible. I get to pilot a spacecraft? This is exhilarating. This is what true interstellar gaming is about. Brother Yuan, when do we start learning? Indeed, I yearn to learn at this moment. This encapsulates the true allure of interstellar gaming. Mining daily pales in comparison. One must engage in cannon fire and bloodshed. Players are itching for action. Merely witnessing the protruding cannons of a battleship sends shivers down their spines. It is exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Let's commence at once. Everyone shall divide into 10 groups and follow the instructors for guidance. Chapter 48. Enlightenment points, the wind blows, and a startled exclamation. Please select the course of the weapon instructor. Current instructors: Gavin, 9871013. Sophia, 3261013. Alice, 101311013. Each instructor has precisely 1,013 slots available. Players shall enroll independently and find time for their studies. However, when the instructors beheld the arrangements, they were taken aback. Lord Wei Yuan, given the urgency, why not allow them to commence their studies immediately? Indeed, how could they possibly choose their own timing? Might it be that the human race would send reinforcements? A dozen instructors encircled Wei Yuan, their trepidation palpable. When the pirates arrive, who would concern themselves with whether one is merely a laborer? They are a band of marauders, killing on sight and seizing all they encounter. The lives and fortunes of these educators now rest precariously in the hands of these humans, who could remain untroubled. Observing their anxious demeanor, Wei Yuan felt a surge of understanding. Regrettably, he could offer only words of consolation. I apologize. The human race cannot provide immediate support. Only these kin are capable of battle at present. With a gentle demeanor, he continued, 3 days is ample time for them to learn how to operate the navigational battleships. You need not worry about the instruction. Your task is to identify those among my kin with leadership potential. I intend to entrust the entirety of this battle to them. What? Gavin, the most formidable of the weapon instructors, tensed visibly. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Wei Yuan. Lord Wei Yuan, forgive my audacity, but you're about to confront the Squid Pirate Crew, the third most notorious band of pirates in the Starry Seas. Even with 81 navigational battleships at your disposal, it is unlikely that victory can be assured, especially with such inexperienced warriors at the helm. Gavin hesitated to voice the fact that of the over 10,000 individuals, only a scant hundred were genetically enhanced soldiers, while the remainder consisted of ordinary folk. To entrust this group, many of whom had never laid eyes on a battleship in their lifetimes, with the operation of navigational vessels? What difference would that make from courting death? Gavin's face flushed crimson, yet he lacked the courage to oppose Wei Yuan directly. Even if you do not trust my kin, you must have faith in me, Wei Yuan asserted, casting his gaze over all the instructors. Aside from the weapon instructor, the apprehension on the faces of the other educators was unmistakable. I could hardly bring you all this way merely to meet your demise. I assure you, even if my territory should be overrun, you shall depart unscathed. The teachers exchanged glances, falling silent in deference to Lord Wei Yuan's words. Given his proclamation, it would be unwise for them to voice further objections. They could only hope that, when the time came, they would indeed leave intact. After all, the distance to Blue Star is vast, with no established routes. Operating a mech would lead to energy depletion mid-journey, leaving one to perish in the cosmic sea. The outcome remained bleak. A shadow loomed over the heads of the teachers. On the players' side, most had completed their registrations. Goodness, a throng of contenders. I witnessed it myself. The sole female teacher's slots were snatched up the moment they were released. Indeed, a pack of lecherous old men. I, in my innocence, merely registered because I found Teacher Alice's name delightful. Among these educators, it seemed that Gavin possessed the greatest prowess. Positioned at the forefront, regardless of failing to secure a spot in Teacher Alice's class, the other instructors held little significance. All players registered successfully, initiating special attribute, basic insight. The voice of the system resonated in the minds of all players. Basic insight. I can't believe it. Wind-blowing fart was en route to meet the oil thief and her companions amidst the snowfall when the system announced the special attribute. He promptly accessed his profile page. Player, wind-blowing fart. Level, LV2. Gold, 14,759. Insight, 3. Skills, none. The personal page of this game is rather rudimentary. The oil thief was also examining her insight. Wind-blowing fart casually inquired, "Brothers, what is your insight level?" Starry replied, 6. Wind-blowing fart exclaimed, "Wow, you're impressive." "I only have 3. Starry insisted. "I truly have 6. The oil thief chimed in, "I have 5. It seems respectable." The silent beggar added, "I'm slightly stronger with 7. After everyone had shared, they turned to Makabaka. "What about you?" Makabaka's face flushed. "One ha ha one. Ha ha ha. Makabaka, you truly are amusing." The oil thief stifled her laughter, while Makabaka playfully slapped her on the back. "Insight is not the same as intelligence. Why are you laughing?" Makabaka's face turned crimson. She merely struggled with the scientific subjects back in school. Yet, when gaming, she had encountered no issues. Why then, in this game, was there suddenly a concept of insight? It was utterly perplexing. The oil-stealing woman chuckled as she gazed at Makabaka. "I understood that this had little to do with intelligence. After all, we were classmates in high school, and your only shortcoming was in the realms of mathematics and science. Fear not, I shall look after you." "Look after you? Haven't you noticed that this understanding can be enhanced?" Makabaka retorted fiercely, stomping on the oil-stealing woman's foot. She then opened her coin pouch, ready to invest in her understanding. "What? 1 point of understanding costs me 1,000 coins? And once it reaches 10 points, the next increase demands a staggering 10,000 coins? Is this a money grab? Even seasoned players have only been here a week or 2 earlier than newcomers. Everyone's coin purse is rather modest. Makabaka, with her relatively ample coins, could only afford to raise her understanding to 10. Meanwhile, the oil-stealing woman and her companions frantically examined their coin balances to see what level they could afford to enhance. The wind-blowing buttocks sidled up to Snowfall and cheekily remarked, "Sister Snow, since you just arrived and lack coins, would you like me to lend you some?" You see, earning coins in this game is no easy task. Mining for a day yields only about 50 coins. If I lend you some coins in-game, you could repay me with a bit of cash offline, treating it as if you were purchasing my coins. "Doesn't your brother give you any money?" Snowfall inquired. "He does. Hee, but it's not much and hardly sufficient," Wind-blowing buttocks replied with a sycophantic smile. "Considering you're immersed in the game every day, do you even need to spend any money?" Snowfall displayed her own statistics. "Besides, after you enhance your attributes, you likely won't have spare coins to lend me," she added with a light chuckle. Wind-blowing buttocks remained unfazed, asserting, "Sister Snow, don't underestimate me. My coins are substantial." Chapter 49. Gavin, hold on. Wind-blowing buttocks' loud exclamation drew the attention of the others who were still in a commotion. Although Makabaka's intelligence was not high, her keen eyes quickly spotted the personal page that Snowfall had revealed. The enormous figure of 20 appeared before her, leaving her momentarily dizzy. What the heck? What the heck? Girl, where did you come from? Aren't we all supposed to be playing within 10 points? How can someone possess 20 points of understanding? The oil-stealing woman shouted, beginning to spin in place. Even starry-eyed, gazed in astonishment. What the heck, sister? You are truly my sister. Is it possible that this game's understanding value is genuinely reflective of individual intelligence? As the players expressed their bewilderment, Wei Yuan was equally astonished. He could see the players' attributes directly from the back end. He could assure everyone that this understanding was indeed not a mere fabrication of the system. The understanding values had been calculated through a thorough evaluation by the system. Have I summoned a monster? The story begins with an astonishing 20-point aptitude value. This woman, Wei Yuan, uncovered the identity of the other party. The system promptly displayed all the detailed information about the character Snowing before Wei Yuan's eyes. Goodness, she was indeed a prodigy from a young age. Wei Yuan swallowed hard. What remarkable luck I possess, ha ha ha. Just at the right moment. There was no competent commander for this battle, and he would soon confront the advanced genetic warriors of the Squid Guild. The remaining pirates were to be dealt with by the players themselves, which made Wei Yuan a tad apprehensive. It wasn't that he doubted their ability to win, rather, he feared the defensive line might falter, revealing the existence of Blue Star to the pirates. Now, with the sudden emergence of such a high-aptitude female leader, having her temporarily assume the role of commander should pose no issue. Snowing, of course, was oblivious to Wei Yuan's intentions. She merely found the game intriguing. After all, aptitude points could be augmented with gold coins. What was there to be surprised about? They could simply earn more gold coins later on to catch up. Dismissing it with a wave of her hand, Snowing decided to focus on learning how to operate the battleship. She lifted her gaze, captivated by the majestic flagship vessels suspended in the air. This company was undeniably powerful and enigmatic. She had conducted thorough research before logging into the game. The delivery of the gaming pods was shrouded in secrecy, with even the couriers appearing to be specialists. She couldn't even uncover any specific details about the delivery personnel, as if they had materialized out of thin air. Snowing began to suspect that this game was the creation of some clandestine organization. Sister Snow is right. Let's learn now. I see that my instructor is Gavin. Sister Snow, you're also with Gavin. Let's join forces. Let me. Wind blowing but trailed eagerly behind Snowing, embodying the role of a devoted follower. Observing his demeanor, Snowing chuckled and did not refuse. As they were all from the same circle, Zhang Tao appeared to be a reckless second-generation rich kid, yet he was significantly better than his brooding and scheming elder brother. Let's go learn. The group, including the oil stealer, cheerfully headed off to study. As some of the strongest veteran players, although their aptitude did not match that of Snowing, they shared the same perspective. After all, this could all be enhanced with gold coins. Completing a few tasks would surely allow them to catch up. Once the players connected as friends in the game, they each departed, leaving Snowing slightly astonished. In the real world, she seldom encountered individuals like them. What is wrong, Sister Snow? Wind blowing, but noticed Snowing had paused and curiously inquired. Snowing replied, I just feel that your friends are quite different from the people we usually meet. The wind whispered gently, and in that moment, the meaning of the snowfall became clear. With a hearty laugh, he nodded in agreement, remarking that those from their circle were far more innocent and straightforward. After all, they were merely gaming for joy and amusement, who would harbor ulterior motives against one another. Moreover, this game was dedicated to the protection of humanity, and they were all part of the same kin. Jiang Shui'er suddenly began to comprehend the allure of gaming. Let us proceed, she suggested. Her online persona exuded a soft and adorable charm, yet in reality, she possessed an authoritative demeanor, tall and slender, with curves in all the right places, complemented by a flawless oval face and a pair of slightly sharp phoenix-like eyes. Her presence was undeniably striking. Look over there. Where's Teacher Gavin? The wind whispered as he spotted Gavin emerging from Wei Yuan's vicinity. He called out exuberantly, waving. Teacher Gavin, we have come to learn. Please take us up to study. Gavin, already harboring a tempest of frustration, recalled Wei Yuan's nonchalant demeanor and observed the humans rushing towards him for guidance. A low-ranking warrior, upon encountering a senior genetic warrior, exhibited no signs of respect and instead displayed an exuberant levity. It was truly intolerable. Breathe, Gavin. You must not succumb to your anger, he admonished himself. He vividly remembered how the one-eyed giant had been dispatched by Master Wei Yuan for daring to act against these humans during recruitment. One must not allow irritation to take hold. Master Wei Yuan was fiercely protective of his own. Gavin repeatedly reinforced this notion in his mind. However, when the wind whispered, laid a hand on his shoulder, he could no longer contain himself. His deep, violet eyes ignited with fury. You, Wind Whisper, must show respect to your teacher. At that moment, the Snowfall interjected, instructing Wind Whisper to lower his hand. Having spent considerable time alongside the oil-stealing woman, Wind Whisper had grown somewhat dismissive of these NPCs, viewing them merely as mere constructs. Yet, given Snowfall's admonition, he dared not transgress further and obediently withdrew his hand. Snowfall addressed Gavin with respect. Teacher, is this a suitable time for instruction? Gavin's temper still simmered, and he prepared to reprimand these oblivious humans regarding hierarchy. I am in a foul mood, and even if I were to teach you now, you would surely fail to comprehend. Does the Lord know you speak to us in this manner? Snowfall countered, unyielding despite her polite demeanor. And why do you presume that we would be incapable of learning? Your level is so insignificant, and you are merely an ordinary human. No common member of the Alliance has ever been capable of operating a flagship. If you wish to engage in dialogue with me, you must first become a genetic warrior. Gavin scoffed. Chapter 50. Humans who know not their place. A little shock is in order. However, the Lord has not decreed that we ordinary individuals cannot learn. Shuexia, are you dissatisfied with us or with our Lord? Gavin quickly denied. How could I possibly harbor any discontent towards Lord Wei Yuan? Do not speak recklessly here. If you wish to learn, follow the teachings earnestly. He had faltered in the territory of the human race. Even if he truly resented these common, lowly beings, he had to suppress his feelings. After all, in 3 days, the space pirates would arrive, and then it would be interesting to see how proud they would remain. Gavin muttered quietly, his voice barely audible, yet sufficient for the two ordinary humans to overhear. He could not afford to offend Wei Yuan. At present, he dared not lay a hand on these lowly warriors and could only claim a verbal advantage. Yet, did the teacher imply that we should await the spectacle of our human race's embarrassment in 3 days? Shuexia inquired loudly. At that moment, Wei Yuan approached from a distance. Gavin's face twitched, and he hastily exclaimed, No, no. I was just mumbling to myself. What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to learn? Come with me. What was wrong with this human woman? Gavin's heart raced. He was already apprehensive of Wei Yuan and was nearly caught speaking ill behind their backs. He looked up to see Shuexia, raising an eyebrow at him provocatively. Teacher, perhaps you should be more cautious with your words in the future. Damn, what is wrong with these humans? Why are they not at all afraid of me? Gavin pondered, feeling increasingly unsettled. Wei Yuan observed the scene from afar, finding it somewhat amusing. Gavin, a member of the Alliance, possessed decent strength and skills, making him a fitting choice as a teacher. Yet, his temperament would undoubtedly clash with the players. He had not anticipated that his first encounter would be with Shuexia. Now, please lead us to learn, as time is of the essence. You wouldn't want Lord to discover that you cannot teach us, would you? Shuexia stated. Gavin's eyes widened. A threat. This was an overt threat. Very well. I shall teach you right now. Gavin gritted his teeth, his frustration palpable. He was eager to see how these humans would master the intricate operation of the flagship. Wei Yuan had long since granted access to the use of the flagship. As long as these instructors accompany the players, they can board the battleship. Shuexia, this is your moment. Once inside the vessel, Feng Shui playfully gave a thumbs up to Shuela remarkably. Just moments ago, he had been casually draping an arm over the instructor's shoulders. While Shuexia professed her respect for the teacher, her true intention was to provoke him to the brink of exasperation. It seems that the NPCs within this game each possess their own distinct personalities. Shuela observed, suppressing her fury, coupled with a desire to teach them a lesson. She suddenly felt an odd sensation. Was this game perhaps too lifelike? If she hadn't been logged into the game, but rather traversing a simulation pod, she might have doubted the authenticity of this world. Even though she had never played games before, Zhang Shuer would always conduct her research prior to engaging. Thus far, a few AI have indeed managed to pass the Turing test. But could there be an AI operating at such an advanced level? A sense of gravity weighed on her. Gavin was merely one of many NPCs. Fourth, such an inconsequential character to be controlled by sophisticated AI was astonishing. One must realize that top-tier AI incurs substantial costs per second of operation. The game company behind Interstellar Human Race distributes the game pods for free, ostensibly for promotional purposes. After all, each pod necessitates matching nutrient solutions. This common marketing strategy is quite typical. Initially, Jiang Schwerer believed that the game's primary revenue stream was the nutrient solution. With sufficient daily active users, profits from the game would surely follow. Thus, after the game's explosive success, financial gain was a foregone conclusion. Yet, one could question whether the initial investment was excessively high. At that moment, Gavin spoke up, his demeanor sour as he faced the rather unappealing students. Pay attention. I will demonstrate how all the procedures should be executed just once. With that, he began to showcase the operations to the two. Learning the navigation battleship operation procedure. Learning in real time, efficiency, 100. Recording the learning video. Learning progress, 123. Gavin indeed carried a hint of arrogance, yet his teaching prowess was undeniable. The process of learning, beyond the student's own comprehension abilities, also relies heavily on the instructor's pedagogical skills. Although Gavin held some reservations about these two humans, he remained earnest during the instruction. After thoroughly explaining the usage of a small section, Gavin paused for a moment, observing the two earnest yet frustrating humans. He coldly remarked, "Merely watching will not suffice. Hands-on practice is essential. Now, demonstrate what I just explained, and see if you can launch low-end particle light waves to strike the target." Gavin pointed to a patch of exposed wasteland on the display screen. Regarding the colossal boulder on this patch of land, it must be shattered into a fine powder, yet without any excess energy spilling forth. Gavin solemnly addressed them, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Little did they know, manipulating low-tier particle light waves is far from a trivial endeavor. He thought to himself that it was necessary to impart a lesson to these two naive youngsters. The boulder, merely its distance already exceeded the farthest reach of the particle light waves, and energy must not dissipate if it were to be pulverized. This is not something achievable merely through theoretical optics. It requires extraordinary perception, or rather, experience. They must be humbled, and once they falter, he would demonstrate his prowess. Earning their heartfelt admiration, Gavin smiled as he observed them. "Now, let us commence the operation." "Understood, Teacher Gavin." "Pressure?" Zwalala indicates there is absolutely no pressure. "Wait a moment. Shuegia, my progress is still stuck at 65. "Feng Chue," Pippi exclaimed, grasping Zwalala tightly. "Don't worry, if you're at 65. You should have already learned to aim at this target, right? Just align the cannon with the objective and follow my instructions," Gavin remarked, stifling a derisive chuckle. Such audacity! An ordinary human truly believed themselves to be a prodigious genius. This secondary genetic warrior was equally useless, heedlessly following the words of someone yet to unlock their genetic code. What a disgrace among genetic warriors. Chapter 51. Gavin. My mindset is fracturing. The cannon has been calibrated. Energy at 15, orientation 37, prepare to strike. Button press in 27 seconds, release. Accurate. Decisive. There was not a trace of panic in the commands. Zwalala only required 10 seconds to direct Feng Chue Pippi in shattering the distant boulder. As the wind blew, the stone disintegrated beneath the monitor's gaze. Gavin, who had initially planned to mock Feng Chue Pippi and Zwalala, now felt as though he were shattering like the boulder itself. What did he witness? A human who had yet to unlock their genetic code, commanding a secondary genetic warrior to accomplish a particle light wave striking task. How long did she take to learn? 17 minutes. And how long did her striking task consume? 10 seconds. At that moment, Gavin recalled the smoothest operation he had executed in his youth. How long did he take? Just calibrating the cannon alone consumed 30 seconds, not to mention articulating all the precise information. Teacher, during my first operation, I was still somewhat unskilled. I performed inadequately. Do you think this is acceptable? The snowfall is not what irks me. It is not her arrogance or haughtiness. Rather, it is her undeniable prowess coupled with an unyielding calmness in both her dialogue and gaze, as if the situation bears no significance to her whatsoever. If such demeanor is merely acceptable, then what does that render my previous actions? A complete farce, perhaps? Gavin appears to remain stationary. Yet he has been shattered for quite some time. Teacher? A gentle pat on Gavin's shoulder from wind-blowing buttocks, almost bringing him to the brink of laughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed. No matter who it is, encountering a prodigy like Snow is bound to be disheartening. After all, she emerged from an exceedingly patriarchal family, swiftly seizing control in just a few years. Could she not be deemed formidable? Exhilarating. Wind-blowing buttocks gazes at Gavin's crumbling expression, his heart brimming with delight. This sensation is distinct from the revengeful thrill experienced when Source crushed the one-eyed giant's skull. This satisfaction is a direct affront to those from the Alliance, utterly exhilarating. Although the teachers were summoned by wind-blowing buttocks and his companions, they could easily discern the fear these Alliance figures held exclusively for Wei Yuan. When faced with lower-tier genetic warriors like wind-blowing buttocks and his friends, these teachers exude pride. Now, how delightful it must be to see them intimidated by a genius. Observing wind-blowing buttocks' gleeful demeanor, Gavin remains somewhat dazed. However, geniuses are not a dime a dozen. Individuals of her caliber, extraordinary talents, emerge only once in a million. Snow is a genius, yet wind-blowing buttocks cannot possibly claim the same. Gavin feels his teacher's dignity might still be salvaged. Why not give it a try yourself? The requirements remain unchanged. This time, you shall lead, with Snow as your assistant, targeting the 3 bloodthirsty Polonia trees beside that boulder. Gavin's expression tightens. At this moment, standing alongside Snow feels rather uncomfortable, akin to being blinded by a genius. Thus, he chooses to focus solely on wind-blowing buttocks. Am I to be treated as a soft target? Wind-blowing buttocks raises an eyebrow at Snow. Come on, Snow. Snow nods. A minute later, the low-end particle wave eradicates the 3 bloodthirsty Polonia trees with no surplus energy expended, simultaneously revealing a player lurking beneath, preparing to chop wood. Who dares to fire upon me? Such a scoundrel. Below, a player preparing to gather some bloodthirsty Chua materials let out a furious roar. Wind blowing but shrank his neck slightly, relieved that they were not the only ones studying aboard the flagship. Consequently, the player below could not ascertain which battleship had fired the cannon. Alas, their skills still left much to be desired. The calculations took longer than anticipated. Wind blowing but scratched his head and cheerfully addressed Gavin, noticing his somewhat dazed expression. A mischievous thought struck him. Teacher, since you're here, why not allow a few more of my kin to come and learn from you? They've all signed up for Alice's class, but she is a bit too busy at the moment, you see. Gavin, feeling somewhat lost, returned to the quarters arranged for them by Wei Yuan. He sat on a bed, pondering for several hours without reaching any conclusions. What on earth was going on? Could it truly be that his talent was so lacking? He rested his hands on his forehead, nearly curling up in despair. Today, every student, every single one of the humans wind-blowing but summoned, had learned faster than him. They had merely attended his lesson once, and even the slowest among them managed to precisely wield low-end particle light waves in just a minute. Was that truly such a simple task? Gavin recalled how, back in school, his teacher had praised him as a rare student of exceptional talent. It was rather laughable upon reflection. He found himself both laughing and crying. Goodness, could it be that his heart had shattered? Wei Yuan clicked his tongue. Of course, in the interstellar age, the concept of a shattered heart was rather archaic. If anything, it might be more akin to a psychological issue. It was not impossible for one to be crushed by the brilliance of others. Wei Yuan thought of wind blowing, but antics, feeling a twinge of exasperation. How cunning. He had deliberately sought out seasoned players with a bit of gold to maximize their potential, just to undermine Gavin. Once their insight reached 10, those players would possess a learning ability that ranked above average, even in the Lord's Academy. Meanwhile, novice players were tirelessly chopping wood and mining, striving to earn more gold to enhance their insight. Worried that Gavin's mindset might truly collapse, Wei Yuan approached him. Gavin numbly raised his head. His eyes slightly reddened. Upon recognizing Wei Yuan, he sighed. Lord Wei Yuan, it seems I've been rather naive. I never anticipated that our race had so many geniuses. What is there to lament, Professor Gavin? To teach geniuses should be a cause for joy, Wei Yuan replied, offering him a cup of juice prepared by the players. Do you not wish to witness the scene where the renowned octopus pirate crew is utterly routed by a throng of low-tier gene warriors? Chapter 52, Alice, the Esteemed Spouse. The instructional video has been successfully recorded. Gratitude is extended to the players for their insightful contributions. All rewards will be distributed after the novice players have observed the learning session. As it began to snow, Shuela and Feng Shui Pai Pai had just disembarked from the flagship when Shuela received a notification. While she was perusing the system panel, Feng Shui Pai Pai let out an exclamation. Goodness, Shuejia, did you really record the video while learning? Did you not also turn on the camera? Feng Shui Pai Pai pressed his lips together, suppressing a laugh. He had not captured any instructional video. Rather, he had recorded the myriad expressions on Gavin's face throughout. He intended to share this delightful content with the oil thief and others later, chuckling to himself. Alice belongs to the wood elf clan, possessing long, dark green hair and round, glistening eyes. Though still youthful, she appears soft and endearing. When the search for instructors commenced, the oil thief promptly recruited her. As the least experienced and least skilled among all the teachers, Alice had harbored considerable anxiety, fearing that her teaching might disappoint Lord Wei Yuan and lead to her dismissal. Upon arriving on Blue Star, she pondered whether, if her first day's trial lesson did not go well, Lord Wei Yuan would even consider compensating her for that day's work. However, to her astonishment, on her very first day on Blue Star, after she set up the course registration on the intelligence brain as instructed by Lord Wei Yuan, her slots were filled by his kin. "It seems my people are quite fond of you," Lord Wei Yuan remarked, leaving Alice in a state of disbelief. Recognized? Gazing at her fully booked slots, she felt lightheaded. Yet, the next moment, panic surged within her. She had only learned about the usage of warships from textbooks at school, with virtually no practical experience. Had it not been for her recent graduation and the dire lack of employment, forcing her to subsist on unpalatable nutrient solutions, she would not have had the audacity to respond to the enticing job listings. With her large, glistening eyes, she feared that if her inadequacies were discovered, her prospects would be dire. She had only attained level 3, having just unlocked the 3rd gene lock, and had recently exited school, with no familial support. Her heart raced at the thought of the impending teaching responsibilities. "Teacher Alice. It's Teacher Alice. I've enrolled in your class. When shall we commence our lessons?" The eager onlookers gathered around her. Wow, the modeling in this game is simply exceptional. It's even more stunning than a celebrity, they exclaimed. "Honestly, the green hair is my weakness. I'm utterly smitten. I hereby declare that Teacher Alice is now my beloved wife. To protect my wife, Alice, is a duty for all. Alice, my wife. Oh. The players shouted without regard for their surroundings, causing Alice to shrink her neck in apprehension. Why does it feel like the enthusiasm of Lord Wei Yuan's kin is somewhat uncanny? You bunch of old lechers, go indulge in your own world. I have painstakingly gathered coins to elevate my comprehension to 10. Now, step aside and allow me to learn. Without coins, I am filled with trepidation. Dear teacher, please teach swiftly, for I must also venture to mine and chop wood. Just a moment ago, in my quest for coins, I nearly fell victim to a cannonball. Ha! Are you the unfortunate soul who almost met your demise by cannon fire? Go away. I was nearly frightened to death, and yet you laugh. Once I learn to wield a weapon, the first to receive my electric cannon shall be you." As the players were on the brink of causing a commotion, Alice timidly stepped forward to intervene. Classmates, please do not raise a ruckus. Those who wish to learn, please come to me. I will take you aboard the flagship and first teach you the operating system. As Alice spoke, she activated the cognitive interface, projecting a manual that was evidently an operational guide. Oh my, Teacher Alice is indeed utilizing an operational manual based on my decade of experience in teaching certification. It seems you're a recent graduate, Teacher Alice. It is evident that you have just embarked on your first job. Your nervousness is utterly heartwarming. Alice's complexion paled instantly. Oh no, is this discovery going to cost me my job? She widened her eyes, gazing fearfully at the player who had spoken. Could it be that I am to be dismissed so soon? Just as tears threatened to spill from her eyes, her brewing emotions were abruptly shattered by the player's boisterous cheers. How utterly adorable. Alice, my wife, you can do this. Every first job is like this. Look at how close she was to tears. It's simply too charming. Come on, lead us to learn. If that doesn't work, just let us see your operational manual. Yes. Alice guided the players onto the flagship. Throughout the journey, she felt somewhat dazed, responding to every inquiry from the players. It appeared less like a teacher instructing students and more like a group of employers evaluating interns. By the end of their tour of the flagship, the players' learning progress reached 100. Even when they coaxed her back to the teacher's lounge, she remained in a state of bewilderment. Had today's teaching concluded successfully? Just then, the door to another cabin opened, revealing a disheartened Gavin, who spotted the still-dazed Alice. Alice, how did you find your first day of teaching? Alice recalled the assurances given to her by her students, promising they would never disclose to Lord Wei Yuan her perceived inadequacies as a teacher. And a smile spread across her face. Her students were truly delightful to interact with, particularly in the realm of education. Gavin quietly inquired whether he was the only one to encounter such peculiar students, and especially a group of them at that. Upon hearing his question, Alice's mind momentarily faltered. Teaching. Had she truly taught today? She had merely explained the functions of certain buttons and how to navigate specific systems. As for detailed tutorials and hands-on practice, she had provided none. Inside her mind, Alice was in a frenzy, exclaiming in distress, "This is a disaster. The students have learned nothing. They have yet to grasp anything." As her complexion paled, resembling someone on the brink of collapse, Gavin sensed something was amiss. "You haven't taught them anything at all, have you?" he asked. Alice lifted her gaze, tears threatening to spill. "I forgot. I only led them on a brief tour of the flagship. It's all right. You can teach them tomorrow." "There is still time," Gavin reassured her. However, Alice shook her head, murmuring, "But there are only 2 days left. No, to be precise, just 1 day remains. The pirates will arrive on the 3rd day. 1 day is hardly sufficient to impart all that knowledge. I am such a useless teacher. This is a catastrophe." Turning to enter her room, she continued to mutter, "Perhaps I should summon them to study tonight. I absolutely cannot let them jeopardize their lives." Gavin, observing Alice close the door, withdrew his outstretched hand in silence. Was it possible that it mattered little which teacher instructed them? Listening to the commotion outside, where players were already preparing with basic energy saws to chop down trees, he decided to remain silent. By 5 or 6 in the evening, while Alice was engrossed in preparing lesson plans, she suddenly caught a whiff of an overwhelmingly enticing aroma. Her stomach growled. Chapter 53. Teacher, shall we negotiate? Oh, how delightful. Lifting her head from her work, Alice's long green hair was tousled and unkempt from her earlier efforts. Yet, her hunger overshadowed her awareness of her appearance. Just then, a mound of green hair appeared before a player fanning the flames and grilling food. From the heap of green hair emerged a cute, bewildered face. "Wow, you startled me," the player exclaimed, almost dropping the fan in fright. Upon recognizing their beloved teacher, Alice, the players steadied their trembling hands. "Ah, it's you, my dear student." Alice beamed at the player. "What is this delectable item you are roasting? It emits such a tantalizing aroma." In truth, she could hardly recall the other person's name, for players often possess an array of peculiar monikers. However, the food in the hands of this young student was simply irresistible. Even while in the room earlier, the scent had stirred her appetite, and now, as she drew closer, it nearly overwhelmed her senses. She could barely contain her drool. Roasted chicken. This is a favorite delicacy of our dear Yuan Go, who purchases one daily. "Teacher, would you care for one as well? Is that permissible?" Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement. She noticeably swallowed hard, asking, "Will you share with me? Then I shall have 2. She extended her 2 delicate fingers, appearing particularly endearing. "Very well. You may sit over there for a moment. I shall bring it to you shortly." The players could hardly contain their adoration for Alice's sweet demeanor. Upon witnessing the player's agreeable response, Alice felt a hint of shyness. Was it too greedy to ask for 2 roasted chickens? She glanced at the skewers behind the player. Besides the roasted chicken, there were various meat and vegetable skewers. Nearby, several players, having emerged from the mine after hours of labor, gathered to relish some barbecue, sip fruit wine, and enjoy the gentle breeze. The ambience was utterly delightful. Alice's cheeks flushed slightly. The hierarchy among the elves is quite rigid. What elves are considered to be of lower status within their kin. She had never encountered humans, regardless of their rank, mingling together so freely in merriment and camaraderie. "Here they come, Alice, my dear teacher, 2 roasted chickens just for you." The aromatic roasted chicken, steaming with warmth, made Alice swallow hard before reaching out. With her sharp teeth, she gently bit down, tearing off a generous chunk of meat along with the bone. So delicious, flavorful, tender, with a hint of spice. "Absolutely delightful," Alice exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy. Tears of happiness streamed from the corners of her eyes. The owner of the barbecue stall, taken aback, hurried over to inquire, "Did you burn yourself?" "Oh dear, you can't eat the bone. It could choke you. Quick, spit out." This roasted chicken had not been cooked to crisp perfection around the bones. His shout attracted the attention of several players who had recently exited the mine. "Alice, are you all right? You seem to be in distress from your meal," they exclaimed. "Perhaps it's too spicy. How much chili did you add?" "Not much, just a little." "Just a little? No wonder our dear Alice is in tears." Listening to the commotion around her, Alice opened her eyes in confusion. "What are you all talking about?" The barbecue stall owner, known as Itua Dabin, hurriedly inquired, "Teacher Alice, why are you crying? If this matter is not clarified, it seems that my stall might be toppled by the lecherous old men in no time." Alice gazed blankly at the concerned players around her, shyly lowering her head as she softly replied, "I have never tasted anything so delicious." "What? The players were taken aback. Is it true, my friend? In this interstellar setting, is there no gourmet food? The players exchanged glances. Source brother had always enjoyed food, yet he had never cried over it. Emilio also loved to eat, but she preferred sipping the sap of the bloodthirsty tree. Wait a moment. I recall that the oil thief mentioned in her guide that the people of the Interstellar Alliance subsisted on nutritional supplements, which were notoriously unpalatable. Oh my. I remember when I was on a diet, I consumed meal replacement powder. It was indeed nutritious, but living like that lacked any joy. So, does that mean there's nothing delectable in the stars? They looked at each other and turned their gaze towards Dabin. He decided to ask. Dabin was also curious. Teacher Alice, do you find my cooking delicious? Haven't you had anything tasty before in your previous life? Alice shook her head. She had understood at least some of what the players had said. Suddenly, she recalled hearing that humans were not fond of venturing out. Initially, she thought it was due to their lack of strength and their weak clan, which kept them confined to their gathering places. Now it seemed likely that they found the nutritional supplements too distasteful. Alice took a hearty bite of the roasted chicken in her hand, stating, even in the central star system, ordinary gene warriors can only consume nutritional supplements. The more expensive ones merely offer a bit more energy. Her words ignited excitement among the players. Wasn't this a splendid opportunity to make money? Ha ha ha. Shall we organize a venture? As her students began to cheer inexplicably once more, Alice raised her hand and softly cautioned, the blue star is far too distant from other planets. The nearest one is currently within a war zone. If you do not study diligently, I fear, in 2 days we might all perish. Dabin rubbed his chin contemplatively. Unable to establish his own business in the real world, he thought, why not start one in the stars? Brothers, are you interested in a grand endeavor? He looked around at his companions. These friends were all dedicated players, toiling away in the mine's day and night, clearly lacking gold coins, but possessing ample time in the real world. The question lingered. How could they embark on such a grand venture? The players all turned their attention towards him, eager for an answer. I have meticulously observed the paths of those seasoned players who have risen to prosperity, particularly that enigmatic benefactor who discreetly solicits alms. He seized the opportunity and thus amassed a substantial fortune in gold coins. Should we not also endeavor to follow suit? You suggest we stealthily venture into the battle zone to encounter those pirates? The players' eyes met, and a silent agreement was reached. After all, we are all players. Who among us does not relish a bit of chaos? Mining daily feels akin to toiling as a beast of burden in the mundane world. Yet we lack gold, weapons, and even flying machines. What can we achieve without resources? A player named Go posed a profound inquiry. Ito turned to Alice. Teacher, might we negotiate? Chapter 54. We need an angel investor. Huh? Alice quickly finished her roasted chicken. Upon hearing Ito's request for a discussion, she became instantly wary. Sitting up straight, she replied, Classmate, you were the one who said these 2 roasted chickens were a gift for me. In her emerald eyes, the reflection of 2 words was unmistakable. No funds. Hey, teacher, it's unfair for you to be so guarded against us. Ito pulled a chair beside Alice, and the other players gathered around, eagerly gazing at her. 7 or 8 voices chimed in unison. Teacher Alice, we're all quite familiar now. At this moment, we genuinely need your assistance. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to build a boat together and 100 years to forge a teacher-student bond. Our connection as teacher and students is indeed a rare fortune cultivated over a century. Your dear students are in dire need of your help. Will you not assist us? Alice remained unmoved by their pleas. She had discerned the underlying intentions of her students. They were scheming something perilous, but their lack of funds had hindered their plans. Now, it seemed they had set their sights on her for assistance. I have no money, she asserted, shaking her head resolutely. Ito's eyes darted about, and he proposed, Teacher, if you could lend us a few gold coins this time, not only will we repay you, but we shall also share the profits 3 to 7 in your favor. Most importantly, you will become our most esteemed VIP customer at this barbecue stand. You can eat as much as you desire, whatever you wish, without charge. What do you think? In that moment, Alice, who had been unwavering in her resolve to maintain her principles, found herself wavering. The prospect of indulging in a plethora of delectable foods was tantalizing. To be candid, 2 roasted chickens barely sufficed to satisfy one's cravings. Alice swallowed hard, contemplating the necessity of labor for sustenance. Yet, the stark reality was that she possessed merely 1 star coin. With a sense of embarrassment, she activated her cognitive interface, exposed the balance before the players. Oh dear, how impoverished it is. No wonder, upon encountering Alice, I sensed a familiar scent. It turns out she is just as steeped in destitution as I am. It is hardly surprising she shows no concern for the pirates. If Sir Yuan does not retrieve her, she would surely perish from hunger. Alice's face flushed with embarrassment. So, perhaps you should seek another teacher to borrow money from? That won't do, dear Alice. It is precisely because of your financial struggles that we wish to assist you. Ituwa gently placed a hand on Alice's shoulder. Even if you are the deity governing poverty in the universe, we shall rescue you from this dire predicament. You may lack funds at present, but your salary as a teacher must be substantial. Go on, approach Sir Yuan for an advance on your wages. He is quite accommodating. That is a jest. What other teacher could be so easily persuaded as Alice? Yet, Alice hesitated, feeling a twinge of shame. With her teaching proficiency being so lacking, how could she possibly muster the courage to request wages from Lord Wei Yuan, especially in advance? Teacher, do not misconstrue the situation. Itual whispered devilishly in Alice's ear. Consider this. A worker's compensation should reflect their labor, correct? Yet, employers disburse salaries monthly, effectively holding your earnings hostage. You must comply with their demands, lest your wages be deducted. However, should you secure an advance on your salary, would the employer dare to dismiss you? If you receive a month's wage up front, will they have the audacity to let you go? As Alice listened intently, she subconsciously nodded in agreement. Yes, even if my teaching quality is subpar, I was summoned here by Lord Wei Yuan himself. Indeed, this is his rightful retribution. And you, our beloved teacher, have already imparted knowledge today. All you seek is an advance on your salary, which poses no harm to Sir Yuan's interests, does it? Besides, the pirates are fast approaching. If you acquire a month's pay, you will spend it, and Sir Yuan, even for the sake of that meager sum, cannot allow you to perish, can he? Exactly. Alice's emerald eyes sparkled with newfound determination. I must request my salary. I have already taught for an entire day. Acquiring my wages means I need not fear dismissal by Lord Wei Yuan. An advance on my salary. An advance on my salary. An advance on my salary. With a newfound vigor, Alice strode towards the lounge where Sir Yuan was situated. Witnessing the once timid fairy girl transform into a figure of resolute strength was astonishing. Those in the know understood her intent to secure an advance on her wages. Those unaware might have thought she was confronting Sir Yuan over unpaid dues. Wait a moment. My friend, were you once involved in a pyramid scheme? Urguzi extended his thumb towards Yido's defense, his verbal prowess truly unmatched. Merely average, Yido waved dismissively. Given the nature of Source Brother, the funds were undoubtedly forthcoming. Let us ponder what we might procure. The players accessed the system's marketplace. Wei Yuan, who had been observing from a distance, found himself in a state of bemusement. Goodness gracious, these fellows are so audacious, even deceiving a mere NPC? How could someone as innocent and endearing as Alice be tainted by such jests? As he was lamenting, Alice knocked on the door. With a resigned sigh, Wei Yuan opened it. Very well, since these daring individuals have the audacity to act as their lord, I must offer them some assistance. However, I shall first adjust the exchange rate of star coins to gold coins, considering it a form of taxation. With a sly smile, Wei Yuan welcomed Alice in. Is Lord Wei Yuan truly so accommodating? Alice stepped out of Wei Yuan's lounge, bewildered. 200,000 star coins. Has this amount truly been deposited? In her entire life, it was the first time she had seen so many zeros in her account balance. Gazing at the figures, Alice felt a sense of surrealism. Yet, the eager players surrounding her filled her with a bittersweet longing. Her freshly earned wages were destined for these little rascals. I told you Source Brother would come through. Quickly, Teacher Alice, transfer your wages to us. I'm off to purchase some gear. Noticing Alice's reluctant demeanor, Yido's defense quickly reassured her. Once our tasks are completed, I shall surely return your funds. With a gleaming smile, he swiftly exchanged the star coins for gold coins in the system, ready to buy, renting 6 mechs, thermal weapons, particle sniper rifles, and light wave grenades. Chapter 55, Agreement 3, I shall not lose my iron steed again. 200,000 star coins only converted to 1 million gold coins? It seems the exchange rate has shifted, but this sum will sufficiently arm us. We are about to acquire mechs? How exhilarating. As new players, their understanding of the game had stemmed entirely from videos shared by seasoned players like the oil-stealing matron. They had been envious when Source Brother descended in the Mayan mech. Watching the gold coins transfer into their accounts ignited a fervor within Yido's defense. Mechs! Place the order. All the weapons materialized before their eyes. Following Wei Yuan's completion of the summoning task, the system had automatically upgraded itself. The upgraded system could now directly deliver items from the marketplace to the player's hands. But where are the mechs? Despite their astonishment at the array of weapons before them, the players were far more eager to behold the mechs. Mechs, the ultimate romance of men. A notification suddenly pops up. The mecha you ordered is currently in the delivery process. Please keep an eye out for it. In that very moment, 6 beams of light streak across the sky. Boom, 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 boom. 6 elegantly designed mechas, shimmering with a silver glow, stand before the players. Towering at 3 meters high, the mechas emit a radiant light from their eyes, scanning the players before them. The rental clients have been confirmed. Please proceed to collect. The players' game panels display a collection button. What is happening? My hands are trembling in anticipation. Have we truly rented such magnificent mechas? How exhilarating. Upon completion of the collection, a voice introduces itself. We are the BT series mechas. My designation is 003. Designation 004. Designation 005. Designation 006. Designation 009. Each mecha's voice bears a striking resemblance. Yet subtle differences can be discerned upon closer listening. When the player, Itu Dafin, hears the mechas identify themselves as part of the BT series, he gasps in surprise. So, does that mean your pilots must be called Iron Riders? The BT-003, standing opposite E2, tilts its head in confusion. I apologize, but I am unfamiliar with the term Iron Rider. However, our pilots are generally referred to as Master. But we are merely tenants. Temporary masters. No, no, no. From now on, you shall call us Iron Riders, exclaimed Air Guzzi, who stood beside E2, jumping up in excitement. He is a seasoned player of Titanfall. Iron Riders? The mechas inquired. Other players joined in the excitement, cheering and shouting. BT, do not underestimate the bond between BT and Iron Riders. It ignites the passion within. Whoa. Protocol 3. I shall never lose my Iron Rider. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Observing the jubilant players, the mechas exchanged glances. Something seems off about their masters, doesn't it? Internally, they possess a communication code. The mechas immediately began conversing. 003. The Iron Riders appear to be communicating. Are we to sacrifice ourselves for them? 006. But the master stated that if faced with an insurmountable task, we may abandon our kin and leave. 007. They're chanting Protocol 3. 008. Command unrecognized. Protocol 3 is null and void. We shall adhere to the master's directives. 004. New Protocol 3. We may lose Iron Riders. Nola nola visi. Say go. Suddenly, 005 gave a thumbs up to the other mechas. This gesture coincided perfectly with the players' cries of trust me. Very well. Let us proceed to the nearest battlefield and encounter those fearsome pirates. All right, let's embark. When purchasing a mech, one is invariably accompanied by an instruction manual. The players, clutching their manuals, entered the cockpit to commence their learning. Operating a mech is far simpler than piloting a flagship. The crux lies in establishing a mental link with the mech. As the players perused the manual, their mechs had already opened the cockpit. We possess autonomous consciousness. However, our iron control level is insufficient. Should a forced link occur, the mind may endure trauma. You may issue commands directly, and we shall execute them autonomously. It is not that the mechs disdain the players. Rather, under normal circumstances, levels are intrinsically tied to mental strength. If the players were truly mere humans, the instant they linked with their low-level mechs, they would likely be overwhelmed by a torrent of data, rendered utterly foolish. Were they truly ordinary humans? With a knowing smile, Ita Damban quipped, mental link? Does that not mean we shall achieve man-machine unity? I have discovered the reason for my inability to find a partner. It is all your fault, you old lechers, always thinking not of women, but of mechs. Another player lamented, delivering a hearty slap to Itu Damban's back in heartfelt exasperation. Is your experience now so monstrous? The player's remarks perplexed the mech somewhat. Yet upon witnessing the mech's puzzled expressions, all players resumed their earnest demeanor. It is inappropriate for children to pry into adult conversations. A mental link. A mental link. Can it be that even the BTs look down upon us? If I fail to link successfully, I am unworthy to be your iron control. With nimble movements, Itu Damban climbed into the mech's cockpit. Grasping the mental link conduit of BT-003, he pressed it against his temple. The mechs had prepared to manage their data streams. Yet unexpectedly, in the next moment, all their data was received and the players opened their eyes. Wow, how cool. Everything is visualized as data. Exclaimed Guzzi, marveling at the labels adorning everything around him. As he focused intently on an object, all its data would instantaneously materialize before him, and he would retain it effortlessly. The sensation of his mind seemingly being fully unlocked was exhilarating beyond measure. Let's set forth. E2 Damban extracted the coordinates of the nearest battlefield from BT-003's data stream. Fortunately, they could reach it via the mech. Onward, with a flash of dark light, they soared into the skies, breaking free from Blue Star's gravitational grasp and entering the cosmic sea. Alice, clutching a skewer of grilled delicacies prepared by E2 Damban, felt a growing thrill and trepidation with each bite. At this moment, she began to grasp the situation, realizing that she had been somewhat deceived. What should she do? If Lord Wei Yuan found out, he might very well flay her alive. With this thought, she devoured the skewers with greater fervor, determined to die a satiated ghost. Chapter 56. I have not betrayed the Alliance. Count it as my conscience. Alice felt a bit bewildered. The barbecue that had been in her hands moments ago had now found its way into Wei Yuan's possession. Watching the 6 players vanish into the sky, Wei Yuan took a bite of the crispy roasted pork belly. There were few among his kin who possessed such exceptional grilling skills. With a sigh, he accelerated his eating pace. Alice gazed at the rapidly consumed barbecue, her eyes brimming with tears. Lord Wei Yuan. She longed to reclaim her skewers. After all, whether one extended their neck or retracted it, the outcome remained the same. Even if she were to perish, she wished to savor one last bite before her demise. Unfazed, Wei Yuan continued to consume his meal voraciously before her, savoring each bite. Alice, I now understand why you wanted to advance your salary. You must bring me along for those free barbecues in the future. As Alice took a deep breath, preparing to speak, Wei Yuan swallowed his food and raised his hand, revealing his intelligent device. Ah, look at this brain of mine. I completely forgot to check the message from our academy's headmaster. Alice, I must take my leave, he declared, waving the skewer in his hand. This is simply too delicious. Thank you. Huh? Alice stared at Wei Yuan's departing figure, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Lord Wei Yuan is not angry. Alice let out a sigh of relief, then numbly looked at her empty hands. How did it feel as though she had been duped once again? Wei Yuan swaggered back to his lounge. Speaking of which, the player named Yizhou Dafin possessed quite remarkable grilling skills. After his trip to the battle zone, he had missed out on barbecue entirely. Thankfully, he had cleverly intercepted a portion for himself, finishing the last skewer. Wei Yuan opened the communication request from the old headmaster. He had not been lying to Alice. The headmaster had indeed reached out, but he had neglected to answer previously. Now, with some free time, he opened the message. In an instant, the old headmaster's somewhat dejected expression appeared before Wei Yuan. It seemed that the Wei Yuan Alliance would not be able to provide timely support due to the pressing circumstances. Wei Yuan chuckled. I have told you long ago. We must ultimately resolve this ourselves. When trouble arises on Blue Star, can we truly expect those in the Alliance to arrive in time? They might just come running to backstab us. That would be the extent of their conscience. Wei Yuan had long since abandoned any expectations regarding the Galactic Alliance. Although the support from the Alliance would not arrive in a timely manner, I would send students from the Academy to assist. No, Wei Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Old principal, I appreciate your goodwill, but it is unnecessary to compel the students to venture into danger. I am confident I can thwart the pirates this time. Moreover, I never held any hope for those fools in the Galactic Alliance. With no hope, there can be no disappointment. You refuse to heed my counsel and insist on discussing trivial matters with them. Those individuals might grow to resent humanity even more upon witnessing your steadfast support for me. Wei Yuan lounged nonchalantly in front of the video screen. How could humanity, once so formidable, truly be vanquished in a single wave by the Zerg? They were once hailed as the mightiest race among all. Unfortunately, the vast resources left behind were not consumed by the Zerg, but rather divided amongst those in the Alliance. Otherwise, how could they develop so rapidly so soon after the Alliance was formed? Their growth was fueled by the consumption of the original human race's flesh and resources. Naturally, they fear humanity's resurgence, especially with someone as cunning as me leading the charge. They would prefer to see me perish alongside humanity, far removed from their sight. Now, with pirates on the prowl, should I face difficulty, those old codgers would likely find themselves laughing in their sleep. Wei Yuan, the Galactic Alliance is already unstable. If internal strife arises, it may very well crumble, resulting in dire consequences for humanity, as well as all races. The old principal observed Wei Yuan's expression and sighed inwardly. Once you ascend to the position of leader, humanity will surely rise again. For now, the priority is to overcome the challenges before you. I will endure this trial as well. Do not worry, Wei Yuan replied, his patience waning. He waved his hand towards the old principal and disconnected the communication. The grievances of humanity from years past were numerous and foul. When he first traversed into this world, Wei Yuan had no interest in meddling with the affairs of humanity here. He felt no sense of belonging whatsoever. However, after his arrival, numerous events transpired, gradually eroding Wei Yuan's patience and inciting his ire. In the end, he even developed a certain animosity towards those within the Galactic Alliance. Yet the old principal still believed that Wei Yuan aspired to become the leader of the Alliance. In truth, he yearned for the opportunity to behead those old men and display their heads upon the walls of their respective clans. Meanwhile, in the Starry Sea, having drifted for over an hour, 80 could no longer endure the monotony. BT-003, I'm here. Before you, were there not 001 and 002? Indeed, BT-003 replied. But they have both perished in the vastness of the Starry Sea, having fought valiantly alongside their master. That is their honor. Oh, can mechas die too? Certainly, 003 elaborated. Back in the day, 001 met his demise when he shielded his master from a fatal strike during a mission at the Academy, his data scattering in the process. 002 was treacherously slain while the master was hunting star beasts. To die in the act of protecting one's master is the highest honor for us mechas. Upon hearing about Wei Yuan, the players found themselves wide awake. What had been a quiet game chat suddenly erupted with excitement. Brother Dabian, quickly inquire of your mecha about this situation. Why is our Yuan Gu so easily ambushed? The crux of the matter is that the mecha was destroyed. Yet Yuan Gu remains alive. How remarkable. Life is tougher than a mecha. Should the focus be on why the mecha perished? Isn't the intelligence of a mecha merely a series of programs? If the core code or vessel still exists, shouldn't they be able to resurrect infinitely? The players clamored in the chat. The mechas, in turn, established a mental link with the players. At that moment, the questions they pondered were instantly synchronized to the minds of the mechas. Chapter 57. As an Iron Rider, I shall protect my BT. We are destined to die. The voices of the mechas resonated within the cockpit. BT-003. Iron Rider, we are bound to perish. After he spoke, silence enveloped the room. A trace of melancholy seeped into the mechas. Created as weapons, mechas were initially devoid of souls. However, as technology advanced to a certain pinnacle, even weapons acquired a semblance of spirit. The mechas do not fear death. Yet, they do not perceive survival as mere preservation of data, akin to how humanity defines existence not solely by the corporeal form. For some inexplicable reason, I sense the sorrow of the mechas. A player suddenly expressed such sentiments in the group chat. Others, upon reading this, felt an unsettling pang within. In the absence of a soul link, they regarded these mechas merely as emotionless tools. Now that the data streams had intertwined with their consciousness, the players could distinctly perceive the mechas' joys and sorrows. It was at this moment they realized that these mechas possessed emotions that were frighteningly authentic. Yet this is but a game. Even the NPCs within are mere constructs of data. How could some mechas possibly be alive? Truly, one could be foolishly lost in a game. Several players admonished themselves to regain clarity. However, they tacitly refrained from speaking in front of the mechs, opting instead to communicate through the player group chat. As members of Iron Command, we must not neglect the feelings of our BT. I shall protect my BT, exclaimed Agutsi. You were the loudest in calling for a truce earlier, replied Yido. Enough chatter, brothers. I see something scanning towards us. A laser visible to the naked eye swept across the area where the players stood. Inside the mechs, players could clearly discern the range of energy emitted by these lasers. Iron Command, we have entered the combat zone. Now activate stealth mode and prepare for landing. The exterior layers of all mechs transformed into high-density coatings that could evade the scanning machines. On the desolate battlefield, 6 mechs landed with a resounding thud. The ground, ravaged by artillery fire, lay charred and blackened. Several large, dark masses sprawled on the ground, their nature indiscernible. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and burnt matter. Having spent years barbecuing, Yito recognized this familiar aroma. He glanced at the large, indistinct black mass on the ground, and a wave of nausea surged within him. Ugh, is it truly necessary for this game to be so realistic? This smell, ugh. BT-003 thoughtfully disabled the external circulation system. What's wrong? I just smell something burnt. It's not that disgusting. Several other players remarked as they wrinkled their noses, failing to detect anything amiss. Damn it, that's the smell of charred flesh. Those large black masses on the ground, they are the carbonized remains of bodies. Yito felt tears threatening to spill from his eyes, yet determined that if he was to be disgusted, they would not escape unscathed. He began to explain loudly over the microphone. This was undoubtedly not caused by artillery. The bodies would have been scattered post-explosion. They must have driven the Alliance members together and burned them to death with high temperatures, causing the outer layer of bodies to melt, while the insides likely remain uncharred. If you don't believe me, I'll cleave one of these masses open to show you whether the bodies inside are still intact. Damn it, Yito. You're truly revolting. This game is too realistic. I can actually smell the flesh. This is unbearable. The voice channel erupted with sounds of retching. Initially, the players and T considered the situation particularly grotesque. Who has T encountered gruesome scenes while gaming? Yet, the game's visuals were strikingly lifelike, coupled with the odors in the air. In truth, had Yito not elaborated on the carbonized bodies, merely stating their charred condition, it wouldn't have been so bad. But this guy seemed unhinged. Once we return, I'm definitely going to give you a chicken foot. Brother, be careful. It's a boneless chicken foot. Do not engage in trivial banter. Seek out any remaining living souls. We have ventured forth this time, having borrowed a substantial sum from Alice's spouse, and we cannot return empty-handed. Air Guzzi remains relatively unaffected. The mechas have long since disengaged external circuits during the detailed explanations of the defense. The players accompanying the defense to the war zone bear the IDs. Clark, Mad Rabbit, Order Up, and Grandpa's here. Alongside Air Guzzi, this forms a team of 6. BT, scan the vicinity for any living beings. Air Guzzi is the most adept player in utilizing the mechas. As the scan progresses, it reveals that at a distance of 970 meters ahead, 6 meters below, intelligent life persists. Blue Star. The player's remarkable learning pace is astonishing, nearly inducing terror in several instructors. They even began to question whether their own abilities were tragically inadequate. One instructor resorted to the StarNet, eager to investigate the typical learning speeds of Alliance personnel regarding weaponry. My goodness, I have never encountered such gifted students. This learning velocity surpasses mine 100-fold. It took me half a month just to master all the operations. How can they grasp everything merely by reviewing my analysis once? Why is this so? I am still somewhat bewildered. So this is how your students are? I had no idea humanity was so full of hidden talents. This learning speed, any human could easily dominate in an Alliance school. Therefore, humanity's prior reluctance to engage in Alliance activities, even remaining unseen for years, was not due to diminished strength, but rather out of fear of exposing their innate talents. Who knows? Previously, some interstellar influencers claimed humanity was on the brink of extinction, which now seems utterly ludicrous. Several instructors found themselves restless at night and decided to gather together. Gavin, witnessing their astonished expressions as they were rendered speechless by the members of Wei Yuan's race, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Yes, indeed, this is the essence of surprise. They're likely questioning their very existence now. Haha. Gavin scanned the room with a cheerful demeanor, only to notice Alice, the sole female instructor, huddled in a corner, her face etched with anxiety. Alice, what troubles you? At that moment, Alice was preoccupied with the thought of whether Wei Yuan would discover that she had lent her salary to the students. Gavin's sudden inquiry startled her, causing her to involuntarily exclaim, I didn't mean to lend them my salary. Chapter 58. Oh no, it seems our advantage has been seized. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. All the instructors turned their gaze toward Alice's face. As the youngest and least experienced among them, Alice felt a twinge of fear. Alice, what did you mean by that? Gavin inquired. You lent them your salary? Can wages be advanced? Who are they? Could they be the kin of Lord Wei Yuan? Alice's statement harbors a wealth of implications. Although none present are particularly astute, their mastery of weaponry suggests a higher degree of insight than the average member of the Alliance. Miss Alice, we are all in this precarious situation together, soon to confront interstellar pirates. If there is anything you wish to discuss, please share it with us. Indeed, should an unforeseen circumstance arise, We might be able to intercede on your behalf with Lord Wei Yuan. Have you lent your wages to the kin of Lord Wei Yuan? Those youngsters possess such low levels. What could they possibly do with your earnings? Is this something Lord Wei Yuan is yet unaware of? The attendees began to speculate in a cacophony of voices. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Alice's forehead, her anxiety mounting. Her timid nature left her feeling overwhelmed, and the chatter around her only intensified her sense of impending doom. A few students expressed their desire to undertake a significant venture, borrowing wages from me, ostensibly to procure weapons, and then they directly headed for the enemy's stronghold. Alice hung her head, wishing to shrink into herself. However, the words she uttered left the assembled educators drenched in perspiration. Gavin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the seemingly innocuous girl before him. Alice. She appeared so timid and frail. How could she have allowed this? You claimed that Lord Wei Yuan's kin deceived you into parting with your wages and headed straight for the lair of the interstellar pirates? Not necessarily the lair. They might have ventured into a war zone. I noticed they were even equipped with a mech crafted by Lord Wei Yuan. Alice retracted her neck, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Did you not attempt to intervene? They promised me a substantial reward upon success, along with a lifetime of complimentary skewers. Naturally, she refrained from voicing the latter part. She cast a glance at all the teachers present, their expressions grim. If they were captured, would the pirates be able to trace our location? I cannot say for certain. Gavin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The technological prowess of the interstellar pirates is formidable. Should Lord Wei Yuan's kin be apprehended, the pirates could easily utilize their intelligence to pinpoint this planet's coordinates. At that point, the exposure of a level 5 planet would summon the pirates' main forces into action. We would all perish. All of us would meet our end. Gavin maintained a facade of calm while his mind spiraled into chaos. He longed to clutch his head and scream in despair. What madness is this? Why is everyone so utterly unreliable? A group of such low levels, why would they rush headlong into danger? If one were to recklessly dash towards demise in a state of utter vulnerability, it would be of little consequence. Perhaps they might be obliterated by a mere laser cannon, rendering any attempts at locating them futile. Yet, inexplicably, they donned a mech, a BT-series mech, crafted by the esteemed Lord Wei Yuan. Is this not an overt invitation to those pirates, suggesting the presence of resources? The palpable negativity emanating from Gavin weighed heavily upon the atmosphere. Alice, having withdrawn into a diminutive ball, seemed to shrink even further. Her voice, barely audible, could easily go unnoticed. I had not yet dared to inform Lord Wei Yuan. He might still believe that those students had merely ventured out for a stroll. Alice lowered her gaze, unable to meet Gavin's eyes. How terrifying it was. Gavin now appeared as if on the brink of madness. Alas, I had indeed erred gravely this time. How could I have allowed myself to be so easily swayed by the students, becoming an accomplice in a fit of folly? Alice lamented her fate. Gavin, enveloped in despair, gazed at his colleagues, still engulfed in shock. With a heavy sigh, he exited the teacher's lounge. Outside, the rascals were scurrying about. Upon seeing teacher Gavin heading towards Lord Wei Yuan's lounge, the oil thief's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The quartet stealthily followed in his wake. Makabaka mused. What's the matter with teacher Gavin? Surely he hasn't been devastated? The secret beggar remarked, that wind-blown but fellow is also quite the troublemaker. His domineering sister must have left Gavin in disarray. The oil thief countered, nay, I saw Brother Yuan comforting Gavin earlier this afternoon. He was quite jovial by evening, so something must be amiss. Stardust shot a glance at the oil thief. You're always on the hunt for information, aren't you? Come on, brothers, let us eavesdrop. I sense a pivotal moment is about to unfold. Perhaps we can seize the advantage. Upon witnessing Gavin enter the room, the oil thief promptly nestled against the wall, straining to catch the sounds within. Makabaka exclaimed, Goodness, this is quite the sleazy act. Hey, this game thrives on information disparity. Gathering intel is of utmost importance, retorted the oil thief, casting a disdainful glance at Makabaka. Be quiet. Let me listen closely. Chapter 59, No money lost, just an absence of the right circumstances. The students of Lord Wei Yuan and their battlefield mechs. Muffled sounds emanated from within the room. The oil thief was nearly attempting to squeeze through the door's crack. Gavin's excited shouts were muffled by the door's excellent soundproofing. What did you hear? The oil thief implored. Quickly, tell us what you heard. Makabaka leaned in closer, incessantly inquiring. The oil thief, in a state of urgency, nearly scratched his head in frustration, whispering, I couldn't catch it all. Something about students and mechs. Battlefield something. It's driving me mad. The crucial part is that Brother Yuan has begun to speak, but his voice is so faint. Your hearing may be impaired. Allow me to listen instead. Can you hear anything? The beggar has quietly moved closer. Has Lord Yuan spoken yet? I am uncertain. Please refrain from speaking. I can scarcely discern the sounds within. At that moment, inside the room, a flustered Gavin, drenched in sweat, was utterly bewildered by a silencing gesture from Wei Yuan. Surely, this cannot be. Is Lord Wei not the slightest bit anxious? Gavin felt as though he might perish from worry. Suddenly, the door was pushed open with a thud. Ouch! Makabaka, get up, you're going to crush me. Pain, pain, pain. I am at the bottom here. Beggar, just get up, do not prop your hand against my face. The three foolish individuals tumbled about on the floor. At the doorway, Xingqian locked eyes with Wei Yuan inside. The faint smile on Wei Yuan's face made Xingqian's cheeks flush crimson. Xingqian, do you require my assistance? Wei Yuan teased, observing Xingqian's sudden embarrassment. A glance at the three, still writhing on the ground, left Xingqian speechless. Why must I be the one embarrassed? Clearly, it is they who were eavesdropping. We simply saw Teacher Gavin approaching you, and were curious about what transpired. Xingqian inquired candidly, as there was no point in concealing the truth. Wei Yuan nodded. It is of little consequence. 6 clan members have rented mechas and ventured into the war zone independently. What? The 3 foolish individuals on the ground simultaneously raised their heads and shouted in unison. Blast it! They got ahead of us. How did I not foresee this? I was too preoccupied with gathering gold coins. After my studies, I intended to take a break and chop some trees. Who could have predicted this? Indeed, this world is brimming with heroes. Confoundedly, they got ahead of us. In that moment, Gavin, who had previously felt a sense of relief that someone was finally paying attention to the matter, now observed these individuals lamenting their misfortune. This hardly seemed like a recognition of the gravity of the situation. Lord Wei, the priority now is to retrieve those students. If their identities are exposed, the pirates will certainly trace their way here. Wait a moment. Renting a mecha costs 10,000 gold coins. Where did such newcomers acquire such wealth? A shout from the oil-thieving woman interrupted Gavin. Gavin instinctively replied, Is it not your group of students? They are far too cunning, managing to persuade Teacher Alice to advance their wages by a month. These humans are utterly unrestrained. Their levels may be low, but their cunning is boundless. The hierarchical perspectives Gavin had cultivated over many years in the stars shattered in a single day on Blue Star. No one fears him. Furthermore, they audaciously eavesdrop while he converses with the Lord and Teacher, and then boldly inquire. Gavin sighed deeply, as did Alice. How could it be so effortless for students to deceive them out of their salaries? The oil-stealing woman truly did not anticipate that these newcomers would be so audacious. They had directly swindled the teachers out of their wages. What remarkable talent! Why had he not conceived such a brilliant idea himself? Even Makabaka had caught on. Goodness, there are skilled individuals among the newcomers. They are bold and daring. Hence, we must not fall behind. The pioneers often reap the greatest rewards. Xingqian agreed. She currently had no time to ponder whether Wei Yuan was mocking them. In the realm of the game, players were not only kin, but also rivaled for resources. Although the first kill quest was not overtly publicized, those who had previously participated in the Goblin missions understood well. The player who first vanquished the enemy would receive additional rewards. Seizing the moment before any announcement of a player's first kill of a pirate, they needed to hasten their preparations. Most of their funds had already been converted into wisdom, and they needed a strategy to amass substantial gold. The 4-member team turned their collective gaze towards Gavin. He was momentarily taken aback before being surrounded by the eager group. Gavin, you must be quite concerned about the safety of those 6 individuals, right? Indeed, they had approached Wei Yuan regarding this matter, indicating a strong desire for their return. You may not be aware of our capabilities, having just arrived in Blue Star, but do you remember? We were the ones who interviewed you. Yes, Gavin, you remember me. Don't you? The oil-stealing woman leaned her face closer to Gavin. We share a bond, dear teacher. We're not asking for much. Just lend us half of your salary, and we will retrieve those troublesome students for you. What do you say? Aside from Xingqian, who maintained her aloof demeanor while standing at a distance, the other 3 buzzed around Gavin like persistent flies. Gavin felt overwhelmed, as if his head were splitting in two. He sought help from Wei Yuan, only to receive an expression of helplessness in return. How could I make the same mistake as Alice? You shan't even think of it, Gavin declared, shaking his head as he attempted to walk away. After all, Wei Yuan was unconcerned, and worrying unnecessarily would serve no purpose. It was clear these children were fixated on his purse. He hadn't even received his salary for the month yet. Without a second thought, he hurried away. Way you on. Meanwhile, relished the ease of his situation. However, observing the three persistently trailing Gavin, it was evident they would not relent until they achieved their objective. One wondered how long Gavin could withstand their insistence. I've told you, I will not lend you my salary. Why do you continue to pursue me? No matter where Gavin went, the four of them followed like shadows. The oil-thieving matron exhibited an astonishing level of audacity. Teacher, your words are misinformed. We are not necessarily seeking a loan from you, one remarked. Indeed, during our interview, we were immediately captivated by your presence. Just look at your caliber, your expertise, and your professional demeanor. We feel incredibly fortunate to have encountered you. We harbor no ulterior motives. We are acquaintances, after all, and share a teacher-student bond. It is our solemn duty to extend our care towards you. Precisely. Moreover, as you have taken on the role of our instructor, it is only fitting that we treat you to a meal on your first day. Let us set aside the matter of borrowing money and instead welcome you warmly. In a discreet manner, they managed to procure an array of fine dishes and wine. The wine was home-brewed by the players, and the dishes were prepared by them as well. They were not solely fixated on pestering Gavin, but were industriously engaged in various tasks. Upon learning that the newcomers had deceived Alice into believing they were merely treating her to a barbecue in exchange for her salary, the oil-thieving matrons swiftly arranged for a sumptuous feast. This group from the Alliance had rarely indulged in such delicacies. Surely, such fine fare would not fail to impress Gavin. Rest assured, teacher, we genuinely wish to express our gratitude, and even if you do not lend us your salary, it is of no consequence. Yes, come, savor this. It is a specialty of our human race. Makabaka poured a generous glass of wine for Gavin, while braised meat and peanuts were placed before him. The oil-thieving matron thoughtfully served him the meat dishes. I have never encountered a teacher more dedicated than you. Truly, I must raise a toast in your honor. She rose and filled a glass for Gavin. Indeed, teacher, you are unaware of how much we admire you. When we first saw you during the interview, our joy was immeasurable. I apologize for the ruckus we caused earlier with the Lord. It must have startled you. Allow me to self-impose a drink as penance. The discreet beggar also joined in. Without further ado, let's raise our glasses. The sentiment is embodied within our wine. At that moment, Gavin felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that his students held him in such high regard. Cheers, I shall partake as well. After several glasses, Gavin, somewhat tipsy, confessed, Teacher, I have long harbored a dream that has weighed upon my heart. Today, encountering you feels like finally having someone with whom to share my thoughts. And thus, the discreet beggar commenced his performance. The night passed by. Gavin stumbled out of the lounge, bemused by the unexpected affection from his students. Tears welled in his eyes. How could a teacher not support their students' dreams? Chapter 60. Kindness, perhaps, is the intrinsic essence of humanity. In a war zone, beneath a blanket of scorched earth, the air was thick with the scent of death. Here, children do not grow up. As I observed the child huddled in the corner, devouring the nutrient solution as if it were a delicacy, I felt a pang of unease. If we were to leave him here, he would undoubtedly perish. Clackla approached my side and spoke. There are hardly any survivors left in the war zone. This little one was even identified by the mech scans. When I first encountered him, he was on the brink of death. It was only through my compassion that I exchanged gold coins for a healing potion from the game store to save his life. The nutrient solution had been provided by the players. However, we were currently on a mission, yet you wish to take a child with us? We could leave him here and return for him later, suggested Erguzi. This child belongs to the merfolk tribe. I learned from his own words. After the interstellar pirates arrived on this planet, they drained the oceans to extract energy from the seawater. The genetic warriors of the merfolk had perished in battle, and the ordinary merfolk were burned alive. He was fortunate enough to have hidden well, and it seemed the pirates were in a hurry to leave, allowing him to escape with his life. As the players deliberated their course of action, the mare-child clutched half of the nutrient solution, curled up on the ground, gazing at Clackla with pleading eyes. He did not even dare to voice his desire to leave with them. It was heartbreaking. Such a small child left here would surely meet a grim fate. Yet, we owed a debt, and if Alice were to suffer a loss, I would feel even worse. The six of us were at an impasse. After all, the players hailed from a time of peace, and making a decision that could potentially cost a child's life was excruciatingly difficult. What were they hesitating about? In a lounge of Blue Star, several teachers gathered together. On the large screen, 7 live broadcasts were displayed. 6 of them featured various students traversing the starry ocean, while the video of our early departure was set in the war zone. Indeed, aside from Gavin, several other teachers had fallen victim to deception. They had been so easily swayed into becoming angel investors that they only realized their folly after the fact. Originally, they had intended to seek an explanation from Lord Wei Yuan, but suddenly found themselves captivated by the live stream. Lord Wei Yuan had stated, "There is no money to be had, only a life at stake." Now, who would dare confront him to reclaim the funds lost to the players? Yet, what were they still deliberating? This mere child was clearly a remnant of the pirate surveillance. How could they not see it? These youngsters were still too naive, lacking any real combat experience. Master Wei Yuan, I recall that the BT series mechas you designed possess autonomous consciousness. Why do they not warn these children that this is a trap? Wei Yuan casually grabbed a sunflower seed. Reclining as he gazed at the screen, what is there to question? They must experience these matters on their own. He spat out a seed shell, unperturbed. Come now. A warning? This game is fundamentally about exploration for the players. Before their journey commenced, I specifically instructed the mechas that all actions must center around the players. The aim is for them to revel in the experience. The essence of enjoyment lies in personal discovery. Let them fully immerse themselves. At that moment, the oblivious defenders had made their decision. They resolved to leave him with ample provisions and water, alongside some defensive weapons. Drawing 30 gold coins from his account, the defenders said to the child, "Once we complete our task, we shall escort you back to our territory. All right?" Clackla, emerging from the mecha, affectionately patted the little merman's head. The young merman was exceedingly adorable in his juvenile form. Now, having satisfied his hunger, he tilted his head back, the cerulean hue of his eyes reflecting Clackla's gentle countenance. He glanced at the food and water offered to him, his parched body unable to shed tears. "Thank you," he whispered, cradling the items Clackla had handed him. "Please do not seek out those pirates. They will depart by tomorrow. If you hide, you will survive after they leave. You must hurry now. Please go." The little merman trembled, haunted by the memory of his kin, all perished before his eyes, and his sister taken away. As long as these good souls refrained from provoking the pirates, he believed they would remain undiscovered, and his sister would be safe. He prayed that the players would not entertain thoughts of confronting the pirates. Alas, our purpose here is precisely to seek them out, dear child. Remain here patiently. We shall take you to safety, Clackla reassured, a hand resting on the little merman's head. They are merely pirates. I am destined to become the king of the pirates, he proclaimed, striking a triumphant pose as he laughed heartily. Uncle, are you truly that formidable? The little merman gazed up at Clackla, skepticism etched upon his face. This uncle appeared rather ordinary, and it seemed his level was even lower than his father's, who had perished at the hands of those pirates. Although this uncle may not seem impressive at present, he possesses a mecha, does he not? Look at that towering mecha. With a single cannon blast, those pirates would be obliterated. The expression on the child's face conveyed a profound disbelief. Clackla curled her lips in disdain, feeling belittled by a mere child. You must return, the little mermaid said anxiously. I will wait for you here. All right, understood. Do not worry, Yito replied as he leaped back into the mech, addressing Clackla. Let's depart. If we linger any longer, the pirates will have already left. The BTs exchanged glances, remaining silent. They had already detected the location of the pirates, and, after bidding farewell to the little mermaid, surged forward at full speed. Once the players were out of sight, the little mermaid produced a button. If the pirates discovered that individuals had entered the gathering place from her direction, her sister would be turned into jerky. I'm sorry. A roar echoed. Is there truly an alliance force arriving at this moment? 6 individuals dared to come here? Ha ha ha. As the players flew low, the monitoring system, which had lost power, lit up with a green light at their passing, capturing their every move. What series of mechs are these? They certainly do not resemble the scrap from the Alliance army. On board the pirate ship, several pirates chuckled at the sight of the 6 mechs. What is this? Delivering mechs, how amusing. Though the pirates wreaked havoc everywhere, the resources they could obtain were scarce. Countless pirates below had neither money nor resources, let alone mechs. Only 6 individuals were present, and from information obtained from the little dried fish, they were merely a handful of low-level genetic warriors, requiring no further reporting. The captain of the pirate squad spoke up. The individuals monitoring here are all from our team. With this statement, everyone understood. The mechs and the resources in the hands of these few could be seized directly. All right, Captain, I have reverted the monitoring footage to the previous version. They won't discover anything. As the seawater was drained, the abyss beneath transformed into a sheer cliff. The stronghold of the interstellar pirates was vast. Looking down from the cliff, a colossal fleet of warships was visible. Wow, so many! Ergo exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, as warships filled his view, each armed with exceptionally fine weaponry. Simultaneously, the footage was relayed to Wei Yuan. Previously reclining, Wei Yuan straightened up abruptly. At least 10,000 warships? The main battle group is actually on this planet. Gavin instantly recognized the flag fluttering amidst the fleet, one that only the main battle group would raise. Yet, hadn't everyone predicted that the main battle group would take another out? Gavin looked at Wei Yuan in terror. His voice trembled. Lord Wei Yuan, if we retreat now. There is no retreat. Wei Yuan's expression darkened instantly. Plans are often rendered obsolete by unforeseen circumstances. Initially, all predictive models indicated that the main battle group of the interstellar pirates was taking an alternate route, entirely bypassing Blue Star. The planet where the players had logged in was situated on the very edge of the war zone, the closest to Blue Star. According to the predictions of the intelligence system, there should have been merely a handful of pirates stationed here. Did you not foresee this, Songzi? Wei Yuan silently pondered. His brow furrowed slightly. Things were becoming rather troublesome. System. Task difficulty has increased. The rewards have been automatically enhanced for you. Goodness gracious, Songzi. Wei Yuan felt a surge of anxiety, yet there remained a glimmer of hope. His own escape posed no issue, but what about the players? Their highest level was merely 2. The players, relying on the defense team, have uncovered the latest battlefield information. Attention all players, attention all players. Attention all players. Combat escalation. All players, relying on the defense team, must return immediately, exit the war zone, and safeguard their mechs. Designated task. Ensure the safe departure of mech from the war zone, relying on the defense team. Task reward. Ownership of the mech. As the system's message was disseminated, the players erupted in excitement. They had yet to fully appreciate the grandeur of the scene before them when the blaring alarm from the system left them in shock. What on earth is happening? Have we stumbled upon a special mission? Oh my gosh. Ha ha ha. If we leave now, we can directly obtain ownership of a mech. I can't believe it. Let's go. We cannot stop for a moment. Guzzi was so elated he nearly jumped out of his skin. Ha ha. Can you believe it? We've actually triggered some new plot. I wonder if there will be rewards for triggering a new storyline. Let us hurry while they remain unaware of our presence. The 5 players were in fits of laughter, with Guzzi's grin nearly splitting his face. However, E2 Dabin sensed something amiss. If it were truly so easy for them to escape, the system would not offer such a substantial reward. One must understand that a single mech, sold in the marketplace, commands a price of 1 million gold coins. Among the multitude of equipment they had procured, the rental fee for the mech was the highest. Such a generous reward could not possibly accompany a simple task. Just as E2 Dabin finished speaking, a crimson thread of light illuminated the area surrounding the players. Enemies? Boom! A beam of light exploded amongst them. 3 colossal mechs descended, accompanied by a dozen pirates equipped with portable auxiliary devices, plummeting from the sky. Well, let us see which elite faction of the Alliance we have here. They even have the BT series mechs. Truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. It seems fortune smiles upon us today. Young masters, if you wish to survive, step out of your mechs and surrender your resources willingly. The pirates cackled as they approached, the crimson threads coiling tighter with each movement. The players found themselves encircled. They contemplated deceiving their captors, posing as members of the Alliance, in hopes of finding an escape. A voice echoed in Yichuo Dabin's mind, the unmistakable tone of BT-003. Iron Steed, am I your comrade in battle? A shiver coursed through Yichuo Dabin. Was BT intending to fight alongside him? Fear not. We shall ensure your safe return, he replied with fervor. Now, please relinquish all control to us. We will lead you to safety. The BTs spoke in unison. Despite their extensive gaming experience, the players possessed virtually no real combat experience. Thus, the mech required them to surrender their autonomy. Iron Steed, trust me. Trust me. As those words resonated, Guzzi's resolve ignited fervently. All right, BT, I believe in you. He was the first to relinquish his control. In an instant, BT-005 unfurled its metallic wings, launching a flurry of feathered arrows that disintegrated upon contact with the crimson threads. Noticing resistance, the 3 massive heavy mechs advanced swiftly, delivering a crushing blow to BT-005. In that fleeting moment, the players consented to the transfer of control. All 6 mechs moved in unison. 3 of them absorbed the heavy mech brutal assault. The impact created gaping holes in their arms, and the players concurrently suffered injuries, their health plummeting drastically. Goodness, how powerful! Meanwhile, the other pirates charged forward, weapons drawn, targeting the wounded mechs. Oh no, they're coming. What should we do? Trust me. BT-004, BT-006, and BT-007 whispered to the players within them. Wait, do they intend to throw us out? No, no, no. BT, we will not perish. Don't sacrifice yourself for us. Chapter 61. Cursed be the deceitful Protocol 3. Oh no, BT, you projected us in the wrong direction. Dreadful, this is a disaster. 3 players, Mad Rabbit, Order Picker, and Grandpa, were just moved by the notion that BT was willing to sacrifice himself for them. In the blink of an eye, however, they were catapulted from the cockpit, colliding directly with the faces of a horde of pirates rushing towards them. A barrage of searing lasers sliced through the air, instantly shredding the 3 players to pieces. Goodness, it was just the players who were caught off guard. Even the pirates were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Since when did mechs eject their pilots? Accompanied by a final scream of terror from the players, the mechs soared into the sky. Now, did they think they could make a hasty retreat? It was likely too late. The captain of the pirate squad grinned widely and retrieved a massive cannon from behind him, firing a shot towards the mechs. Huh, he missed, exclaimed the pilot, glancing over. Just as his words fell from his lips, the shell exploded, forming an energy net in midair. The mechs, now scattered and fleeing, found themselves at a disadvantage. Those equipped with iron steeds were clearly slower than their 3 counterparts that had discarded theirs. BT-003, calculating an escape route based on data, charged in a specific direction. The others followed suit without hesitation. BT, Clara has been captured, cried the pilot from the cockpit. I'm sorry, Iron Steed, but our most pressing task now is to escape. BT-003 didn't even glance back. Clara, witnessing her teammates flee without a backward glance, whispered, BT, let's make a deal. Please don't eject me. The demise of the 3 had been too brutal. They were utterly annihilated. Although the sensation of pain was muted, other senses remained intact, and the feeling of being torn apart was surely unbearable. Clara had no desire to experience it. The optimal solution at that moment was to jettison the Iron Steed, exposing the enemy for a fleeting second before fleeing. However, now casting her out was futile. I cannot comply, replied BT-009 coldly. The colossal mech was ensnared by red energy tendrils, which left burnt traces wherever they made contact. BT-009 realized that retreat was no longer an option and that they would have to fight to the last. Master, BT-009 requests permission to initiate self-destruction. The voice of BT-009 resonated from the large screen of Blue Star. All the instructors in the Wei Yuan lounge rose to their feet. Once mechs developed self-awareness, they could indeed be considered mechanical beings. However, since they were artificially created by Wei Yuan, they had remained in its proximity. Request denied, BT-009. Recalculate survival probabilities. The assumption is that the pirate squad aims to capture you for use, and they are unaware of your self-awareness. Now, initiate the shared consciousness mode with your Iron Steed. With a decisive command from Wei Yuan, he could not allow his mech to self-destruct before him. The players represented the 4th calamity, capable of infinite respawns, rendering them impervious to concern. BT-009 paused momentarily, receiving the directive. Taiyu, please activate the shared neural interface. Clark was still somewhat bewildered, yet his BT had already spoken, prompting him to instinctively nod. You may proceed. The shared neural mode was immediately engaged. In an instant, Clark found himself unable to control his own body, watching as it executed a series of fluid maneuvers, miraculously evading all attacks while simultaneously targeting the source of the red energy threads. All the crimson strands were severed in a flash. Then came the flight. The mech exhibited an agility that defied its mechanical nature. Under the barrage of artillery, BT-009 seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, deftly evading assaults with a myriad of evasive maneuvers. Within mere minutes, BT-009 evaded capture in a manner reminiscent of self-harm, choosing to absorb the least damaging strikes and swiftly retreat. Wow, BT, you are incredible, Clark exclaimed, stunned. The only faculties he could currently control were his eyes and mouth. Taiyu, I have done my utmost. Once BT-009 confirmed they had evaded their foes, it landed heavily. Simultaneously, it exited the shared neural mode. Upon landing, Clark realized his health bar was nearly depleted. This indicated that the injuries sustained by BT-009 were drawing it perilously close to being rendered inoperative. BT, are you alright? I apologize, Taiyu, but I am indeed in a precarious situation, and it is quite severe. Their landing point, it turned out, was coincidentally the very spot where they had first encountered the mare child. BT-009 locked onto the child, emerging from the ground. Taiyu, all the energy I have left can only ensure my departure from this planet, and I cannot guarantee a return to the blue star. I shall drift in the cosmic sea. Now, with the arrival of that messenger mare child, if I squander energy on him, I will be unable to escape, and the enemy will soon locate us. What? The messenger mare child? Damn it, BT, are you suggesting that our whereabouts have been disclosed by that little brat? Clark seethed. It truly feels like we've encountered a treacherous ingrate. I wish I could slap the version of myself from an hour ago for indulging in sympathy. So, BT, what do you intend to do? Clark inquired, his tone tinged with desperation. Blast it, BT must be planning to abandon me and flee alone. Woe is me, Clark lamented, tears of regret streaming down his face. Taiyu, as you suspect, please buy me some time against the enemy. I will remember your sacrifice. The cockpit opened, and Clarkla fell to the ground like a spittle expelled from a mech, bouncing slightly upon impact. Alas, his health diminished further. Farewell, Iron Steed. BT-009 ascended without hesitation. Cloaked in protective layers, the enemy would be unable to pinpoint their location for at least 5 minutes. Yet, that child, having betrayed them once, would undoubtedly do so again. BT-009 offered a salute to the fallen Clarkla. Farewell, my Iron Steed. One must take responsibility for their own kindness. Each individual shall face their own reckoning. This is a lesson taught by our master. BT-009 departed with resolute finality, devoid of any lingering attachment. Clarkla gazed upwards as BT-009 drifted away, tears streaming down his cheeks like strands of noodles. Cursed be the third protocol, all deceitful. He closed his eyes. Enough. Let me embrace death. At least I want to be reduced to mere fragments. Clarkla consoled himself. Then he sensed movement. Movement? Chapter 62, Little Fish. Clarkla opened his eyes to see the little mermaid straining to drag him away. Boy, child, what are you doing? He had already resigned himself to death. After all, no players were watching. Even if he perished at the hands of this little brat, he wouldn't be ridiculed. But what was this child doing? The child said nothing and continued to pull Clarkla with unwavering determination. Child, what do you intend to do? Did you leak our whereabouts? Such a heartless little creature. I thought you were pitiable, yet it seems I am the one deserving of sympathy. Truly, I am a joker. Tears threatened to spill from Clarkla's eyes once more. Don't cry. There's no water left, the little mermaid interjected, noticing his impending tears. Huh? Clarkla looked up at the expressionless little mermaid, unable to hold back any longer. No way. You not only betrayed us, nearly leading to our annihilation, but now you wish to take me back as rations? The mermaid's hand trembled, loosening Clarkla's collar, causing the back of his head to collide with the ground. Goodness, goodness, goodness. His health was nearly depleted. This blow rendered the tiniest glimmer of vitality almost invisible. Are you all right? The little mermaid stepped forward, anxious yet timid. I don't eat people. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. His tears had long since dried. Now, even if his eyes burned with discomfort and anguish, they could only display a web of red veins, devoid of any tears. Yet guilt pierced his chest like a dagger, leaving a deep wound. I do not wish to betray you, yet my sister has been taken by them. If I do not report your whereabouts, she will be burned alive, reduced to mere dried fish. Clark was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. He felt a twinge of guilt. The child was indeed unfortunate. Having narrowly escaped death, her own sister had been captured as a hostage. The mind behind the game as script must be truly deranged. What an absurd phrase, dried fish. Alas, I do not blame you. Do not be distressed. If you do not wish to feast upon my flesh to survive, simply abandon me by the roadside, and I shall perish on my own. After all, there is but a meager amount of life left within me. No one has yet seen what the seabed looks like after the ocean has been drained. It would be better to let the child discard me aside. He can capture beautiful photographs and share them with his friends later. The little mermaid's mouth had grown quite large. What words is this kind uncle uttering? Has he succumbed to madness from his injuries? I will take you to my hiding place. Even if they search, they will not find you. The little mermaid assured him. The pirates are leaving. Their energy reserves are insufficient, and they will not waste resources on me. You can hide with me and survive. Just wait until tomorrow, and they will have departed. Then he could live alongside this kind uncle, and his sister would be safe. The little mermaid envisioned a bright future, and a smile illuminated her face. Clark nodded in agreement. He thought that the child was indeed pitiable. Once the battle concludes, I will take you and your sister to our planet, where I shall have Yido prepare a barbecue for you. Uncle, does your planet not engage in warfare? No, we live in peace. Then may I have grilled fish? Goodness, do not be so absurd. On Blue Star, Wei Yuan observed the situation with Clark, a smile playing on his lips. His compatriots were simply too soft-hearted. Such compassion is a rarity in the era of the Interstellar Alliance. Indeed, it is uncommon. He glanced at Gavin, who sighed. Lord Wei Yuan, the entire alliance speaks of the human race's love for peace. Yet when faced with war, it is essential to remind our students. Kindness is a shining virtue of our race, is it not? Wei Yuan smiled. Task triggered. BT-007 captured. All players in the war zone, prepare for a rescue operation. Task reward will be determined by player performance. Meanwhile, in the Star Sea, the oil thief and her crew had located the energy-depleted BT-009, drifting aimlessly in the cosmos. Captain, we have only captured one mech. The squad leader gazed at the number on BT-007, his heart swelling with joy. Unexpectedly fortunate, it appears to be the BT series. This series is said to have originated from the genius of a human lord. After the mecha company acquired the design blueprints, they chose not to mass-produce them. Instead, these high-end combat mechas are reserved specifically for the elite of the military districts. The BT series is rarely seen in our daily lives. Are you not envious? Aside from the initial 4 that fled the fastest, there remains another that likely exhausted its energy and could not escape this planet. Furthermore, with a pilot on board, activating the protective shield upon entering the starry seas incurs substantial energy expenditure. The pirate squad leader contemplated the situation. Even with sufficient energy, the BT series mechas would undoubtedly consume a significant amount when faced with such a large-scale assault. Moreover, they carried a pilot. However, Captain, those previous mechas, did they not recall how swiftly they ejected their pilots during battle? Those 3 pilots were rather inept, possibly mere embellishments brought along by some wealthy heir. Did you not witness the extraordinary maneuvers of that fleeing mecha? Can it be compared to ordinary expendable cannon fodder? Alas, discussing this with you may be futile. The squad leader glanced at his band of pirates. The various races in the galaxy appear quite distinct, yet most possess intellect considerably inferior to that of humans. The pirate captain, capable of leading them, displayed not only strength but also a modicum of intelligence. Very well, let us commence our search. Perhaps we should head over to that little fishmonger. One must admit, the roasted mermaid is quite delectable. Regardless, we are about to depart. Let's scavenge a bit more before we leave. Who knows, those pilots might have left behind some valuable items for the fishmonger. Chapter 63. Since it is an ambush, should I wait for them to come find me? In the dark, murky depths of the sea, the atmosphere was cold and oppressive. As he curled up in a corner, Clark could feel the chilling breeze seeping through his bones. This child, living here, seemed unfazed by the threat of rheumatism. Once the genetic lock was unlocked to level 2, he could perceive certain things even in the darkness. For instance, at this moment, a small mermaid was nestled in another corner, holding its breath and entering a state of slumber. Really, I would prefer to gaze at the starry sky beneath the sea. This pitch-black environment is hardly suitable for sharing on social media. Clark muttered softly. No one responded. His health was nearing a critical state, yet he remained alive. The locked health was quite uncomfortable. Living was burdensome, and dying was not a smooth affair. In frustration, Clark began to send random messages in the group chat. Clark, little bok choy, the fields are yellow, Iron Rider has been abandoned, and life and death are uncertain. Clackla, my dear brothers, I too have been forsaken by BT. Oh, woe is me. He is heartless, ungrateful, and utterly unreasonable. Clackla, who could have imagined that the little mermaid we rescued would turn out to be an informant for the enemy? Clackla, is there anyone alive out there? Speak up. A cacophony of messages erupted in the group chat. Yido's demeanor was disheartened. He lay within the cockpit of the mech, adrift in the cosmic sea. Yido, my brother, if we are to perish, let it be swift so we may restart. Do not flood the chat, it is quite noisy. Egutsi, indeed. Both of us are currently adrift in the vastness of space, awaiting a passerby to retrieve us. Dienkai, the 3 of us have already restarted. This time, we are likely to suffer irreparable losses. BT-007 has been captured, and it remains uncertain whether the mission will be deemed a failure. How tragic. Upon seeing the messages in the group, Clackla felt a surge of energy. Clackla, we have barely embarked on our venture only to meet an untimely demise. This is what we call a catastrophic loss. Clackla, Yido, you and Guzzi truly possess extraordinary luck. You cannot fathom my misfortune. I have now been led to the mermaid's lair, which is dark and frigid, truly disheartening. Yido, spare me the talk of irretrievable losses. I cannot face my beloved Alice with such shame. Guzzi, do you think you're the only one feeling bored? We have escaped that planet. But BT's energy is insufficient. We can barely sustain the cockpit's power supply. As we were warned, gazing at this cosmic sea is making me nauseous. And now we must continue to look at it. Alas. Clackla, goodness, cease your lamentations. I believe I hear footsteps approaching from the seabed. There must be several individuals. Are they foes? Or perhaps those benevolent figures coming to aid us? Yido, Clackla, what are you hesitating for? Guzzi, quickly, activate the video for us. Let us witness the unfolding events. Dian Kai, let us see. Clackla, but it is pitch black within this lair. Despite his words, he nonetheless activated the group video chat. As the connection established, the dark lair was illuminated by a blinding light. A coarse voice rang out from one of the pirate crew members. Hey, little mermaid, are you still alive? The once curled up and dormant mermaid trembled slightly, cautiously emerging from its corner. Clackla's hiding spot was exceptionally well concealed, and the crew remained oblivious to his presence. They gathered around the mermaid with jovial expressions. The information you provided us was invaluable. A corpulent green, gelatinous creature waddled toward the mermaid, resembling a large mass of green mucus. Is that a slime? Yido inquired, gazing at the video. I cannot say. These pirates appear quite grotesque, a bizarre assortment indeed. The humanoid races appear more pleasing to the eye. A few players engaged in casual chatter during a group video call. However, the interrogated little mermaid mistakenly believed that these pirates were there to return his sister. He gazed at the band of pirates with hope. I have accomplished something. Could you possibly bring my sister back? You are leaving tomorrow, and she is of no use to you. Without the embrace of the sea. The mermaid's tail had morphed into deformed legs, yet his face and hands still bore remnants of scales. He appeared to be no older than 6 or 7. A pitiable sight indeed. Yet, this vulnerability only rendered him a more appealing target for the pirates. It is the frail and helpless that are most enjoyable to torment. His sister had pleaded similarly before her demise. Return her? We shall send you to reunite with your sister. TSK. You wouldn't believe it. But your sister was positively delectable. Who knows how you might taste, with such tender flesh. Surely, roasted, you would not disappoint. A handful of pirates conversed with the little mermaid, their tongues flicking in anticipation. The mermaid trembled in shock, unable to utter a word of supplication. Sister dead? Or worse, consumed by these fiends? His muscles tensed, his body quivering, blood vessels erupted in his sunken eyes. I will kill you. His youthful voice broke, sharp and piercing, filled with boundless hatred. A mere child, he was oblivious to the fact that these were pirates, and no word they spoke could be trusted. Alas, the fury of the weak is but a jest to the strong. Oh, ho, this little fish is quite the spirit, stronger than your sister. TSK. You have no idea what your sister said. She willingly accepted her fate to be roasted, provided we spared her brother. It's not our fault. Before you merfolk break the genetic lock to the genetic warriors of our kind, you are merely sustenance, destined to be devoured. Among the pirates, a few brandished their weapons. To confront a little mermaid who had yet to unlock his genetic potential with such force was a sheer waste. They spoke of a delicacy called sashimi, pondering. What if we were to slice fresh meat directly from a living body? Would it still be able to close up? One pirate swallowed hard, inquiring. We are departing tomorrow. But if the opportunity arises, we can capture more merfolk children for experimentation. For now, let's feast on him. The frail child summoned every ounce of strength to strike back, but it was a mere annoyance to the pirates. Dare you resist? We shall eat you now. Devour. The pirates seized the child by his collar, lifting him effortlessly. The sharp claws pierced the skin of the little mermaid's chest. Good grief. It truly seemed as if they were about to eviscerate her. Crocra, do you still have the strength? Not a chance. I'm barely clinging to life. One more move, and I might perish. I can't bear to watch, not even a little bit. I still have some gold. I'll pour it all into healing syringes. Brother, please save this child. Crocra, being only at level 2, was unable to save her, but if he fled with all his might, it might work. I've already broadcast the situation Crocker encountered. Those esteemed players coming to our aid will surely respond if they see it, don't worry. No one had declared they wouldn't save the Little Mermaid, although it was just a game, and the mermaid had indeed put them in peril before. She was merely a 6 or 7-year-old child desperate to save her sister. Now, her sister had already been devoured. Crocker could not forget the moment when he had prepared himself for death. The words spoken by the child as he dragged him back to the lair echoed in his mind. Alas, there's no helping it. I promised I would take you back to Blue Star. As soon as he uttered this phrase, a syringe plunged into his body, restoring his health entirely in an instant. Just moments ago, the Little Mermaid was in his grasp, but now she was yanked away with great force. The pirates hadn't even had time to react before Crocker, emerging unexpectedly, startled them. He sprinted away, clutching the severely injured child to his chest. Buddy, another syringe. I'll give you 3. All yours. Just click to donate. Instantly, 3 syringes appeared in Crocker's backpack. After administering one to the child, the Little Mermaid slowly opened her eyes. Good uncle, don't speak, follow me. Let us run for our lives. Wei Yuan coldly observed the video. In the footage, BT-007 was in trouble. The leader of the pirate squad lay dead beside BT-007, slain by a member of the main battle team. Flames cascaded down his back, and his face bore intricate patterns. He was a member of the Fire Demon clan, currently feasting on a bloody heart, devouring it as if it were an apple, blood splattering like juice. The Fire Demon greedily consumed the heart, licking his fingers clean. Such avarice, attempting to hoard the BT series mechas for himself. The pirates surrounding the fallen captain trembled in fear. Beside the Fire Demon emerged a snow-white figure, with hair and eyelashes as white as snow, a snow demon. The female snow demon cast a disdainful glance at her partner, who was licking his hands. Enough. You always seek something to satisfy your cravings. We found the fluctuating item. Let us return and report. She waved her hand, encasing all the surrounding pirates in ice, then murmured, such power, it can even retain the BT series battle armor and pilots? Let's show it to the boss. Perhaps this time, we shall reap a fortune. In every battle, the outcome was often defeat, yet they always departed with their coffers overflowing. Now, as they prepared to retreat, they unexpectedly encountered the BT series mechas. Through the perspective of BT-007, Wei Yuan observed the majority of the Squid Pirates personnel: 198 level 7 warriors, 679 level 6 warriors, 8,092 level 5 warriors. The system was also monitoring and promptly reported the counts it had compiled. The number of lower-tier members is too vast for statistics. No detection of higher-tier members are present. Warning, warning, the Interstellar Pirate team is attempting to access BT-007's core data. There was no time to waste. Wei Yuan, gazing at the screen, wore a grave expression. These pirates were not merely skilled in plundering and arson. Among them were individuals adept at terminal data manipulation. Just as BT-007 had been captured, a few technical experts had disassembled it, preparing to breach its defenses and alter its core data. How astonishing! There truly are talents everywhere. Wei Yuan cursed for the first time. When the BT series was created, he was merely a student, and the defenses he established were insufficiently robust. Should they succeed in extracting the core data of the BT series, not only would the affairs of Blue Star be exposed, but all data pertaining to the BT series would also fall into the hands of the pirates. In that case, players utilizing the BT series mechas in combat would be vulnerable to exploitation. There was no time to linger. A glance was all Wei Yuan needed to ascertain that the defense could hold for only 10 more hours. All players, please gather at the central base. All players, please gather at the central base. All players, please gather at the central base. This crucial announcement was repeated thrice. Players without pressing tasks promptly assembled, including even the teachers who initially intended to merely observe. Wei Yuan surveyed the crowd of thousands, his expression somber. My kin, the time has truly come for life and death. The squad heading to the battle zone has lost a mecha. Within 10 hours, its core data will be compromised and scrutinized. If the pirate crew discovers our existence, they will undoubtedly launch a massive assault on Blue Star. Without territory, we shall be left adrift. My kin, it is time for you to fight for your homeland. The mission to eliminate the pirates commences now. Main quest, eliminate the pirates. This task is of vital importance for survival. Mission accomplished, a new storyline will unfold. Mission failure will result in the game's suspension for maintenance. During the mission, all players will have unlimited respawns, and the game will provide inferior gene serums, with a maximum level of 5. All players' respawn points will be relocated to the flagship. For the sake of player health, it is advised that all players be aware that using inferior gene unlocking serums may result in side effects, complicating future upgrades. Now, all players, prepare for battle and head to your respective flagships, setting forth immediately. Incredibly, this mission is far more formidable than anticipated. The game will cease operations, if not accomplished. Could it be that the game company is facing financial difficulties? Unlikely. It seems to be a genuine test. Players speculate in various directions. Wei Yuan, however, has already entered Mo Yun's body. Upon activating the video, he did not encounter the legendary captain of the Squid Pirate crew. It is likely that the opponent is also a level 9 gene warrior. With a swift motion, Mo Yun unfurled his colossal wings, soaring into the skies with Wei Yuan. In a mere 3 seconds, they transcended into the starry ocean. The assassination mission has commenced. Chapter 64. I am the commander-in-chief this time. Buzz. Above Blue Star. The battleship emits a low hum. All players raise their heads, sensing the impending storm. War is upon us. Ha ha ha. Is the glory of our humanity about to be unleashed? With my presence, victory is assured. Fear not. Should the need arise, I shall intervene. The show-offs have begun their fervent display, with players rampaging everywhere. Mo Yun observed the humans below, still spouting their awkward catchphrases, and fell into a moment of silence. Logically, as the strongest armor of the master, he should unconditionally support his master's decisions. However, as a battle mech that has awakened intelligence, he harbored doubts about the mental state of his master's kin. Well then, the phrase awakened intelligence was conveyed to him by his master's kin. Master, can we truly rely on them for battle? Montak Yun in Kviat. Wei Yuan, who was engaged in data streaming, paused momentarily. As he looked down, he noticed several players, hands on hips, laughing heartily. Shifting his gaze, he also saw players gesturing as if they were Ultraman firing lasers. Such a scene would send a shiver down anyone's spine. Wei Yuan was no exception. To be frank, he had originally intended to recruit more composed players. Furthermore, he had executed this intention while selecting summoned players. Most of them favored conquest games in reality. Yet, he never anticipated, within the ranks of players, jesters would inevitably infiltrate. By the time they realized this, nearly all players had already succumbed to the taint. Wei Yuan reflected on the matter. Perhaps the initial cohort of players summoned had already encountered issues. Tears of despair welled up in his eyes. Now, even if he wished to return his purchase, it was no longer feasible. Yet, outwardly, Wei Yuan maintained an air of composure, nodding lightly as he declared, "They are my kin. They possess a sense of propriety in their actions." Propriety? The players could only respond with confusion. What is propriety? All players, assemble your warships immediately. The selection of the overall commander for this campaign has been finalized. During the battle, all players will be transferred to the same channel. Please prepare accordingly. Feng Shui Pai glanced at the system notification and muttered under his breath, "The overall commander is undoubtedly chosen from those initial 30 veteran players. Damn it. They entered the game after us. This is utterly unfair." After venting his frustrations, he heard the voices of other players around him. Who has the audacity to speak up so boldly? Is someone actually ranting in the public group? Ha. And this guy hasn't even activated anonymous mode. Feng Shui Pai, you're something else. Even the members of Xing Chun, who had already arrived at the battlefield, could hear Feng Shui Pai's clear grievances through the microphone. Xing Chun remarked, "Wow," anonymously begging. "I can't believe it, Feng Shui Pai. I knew I wasn't mistaken. You are indeed a man." Ma Ka added, Feng Shui, you are incredible. We haven't even begun the battle, and you're already preparing to confront our commander?" Stealing Oil Granny chimed in, "I must speak on behalf of the veteran players. We have also earned our place through hard work." Feng Shui Pai was left dumbfounded. What on earth? Why were all the players pulled into the group so quickly? And why was the microphone active from the outset? Wasn't this purely a setup for disaster? The planners of the interstellar human tribe were, as always, so devious. He swiftly muted his microphone and drooped his head, looking as disheartened as a frostbitten eggplant. Noticing Feng Shui Pai's dejected demeanor, Shuejia finally lifted her gaze from her main screen. "What is wrong?" "Shuejia, I think I may have offended someone." Dueya, who had not been paying attention to the group chat, shifted her focus. "Tell me, and I will help you resolve it." "It can't be resolved." Feng Shui Pai sighed. "If it were offline, your strength would be unquestionable, but we are in a game. Alas, I'm just unlucky." Dueya, you have no idea. These gamers fear nothing and will do anything. What I said must have offended that commander. This game is a trap, letting those veteran players take command. Who knows what this enigmatic commander will do? Surely, they are plotting against me. Feng Chue Pai Pai, having hardly played any games before, understands that in their circle, it is not uncommon to offend someone with a single careless remark. Thus, his elder, the venerable old Deng, constantly admonishes him to be cautious with his words and actions. Initially, Feng Chue Pai Pai paid little heed to such warnings, even gaining a reputation for his fiery temper within his own circle. However, in this game, players are indifferent to his family's wealth. They are here solely for enjoyment. And in their eyes, mistakes are unforgivable. With a slip of the tongue, he found himself feeling uneasy. Would this mysterious veteran truly target him? In mere seconds, countless possibilities flooded his mind, and the more he pondered, the more convinced he became that he might indeed face repercussions. Shue Shue, the player known as It Snowed, closed her main page and cast a calm glance at the still emo, Feng Chue Pai Pai. Firstly, in the game, we are all here to play. Do not apply the standards of your previous circles. No one is that petty. Secondly, she chuckled lightly. The mysterious and unpredictable commander you described is none other than me. Oh, really? Feng Chue Pai Pai's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what? Sister Shue, you are the commander? His mouth agape. He felt as if struck by lightning, overwhelmed by the revelation. Goodness, goodness, goodness. It Snowed boarded the flagship and opened the group chat interface, prepared to issue commands when an odd sound erupted from the chat. Feng Chue Pai Pai. Ha 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 ha. This guy must be losing his mind. Crazy. Take him away next. Coughing, It Snowed's voice resonated through the public microphone, silencing all players. All players, board your ships immediately. Now, the defense team, present the intelligence you have gathered. Stealth team, provide the coordinates of the battle zone. All flagships, activate stealth mode and proceed to the designated coordinates. 8 warships will operate as a unit, with my ship as the flagship. Set sail. Chapter 65, The Genius of the Slime Clan. Feng Chue Pai Pai is absolutely hilarious. Haha. Maka Baka laughed heartily from the cockpit of his mech. He had always enjoyed good fortune, yet he never anticipated that the commander would be It Snowed. Wow, that stunning beauty's aptitude is at 20, and that's her initial value. How far have we come? I've spent all my gold and only managed to reach 11. Truly, this world is filled with prodigious talents. Finding Bing, what a name. Thieving old woman, you've hijacked the channel. Maka Baka interrupted. Xing Chun, 6. 4 mechs have already arrived at the battle zone on this planet. The seabed, exposed to the elements, always evokes a profound sense of awe. The oil thief instinctively activated the video recording. Brothers, we have embarked on a new war, this time against the interstellar pirates, and this is their final stronghold. Observe, observe. This appears to be the seabed revealed after the seawater has been drained, cracked, and parched by the sun, yet we can still discern some marine life upon its surface. From her aerial vantage point, the oil thief zoomed in the camera closer and closer. Alas, these marine creatures have been reduced to mere shells. Oh look, on the barren seabed, a figure is sprinting frantically. The oil thief's lens caught sight of a dark spot, immediately zooming in to reveal a man clad in a blue uniform, cradling a child under his arm as he dashed forward. Oi, oi, brothers, I'm over here. Come save me. Clark, while fleeing, waved frantically at the 4 mechas. Hot on his heels were pursuers. Are they players? The oil thief gasped, and the other 3 also spotted Clark. We must rescue him. Xingchen was the first to soar toward Clark. As he swooped low over Clark, he extended his hand, enveloping Clark in his grasp, and glided upward. Lasers and cannon fire erupted in response. New mechas had arrived. They had reinforcements. Immediate reports were necessary. Upon seeing Xingchen's mecha, several pursuing pirates quickly reacted. One raised their intelligence device, preparing to relay the message. Unfortunately, Xingchen was already aware. These pirates, barely at levels 3 or 4, stood no chance against the mecha. Xingchen's mecha raised its arm and unleashed a barrage upon the pirates. Boom! The resounding blast echoed, sending a cloud of earth and debris flying. 3 pirates lay in a pool of their own blood, gasping for breath, their ability to act extinguished. Only the pirate, resembling a slime, had transformed into a fluid state, swiftly maneuvering across the seabed. Xingchen, I have activated the signal jamming within a 5-kilometer radius. He cannot contact his main forces. However, the mecha struggled to aim, as the opponent seemed capable of seeping into the cracks of the seabed. What now? At this moment, the oil thief and her companions had arrived. Inside the cockpit, the oil thief continued recording. What to do? Of course, we must eliminate him. Xingqian, in the cockpit, unsheathed a pair of tang knives from his waist, simultaneously severing the link with the mecha. BT, assist me. Understood, Iron Steed. The series of mechas crafted by Wei Yuan could support personnel, even without a pilot. Just like now, BT-010 dashed ahead of the slime pirate's path and opened its hatch. The stars erupted from his body, landing on the ground with a thud. The dual sabers plunged into the earth. A painful low growl resonated from beneath the surface. With a swift flourish, he drew his blade, releasing 2 wisps of verdant mist. The slime pirate emerged agonizingly from the depths, a level 4 genetic warrior, whose body was now capable of withstanding the 5th-level gene unlocking serum. However, due to the scarcity of resources among the pirates, acquiring the 5th-level serum required personal procurement or commendable achievements, and he was merely a lowly slime. Let me go, and I shall not reveal your ambush, he pleaded. I implore you. The slime's large eyes, round and adorable in their plump form, glistened. 2 gashes still oozed green blood. The long blade in his hand stood resolute by his side, while other players began to converge. 4 mechs hovered above, and on the cracked seabed stood a girl with dark hair and eyes, wielding dual sabers, regarding the green slime with an air of indifference. You fear death, he stated. The gelatinous flesh of the slime quivered. Sister, I've already begged for mercy. Are you only now realizing my fear of death? The slime nodded. It was humiliating, yet perhaps it could save his life. Our mission is to eradicate pirates, he said, furrowing his brow in hesitation. He examined the slime's details. Level 4 pinnacle slime. Upon administering a 5th-level gene serum, it will undoubtedly transition to level 5. A prodigy among the slime species, characterized by timidity and gluttony, capable of altering its form. The slime race is inherently weak. Even at level 4, they seem devoid of offensive capabilities. Though feeble, their ability to morph makes them difficult to kill. Current lifespan, 5 years. Injecting the 5th-level gene unlocking serum will extend lifespan by 50 years. Maka Baka clicked his tongue, secretly beginning to beg. It's over. Star's peculiar obsession has likely resurfaced. You mean, her penchant for purchasing unsightly dolls? He mused, gazing at the slime pirate on the ground, resembling a large mass of green jelly, seemingly capable of transforming into any shape, liquid, solid, or even fluid. At this moment, the slime appeared in a solidified, jelly-like form, its eyes round and fixated intently on Star. I beg you, the slime pirate implored, prostrating on the ground. Among the slime race, I am the only one to have ascended to such heights. I do not wish to die. The slime pirate spoke earnestly. I became a pirate because here, I can acquire gene unlocking serums. Within the Galactic Federation, the highest grade serum available to our race is merely level 3. I merely wish to survive, to extend my existence for a while longer, and I possess considerable talent. As long as you do not take my life, I am willing to submit to your race. The expression on Xingqian's face remained icy. The sight of this slime made it tremble internally. Now, tell me about your pirate crew. The more detailed, the better, Xingqian coldly commanded, her gaze fixed upon the slime before her. If the information proves valuable, I can offer you a 5th-level gene unlock potion. In her heart, excitement began to bubble. A jelly-like slime, so adorably endearing. Is it true that your race can only apply for a 3rd-level gene unlock potion? Is this not a blatant display of discrimination? What kind of interstellar alliance is this? Bah, I can download the information in my mind for you. The slime rolled to Xingqian's feet. With a soft sound, it removed its own head. Its hands cradled its head, which it respectfully presented to Xingqian. Chapter 66. Just a pet after all. As the cold memory extractor was inserted into the slime's head, it trembled all over. Its green, jelly-like body rippled. At this moment, the genius of the slime race was consumed with thoughts. Can the organization behind these individuals truly be stronger than the pirate crew? Yet they claim to offer a 5th-level gene unlock potion. Even 2nd-level gene warriors can pilot such advanced mechs. They must be an incredibly affluent race. Please, do not indulge in wild imaginings. I require information regarding the pirate crew. The voice of BT-010 resonated above the slime's head. The slime lifted its gaze and beheld a colossal mech bending down to observe it. Oh yes, of course. The slime replied respectfully. The oil-thieving woman whispered, this slime certainly knows how to read the room. To survive longer, one must be attuned to the circumstances. The slime race is rather pitiable. Why does this Interstellar Alliance still perpetuate racial discrimination? Makabaka mumbled. Shingshin had already sheathed her 2 daggers and stood with arms crossed, watching as BT-010 gathered information. This technology is truly remarkable. It can indeed extract visual information stored within brain cells. Stealthily, a beggar approached. BT-010 responded. Technological advancement encompasses all aspects. Following the absence of the insectoid threat, the Interstellar Alliance no longer obsessively pursues weapon evolution. As BT-010 collected information about the squid pirate crew, it reminisced about the revelations it encountered after being created and linking to the star network. After the human race's influence significantly waned, powerful races among the myriad had their share of the spoils, along with advancements in various technologies. The human race is not the most indulgent among all the species, yet they stand as the most technologically advanced, never confining their innovations solely to weaponry. Thus, following the fierce conflict between the humans and the insectoid race, the Interstellar Alliance was suddenly graced with a plethora of diverse technologies, including the current memory extraction techniques they employ. As once articulated by a former leader he had encountered within the star network, the true strength of humanity lies in their intellect. Such a species is indeed formidable. Yet fortunately, they are not immortal. What is even more commendable is their unwavering belief in the duty to sacrifice for the future generations. In their relentless battle against the insectoids, they fight for the future of humanity. BT-010 sometimes finds it perplexing why the myriad races, despite receiving benefits from humanity, still seek to partake in their resources. Observing the slime creature now, a flicker of understanding dawns upon BT-010. Humans often extend their sympathy towards the weaker races, but these lesser beings only bow in deference when humans are at their zenith. Once they gain strength, they seize and plunder. BT-010 resolves to assist Star in dealing with the slime after extracting its memories. At this moment, the little mermaid, cradled in Clackla's arms, awakens. Upon opening his eyes, he is met with the sight of 4 colossal mechs looming beside him. Held by Clackla, he notices his nemesis, the slime pirate, whose head has been severed and affixed to one of the mechs. His face contorts with rage. "I will kill you." Clackla swiftly lifts the mermaid boy, admonishing him, "Do not cause a ruckus." The commotion draws the attention of other players nearby. "Wow, brother, you've even picked up a child?" One remarks, "Isn't this the mermaid child you encountered earlier?" Another inquires, "Honestly, when playing a game, if you encounter the weak and don't eliminate them, what do you expect?" The seasoned player, having gleaned from the information brought back by others, realizes that this child is undoubtedly a spy. Upon hearing the seasoned player's words, the mermaid trembles, fear evident in his gaze. He shrinks behind Clackla, casting a resentful glance at the distant slime. Clackla gently ruffles the child's hair. There's no helping it. This child is quite pitiable. Since it's an exploratory game, I might as well take him in, especially since he has no other family. "Kind uncle, could you help me eliminate it?" The little mermaid clings to Clackla's leg, pointing at the slime not far away. The pirates, moments ago, were also preparing to strike at the kind uncle. Surely, he would assist in vanquishing those pirates. He certainly would. Tears well in the little mermaid's eyes as he gazes at Clackla, his expression radiating pure vulnerability. The stars cast their gaze. Clark opened his mouth, then closed it again. Vengeance is best pursued by oneself. That fellow has caught the attention of our esteemed leader." The little mermaid was taken aback, looking around at the other players. Aren't they friends of the benevolent uncle? If one possesses the capability, revenge can be sought independently. Clark slyly urged, "Would you not wish to become a genetic warrior? I can take you back to my home planet, where you could assist me, and I shall provide you with the genetic unlocking potion. Once your level surpasses his, you can confront him." Hee, recruiting a child laborer, am I? The little mermaid was confused as to why the kind uncle would rather offer him the genetic potion than assist in eliminating that slime. The stars withdrew their gaze. She rather liked that slime. Having already pleaded for mercy while clinging to her, she decided to take it back as a pet. It could also aid in mining, earning some gold. As for matters between pets, if you refrain from interfering, I shall do the same. Do you understand? Star spoke. The oil thief gasped. Wow, Star is quite chatty today. Secretly begging, it seems she genuinely likes that slime. It is not mere affection. Did you not hear Star refer to it as a pet? The oil thief remarked, Star intends to bring it back to the base to raise it, just like Clark. How infuriating. Star's intellect is sharp. I too wish to capture a pet to assist in mining, thus freeing my time to chop wood, allowing me to earn double the rewards. Clark stated, "The leader is indeed formidable, but what purpose does it serve to rear this creature? If it grows in level and turns against us, what then? To raise it, one must first subdue it." Star coldly replied, casting a glance at the trembling slime. "If it backfires, then it is my own fault." The players began chattering among themselves, entirely oblivious to the astonishment in BT-010's eyes. To tame a pet before raising it? If it rebels, then it is her own responsibility? The human race. Had they always thought this way? They had never considered that myriad races coveted their technological advancements. Not even their own masters had complained about those things being taken away by other races. Previously, they had even remarked that over the years, the myriad races were truly inept, progressing as slowly as a snail. They were utterly indifferent to the resources stolen from them, instead lamenting the slow advancement of others. It seems that the human race has never regarded the other races among the myriad as equals. The more BT-010 pondered, the more convinced he became. After all, even the so-called strongest divine race had resorted to technology following that great war. In the past, apart from the technology of gene unlocking, those who were immortal held a complete disdain for such external methods. A notification chimed, and BT-010 retracted its thoughts, packaging all data for transmission to the Snowfall database. The voice of Snowfall resonated in the ears of the players. "The clandestine begging team, I have received the data you sent." The warship continued its journey, with the Lord Commander piloting the MO unit ahead of schedule. "You need only wait in place for a few minutes. The Lord Commander will soon arrive. Once he does, you will accompany him into the enemy's domain. After the Lord Commander takes action, proceed to the coordinates I provided to rescue BT-007. Clandestine begging, received. Starry Sky, acknowledged. Oil thief, confirmed. Makabaka, understood. Clarkla, Commander, what shall I do? BT-009 is unable to return to base for repairs, so you'll wait here. Once the main force arrives, you may board any nearby flagship." Clarkla, understood. Fortuitously, he remained in place to observe the little mermaid, who was glaring fiercely at a nearby slime. Clarkla could empathize with the mermaid's sentiments. After all, her younger sister had been devoured, and she had been deceived. It was only natural to harbor resentment towards her enemies. However, Clarkla would not act impulsively to avenge her. This was merely a game. He could not afford to offend the esteemed Starry Sky for the sake of saving a single mermaid child, even beyond the confines of the game. Clarkla viewed the child as pitiable, yet fortunate to be alive. As for the sister who had been consumed, what difference was there compared to the other fish devoured in the ocean? BT-010 cast a glance at Clarkla. During the live stream he had hosted, the players had watched, and the mechs linked to them could also perceive the events unfolding. Initially, BT-010 had assumed Clarkla would develop sympathy for the mermaid after rescuing her from the pirates. To its surprise, Clarkla had indeed saved the mermaid, but harbored no thoughts of vengeance. For many years, the mech had encountered only one human, Wei Yuan, and thus remained curious about what the Lord Commander-esque kin might be like. After this interaction, they found themselves even more perplexed. They experienced an overflow of compassion, yet seemed to lack genuine empathy, exhibiting a peculiar sense of dark humor. They could prostrate themselves to their master while engaging in equal dialogue. Faced with minor threats, they would immediately cower, yet when confronted with dire situations, they would charge forth without hesitation. It was all too intricate, far too intricate. Humanity, indeed, was not easily comprehensible. It was simply too complex. BT-010 shook its head and retracted the data interface. "Iron Steed, your pet, what are your plans for it?" Xingqian glanced at the slime that had withdrawn its head and was now lying flat on the ground. "Once the Lord arrives, I shall provide you with a level 5 gene unlocking potion. However, you must first assist me by acting as a guide." The slime stared blankly at Xingqian. "What does being a guide entail?" "Thieving Oil Lady, please explain it to him." Xingqian pointed at Thieving Oil Lady. She rolled her eyes. This Xingqian is becoming increasingly pretentious in the game, exuding an air of superiority. How infuriating. Do I truly wish to be a lackey? Thieving Oil Lady silently cursed, then obediently approached Xingqian's side. "A guide means that you will go over and tell your companions that you have captured us, and then lead us into your ranks with great pomp. Do you understand?" The slime, not particularly bright to begin with, found Thieving Oil Lady's lengthy explanation bewildering. "How could I possibly capture you?" Thieving Oil Lady rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "Goodness, I was previously concerned about you betraying us, but it appears your intelligence is lacking. Listen, when the time comes, Just say whatever I instruct you to say. Thieving oil lady fetched a rope. The players had just finished their arrangements when a gust of wind swept through, heralding the arrival of the exceptionally dashing Mo Yun, who descended from the sky. Mo Yun was remarkably swift, leaving no trace in the air before appearing next to the players. Wow, how impressive! Witnessing Brother Yuan piloting the mech was undeniably thrilling. Will we see Brother Yuan in action today? The excitement was palpable. Countless voices filled Xingqian and the others' headsets. Although it was a public channel with thousands of players, it remained surprisingly orderly amidst the chatter. The cockpit of Mo Yun opened halfway, revealing Wei Yuan, who leaned out. He announced, "Prepare to depart." Thieving oil lady raised her hand. "Wait a moment, Brother Yuan. We have a traitor among us." Wei Yuan paused, internally questioning, "Huh? What is this fellow up to? A traitor?" Upon looking down, Wei Yuan saw Thieving oil lady eagerly divulging her plan. "Brother Yuan, let this slime lead us into the enemy's territory. I've observed that these pirates likely cannot recruit competent individuals. They only enlist genetically modified warriors with limited intellect as cannon fodder. Once we infiltrate the enemy's stronghold with the slime, we can create a diversion and wreak havoc within their ranks." Makabaka interjected, "Have you consumed a book of idioms?" "Go on. Saying it this way makes it sound more cultured." Thieving oil lady chuckled, revealing a broad smile of white teeth. "Well, that seems agreeable." Wei Yuan nodded. For him, it made little difference. Charging forward with heavy artillery would compel those elite genetic warriors to emerge as well. However, such a scenario would undoubtedly strip away the intrigue spoken of by the oil stealer. Wei Yuan remained oblivious. The initial source of amusement lay directly opposite him, and at that moment, it had already begun to encroach upon him with its pollution. All right, let us set forth. Chapter 67, Brother Yuan. Your demeanor makes me appear rather foolish. If we are to infiltrate, we must bear the marks of a battle lost. The oil stealer scooped up a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it across her face. Hee. 2 rows of gleaming white teeth reflected the light. "No, that's too filthy. Besides, the mud from the seabed reeks." Makabaka crossed her arms and gestured a refusal. "A girl should naturally remain fragrant and delicate. Then you cannot join us in our game of infiltration." The oil stealer sidled up to Wei Yuan, exuding an air of feigned authority. Even Brother Yuan agrees. "How can you not?" With hands on her hips, the oil stealer exclaimed, "Come on, embrace the baptism of sea mud. Get away." Makabaka sprinted away swiftly, with the oil stealer hot on her heels. Concealed, the beggar sighed, "These two are so immature, it's absurd." Nonetheless, the oil stealer was not incorrect. Without the marks of battle, it would indeed be challenging to blend in. "Brother Yuan, let us disguise ourselves as well. We must not allow those pirates to recognize us at first glance." Wei Yuan nodded. "Of course, disguise is essential, but why use sea mud?" He regarded the oil stealer with a mischievous, questioning gaze before clapping his hands towards the shadowy figure of Mo Yun. A beam of light emanated from Mo Yun's pupils, enveloping all present, save for the oil stealer. Suddenly, everyone bore remarkably realistic signs of post-battle wear. Even the mechas exhibited a palpable aura of scorching. Except for the oil stealer. Frozen in place, covered in mud, the oil stealer gaped. What, Brother Yuan? If you possess such skills, why did you not inform me sooner?" She was utterly flabbergasted. Makabaka erupted in a laughter. Shocked? Are we? This is killing me, ha. Xing observed in amusement, while the beggar stifled laughter behind a hand, never expecting Brother Yuan to be so whimsical. "This is hilarious. Brother Yuan must have suspected you were preparing to smear mud on him as well. Hence the swift call for Mo Yun to create the disguise," the beggar chuckled. "I refuse to believe it. This is all an illusion." The oil stealer touched the beggar's face. The faux wounds adorning the beggar's visage were extensive, yet shallow abrasions. Clearly recent. A mere glance revealed that the scabs had formed only recently. As the oil stealer brushed against them, the scabs ruptured, oozing with blood. Even the muddy water from her hands lingered upon the wound. "Wow, this is astonishingly lifelike. I do not believe it. This must be an illusion." An illusion," the oil thief exclaimed, gazing skyward. "Silence, we must make haste," Makabaka urged, tugging at the oil thief's collar. "No, please, Brother Yuan. Grant me a layer of illusion as well." The oil thief pleaded, inching closer to Wei Yuan. He envisioned performing a swift maneuver to grasp Wei Yuan's leg, yet hesitated, aware of his current state of filth. Wei Yuan stifled a laugh and shook his head, adopting an air of calm authority. "Oil thief, your disguise is quite effective. There is no need to expend further energy on additional layers. Trust in yourself. The most primal disguises are often the most potent. Is that so? The oil thief mused, retracting his hand. He then whispered conspiratorially, "We're doomed, beggar." "What now, you lively jester?" The oil thief lamented. "Brother Yuan has certainly been influenced. He is now jesting with me." Spitting vehemently, the oil thief cursed. "I wonder which scoundrel has sullied Brother Yuan. He was once so dashing and bright at the outset. Alas, what shall I do? Am I truly to traipse along with a face full of mud? If everyone were covered in muck, it would not matter, but now, aside from him, everyone else bears the marks of battle. Only I resemble a wild boar that is rolled in a mire. Brother Yuan, your actions make me appear foolish. If my fans are to see us like this, they would surely mock me." The oil thief's professional integrity remained intact as he continued to film. "What shall we do? How should I know? Perhaps you could beseech Mo Yun and see if he would grant you a layer of battle damage as a filter." No sooner had the words left his lips than the oil thief dashed to Mo Yun's side. Mo Yun, who had been striding purposefully behind Wei Yuan, suddenly sensed something clinging to his ankle. Just as he was about to kick it away, he heard, Mo Yun, don't shake it off." Glancing down, he discovered the mud-covered clan member. "Do you need something? Mo Yun, please grant me a layer of disguise as well. I beg you. Appearing like this is quite embarrassing." The oil thief looked up, his face smeared with dark mud, his eyes blinking earnestly. However, they had already reached the enemy's stronghold. Mo Yun replied bluntly, "But we are already at the enemy's base." As he spoke, he felt a sudden uplift in the mood of his master, to whom he still had a mental connection. The oil thief's grip slackened, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, they had arrived at the abyss of the ocean floor. In the darkness, countless starships lay prostrate at the base of the cliff, glimmering with faint crimson light. "Stop being so emo. Come over and assist Slime with the performance," the beggar urged, pulling the oil thief towards Slime's side. "Hurry, you two establish communication and provide guidance." A few individuals hastily prepared. Wei Yuan instructed Mo Yun to conceal himself nearby. The BT series mechs were already formidable enough to attract the mid-tier pirates. Wei Yuan smirked, considering that the players' tactics might just lead them to the captured BT-007. Stop! Just as the players had disguised themselves and were about to advance under Slime's lead towards the outermost warship, several green light beams locked onto them. "It's me." Slime waved his hand. "We were looking for some dried fish and unexpectedly ran into those mechs team." "Wow, you really brought them back?" The green lights vanished as several guarding space pirates emerged. Upon seeing the oil-stealing crew, they were astonished to realize they were merely second-tier genetic warriors. So these advanced mechs are accompanied by such pathetic genetic warriors? Aren't they essentially delivering food to us? Ha ha, this is delightful. You lad might just earn yourself a level 5 genetic serum. By the way, where are your teammates? After speaking, the guard patted Slime on the back with one hand. In battle, they all perished. Slime waved his hand dismissively. "I sent them all off to the squad leader. The credit will solely be mine." "Hey, don't go." The guard halted Slime and casually handed him a pack of cigarettes. "I heard the squad leader you were with met his end. It was the inspection team's doing. They're still inside now." Chapter 68. Nauseating extortion is everywhere. The inspection team? Slime's jelly-like face trembled several times. "The leader is dead?" "Yes, indeed. Blood stained the cockpit. If you return now, you might just end up dead too." Noticing Slime's face quaking in terror, the guarding pirate grinned as he reclaimed the offered cigarettes. Lighting one, he took a delicate puff. "This is a rare find. You should try it." Slime was filled with both dread and fear. The inspection team was responsible for overseeing these lower-tier pirates. Anyone who committed an infraction could be executed without any justification by the inspection team. Slime swallowed hard. His blatant betrayal, compounded by leading enemies into their ranks, would likely result in a gruesome fate. Yet, he found himself unable to retract his steps. The mechs loomed right behind him. Caught in a dilemma, Slime failed to perceive the guard's insinuations. The guard, appearing humanoid, had skin that seemed non-existent. His entire body a vibrant red. As he scrutinized Slime with his crimson eyes and confirmed that Slime had not grasped his hint, he exhaled in exasperation. "Why are you still standing there like a fool? If you were to enter with those mechs now, the patrol would undoubtedly eliminate you, just as they did with your captain. Brother, how about I endure some hardship to help you digest this situation? I have connections." He subtly gestured with a cigarette in his hand. Ever since cigarettes were introduced from the human race, they have become immensely popular throughout the galaxy. However, pirates, due to their status, have been marginalized by the Galactic Alliance. Except for high-ranking pirates with connections, lower-tier pirates like Slime lack even the means to purchase goods, let alone something as desirable as cigarettes. So, was that little red figure offering Slime a cigarette to imply he has connections? The oil thief fixed her gaze intently on the little red figure. The red pirate glanced around nervously. Just then, he caught sight of the oil thief grinning broadly at him. Huh, why is this captive covered in mud? The red pirate's eyes sharpened as he approached the oil thief. The oil thief's muddy appearance was unmistakable, easily spotted in a crowd. I was just a bit scared during the battle, so the oil thief quickly devised a response. To his surprise, the other party erupted into laughter. So, you're just a coward. How odd it is that you second-tier genetic warriors possess such impressive mechs. It's truly a waste for you to have these. The red pirate licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the players and Wei Yuan. Hand over control of the mechs to me, and I'll have Slime release you. After all, we're leaving tomorrow. This deal is quite favorable. The red pirate spoke softly enough for only the players to hear, while Slime remained oblivious. The players were momentarily taken aback. The oil thief was the first to message in the group chat. Well, it seems they're seasoned players even in the galaxy. Makabaka, did the game designers perhaps grind through society for years before creating such characters? Star, true. But should we agree? Secret beggar, if we agree, our plan to sneak in will be ruined. Yet if we decline, he likely 1T let it go easily. Can we handle this level 4? Star alone. It will be challenging, but with the B team mechs, it's feasible. The oil thief cleared her throat lightly, mentally scoffing. Of course, if we use mechs, what is there to worry about? The main issue is that fighting at their doorstep would undoubtedly attract attention. Just as the players were growing anxious, Slime hurried over. Tension evident in his voice. They are my captives. What do you intend to do? What do I wish to do? The red pirate sneered, scrutinizing the Slime from head to toe. What are you? Do you not know yourself? Merely a slime, and you've managed to climb to level 4 by sheer luck. Do you genuinely believe that you hold any significance within the pirate crew? The cigarette I offered you earlier was a gesture of goodwill, but if you disregard that courtesy, do not blame me. Let me be frank. The patrol team has departed, but I intend to claim these mechs. Upon concluding his statement, the red pirate discarded the cigarette from his lips onto the ground, striking a pose of nonchalance. If you have any sense, you'll instruct these pilots to relinquish the mech access to me. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. Standard mechs, when in use, require biometric authentication, much like a neural interface. Consequently, the typical method of commandeering a mech involves the elimination of its previous owner, followed by a forced reset and re-authentication for usage. However, there exists a more straightforward alternative. The former owner can voluntarily disengage the mech. It was evident that this red pirate sought for the players to disengage the mechs themselves, thereby acquiring them effortlessly. 4B team mechs represent a considerable fortune for these pirates. As for the patrol team, having chosen the life of piracy, they risk their lives daily. There's no way they would relinquish such an easily obtainable bounty out of fear. The determination gleaming in the red pirate's eyes had not yet fully revealed itself when a laser beam swiftly cleaved him in two. The extreme heat emitted by the laser instantly cooked the flesh at the severed edges of his body, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred meat. Unexpectedly, at such a critical juncture, there were still those foolhardy enough to attempt to hoard their treasures. A dark, foreboding voice echoed from the distance as a squad of pirates clad in black robes approached. The leader of this group wielded the very weapon that had unleashed the deadly laser. The slime trembled, whispering to the players, "They are the patrol team." The oil thief scratched her head, astonished. Goodness, within mere minutes, we have encountered the patrol team? Our luck is remarkable. Perhaps we will even get to meet BT-007 this time. Just then, their earpieces crackled to life, announcing, "Attention, the Shadow Begging Squad. Please prepare. In 30 minutes, the flagship fleet will arrive above the combat zone. We have relocated the respawn point to the interior of the warships." Chapter 69. Will the myriad races allow a single human to rise? On Edith Star, within the Inu tribe, the Elven Queen, armed with a wooden staff, bore a solemn expression. Before her stood an oval mirror entwined with vines, its surface rippling like water. As the queen's finger touched the surface, ripples spread forth. In the blurred image, a human named Wei Yuan found himself in an unknown place, accompanied by several others of his kind. Is the tree of life truly unable to discern the whereabouts of Wei Yuan? The queen lowered her gaze, a foreboding sense stirring within her. For many years, The human race had nurtured their existence, turning a blind eye to the changes in the world. Unexpectedly, they had produced such a prodigious young talent. In a mere span of time, he had ascended to the rank of a level 9 genetic warrior. This was certainly not auspicious news for the myriad of races. Master, the young clan leader remains utterly ensnared in the shadows of his failure. It seems Wei Yuan has become his inner demon, spoke the butler, bowing earnestly. In truth, it was not only the young clan leader who had been intimidated by Wei Yuan's formidable aura. However, the venerable butler had served the Elven King for nearly a millennium, thus possessing a degree of resilience. Yet, Yedong, who had always been lauded as the pride of the elf clan, had never before experienced such a crushing defeat. A thorough setback could prove beneficial. At the very least, he would come to understand that there are always those beyond oneself, greater than the heavens. The Elven Queen waved her hand dismissively, her expression haughty. Yet, as my son, how can Donger be so humiliated by a mere human? Summon him. Although the powers bestowed by the Tree of Life may not provide a clear vision of Wei Yuan, they will afford a general glimpse. Once he witnesses Wei Yuan's failure and demise with his own eyes, he shall confront his inner fears. With a sigh, the Elven Queen reflected on the difficulty of nurturing her kind. It was likely that Yedong would be her sole offspring in this lifetime. Should he not be properly educated and the authority entrusted to him prematurely, it would deal a severe blow to the Elven race. Thus, upon learning that Wei Yuan was to face imminent peril in combat against the Octopus team, the Elven Queen began to wait. Anticipating the resurgence of this human followed by his inevitable downfall, much like the humans of yore. Deep within her thoughts, the Elven Queen mused that it was not the students within the academy who truly feared Wei Yuan's rise, but rather those myriad races that had feasted upon the resources of humanity. Host, there's a prying gaze from the Elven Queen. The system's notification echoed in Wei Yuan's mind. At that moment, he was being escorted alongside players by the patrol team. The interior of the main battleship was quite spacious, even exceeding that of a typical technological exhibition hall, filled with an array of peculiar items. The curious members of the group were gazing around in wonder, their fascination evident, while it may not possess the sleekness of their flagship vessel. The sheer size of the interior was impressive. However, one could not help but critique the aesthetic sensibilities of the battleship's owner. The interior of the battleship is predominantly illuminated in hues of green and red. Under such lights, the oil thieves felt as though they were treading upon the path to the underworld. Having left their mechas outside, they found themselves truly entering the lion's den. Slime trembled all over, and as it walked along this path, countless scenarios of its impending demise flashed through its mind. Aren't you afraid? Slime shrank back, instinctively inching closer to the players. Afraid of what? This path. To be fair, it did evoke a somewhat eerie atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. However, the oil thief merely wiped some mud from their face and flicked it to the ground, remarking that this terrifying ambience was still far from the experiences they had encountered in games like Escape from the Asylum or Identity V. Chapter 70. The Elven race will not offend the human race, but they can expose Wei Yuan's strength. Mother, is what you said true? And Yudong's previously vacant eyes sparkled with life upon hearing the Elven Queen's words. Wei Yuan had surprisingly encountered the squid pirate crew. Ha ha ha. This is simply monumental news. And Yudong was confident that Wei Yuan would survive this great battle because he was aware of Wei Yuan's true capabilities. Yet, the graduation competition of the Lord Academy did not solely hinge on individual prowess. It measured the strength of their subordinates. Should the pirates seize Wei Yuan's planet, he would be unable to rescue many of his kin. Given the nature of the pirates, even if they failed to eliminate Wei Yuan, they would undoubtedly slaughter all the mid to high-tier genetic warriors on his planet. The human race itself is already sparse, and over the years, there has been little heard of their acquisition of genetic unlocking potions. Indeed, the Elven race holds shares in the development company of the genetic unlocking potions and has a firm grasp on various aspects of the Interstellar Alliance, while keeping a watchful eye on the humans to prevent their resurgence. Although it remains a mystery how this Wei Yuan managed to ascend to the 9th level right under their noses. The Elven Queen spoke these cruel words with a gentle tone. However, now that they had discovered this, it was imperative to take it seriously. Thus far, no other race dared to openly declare intentions to persecute the human race, especially in this era dominated by technology. The initial developer of the terminal intelligence, after all, was a genius from the human race, even though that brilliant mind perished in the Great War following the decline of the humans. The control of the terminal intelligence fell into the hands of the Alliance, and no one knew whether it would still favor the humans. Among the ruling races of the Interstellar Alliance, none desired to witness the resurgence of the human race. This Wei Yuan, upon entering the Lord Academy, had garnered considerable attention. The Elven Queen gently caressed the staff in her hand, gazing at the exuberant and Yedong not far away. Little did her son know that Wei Yuan had long attracted the attention of the rulers of various races during his time at the academy. Yet, through a series of trials, he had survived and even received the protection of the old principal. Their leniency was primarily due to the old principal's reputation, coupled with Wei Yuan's displayed prowess, which had only been that of a level 6 or 7 genetic warrior. This had prevented those races from launching a frenzied assault. However, with the conclusion of this battle revealing Wei Yuan's true strength, could they remain passive? They would undoubtedly take action. Mother, shall we send someone to take advantage of the chaos and see if we can dispose of Wei Yuan? And Yedong exclaimed with excitement. If Wei Yuan were to perish, he would still be regarded as the prodigy he once was, a rarity within the entire Star Alliance. His only rival would be the formidable Feng Yuxing from the Strong clan. The Elven Queen chuckled softly and shook her head. No. Our elven race has always revered peace. Even during the resource plundering against the human race, we elves remained aloof. This time, you must not take action. However, we could dispatch dark elves to the scene to document the events, allowing all races to witness this battle. The confrontation between Yedong and Wei Yuan is merely a friendly spar among peers. The Elven Queen wished to avoid severing ties with the human race at this juncture. Although the elves had reaped considerable benefits from the previous incident of resource division, they had never made a tangible appearance. The late king had once stated that unless absolutely necessary, one should not become enemies with the human race. After all, it is a race capable of producing countless exceptional talents in a short span of time. Who knows how deep their foundation has become over such a long period? In the past, humans had indeed compelled the talents of all races to bow their heads. Within their ranks, genius seemed to be the most commonplace existence. The Elven Queen reminisced about the glorious moments of the human race she had witnessed in her youth, her heart unable to suppress a sigh. Were talent like Wei Yuan to be born among any other race, he would surely ascend to a position of leadership. Unfortunately, he is a human. The news of the Elven race dispatching reinforcements swiftly spread across the Star Network, even trending on social media. Players now possessed their own identification and could pool funds to purchase smart brains to log into the Star Network. Wealthy players eagerly connected to their smart brains, watching the Star Network page and exclaiming in excitement. Elves are coming to support us. Haha, will they be as adorable as Alice, my beloved elf? As they sailed through the starry sea, the players remained aboard the warship for 2 hours, reluctant to log off for fear of missing any unfolding drama. Thus, a group of individuals gathered, engaged in trivial conversation. At that moment, they were thrilled by the news alerts popping up in their minds, each one exclaiming with enthusiasm. This game is undeniably impressive. The Star Network bears an uncanny resemblance to our own internet, albeit devoid of games. Imagine if one could play games within games. How delightful that would be. Let us peruse the news. Ah, behold the Elven Queen. Such beauty. How old could she be? I have a penchant for mature women. Let me check. Goodness, nearly 5 centuries old. The players were all connected via microphones, and the clarity of their voices reached the ears of the character known as Snowfall. She furrowed her brow. The players suddenly encountered the news at such a pivotal moment. Could this be a game prompt? As a novice to the game, Snowfall took every piece of information to heart, contemplating its significance. Xiao Zhang, when you previously introduced the game's background to me, did you not mention that the human race was once formidable but fell into decline due to their battles against the insectoids, leading to their disdain among other races? Feng Chue Pippi, having not been addressed by his true name for quite some time, momentarily paused when Snowfall called out to him. Indeed, the other races they encountered were rather condescending. It was quite repugnant. Snowfall nodded in response. Why was it that the Elven race was the first to mobilize for assistance, while the others remained indifferent? She activated Wei Yuan's communication. At that moment, Wei Yuan was leading the players to the location of the patrol squad. The pirates were no ordinary foes, and the members of the patrol squad were the worst of the worst. Upon seeing the newcomers, they licked their lips and approached eagerly. They've even brought back a few tender morsels. They look quite delectable. Leave one alive for questioning and eliminate the rest, exclaimed one of them. Leave that muddy one. There were 8 members of the patrol squad, each with the head of an octopus and the body of a human. The slimy tentacles atop their heads were quite off-putting. The oil thief, pointing at herself, exclaimed incredulously, "Do you look down upon me? What is it with these pirates? Do I appear that easy to bully? Why is it always me whom the monsters disdain? This is truly vexing." Removing the mud from her face, she shouted fiercely, "Today, let these pirates witness what it means to underestimate the youth." In her hands appeared 3 syringes, a substandard level 3 gene serum, a substandard level 4 gene serum, and a level 5 inferior gene serum. These were rewards given by the system upon discovering an increase in mission difficulty. Upgrading in the heat of battle? Is this person mad? Shouted the octopus monster from the patrol squad. It is well known among interstellar races that these gene serums can only be injected when one is at the peak of their physical condition. Moreover, they had fully acclimated to the current genetic tier. In the parlance of the players, it was essential for their experience points to reach a certain threshold. Ordinary interstellar races exercised extreme caution when administering genetic serums, for they lacked the visible experience points that players possessed. Should their bodies be unable to withstand the onslaught of the next stage of the serum, they would meet a gruesome demise. The Alliance had indeed developed some instruments capable of estimating a rough range, yet this merely mitigated the mortality rate to a degree. At this moment, the oil thief brandished 3 vials of genetic unlocking serum, and before the eyes of the patrol squad of squid creatures, plunged them directly into her arm. "Good heavens! Step back! We're about to be splattered!" bellowed one of the squid creatures. Simultaneously, the oil thief shouted, "Ha! Witness as I ascend to level 5, and I shall not hesitate to obliterate you all." The simultaneous outcries echoed in the air. After evading momentarily, the squid creatures found that nothing had transpired, while the oil thief stood in shock. After injecting the serum, why had her level not increased? By the heavens, is this a counterfeit? Her voice resonated with indignation, pain, and disbelief. In the next moment, one of the squid creatures lashed out with a tentacle, striking the oil thief. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I genuinely thought you were injecting a real genetic unlocking serum. Turns out it was just a sham to frighten us. You lunatic. Such ill fortune. Don't let her die. It's best to extract words from the mouth of such a fool." Listening to the clamorous cries of the squid creatures, the beggar, lurking in the shadows, was nearly in tears from laughter. "Ha ha ha! Oil thief, are you a fool? You made my day. Ah! Even if it were a substandard genetic unlocking serum, you must have the requisite experience points before you can inject it. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" The oil thief, having been struck against the wall and spitting blood, lamented with a pale face. "How was I to know you were so ignorant?" The beggar shouted back. "Hurry and employ the wind-blown tush strategy. Maximize your pain threshold and accumulate experience directly." It was truly audacious of them to engage in conversation before our very eyes at this moment. The squid creatures, witnessing the players conversing without a shred of fear on their faces, were incensed and began to shriek in outrage.